In the dead of night at a construction site, all was quiet. A man stretched out his right hand, rubbing the ache in the back of his neck, and yawned. Just 2 more hours, and I'm off duty. Muttering to himself, he reached for the cigarette pack in his pocket when a sudden searing pain exploded from his chest. His body collapsed from the chair onto the floor, mouth open, as if to call for help, yet no sound emerged. Did I just die like this? That was his final thought. When consciousness returned, the first thing Fan Xuan felt was an excruciating pain radiating from his back. As if he had been thrown from the 3rd floor onto hard ground, the impact injuries were unmistakable. He groaned, and with great difficulty opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a row of unfamiliar roof beams. Fan Xuan sat up abruptly, then collapsed back onto the bed in agony. He looked down at himself. He was still wearing that gray-blue security guard uniform with a work badge clipped to the left chest pocket reading, Fan Xuan, Security Department. He reached into his trouser pocket. His fingertips touched familiar shapes, a lighter, half a pack of cigarettes, a stun bat, and a phone. All still there. He pulled out his phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, showing 12 battery. The signal bar in the upper left was empty, displaying only the words, "No service." Fan Xuan set down the phone with a speechless expression. The most important thing now was figuring out where he was. His gaze swept around the room. It was a small bedroom, simply furnished, but clean. Against the wall stood a wooden table holding a brass basin and folded cloth. Not a single modern object in sight. Even the window was covered in paper. It was all too bizarre. He took a deep breath. An absurd thought crossed his mind. 1 second ago, I was on night shift at the guard post. Even if I was injured, shouldn't I have woken up in a hospital? Why does everything feel so ancient? Have I transmigrated? Just then a faint blue light suddenly appeared in his mind, like some kind of holographic projection unfolding directly on his retina. Trial version spatial exchange trading system bound. Bound subject Fan Xuan. Welcome Tang Trader. Watching the string of characters floating before his eyes, he was suddenly thrilled. A system had actually arrived. The light expanded in the air, forming a floating light screen divided into 3 panels: inventory, storage, value scanner, and cross-time-space trading. In the lower right corner of the light screen, a line of small text read, "Operate by thought. Invisible to others." He tentatively thought close in his mind. The screen indeed dissipated, leaving only a wisp of faint blue light that quickly vanished. Before he could fully process this information, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Instinctively, his body tensed, the special forces training in him, snapping his muscles into high alert. The door was pushed open. A young woman in a blue-green Wude stepped inside, around 20 years old. In her hands, she carried a wooden tray bearing a medicine bowl and folded cloth. Seeing Fan Xuan sitting up, her body paused briefly. Then her pretty face broke into a warm, gentle smile as she spoke softly, "Young master, you're awake." Looking at the impossibly beautiful woman in ancient dress before him, Fan Xuan asked in a quiet voice, "Who are you?" The woman first set the tray down on a low side table, then folded her hands in a slight curtsy, before looking at Fan Xuan and speaking, "I am a maid of this Sizhu garden. Young master, you fell from the sky into the courtyard last night. The patrolling servants found you and carried you into this guest room to rest. My mistress specially sent me to attend to you." Hearing that he had fallen from the sky, Fan Xuan frowned. "Where is this place?" As the woman answered, a hint of puzzlement and curiosity colored her voice as she studied the strikingly handsome young man before her. "Lantian County, Sizhu Garden. Young master, do you not know where you are?" Hearing Lantian County made him even more confused. Wanting to ask the specific year and month, he continued, "What year is it now?" The woman answered honestly, "It is now the 6th year of Wude, 1st month of the Great Tang." He searched his memory for this era name. His knowledge of history was limited. He only knew that Wude was the reign title of Li Xiuning, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Wude 6th year. That would be the 6th year of the Tang Dynasty's founding. In Fan Xuan's memory, the late Sui and early Tang was a period of extreme chaos. The specific events were a blur he could not recall. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You said this is Sizhu Garden. Who is your mistress?" The woman hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing her face, then finally said, "My mistress is Her Highness Princess Pingyang." Hearing that name stirred a memory. She was Li Yuan's daughter. But more critically, he recalled that this princess seemed to have died in the 2nd month of Wude's 6th year. At this thought, Fan Xuan's heart lurched. He asked urgently, "Her Highness the Princess, what is she doing here?" At his question, the woman's eyes dimmed and her voice dropped lower. "Her Highness led the army on campaign and suffered an arrow wound. She is recuperating here. It's just..." Fan Xuan asked quickly, "Just what?" Hearing the question, the woman's face grew troubled. She sighed, "The injury grows more severe. The physician says she likely won't last the month." This answer aligned with his historical memory. Fan Xuan lowered his head. The faint blue light screen flickering in his mind gave him a rough idea of what to do. Thinking of this, he rose from the bed and stretched his limbs. The dull ache in his back lingered, but it did not hinder his movement. Gazing at the young maid, he said softly, take me to see the princess. The maid in the blue-green Ruchuan asked hesitantly. You wish to see the princess, sir. But her highness is recuperating and cannot receive visitors. Hearing the refusal, Chuan met her eyes directly. I know, but I may have a way to save her. The maid was silent for a moment, then finally bowed slightly. Please wait a moment, sir. I shall announce you to the princess. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Chuan was led by the maid into the inner courtyard of Sizhu Garden. It was a tranquil courtyard where bamboo shadows danced. The air was thick with the scent of medicine mingled with a faint hint of blood. The maid stopped before a side room door. Please enter, sir. Her highness has agreed to see you. Standing before the door, Chuan took a deep breath, extended both hands, and pushed the door open. The light inside was dim, the curtains half drawn. A figure lay on the bed toward the inner wall, tall and slender, dressed in a white Ruchuan with graceful curves to her form, her complexion as pale as paper. But even so, those half-open, half-closed eyes still radiated a sharp, piercing edge that made Chuan's heart involuntarily jolt. So this was Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning's voice was somewhat weak, but her tone remained steady. So you are the one who fell from the heavens? Hearing the question, he stepped forward and cupped his fist in a respectful salute. I am Chuan, paying my respects to Her Highness the Princess. Li Xiuning gave a slight nod. Her gaze lingered for a moment on his gray-blue security uniform, and her brow arched faintly. The attire was clearly nothing like the standard Tang Dynasty garments of the present era. The maid said, you have a way to save me? Li Xiuning asked directly. There was little expectation in her tone, as though she were listening to an answer bound to disappoint. Chuan walked to the bedside. His gaze fell upon the gauze on her right shoulder. The cloth was already soaked through with seeping pus and blood, showing a dark, dull brown. Looking at the bandage, he said, May I see the wound? Without hesitation at the request, Li Xiuning raised her hand, untied the sash at her collar, and exposed her right shoulder. Looking at the wound, Chuan could not help but draw a sharp breath. The gash was 3 inches long, with flesh turned outward, the surrounding skin already showing an unnatural purplish-black color. Pus seeped from deep within the wound, exuding a smell of rot. Judging by his first aid knowledge, this was a textbook case of deep infection. The arrowhead likely carried filth, perhaps mud, perhaps rust. In ancient times, such a wound meant there was essentially no hope. Chuan frowned and asked, what did the physician say? Having already made peace with life and death, Li Xiuning's voice was very calm. They cleaned the wound and applied medicine, but it would not close. Instead, it grew worse. The physician said, the poisonous qi has entered the bone. There is no cure. After a moment of silence, Chuan thought of the golden finger he possessed since transmigrating and spoke. Your Highness, I can heal you. Li Xiuning looked at the man before her, whose eyes were so resolute. A ripple finally stirred in her gaze. Are you a physician? No. Chuan shook his head. But I have some special things. He glanced toward the maid outside the door and asked Li Xiuning, can we speak alone? Li Xiuning raised her hand slightly, and the maids filed out one after another, closing the door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the room. Chuan drew a deep breath, reached into his pocket, took out a plastic lighter, walked to the bedside, and pressed the switch. A cluster of orange-yellow flame leapt into being, dancing in the dim room. Li Xiuning's pupils contracted sharply. She began, this is... Chuan quickly interrupted, this is a fire-starting tool. No need for fire sticks, no need for kindling. It can ignite anywhere, anytime. Very convenient. As he spoke, he demonstrated a few times. Released the switch, the flame died. Pressed again, the flame sprang back. Li Xiuning, whose eyes had never left the lighter, raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you want? Chuan set the lighter aside and met her eyes. I wish to use this fire weapon to exchange for something the princess deems valuable, such as gold or jade. Hearing it was merely gold and silver, Li Xiuning was momentarily stunned, then smiled. The smile was faint, yet it brought some life to her face. As a princess, a man of unknown origins like this could not be ruled out as an assassin sent by someone else. But since the other party wanted something of value, at least it meant he was not here for her life. Her tone eased somewhat. Just this. Just this. Li Xiuning reached beneath her pillow and produced a jade pendant, placing it in Chuan's hand. The pendant was warm and smooth to the touch, carved with a phoenix spreading its wings, clearly a palace treasure. Take it. Even if you cannot cure me, I will not have lost out. Holding the jade pendant, Chuan looked toward her and spoke. I need to go to the side room to prepare some things, then I will come treat you. Seeing her nod, Chuan said nothing more. He walked into the side room, closed the door, looked at the jade pendant in his hand, and silently recited, enter the space. Darkness engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a pure white space. Endless warehouse surrounded him. Floating at the very center was that familiar holographic light screen. Item detected, Phoenix pattern jade, pendant grade, treasure era, Tang Dynasty palace, craft estimated value extremely high. Please enter the items you wish to exchange to match a trading partner. Chuan looked at the input box and silently recited, I need a modern medical emergency kit, including anti-inflammatory drugs, suturing instruments, disinfectants, amoxicillin, fever reducers, etc. Preferably with a local anesthetic plus a slingshot. As the silent recitation continued, the relevant words appeared in the dialog box. Fan Chuan reached out his hand and tapped to confirm. The holographic screen rapidly flashed through various symbols, and text began to appear. Matching trading partner. Match successful. Present world. Antique collector. A dialog box popped up on the light screen. On the other side was an anonymous avatar labeled Present World, Antique Collector. Present World, Antique Collector. Is this jade pendant from the Tang Dynasty? What's its condition? At Fan Chuan's thought, he sent the scanned image of the jade pendant. Tang, Trader Tang Dynasty Palace product, Phoenix pattern complete and undamaged. If auctioned, it would easily fetch hundreds of thousands, but I urgently need supplies to save a life. Present World, Antique Collector. If this thing is real, it's worth quite a lot. But bro, are you trying to scam me? All you need is a medical kit and a slingshot. Could this be a replica? In the modern world, a young man stared at the dialog box on his computer screen, brows tightly furrowed. Clearly, he did not believe what this Tang trader had said. He had been using his computer to look up information when suddenly a dialog box popped up. Suspicious, he examined it, and the jade pendant within bore a striking resemblance to those he remembered from the Tang Dynasty. Only then did he begin to converse. But whether it was real or not, he would need to ask his grandfather to be sure. Tang, trader, even if it's a replica, it could still be worth thousands or tens of thousands, right? And what I need doesn't cost more than 300 yuan. No matter how you look at it, you're getting a great deal. Present World, Antique Collector. Alright, I'll trust you this once. If it's real, I'll make sure you're satisfied next time. But how do we make the trade? Send you a delivery package. As soon as those words appeared, a line of text materialized beside it. Please place the items you wish to exchange within 5 meters of the computer. The young man raised an eyebrow, a peculiar look crossing his face as he rose from his seat. He retrieved a medical kit from the adjacent room, and then made his way to his collection shelf, where he found a repeating tactical slingshot along with a set of 108mm steel pellets. Returning to his gaming chair with these items, he placed them on the desk. Before he could even begin, a transaction list automatically appeared on the screen. At the same moment, Fan Chuan also saw the corresponding list before him. A modern medical emergency kit X1 containing anti-inflammatory drugs, suturing instruments, disinfectants, a small amount of local anesthetic. The Poison Dragon repeating tactical slingshot X1. 8mm steel pellets X100. Looking at the jade pendant on the left and the items on the right with a transaction confirmation button displayed directly below, he simply reached out and tapped it. Meanwhile, the modern-day young man, seeing that the other party had already confirmed the transaction, casually clicked the mouse and pressed the same confirmation button. Instantly, the items before him vanished, slowly materializing into a jade pendant. Simultaneously, the computer screen displayed. Transaction confirmed by both parties. Transaction complete. Fan Chuan felt a lightness in his hand as the jade pendant disappeared, replaced by a white first aid kit, a high-tech slingshot, and a bag of steel pellets lying quietly on the ground of the spatial dimension. He picked up the white medical kit, activated his inner will, and exited the spatial dimension. Fan Chuan opened his eyes and gazed down at the medical case in his hands. Opening it for inspection, he found the contents remarkably complete, at least sufficient for suturing procedures. Carrying the medical kit, he opened the door and stepped into the master bedroom. Li Xiuning was watching as Fan Chuan entered carrying the strange white case, her eyes filled with curiosity. The adjacent side room had been completely empty. It was normally where the maids rested. How had this man produced a white case after entering it empty-handed just moments ago? Moreover, the entire courtyard was guarded by attendants and servants. No one could have stealthily brought anything inside. The situation was far too peculiar. She finally spoke. How is it? Fan Chuan did not answer immediately. Instead, he placed the white case by the bedside. Li Xiuning spoke again. What is this? A first aid kit. Speaking, Fan Chuan opened the box, revealing its contents. Several bottles of pills, a few vials of liquid, a packet of suturing thread with matching needles, a roll of gauze, a few milliliters of transparent anesthetic syringes, and a small knife gleaming coldly. Picking up the anesthetic syringe, he turned to look earnestly at the woman before him and said, "Your Highness, the following procedure may be somewhat painful, but once the anesthesia takes effect, the pain will subside." Glancing at the peculiar transparent object in his hand, Li Xiuning's lips curved slightly. "I have faced life and death countless times on the battlefield. Do you think I fear such minor pain?" Fan Chuan nodded and began working. First, he wiped the area around the wound with an alcohol swab. Then, picking up the syringe, he inserted it directly into the healthy skin several centimeters away from the wound and administered a small injection. He administered tiny amounts at intervals of several centimeters along the skin around the wound until the entire perimeter was treated. Only then did he look up to observe Li Xiuning, noticing a light sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. He understood that local anesthesia required multiple puncture points, which was inherently quite painful. However, complete numbness would take effect within less than a minute. Watching her previously pale, tightly clenched face gradually relax, he knew the medication was taking effect. Returning the syringe to the box, he picked up the small knife and began carefully excising the necrotic flesh. Li Xiuning watched as the necrotic tissue on her shoulder was continuously removed. The sensation was peculiar. She could clearly feel the blade moving across her wound, yet felt absolutely no pain. Fan Chuan's movements were swift and steady. His Special Forces combat first aid training made him thoroughly familiar with this type of procedure. Debridement, disinfection, suturing, bandaging, all executed seamlessly. As the final stitch was completed, Fan Chuan exhaled deeply and announced, "It's done." Li Xiuning glanced down at the fresh bandage on her shoulder, then looked up at Fan Chuan. The questioning in her eyes had transformed into curiosity. Fan Chuan removed a bottle of amoxicillin from the medical kit and placed it by the bedside. As he began packing his belongings, he continued, "Take 1 tablet of the medicine beside you 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening. Keep this wound dry for several days. I will change the dressing for you daily. Rest well." Noticing she had already closed her eyes to rest, he picked up the medical kit and headed toward the door. Upon opening it, he found a maid in cyan robes standing there, her face tense with worry. She asked, "Young master, how is our princess?" Before Fan Chuan could respond, a crisp voice came from within the room. "Wanha, take this young master back to his room to rest. I am quite fine now." "Wanha." Fan Chuan glanced back at Li Xiuning inside the room, then looked at the cyan-robed maid before him. "Young master, please follow me." Wanha bowed slightly, her tone respectful, yet neither servile nor arrogant. Following her through the covered walkway, they returned to the initial guest room. Wanha pushed open the door and stepped aside, speaking softly. "Young master, please rest. Her Highness the Princess has instructed that should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you for your trouble." Wanha nodded, turned, and departed, closing the door behind her. Fan Chuan sat on the edge of the bed. Once he confirmed the footsteps had faded away, he activated his inner will and entered the spatial dimension. In the white space, the poison dragon repeating tactical slingshot lay quietly on the ground. Bending to pick it up, he found it heavier than expected with a substantial weight in his hand. The body of the slingshot was crafted from black high-strength alloy. The handle featured anti-slip patterns providing an excellent grip. The most striking feature was the detachable magazine located beneath the slingshot arm, a transparent plastic casing currently empty inside. He casually withdrew the bag of steel pellets from the spatial dimension and began loading them one by one into the magazine. Once full, he secured it onto the slingshot. Examining it from various angles, he activated his inner will, and a holographic display immediately appeared with detailed specifications. Poison Dragon repeating tactical slingshot. Automatic loading procedure. Press the thumb button on the handle. Magazine spring ejects a single projectile attaches to the magnetic pouch. Draw back the elastic band to fire. Magazine capacity 12 to 15 rounds. Effective range 30 to 40 meters. Ammunition 8 mm solid steel pellets. Features: firing rate far exceeds ordinary manual slingshots. Lethal force within the 30 to 40 meter range, can penetrate the skulls of pheasants and wild rabbits. Reading the information, Fan Chuan gripped the slingshot, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. In the Tang Dynasty, this was essentially a miniature ranged weapon. Ordinary hunters had to load each projectile individually and used animal tendon bands with poor elasticity. His, with a simple thumb press, loaded automatically, and the magnetic pouch was incredibly stable. Exiting the spatial dimension, he concealed the slingshot beneath his pillow, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket. It had completely shut down. The battery was dead. Gazing at the phone in his hand, he thought to himself, "I really need to find a way to solve this. At the very least, I need to acquire a solar charger or a hand crank charger. Otherwise, the phone will be useless." Besides, he already lacked knowledge of history. With a charged phone, at least he could use offline AI to research information about the Tang Dynasty. With these thoughts in mind, the exhaustion finally surged forward. After all, he had been busy for quite some time earlier. Letting out a yawn, he collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the main chamber of the inner courtyard, Li Xiuning leaned against her bedside, while Wanha stood beside her, holding a bowl of freshly prepared medicinal decoction. "Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine." Li Xiuning took the bowl and drank it down without so much as a frown. Turning her head, she spotted the amoxicillin beside the bed, gently uncapped the bottle, and poured one pill into her palm. Examining it closely, this bore no resemblance to any ordinary medicine. It looked almost like pills. But pills aren't white. Wanha took the empty bowl from her, watching the princess hold the white pill, her voice tinged with worry. "Your Highness, do you really trust that Fan Chuan? Could this pill be poisoned?" Li Xiuning glanced up at her personal maid. "What makes you say that?" Wanha lowered her voice. "His origins are unclear, his attire peculiar, and he has neither the top knot of a common man nor the shaved head of a monk. He appeared out of nowhere in the Sizhu garden, then produced those bizarre objects from thin air. I fear he may be a spy sent by either the crown prince or Prince Qi." Hearing this, Li Xiuning fell into thought. Before coming to the Sizhu garden to recuperate, the court physicians at Xianyang Palace had already declared certain that she would not survive another month. At that time, she had already proposed to her father Li Yuan to dissolve the marriage with Chai Xiao, given their strained relationship. They had been married for 7 or 8 years, yet had produced no heir, primarily because Li Xiuning had never consummated the marriage with Chai Xiao. The reason for their unconsummated marriage was straightforward. Chai Xiao had agreed to wed her mainly to gain control of her military forces under the arrangement imposed by Li Yuan. In this divorce, she would explicitly hand over all her troops except the ladies' army to Chai Xiao's command. Her father would surely agree, given that she was about to die. This Fan Chuan could very well be a spy sent by someone, though it all depended on when she would die. But that didn't make sense. If he wished for her death, why would he save her? Li Xiuning didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked down at the fresh bandage on her shoulder. Just half a day ago, the wound had still been oozing pus, and she could feel her life slipping away bit by bit. Now, however, the pain had subsided, and even her breathing felt smoother. Would a spy go to such lengths to save me? Li Xiuning countered. Wanha fell silent for a moment. Then what about all those things of his? Li Xiuning's gaze deepened as she picked up the lighter beside her, clicking it several times, and watching the flames flicker to life. Indeed strange. This lighter produces flame without the need for a flint, and its material resembles neither metal nor wood. And that white box. He holds things within it that I have never before encountered. Even that small knife he uses to remove necrotic flesh is relentlessly sharp, far surpassing anything the palace's finest bladesmiths have crafted. She paused and turned to Wanha. Do you truly believe an ordinary person could produce such items? Wanha shook her head. Precisely. He is no common man. Li Xiuning spoke with calm deliberation, her gaze drifting toward the window. As for his true identity, or where he has come from, there is no urgency. He has chosen to save me and remain in the Sizhu garden. Time will reveal everything. Wanha nodded after absorbing the analysis. Shall I have someone keep watch on him then? Li Xiuning waved off her servant's suggestion. Let him move freely. We shall observe what he intends to do. Very well, enough about him. Go fetch me a cup of warm water. Wanha noticed the princess examining the pill in her hand, preparing to swallow it, and hastily interjected. Your Highness, might we test this medicine on animals first? No need. If he truly meant to harm me, I doubt he would leave this manor alive. Li Xiuning spoke nonchalantly, fully confident in her guards. With over 100 protectors throughout the estate, should anything truly go wrong, that young man would certainly perish alongside her. Seeing the princess heedless of her warnings, Wanha sighed and turned to fetch a cup of warm water. She watched Her Highness swallow the white pill before withdrawing from the room with the empty bowl and closing the door behind her. In the afternoon, Fan Chuan was roused by a knock at the door. My lord, it is time for dinner, came Wanha's voice from beyond. Fan Chuan, still in bed, rubbed his eyes and rose to open the door. Wanha entered with a tray setting several dishes and a bowl of rice upon the table. But Fan Chuan's attention drifted to the window where the sun hung low in the western sky but had not yet set. His expression grew somewhat peculiar. Surely it was only around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Was dinner really being served this early? He asked in confusion. Lady Wanha, isn't it only around 4 or 5 in the afternoon? Isn't it rather early for dinner? Hearing this, Wanha frowned slightly. My lord, what do you mean by 4 or 5 in the afternoon? After asking, she met Fan Chuan's gaze and glanced outside at the setting sun. Instantly realizing her mistake, she offered a smile. My lord, it is now the hour of Shan, the proper time for evening meal. Please eat well. Fan Chuan looked down. A dish of boiled greens overcooked. A small plate of pickled radish haphazardly sliced. A dish of dark, unidentifiable meat jerky. A bowl of steaming rice, but the grains carried a yellowish tint. It was clearly unpolished brown rice. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the greens. A bitter taste exploded across his palate. There was salt, yet unrefined, lacking any richness from oil, carrying only the distinctive blandness of water-boiled vegetables. He picked up a piece of jerky and chewed laboriously. It was salted and tough, heavy with smoke flavor. He swallowed with difficulty, then took several mouthfuls of rice, the coarse brown grains scraping his throat like sandpaper. He looked up at Wanha, words caught in his throat. Standing nearby, she observed his expression and movements, one eyebrow arching slightly. My lord finds the meal unsuitable. Caught by the question, Fan Chuan hesitated. He had served in the military and eaten raw meat on field missions. By all accounts, he was not a picky eater. The problem was even the cheapest construction site meals back home tasted 10 times better than this. The dishes? Fan Chuan said delicately. Lack flavor. Wanha's expression grew complicated, as though fighting back laughter. My lord, your highness specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare this. She said your health has only recently recovered, and you should avoid rich or greasy food. She added, moreover, this is the finest cuisine available in the Sizhu garden. Your highness herself dines thus daily. Even us servants manage meat only once every few days. The rest of the time we subsist on salted vegetables and coarse grain. Fan Chuan listened carefully and sat stunned. Only then did he grasp the harsh reality. They were in the Tang Dynasty 623 CE. No MSG, no soy sauce, no refined cooking oil technology, no greenhouse vegetables, no refrigerated transport. Common folk could scarcely afford salt, and although Li Xiuning was a princess, the material conditions of early Tang were humble. Their so-called finest fare amounted to no more than boiled greens and salted jerky. He gazed down at the meal on the table, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to eat, swallowing the bitter greens and coarse rice despite the hardship. One must eat to gain strength after all. After managing half a bowl of rice, Fan Chuan set down his chopsticks. I am full. Wanha glanced at the nearly full bowl, a trace of mockery flickering in her eyes, though she said nothing. My lord should rest in peace. No one will disturb you. As she spoke, Wanha gathered the dishes and utensils to clear the table. Watching her movements, Fan Chuan rose and stretched his stiff limbs. His arms and shoulders still ached, but tolerably. I'll take a walk. It's getting late. Where does my lord intend to go? Just a short stroll nearby to digest my meal. Fan Chuan replied, casually striding toward the courtyard gate. When he watched his retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed, but she did not stop him. Fan Chuan walked out of the gate of Sizhu Garden, and the view before him opened up. In the distance, the rolling mountain ranges etched a majestic silhouette against the twilight. That was Mount Zhongnan, though of course Fan Chuan did not yet know the name of this mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay vast stretches of wasteland overgrown with weeds. Occasionally a few patches of tilled fields could be seen, but they had clearly been abandoned for a long time. He took a deep breath, the air carrying the scent of soil and vegetation mingled with a faint hint of cooking smoke. This is the air of the Tang Dynasty, so fresh, I haven't breathed air like this in a long time. Orienting himself, he followed a small path towards the foot of the mountain, keeping an eye on his surroundings. After confirming that no one was following him, he quickened his pace and slipped directly into the woods by the roadside. The light in the woods was quite good. Fan Chuan found a spot behind a large tree, crouched down, and listened carefully for a while. Only the chirping of birds and the hum of insects, no footsteps of humans. With a flicker of thought, he took out the poison dragon, repeating tactical slingshot from his space. He gripped the handle, his thumb resting on the button, aimed at a large tree not far away, and tried to operate it. Click! His thumb pressed the button, the spring in the magazine gently pushed, and an 8mm steel ball popped out, precisely adhering to the magnetic leather pouch. He pulled back the rubber band, aimed at the tree trunk, and released. Snap! The steel ball shot out, striking the trunk with a crisp impact. Fan Chuan hurried over in 3 quick steps and saw a shallow dent left on the tree trunk. Touching the dent, he felt confident. This power was more than enough for hunting pheasants and rabbits. As long as he hit a vital spot, one shot would silence them completely. With that in mind, he gripped the slingshot and began searching for prey in the woods. This forest at the foot of Mount Zhongnan, with its dense vegetation and overgrown weeds, was an excellent habitat for wildlife. Fan Chuan lightened his steps, his special forces field stalking skills fully displayed. His footsteps were silent, his breathing steady, his eyes sharp as they swept over every patch of grass. Within 100 meters, he made a discovery. A brightly feathered pheasant was pecking at the ground not far away. It was clearly unaware of Fan Chuan's presence, focused on searching for insects. Fan Chuan held his breath, raised the slingshot, and pressed the button with his thumb. Click! The steel ball loaded. He pulled back the rubber band, aimed. The sight aligned with the pheasant's head, estimating the distance at about 20 meters. Whoosh! The steel ball cut through the air, precisely hitting the pheasant's head. The pheasant didn't even have time to cry out. Its body tilted abruptly, fluttered its wings twice, and then lay still on the ground. Fan Chuan walked over quickly, picked up the pheasant, and weighed it in his hand. It was about 2 or 3 jin, enough for a meal. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He hung the pheasant on his belt and continued forward. Less than 200 meters later, he spotted another pheasant. This time the pheasant was in a bush, only half its body visible. But Fan Chuan still hit it with a precise shot. Whoosh! The second pheasant was in hand. The sky was beginning to darken. The sun had set, but the sky was not yet fully black. But Fan Chuan's eyesight was still sharp. He slowed his pace, listened carefully to the surroundings, and soon made another catch. A gray rabbit was crouching in the grass, nibbling on roots. Whoosh! The steel ball hit the rabbit squarely on the back of its head. The rabbit twitched twice, then played dead. He stepped forward, picked up the rabbit, and calculated in his mind 2 pheasants and 1 rabbit were enough for 2 days. But he did not rush back. Instead, he continued roaming the woods. After another half hour, he caught a 3rd pheasant and a 2nd rabbit. The weight on his belt was heavy, and Fan Chuan's mood was excellent. He looked down at the bounty in his hands, then at the slingshot, and couldn't help but smile. This thing in the Tang Dynasty is practically a divine artifact. With a sigh, he tucked the slingshot back into his belt, picked up the game, and strode briskly towards Sizhu Garden. By the time he returned to the courtyard gate, the sky had completely darkened. Fan Chuan nodded slightly at the 2 guards at the door, then pushed the gate open and entered. Just as he emerged from the corridor, holding an oil lamp. When he saw the game in his hands, paused mid-step, and her eyes widened in astonishment. "Young master, where did you get all this?" Fan Chuan raised the pheasants and rabbit, grinning. "I just took a stroll outside and caught them on the way." When he stared at the still dripping game, her mouth, slightly open, momentarily at a loss for words. Her eyes were filled with shock. "Young master, what did you use to hunt them?" Fan Chuan patted the slingshot at his waist and replied casually, "A slingshot." When he frowned. She had seen slingshots before. Children's toys good for shooting sparrows, but pheasants and rabbits. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Fan Chuan. This man was becoming more and more unfathomable. Fan Chuan stood in the courtyard with 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits, pondering how to handle them. Back in the military during survival training, he had processed plenty of game, but that was always done directly with a combat knife, gutting and roasting over an open fire. Now, though conditions were simple, at least he had a courtyard which was far better than the wild. He crouched down, pulled a folding knife from his boot. This was something he had grabbed from his space earlier, a small tool included with the medical kit transaction. The blade wasn't long, but it was sharp enough. He picked up a rabbit and with a swift motion began processing. Gutting, removing organs, skinning. The movements were clean and efficient, completed in one fluid motion. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, all 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits were fully processed. The skins were peeled off intact and spread on a stone slab. The innards were buried in a pit, and the smooth pieces of meat were laid aside. He stood up, ready to find some firewood, when he turned and saw Wan He standing behind a pillar in the corridor, peeking curiously. "Miss Wan He," Fan Chuan called out. Wan He's body stiffened as if caught doing something wrong. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped out from behind the pillar. "Young master, what are your orders?" Looking around, Fan Chuan pointed at the processed game on the ground and said awkwardly, "I want to light a fire in the courtyard and roast some meat. Could you find me some dry firewood and sticks? And bring some salt too." When he glanced at the pieces of white meat, swallowed, and nodded. "Young master, please wait a moment." With that, she turned and left. Soon she returned carrying a bundle of dry firewood and several shaped sticks, holding a small cloth bag in her other hand. "Firewood and sticks are ready." When he set down the items and handed over the small bag. "This is gray salt." Fan Chuan took the bag and opened it. The salt grains inside had a faint greenish tint and were coarse, looking like unrefined crude salt. He pinched a bit and put it in his mouth to taste, then immediately frowned. Bitter. The bitterness spread on his tongue, mixed with the saltiness, indescribably unpleasant. He looked at Wan He, perplexed, and asked, "Why is this salt bitter?" Surprised by the question, Wan He immediately explained, "My lord may not be aware, but this green salt is the finest available in the marketplace. Salt from the government workshops all carries this characteristic bitterness. It is entirely normal. Only the emperor and his consorts within the palace can enjoy pure white salt without that bitter note. Ordinary families can hardly afford even this green salt." Looking down at the green salt cradled in his palm, then casting his gaze upon the fresh game scattered across the ground, a tangled complexity settled within Fan Chuan's heart. In the modern world, iodized salt cost barely a coin per packet and could be purchased at any small shop, pure and free from any off-tastes. Yet in the Tang Dynasty, even the princess's mansion relied on this coarse bitter salt. Setting the cloth bag aside, he regarded the pile of timber with some bewilderment, for the lighter had already been given to Li Xiuning. When he, perceiving Fan Chuan's embarrassment, reached into her bosom and drew out a fire starter. With a gentle breath, flames sprang to life before his astonished eyes. The flames leapt up as she quickly placed them among the timber, igniting the dry grass beneath the firewood. The blaze grew stronger, orange-red light dancing against the twilight, casting a warm glow across the entire courtyard. Coming back to his senses, Fan Chuan skewered the prepared pheasant and hare on wooden sticks, setting them over the fire to roast. His movements were practiced and deft, rotating the sticks regularly to ensure even cooking. Fat sizzled and hissed as it dripped onto the flames. Within moments, a rich, mouth-watering meat fragrance began to fill the courtyard. The aroma was rich and profound, carrying the distinctive smoky scent of rendered fat mingled with the wood smoke. Standing nearby, Wan He found her gaze drawn inevitably to those golden skewers of roasted meat, her throat bobbing as she swallowed. Fan Chuan caught her swallowing and allowed the corners of his mouth to curve upward. He had every confidence in his grilling skills. Though lacking cumin chili powder and barbecue sauce, his mastery of heat control and turning technique alone made this meat 10 times more delicious than the crude cooking methods of the Tang Dynasty. Almost ready, he announced, pinching a handful of green salt from the bag and distributing it evenly across the meat. Though the salt carried a bitter note, something was infinitely better than nothing. It would at least provide a hint of saltiness. After another few turns, Fan Chuan lifted a skewer of roasted pheasant to his nose. The charred fragrance was intoxicating. The skin was golden and crisp, and fat continued to sizzle and bubble. He tore off a small piece and tasted it. The meat was tender and succulent, bursting with juice. Though lacking modern seasonings, the natural freshness of the pheasant was outstanding enough on its own. As for that slight bitterness, the wood smoke effectively masked it, making it barely perceptible. Nodding in satisfaction, Chuan declared, "It is ready." Standing nearby, when he watched those skewers of roasted meat, with unblinking eyes, her throat tickling with anticipation. Finding her demeanor amusing, Chuan carefully removed the roasted hare and 2 chickens from the skewers, wrapped them in clean leaves, and offered them to Wan He. "Take these and share them with Her Highness the Princess." Wan He tilted her head slightly. "My lord, these are meant for Her Highness." Chuan nodded affirmatively. "I could not finish all this on my own. Furthermore, Her Highness has just recovered from her injuries and requires proper nutrition. This wild pheasant and hare meat are far superior to those boiled vegetables." Accepting the leaf-wrapped meat with both hands, when he felt the warmth radiating from the package, the rich meat fragrance swirling around her nose, and she could not help but swallow again. Then, "This servant offers her gratitude to my lord on behalf of Her Highness the Princess." Having spoken, she inclined her head slightly, and turned, making her way toward the inner courtyard with steps noticeably quicker than usual. Watching her silhouette disappear at the end of the corridor, he finally picked up the remaining roasted chicken, tore off a piece, and popped it into his mouth, his eyes closing contentedly. Now this is proper food. Meanwhile, within the main chamber of the inner courtyard, Li Xiuning reclined against her pillows, poring over a bamboo scroll by the light of an oil lamp. At the sound of approaching footsteps, she lifted her gaze to see Wan He entering with a leaf-wrapped parcel, her brows rising slightly. "What is that?" Wan He set the leaf-wrapped parcel on the small table beside the bed. The moment it was unveiled, a rich meat fragrance instantly filled the room. "Your Highness, Master Fan had these roasted pheasant and hare prepared for you. He requested I deliver them, saying you have just recovered from your wounds and require proper nourishment." Gazing down at the golden roasted meat, Li Xiuning's eyes softened. She tore off a small piece of rabbit and placed it between her lips, chewing slowly. The meat was tender and succulent, the skin bearing a perfect crispness. Though the salt carried a hint of bitterness, the flavor was quite pleasing. "The meat is cooked to perfection," she mused. "Unlike the kitchen's offerings, which are either undercooked or dry as tinder, this is crisp on the outside and tender within, the heat controlled with extraordinary precision." "He roasted it himself?" Li Xiuning asked. Wan He nodded. "I witnessed him kindling the fire, preparing the game, and turning the skewers in the courtyard. His technique was exceptionally practiced, certainly not that of an ordinary person." Li Xiuning tore another piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, chewing slowly as her gaze grew thoughtful. "He went out this afternoon and returned with 3 pheasant and 2 hares," Wan He added. "He used a slingshot." Li Xiuning raised her eyes. "A slingshot?" "Yes, Your Highness. I saw it myself. That slingshot differs from ordinary ones, entirely black in color, appearing to be crafted from iron, yet remarkably lighter. I examined the wounds on each animal, and every creature fell in a single strike. The accuracy was exceptional." Li Xiuning fell silent for a moment, then picked up another piece of roasted meat and ate slowly. Wan He spoke quietly again. "I noticed that when he departed his hands were empty, yet when he returned, he carried both the game and that slingshot. But earlier he had clearly emerged from the side room with nothing. Furthermore, during the evening meal, he found the food you arranged nearly inedible. A commoner would never leave grain uneaten in their bowl." Li Xiuning's eyes narrowed slightly. Producing objects from nothing, finding food unpalatable. She recalled how Chuan had entered the side room empty-handed for her surgery, only to emerge with a white case and that peculiar lighter. "This person hides secrets everywhere," Li Xiuning murmured softly. Wan He hesitated, then ventured, "Your Highness, shall I investigate his background?" "It would be fruitless. I already had him investigated the moment he appeared." Li Xiuning shook her head. "He emerged as if from nowhere. No registered household, no identifiable accent, no discernible origins. Such a person is either a reclusive master of hidden arts or a death soldier raised and trained by someone." Breaking off, she picked up a piece of roasted chicken and took a bite, diverting the conversation. "Enough for now. His willingness to remain at the Sizhu garden and bring me food suggests at the very least that he bears no ill will. As for his secrets, they will be uncovered in due time." With that, she signaled her maid to partake in the roasted meat as well, then turned her gaze toward the window where the night lay deep and dark. Meanwhile, having satisfied his hunger in the courtyard, Chuan buried the remaining bones in the soil, extinguished the fire, and returned to his room, carrying 2 rabbit pelts. Closing the door, he willed himself into the spatial realm. Within the white void, he held the 2 rabbit pelts, soft fur of fine quality. Though not precious items, they were whole and unblemished. He walked to the operation desk and placed the rabbit pelts upon it. System item detected: wild rabbit pelt, 2 grade, mortal value, low, exchangeable items, basic living supplies. Fan Chuan examined the information and silently thought, "I need a pack of iodized refined salt. And a small solar charging panel, the kind that can charge a mobile phone, along with a few lighters." Matching trader. Match successful. Modern World Outdoor Goods Dealer. A dialog box popped up on the light screen. The other party had an anonymous avatar marked as Modern World Outdoor Goods Dealer. Modern World Outdoor Goods Dealer, 2 rabbit pelts. Decent quality, though ordinary rabbit pelts aren't worth much on the market. Tang trader, I know. I don't need valuable items. I just want to exchange for a pack of refined salt, a small solar charging panel, and a few lighters. Modern World, outdoor goods dealer, refined salt, solar charging panel, and lighters. Alright, these items aren't particularly expensive. But these rabbit pelts of yours. Are they from wild rabbits? They look freshly skinned. Tang, trader, yes, hunted today. Modern World, outdoor goods dealer, interesting. Alright, deal. Trade confirmed, trade complete. Chuan felt a lightness in his hands as the rabbit pelts disappeared. In their place appeared a pack of iodized refined salt, 500 grams, a palm-sized foldable solar charging panel with a USB charging cable, and 3 windproof lighters. He picked up the pack of refined salt, tore open the packaging, and pinched a small amount into his mouth. The pure salty taste without a trace of bitterness. Exactly this flavor. He smiled satisfactorily. Picking up the solar charging panel, he unfolded it. It was roughly the size of an A4 sheet, thin and lightweight. Though the power output wasn't high, it was more than sufficient to charge a mobile phone. He exited the spatial storage, carefully stowed away the refined salt and charging panel, laid down on the bed, and let out a long breath of relief. Gazing at the wooden beams above, a faint smile played on his lips. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Chuan slept exceptionally soundly that night. Perhaps it was because he'd eaten meat to satisfaction, or perhaps the entire day's exertions had finally worn his body down. He didn't even dream. When he opened his eyes again, bright daylight already filled the window. Familiar footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a knock. "Young master, it's time for breakfast." Wani's clear voice rang out from outside. Rising, Chuan opened the door. When he entered carrying a tray, placing a coarse pottery bowl and a small dish of side dishes on the table. "Please enjoy your meal, young master." Chuan looked down. A bowl of coarse rice porridge, so thin you could see your reflection in it, with rice grains settled at the bottom and the broth tinged pale yellow. A small dish of pickled radish identical to yesterday's, crookedly cut, emitting a sour and astringent odor. Picking up the bowl, he closed his eyes and downed the porridge in one gulp. The porridge was warm, the rice grains coarse with that characteristic astringent taste of bran, and the pickled radish so salty it turned bitter, crunching loudly with every chew. But Chuan said nothing. After yesterday's baptism, he had fully accepted Tang Dynasty dietary standards. Having food at all was fortunate enough, being picky would only torment himself. When Wani collected the bowl, she casually asked, "Young master, any plans for today?" Chuan gazed out the window where sunlight was perfect, the courtyard bathed in golden morning light. Sunbathing. Wani paused, thinking to herself, sunbathing. What peculiar hobby is that? But she didn't press further, collecting the bowls and chopsticks as she retreated. Chuan walked to the bed, felt beneath the pillow for the foldable solar charging panel, and his phone, tucked both into his garment, and pushed open the door to step outside. The courtyard basked in excellent sunlight. Early spring sun wasn't harsh, but the illumination was ample, making his body feel warmly comfortable. He walked around the courtyard and found the sunniest spot, a corner near the wall where several large tree stumps sat warmed by the sun. He walked over, sat on a tree stump, unfolded the solar charging panel on his knees facing the sunlight, plugged in the USB cable, and connected it to his phone. The charging panel's indicator light illuminated a weak green dot, blinking steadily, indicating charging was in progress. Gazing at the normally functioning device, Chuan leaned against the tree trunk and squinted at the sun. Tang Dynasty sunlight wasn't different from modern sunlight, equally warm. In the courtyard, only the rustling of wind through bamboo leaves could be heard, occasionally broken by birdsong. For a moment, he even harbored the illusion that he was merely sunbathing in a park on an ordinary weekend. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the charging panel's indicator light changed from blinking to steady. Chuan pressed the phone's power button, and the screen lit up. Battery 11. Looking at that number, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward. The boot animation flashed across the screen, brightened, and the familiar desktop wallpaper appeared before his eyes. Chuan instinctively glanced at the signal bar, still no service. The Wi-Fi icon displayed across, clearly not connected to Wi-Fi. He swiped across the screen and opened one of the few apps still functional on his phone, an offline version of the AI assistant Doubao. He had downloaded it when bored at the security booth merely for fun at the time. He never imagined it would become the only usable knowledge base in the Tang Dynasty. He typed into the search box Tang Dynasty 12 double hours compared with modern time. The screen flickered and the offline AI began returning results. Z hour 230000, Cho hour 010300. Staring at the screen, he silently calculated in his mind. Yesterday, when he mentioned dinner during Shin hour. Shin hour corresponds to 3000 p.m. Converted to modern time, that was around 3 to 4 in the afternoon. No wonder it felt early. Tang Dynasty people ate only 2 meals a day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and slept as soon as the sun set. He muttered to himself, sighing, "Truly work at sunrise and rest at sunset." Just then footsteps and the tapping of a wooden staff sounded behind him. Fan Chuan turned around to see Li Xiuning emerging from the covered walkway, supported by Wan He. Today she hadn't worn her sleep garments, but instead donned a pale cyan cross-collar long dress. Her hair was simply gathered at the back of her head and bandages still wrapped her shoulder, yet her complexion was much better than yesterday. Sunlight fell upon her face, adding a touch of color to her previously pale features. Fan Chuan rose to his feet and gave a slight bow. Your Highness, your wound hasn't healed yet. You should rest and limit your activity. Li Xiuning waved her hand, signaling he needn't stand on ceremony. The weather is lovely today. I've been in my room for too long and wanted some fresh air. Her gaze then fell upon the mobile phone in his hand. The bright screen appeared somewhat glaring in the sunlight, yet the dense text displayed upon it remained visible. What is that? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Fan Chuan glanced down at his phone, then met Li Xiuning's inquisitive gaze. His mind rapidly calculated how best to explain. Fan Chuan decided to tell a lie. After all, there was no way to explain what a mobile phone was to an ancient person. This is a relic left to me by my teacher. You could consider it a kind of magical artifact. A magical artifact. Li Xiuning uttered a doubtful sound, and supported by Wan He walked to the wooden stool opposite Fan Chuan and sat down. What can it do? After hesitating for a moment, Fan Chuan turned the phone screen toward Li Xiuning. On the screen, the search results from Doubao were still displayed. Tang Dynasty timekeeping system, one day divided into 12 2-hour periods measured by water clocks. Li Xiuning stared at the glowing screen, her pupils slightly dilating. She reached out her hand and carefully touched the screen with her fingertip. The text on the screen slid slightly at her touch, and she immediately withdrew her hand, her eyes full of surprise. There are words on this. The font felt familiar, but it was completely different from the regular script Kaisha used now. What is this? Well, you can think of it as a script that has been simplified countless times, and this thing can let you know everything under heaven without leaving your home. Li Xiuning was highly skeptical of Fan Chuan's words. Looking at the phone in front of her, she asked, "Then let me ask a simple question." Seeing the man opposite nod, she continued, "Our current location is called Sizhu Garden. Can you look it up?" After speaking, Li Xiuning raised an eyebrow slightly. She deliberately mentioned a simple place name without any specific coordinates. Even in ancient times, ordinary commoners would not know such information. Fan Chuan, without hesitation, typed into the search box information about Sizhu Garden during the Tang Dynasty. Doubao returned the result, located at the border of Zhouji County and Lantian County in Yongzhou Guanyi Circuit, now Sizhu Town, Zhoujixian 15 li east of the county seat, along the banks of the He River, ancient Mongshui, south to the northern foothills of Zhongnan Mountain, adjacent to the west side of Hu County. Sizhu Garden was an imperial bamboo garden originally built in the Han Dynasty and continued in the Tang Dynasty, used as a resting place for the royal family during haunts. It says here that Sizhu Garden is an imperial bamboo garden. Fan Chuan read it aloud and, pointing to the large mountain nearby, said again, "Next to it is Zhongnan Mountain." Li Xiuning's gaze moved back and forth between the phone screen and Fan Chuan's face. After a long moment, she said, "This magical artifact of yours can indeed know everything under heaven." Fan Chuan smiled and replied, "More or less, but it's not that it knows everything. It can only look up some basic things." As if thinking of something, he asked again, "Your Highness, do people nowadays only eat 2 meals a day?" Li Xiuning was slightly startled, as if she hadn't expected him to ask such a basic common sense that everyone knew. She replied, "Ordinary people have 2 meals a day, breakfast chowshur and dinner shishur." Having said that, she retorted, "Among wealthy families some add a snack at noon. Well, you're not used to it." "It's not that I'm not used to it, it's that I can't get enough," Fan Chuan said with a wry smile. "Yesterday, I looked it up on Doubao. The 12 2-hour periods of the Tang Dynasty are different from the modern, the timekeeping method where I come from. You eat at Shanshur 3 to 5 p.m., but where I'm from it's only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and there's still a long way to go before bedtime." Li Xiuning did not press further on what Doubao was, nor did she ask where modern was. She just looked at Fan Chuan quietly, her gaze carrying a scrutiny, but more so a curiosity. "That place of yours." She paused there, then slowly said, "What is it really like?" Fan Chuan fell silent. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground between them. He looked down at the cold words on the phone screen, then looked up at the living Tang Dynasty princess before him, and said, "Very different, but also very similar." "What do you mean?" Faced with the princess's inquiry, Fan Chuan replied, while recalling, "People are all people, eating, sleeping, living. It's just that the things we use are different." Li Xiuning was about to say something, when suddenly there came the sound of hurried footsteps outside the courtyard gate. A guard quickly entered the courtyard, knelt on one knee, and said, "Your Highness, the Prince of Qin has arrived." Li Xiuning's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Fan Chuan also felt a hint of curiosity. "Prince of Qin? Li Xiuning." Before they could react, the courtyard gate was pushed open. A man in a dark brocade robe strode in, followed by a dozen guards and attendants, a considerable entourage. He appeared to be under 30 tall and imposing with a heroic face and a sharpness in his brows that made it hard to look directly at him. Those eyes swept across the courtyard, pausing for a moment on Fan Chuan, then fell on Li Xiuning. Elder sister. Li Xiumin's voice was not loud, but full of vitality, carrying a natural authority. Li Xiuning stood up and nodded slightly. Xiumin, why have you come? Fan Chuan stood aside. As a modern person, he had no reverence for emperors and nobles, but his heart was still beating a little faster, giving him a sense of witnessing history. After all, the man before him was the future Heavenly Khan, the strongest carbon-based life form in Asia, without a doubt. However, right now he was only the Prince of Qin, a prince with a powerful army and ambitious aspirations. Li Xiumin, without immediately answering, took out a roll of yellow silk from his sleeve, unrolled it, and said, Imperial edict arrives. Li Xiuning stood at attention, bowed with her hands folded in front, and everyone else in the courtyard knelt down in unison. Fan Chuan looked around, reluctant but unwilling, and also knelt on one knee. Glancing at everyone, Li Xiumin's eyes swept over the imperial edict, and he read aloud. By imperial decree, Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuning, and Commandant Escort Chai Xiao have exhausted their marital affection, have been discordant for years, and have no children. I, the emperor, mindful of the princess's contributions to founding the dynasty, specially permit a divorce by mutual consent. Chai Xiao remains as Commandant Escort, and Princess Pingyang resumes her single status. Respect this. Upon hearing the content, Fan Chuan abruptly raised his head. Divorce. Li Xiuning and Chai Xiao are divorced. He turned to look at Li Xiuning and found her expression very calm, as if she had long known this day would come. He saw her step forward, take the imperial edict with both hands, and say in a steady voice, Your subject accepts the decree. Li Xiumin put away the edict, the sternness on his face fading, replaced by an intimate concern. He walked a few steps till Li Xiuning gently helped her up and looked at her shoulder. Although red blood still seeped through the gauze, there was no longer the smell of blackening or decay. Elder sister, is your wound better? Li Xiuning turned slightly to let Li Xiumin see the gauze on her shoulder. Much better. At least my life is out of danger. I encountered a remarkable person. Remarkable person. Li Xiumin followed her gaze to Fan Chuan, seeing him standing beside a tree stump, holding a strange black slab in his hand, looking utterly out of place. Li Xiumin's gaze lingered on him for several seconds, then he asked Li Xiuning, Who is this? Hearing her brother's question, Li Xiuning introduced Fan Chuan. It was he who healed my arrow wound. Hearing this, Li Xiumin walked up to Fan Chuan, looking him up and down, his eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. You healed my elder sister. Even the ailment that all the imperial physicians of my father could not cure. Luck, Fan Chuan said. Unfazed by this perfunctory answer, Li Xiumin's gaze fell on the phone in his hand. He glanced at it briefly, feeling it was just a somewhat novel trinket, and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he said, You have rendered meritorious service by saving my elder sister. Speak, what do you need? I will request rewards and bestowments for you. At that moment, Li Xiuning also stepped forward, hastily expressing, Young Master Fan, you may raise any request you have, and whether it be me or the King of Qin, we will resolve it for you. Fan Chuan glanced at Li Xiuning, then turned to Li Xiumin, his brows furrowing in thought. Just as he was pondering how to resolve the issue of his identity, had this opportunity not presented itself. He quickly composed himself, looked earnestly at the two, and said, I do have two small requests. First, I am a wanderer without a registered household, so I beg you to grant me a household registration in Lantian, a dilapidated courtyard at the foot of the southern mountains, and a few acres of barren land, so I may settle down, farm, and support myself with food and clothing. Second, the Zhongnan Mountains of Lantian stretch for hundreds of li, teeming with bears and tigers that descend year-round to injure villagers and destroy crops. The patrols of the U Department are too few to eradicate the beastly menace. Hearing this, Li Xiumin and Li Xiuning exchanged a glance. The first request was manageable, but the second was somewhat difficult. The Zhongnan Mountains were a royal hunting ground, and such matters required Li Yuan's approval. Sensing their predicament, Fan Chuan quickly added, I seek neither official position nor salary. I will rely solely on the rewards of silk from the government for driving off beasts in the mountains, and the meager harvest from the barren fields to make a living. My actions are all for the peace of the people and the protection of the capital. I have no intention of coveting the royal mountain's resources. Seeing Fan Chuan's earnestness and considering that he had indeed saved a member of the royal family, Li Xiumin stepped forward and said, Young brother, leave this matter to me. I will give you a reply within a few days. Li Xiumin's voice was not loud, but his tone was firm, carrying a weight that inspired reassurance. Fan Chuan clasped his fists and bowed, Thank you, Your Highness. Li Xiumin waved his hand, his gaze lingering on him for a moment before turning to Li Xiuning. Sister, may I borrow your study? I have something to ask you. Li Xiuning nodded, then looked at Fan Chuan. Young Master Fan, please return to your room to rest. Wanhe will attend to you. Thank you, Your Highness. Fan Chuan clasped his fists again, watching Li Xiumin and Li Xiuning walk side by side toward the inner courtyard. In the study, Li Xiuning personally poured a cup of tea for Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning took the cup, but did not drink, setting it on the table. His gaze fell on the bandage on Li Xiuning's shoulder. Sister, there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. Who is this Fan Chuan really? Li Xiuning sat opposite him, silent for a moment. Can't find out. Li Xiuning frowned. Can't find out. He seemed to have sprung out of a stone crevice. Li Xiuning's tone remained calm. I had people investigate his background. All the places we could check. Guangzhou, Hedong, Hebei. There is no household record of him. No one knows him. No news about him at all. It's as if he appeared out of thin air in this world. Hearing this, Li Xiuning tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Appeared out of thin air. Li Xiuning nodded. Yes, and the things he carries are all strange. That lighter can produce fire without a fire striker. Let me show you. She walked to the desk, picked up the lighter, and demonstrated its use in front of Li Xiuning. This instantly sparked Li Xiuming's interest, and he took the lighter to operate it. Hearing the clicking sound of the lighter, Li Xiuning continued. He also has a white box containing medicines and tools I have never seen before. And the slingshot he uses, it's pitch black, and with one shot it can kill a pheasant. Its lethality is extremely high. She added, most importantly, he can make those things appear out of nowhere. Li Xiuming's eyes narrowed slightly, finding it hard to believe, and asked in confusion, appear out of nowhere. Li Xiuning recalled, then replied, when he performed surgery on me, he entered the side room empty-handed and came out holding a white box. Yesterday afternoon, he went out to hunt with nothing in his hands, and when he returned, he was carrying a slingshot and 5 game animals. Juana saw it with her own eyes. After listening, Li Xiuning was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. You mean he might not be an ordinary person? At least not a typical wanderer or fugitive from registration. Saying this, Li Xiuning took a sip of tea and continued his speech. His mannerisms and the things he uses, none of them seem to belong to this era. Li Xiuning keenly caught the key word, this era. Li Xiuning gave a wry smile and replied, I don't know how to describe it either. He once said to me, people are all people, just the things they use are different. I always feel that his things are different doesn't refer to the difference between the Tang and the Turks. It's very strange. Hearing this, Li Xiuning did not press further. Instead, he stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the bamboo shadows in the courtyard. He saved your life. That is a fact. No matter his background, our Li family owes him this debt of gratitude. Li Xiuning, standing beside him, also looked out the window and nodded gently. After a moment of thought, Li Xiuning turned around. As for his 2 requests, getting a household registration, a courtyard, and farmland, that is easy. But the identity of a full-time beast driver in the southern mountains involves the royal hunting grounds of Zhongnan Mountains and requires father's approval. Li Xiuning's eyes showed a hint of cunning. I know, that's why I'm letting you speak to him. Looking at his sister, a faint smile appeared on Li Xiuming's lips. So you had this all planned out. I'm your elder sister. If I don't plan around you, who else would I plan around? Li Xiuning rarely showed a hint of a smile, but it quickly faded. Without refuting, Li Xiuning nodded, exchanged a few more pleasantries, then rose to leave. At the door, he turned back once more. Sister, take good care of your injuries. I'll handle Fan Chuan's matter as soon as I return to the palace. By the way, keep an eye on him. If he truly harbors any ill intentions, you know what to do. Hearing this, Li Xiuning replied, it should be fine. Someone with ulterior motives wouldn't go to such lengths to save me. Li Xiuning said no more, left the room, and strode away with his entourage. In the other courtyard, Fan Chuan was sitting on a tree stump watching his phone charge. The indicator light on the solar charging panel had turned a steady green, and the battery percentage on the phone screen had climbed to 23, still slowly increasing. He stared at the number in boredom, mentally planning his next steps. Once the household registration and the courtyard were approved, he would have his own territory. Then he could farm, hunt, and use the system to exchange for supplies, gradually developing. As for the identity of a full-time beast driver, it was essentially a legal hunting permit. With this identity, if he went into the Zhongnan Mountains to hunt, even if caught by patrols or others, he wouldn't be held accountable. Just as he was thinking, a maid's voice came from behind. Young Master Fan. Fan Chuan turned around and saw Wanha walking out from the corridor, looking at him nervously. The princess is due for a dressing change. This servant doesn't know how to do it. Could the young master? Fan Chuan snapped back to reality, glanced at his phone, then looked at Wanha. Alright, find someone to keep an eye on this for me. Don't let anyone touch it, and don't let any chickens or dogs step on it. I'll go get the medical kit. Wanha nodded, turned around, and called a young maid responsible for cleaning, instructing her to guard the tree stump and not let anyone approach. Only then did Fan Chuan feel at ease. He stood up, returned to his room, took out the white first aid kit from his space, and carried it toward Li Xiuning's room. Pushing open the door, Li Xiuning was leaning against the head of the bed, holding a scroll of bamboo slips. Seeing Fan Chuan enter, she put down the scroll and nodded slightly. I'm troubling you. Fan Chuan nodded, walked to the bedside, opened the first aid kit, and took out iodine swabs, sterile gauze, and a new roll of bandage. Let me first check the condition of the wound. Li Xiuning unfastened her garment, revealing her right shoulder. Fan Chuan carefully peeled off the gauze, and after seeing the wound, he couldn't help but nod. The wound had visibly improved, the original purple-black necrotic tissue had completely disappeared, and the newly formed granulation tissue showed a healthy pink color. The edges had begun to close with no pus, no odor, only a faint scent of iodine. Fan Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, healing well. The wound has started to close. A few more dressing changes and the stitches can be removed. Li Xiuning looked down at her shoulder, then raised her head to look at Fan Chuan. Those medicines you used. What exactly are they? Fan Chuan, while wiping around the wound with an alcohol cotton ball, casually replied, anti-inflammatory medicine, that is. Medicine to prevent wound infection. You don't have it here. You have it there. Fan Chuan's movements were steady without looking up. The woman did not press further, just watched quietly. Fan Chuan's movements were quick and gentle. Cleaning the wound slowly, applying the ointment carefully, covering it with gauze, and securing it with tape. All in one smooth motion, the entire process taking less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. He put the old gauze into the first aid kit, and said, "All right, just change the dressing every 2 days from now on. Keep the wound from getting wet, avoid strenuous exercise, and eat more nutritious food." At this point Fan Chuan himself laughed. In the Tang Dynasty, what could be considered nutritious food? Watching the man in front of her laugh, while speaking she found it odd, and asked, "What's wrong?" Fan Chuan shook his head. "Nothing, Your Highness. Please rest well. I'll take my leave now." Carrying the first aid kit, he walked out of the room and returned to the courtyard, where he saw the little maidservant standing obediently beside the tree stump, staring intently at the phone and the charging pad like a kitten guarding its food. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "You've worked hard. Go about your business." The maidservant, relieved, bowed and quickly left. Fan Chuan sat down on the tree stump and saw that the phone's battery had reached 51 and was still slowly increasing. Meanwhile, in Chang'an City at the Taiji Palace, Li Xiuning quickly walked through the palace corridors and arrived at the study of the Liangyi Hall. The eunuch at the door, upon seeing him, hurriedly bowed. "Prince of Qin, Your Highness. Is the imperial father inside?" "Yes, His Majesty is reviewing memorials." Li Xiuning nodded and pushed the door open. Li Yuan, sitting behind the desk, was holding a scroll of memorial with a slight frown. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, and seeing Li Xiuning, his expression relaxed a bit. "Xiuning, why are you here?" Li Xiuning walked to the desk and bowed. "Imperial father, your son has just returned from Sizhu Garden." "Sizhu Garden." Li Yuan put down the memorial, frowning. "How is Xiuning's injury?" Li Xiuning replied, "Her life is no longer in danger." Hearing this, Li Yuan abruptly stood up, his face showing surprise and delight. "Truly?" Hearing the confirmation, Li Xiuning nodded. "Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. My elder sister's wound has stopped oozing pus, her complexion has improved greatly, and she is already able to get out of bed and walk." "Good, good, good." Li Yuan repeated the word 3 times, his face full of gratification. "Which physician cured her? I shall reward him heavily." "Not a physician, but a young man named Fan Chuan who looks about 20 years old." He paused here, lifted his head to look at his excited father, and continued, "This man's background is unknown, but his medical skill is extraordinary. He used some medicines and methods that I have never seen before to pull my elder sister back from the jaws of death." "Unknown background." Li Yuan frowned again, beginning to ponder. Hearing the question, Li Xiuning nodded and replied, "My elder sister had people investigate. He has no household registration, no identifiable accent, and no records of origin whatsoever. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere in Sizhu Garden." After a moment of silence, Li Yuan said, "And what is his purpose?" "He made 2 requests, first to be registered in the Lantian household registry and be granted a dilapidated courtyard and a few dozen acres of poor land to settle down. A second, he wants to become a full-time beast expeller, to enter Zhongnan Mountain and the surrounding forests to hunt down dangerous beasts that harm the people." Upon hearing these requests, Li Yuan's frown deepened, and he said sternly, "Zhongnan Mountain is the imperial hunting ground. I know, Imperial Father, so I dared not take it upon myself, and came to seek your instructions." Looking at Li Xiuning bowing beside him, Li Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, he stood up, walked to the window, and with his back to Li Xiuning said, "He saved Xiuning's life. That is a fact. Our Li family cannot treat a benefactor poorly. The household registration, residence, and fields can be granted." Having said this, Li Yuan turned around. "Find a place near Sizhu Garden close to Xiuning so that we can look after each other. As for the identity of the beast expeller, that can also be granted, but we must first observe for a few days. Once Xiuning's injury is fully stabilized, and we confirm he has no ill intentions, then we will issue the official decree." "I understand." Suddenly recalling something, a cold glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, and he glanced at Li Xiuning meaningfully. "That Fan Chuan. Keep a close watch on him. If he truly has any problems." Li Xiuning took over. "I know what to do." After receiving the affirmative reply, he lightly waved his hand, signaling Li Xiuning to withdraw. Then he sat back down on the chair, thought for a moment, and picked up his brush to continue reviewing memorials. Back at Sizhu Garden, Fan Chuan, sitting on the tree stump, watched the phone's battery charge little by little. 78, 87, 95. The sun had risen directly overhead. He glanced at the time displayed on the phone. It was already 1:03 p.m. Fan Chuan rubbed his stomach and a growling sound came. In the morning he had only drunk a bowl of brown rice porridge, and that little bit had long since been digested completely. According to Tang Dynasty customs, the next meal would not be until the Shin hour around 4 to 5 p.m. But as a modern man, Fan Chuan had the habit of 3 meals a day ingrained in his bones. He simply couldn't last until then. No, I have to find something to eat. He quickly stood up, put away the phone and charging pad, tucked them into his bosom, and headed toward the kitchen. The kitchen of Sizhu Garden was in the back courtyard, a semi-open adobe house. The stove was built from mud with a black iron cauldron resting on it. On the cutting board lay a few wilted greens, and in the corner were stacked several clay jars filled with brown rice, crude salt, and a few pieces of dried salted meat. After searching through the kitchen, he found a clay jar with a little less than half left of some kind of animal fat. Though it was yellow in color, it didn't have a rancid smell. Alright, I'll make do with something. Looking at the strange iron cauldron, stir-frying wasn't really feasible. He could only boil something. He found some dry grass, lit it with a lighter, and started a fire. He poured a bit of oil into the pot, and when the oil was hot, he added a ladle of water and waited for it to boil. He took out from his space the leftover half of a roasted wild chicken, shredded it into strips, and threw them into the pot. Then he pulled out a packet of modern iodized salt from his bosom, pinched a bit, and sprinkled it in. "You, what are you doing?" Just as Fan Chuan was adding salt, a sharp voice suddenly reached his ears. He turned around to look. A cook in coarse clothes was standing at the door, staring at him in shock. She looked at the steaming meat in the pot, and then at the white powder in his hand, her mouth wide open. Fan Chuan said matter-of-factly, "Cooking." The cook was stunned for several seconds, then turned and ran, shouting as she ran, "Someone, come quickly! Someone come quickly! That Master Fan is putting poison in the kitchen." Fan Chuan. He looked down at the salt in his hand, then at the meat cooking in the pot, and sighed helplessly. "Putting poison? I'm just adding iodized salt." Soon a rich fragrance drifted from the pot, far surpassing the bland boiled dishes normally prepared in the Sizhu Garden kitchen. Fan Chuan ladled a bowl and was about to eat when a startled cry echoed from the doorway. Li Xiuning hurried in with Wan He's assistants, followed by several guards and maids, making quite an impressive procession. "Fan Gongzi, what are you doing?" Li Xiuning's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Standing by the stove with a bowl in hand, Fan Chuan looked utterly innocent. "Cooking, of course. Cooking." Li Xiuning stepped quickly to the stove and peered into the iron cauldron. Inside, wild chicken was simmering, glistening with oil and releasing an intoxicating aroma. This scent was utterly unlike the boiled vegetables and salted meat she usually ate. Staring at the meat in silence for a long moment, she opened her mouth and asked, "Why does it smell so good? What did you put in it? Could it be the poison the cook mentioned?" Fan Chuan took out a small bag of refined salt from his robe and said, "It's just ordinary braised meat. I only added some pure refined salt. This is certainly not poison." The cook didn't even bother to ask properly before rushing to tattle on me. How frustrating. Li Xiuning's gaze fell upon the small white pouch in his hand. The fabric felt peculiar, printed with characters and patterns she couldn't understand. "It tastes far better than your green salt. No bitterness, no impurities, and long-term consumption won't cause goiter." Speaking, Fan Chuan dipped his finger into the salt grains, held it up for Li Xiuning to see, then placed it in his own mouth to taste. Watching this, Li Xiuning extended her small hand. "Let me taste it too." Without hesitation, Fan Chuan handed the salt pouch directly to Li Xiuning, picked up the bowl of meat beside him, and began eating heartily. The flavor could only be described with one word: umami. Li Xiuning stared at the snow-white refined salt in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Having grown up in the imperial household, she had seen the finest salt available. Snow salt, considered the most premium salt in the land. But compared to this pouch, snow salt appeared slightly yellowish with coarse grains and a faint hint of bitterness. The salt in her hand, however, was as white as fresh snow and as fine as powder. She reached out, touched a pinch of the white salt, and placed it on her tongue. Only pure saltiness flooded her palate with no off notes whatsoever. "Where did you get this salt?" Li Xiuning looked up, her gaze blazing with intensity. Holding her bowl with food still in her mouth, Fan Chuan nearly choked on the unexpected question. His mind raced. How could he possibly explain that he had traded for it using rabbit hides from the modern era? His thoughts spun rapidly. Setting down his bowl and wiping his mouth, he assumed a serious expression. "Your Highness, I must confess, I do not have much of this salt on hand right now. But I know how to refine coarse salt or mineral salt into exactly what you're holding, and the cost is remarkably low." "What?" Before Li Xiuning could speak, Wan He beside her cried out in alarm, "Mineral salt. Mineral salt is poisonous. How can it be eaten? It could kill someone." Fan Chuan glanced at Wan He, then looked at the terrified expressions on the faces of the maids and guards around them. With a helpless sigh, he said, "I know mineral salt is toxic, but the poison can be removed. Simply dissolve the mineral salt in water, filter out the impurities, and boil away the moisture to obtain pure salt. The harmful substances will be eliminated during the filtration and boiling process." Wani opened her mouth to protest, but found nothing to say. Li Xiuning's gaze shifted between Fan Chuan and the pouch of salt. Are you certain? Certain. If you don't believe me, prepare the tools, and I'll demonstrate right here and now. Li Xiuning, seeing Fan Chuan's resolute answer, slowly nodded. Very well. This princess would like to see how you transform mineral salt into snow salt. Hearing this, Fan Chuan reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Opening the offline Doubao AI application, he typed methods for refining ancient mineral salt into edible salt. The phone screen lit up and Doubao began returning results. Mineral salt purification steps 1. Crush the mineral salt and dissolve it in clean water. 2. Filter through multiple layers of fine cloth to remove mud and impurities. 3. Bring the filtered brine to a boil, then add a small amount of wood ash and raw soy milk to adsorb remaining impurities. 4. Filter again. 5. Continue boiling until the water evaporates and crystallized salt forms. 6. Dry the crystallized salt and pure edible salt is obtained. After reading, Fan Chuan looked up and said to Li Xiuning, Your Highness, I need a few items: several pieces of mineral salt, a bucket of clean water, a few pieces of fine cloth, a clean pot, some wood ash, and a portion of raw soy milk. Wani couldn't help but interject, soy milk. What do we need soy milk for when making salt? To adsorb impurities. Just follow my instructions. Seeing this, Li Xiuning glanced at Wan He and gave a slight nod. Though Wani's face was filled with confusion, she still turned and went to make arrangements. Within half an hour, the courtyard was filled with everything Fan Chuan needed. Several fist-sized pieces of mineral salt, yellowish in color and coated with black impurities. A bucket of clean water freshly drawn from the well. A few pieces of fine cloth, the finest fabric available in Sizhu garden. A clean iron cauldron, a small basin of freshly ground soy milk, and a small bowl of wood ash. A circle of onlookers gathered in the courtyard. Li Xiuning sat on a stone stool with Wan He standing behind her. Several maids and guards also crowded at a distance, craning their necks to watch. Fan Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began. First, he placed the mineral salt on a stone slab and crushed it into fine particles with a rock. Then he poured the crushed salt into clean water and stirred, allowing the salt to dissolve completely. The mud and black impurities in the mineral salt settled to the bottom, making the brine on the surface appear clearer. Picking up the fine cloth, he folded it twice, draped it over another empty bucket, and slowly poured the brine through to filter it. The water from the first filtration was still somewhat turbid. He switched to a clean piece of fine cloth and filtered again. The second batch was noticeably clearer. He poured the filtered brine into the iron cauldron, built a fire, and began boiling. Once the water came to a boil, he sprinkled in the wood ash and poured in the raw soy milk. The wood ash and soy milk coagulated rapidly in the hot water, forming clumped flocculent masses that trapped the remaining impurities in the water. Using a skimmer, he removed those flocculent masses and filtered the remaining liquid once more. This time the filtered water was crystal clear, with virtually no visible impurities. He placed the iron cauldron back on the fire and continued boiling. Steam rose and white mist filled the courtyard. As the moisture continuously evaporated, a layer of white crystals began forming at the bottom of the cauldron, fine pristine white and identical to the salt in Fan Chuan's pouch. He scraped a small amount with a spoon, placed it in his palm, blew on it to cool it quickly, then put it directly into his mouth. Very salty with no off flavors. It's done. Fan Chuan turned around and offered the remaining salt in his palm to Li Xiuning. Your Highness, take a look. Li Xiuning rose to her feet and walked to the cauldron. Looking down, she saw the bottom coated with a layer of pristine white, refined salt shimmering faintly in the sunlight. She reached out, pinched a bit between her fingers, rubbed it, and tasted it. Pure saltiness, no bitterness, no off notes whatsoever. Exactly the same as the pouch of salt Fan Chuan had shown her. Li Xiuning looked up at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. You truly transformed mineral salt into snow salt. Fan Chuan nodded casually. The principle is quite simple. Those toxic substances were removed during the filtration and boiling process. Li Xiuning stared at the layer of white salt in the iron cauldron, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Wan He. No one is allowed to spread the word about today's events. Whoever dares to leak a single word, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wan He's expression stiffened, and she immediately bowed. Yes, Your Highness. The surrounding maids and guards also lowered their heads in assent. Li Xiuning then turned to Fan Chuan. Master Fan, do you realize what you have just done? Fan Chuan replied nonchalantly, Isn't it just making some salt? Isn't it just making some salt? Li Xiuning repeated his words, her voice rising a few notes, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Do you know that the salt of the Great Tang currently comes from the salt ponds in Hedong and the salt fields along the coast? The government does not control the salt trade. Normally a gene of green salt can sell for 21, but during high times it can reach hundreds of one. Snowflake salt is even more priceless. And you use the unwanted mineral salt to create such quality snow salt. She trailed off, but the implication was clear. As long as it is mass-produced, it can surely make one as wealthy as a nation. The simplest method is to sell the operational steps to those aristocratic families, which would definitely fetch a considerable sum of money since the salt and iron are currently under the control of those families. Fan Chuan reached out his right hand and scratched his head. He actually hadn't thought that much, he just found the green salt too unpalatable and wanted to make some good salt for himself. He spoke sheepishly, "Your Highness, I didn't think that much. I just felt the green salt was too bitter and not good, so I wanted to make some tasty salt. You saw my process just now. If you want to mass produce it, go ahead." Li Xiuning stared at his clear eyes as innocent as a university student's, and after a long while she slowly spoke. "Do you realize that you're not thinking that much is sometimes more terrifying than scheming?" Fan Chuan didn't know what to say, so he kept silent. Li Xiuning withdrew her gaze, looked at the white salt in the iron cauldron, pondered for a moment, then turned to Wana, "Go," and summoned Qinglan. Wana hastily responded, turned, and quickly left. Before long, a tall, slender woman strode briskly into the courtyard. Looking up, Fan Chuan was completely stunned. The woman was about 20 years old, dressed in a sharp outfit with a horizontal sword hanging at her waist, her posture upright, and her steps vigorous. Her features were well-defined with a heroic spirit between her brows. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her tight-fitting clothes outlined her curvaceous figure. His gaze lingered on her for several seconds. In the past, when browsing short videos, he had seen countless beauties, but one that exactly matched his aesthetic was truly rare. "Your Highness." Qinglan walked up to Li Xiuning, knelt on one knee, her voice crisp and clear. Li Xiuning pointed a finger at the salt in the cauldron. "Rise and pack a bag of this salt." At this point she paused, thinking of something, and turned to Wana, saying, "Go quickly to the study and write down all of Master Fan's steps. Make sure not a single word is wrong." "Yes, I will go write it now." After responding, Wanha hurriedly turned and headed to the study. Li Xiuning then turned to Qinglan again and said word by word, "Collect the snow salt and the operational steps and rush them to Chang'an City to be delivered to the Prince of Qin. Say that this is the snow salt made by Master Fan and ask His Highness to present it to the Emperor." Qinglan glanced at the white salt in the cauldron, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but she didn't ask further, simply responding crisply, "Yes." She turned to get a cloth bag to pack the salt, her movements swift and efficient. Then she went to the study, took the document with the steps already written, and left the courtyard. Fan Chuan's gaze unconsciously followed her until her figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate. Then he came to his senses and turned to meet Li Xiuning's eyes. Li Xiuning was watching him, a playful smile in her eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, forming a subtle smile. "Master Fan, have you seen enough?" Fan Chuan's face instantly turned as red as an apple. For someone who had been single since birth, this was indeed hard to bear. "Ahem. Well, Your Highness, enough." Li Xiuning waved her hand, stopping the teasing, and took out a jade pendant from her sleeve, handing it to him. "You saved my life, made this snow salt, and gave me the steps for free. I cannot take your things for nothing. This Lantian jade pendant is a reward for you. As for other rewards, they will come from the Prince of Qin." Looking at the object handed to him, Fan Chuan took the jade pendant. It was a white jade of warm texture carved with a crouching tiger. It felt smooth and warm in his hand, clearly not an ordinary piece. He cupped his hands in salute and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing him accept it, Li Xiuning let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and glanced at the remaining salt in the cauldron. "Keep this salt for your own use. In the future, if you want to make salt, you may use the kitchen of Sizhu Garden anytime." "Thank you, Your Highness." With that, Fan Chuan collected all the salt from the cauldron, about several jin, and moved it to his room to store. In the evening, at the hour of Shun, around 4 and 5 p.m., Wanha brought the evening meal, which was slightly better than yesterday's, an extra dish of cured meat, a bowl of meat and vegetable soup, and the rice had been replaced with white rice. Although it was still coarse, it was much better than brown rice. Fan Chuan knew it was because some of the pheasant meat he had cooked at noon was left over, and the kitchen had reheated it and served it together. After dinner, it was still early. The setting sun hung on the horizon, dyeing the entire Zhongnan Mountain a golden yellow. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, Fan Chuan felt restless. Having been accustomed to the fast pace of modern life, busy all day, suddenly being idle made him not know what to do. "No, I need to go out and get some exercise." He quickly stood up, walked to the inner courtyard gate, reached out, and knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Hearing the sound, Wanha opened the door, poked out a small puzzled head. "Master Fan, what is it?" Looking at the cute little head, Fan Chuan said directly, "I want to go hunting. I need to inform Her Highness." Wanha tilted her cute little head, then turned and went inside to report. After a moment, she came out again. "Her Highness says you may go as you please, but don't go too far and return before dark." "Got it." Fan Chuan turned and first went to the kitchen. At noon, he had noticed bamboo baskets in the kitchen. He went to a corner, selected one of moderate size, and strapped it on his back. He strode toward the courtyard gate, feeling the poison dragon repeating tactical slingshot in his bosom, mentally calculating what good game he might catch tonight. Carrying the bamboo basket, he strode out of the gate of Sizhu Garden. The setting sun hung on the horizon, dyeing the entire Zhongnan Mountain a golden red. The woods at the foot of the mountain appeared deep and silent in the twilight, with occasional bird calls coming from the forest. He followed the path he had taken yesterday, heading toward the foot of the mountain. Entering the woods, the light suddenly dimmed. The tall trees blocked most of the sky. Fan Chuan slowed his steps, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully to the sounds around him. There was no movement, and even the bird calls were much fewer. He frowned and continued deeper. After walking for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, there were not only no pheasants or rabbits, but not even a squirrel was seen. Strange, weren't there plenty yesterday? Muttering to himself as he walked, Fan Chuan was about to change direction when his peripheral vision caught a clump of vines by the roadside laden with clusters of fuzzy fruits. Approaching for a closer look, his eyes lit up. It was kiwi fruit. A large patch of wild kiwi fruit vines densely entwined around several large trees hung with fist-sized fruits, their skins covered with a fine layer of fuzz. Taking a few steps forward, Fan Chuan reached out and picked one. He squeezed it with his fingers. It was a bit hard, but already ripe, just not fully soft yet. He peeled the skin and took a bite. The sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. Good stuff. Without a second thought, he began picking. He plucked the ripe ones and put them into the basket, and also the semi-ripe ones, which would be edible after a few days. Soon the bottom of the basket was covered with a thick layer of kiwi fruit. After finishing harvesting the kiwis, Fan Chuan patted his hands and was about to continue deeper into the woods when he suddenly heard a cooing sound not far away. He stopped immediately, held his breath, and followed the sound to see a pheasant standing beneath a tree several meters away, pecking at the ground with its head lowered. Its feathers were bright and lustrous, with a long tail, looking even fattier than the ones he had hunted the day before. He carefully set down his bamboo basket and drew out his Venom Dragon rapid-fire tactical slingshot from his chest, pressing the button with his thumb. Click! The steel ball snapped into place, magnetically adhering to the leather pouch. Whoosh! The steel ball tore through the air and struck the pheasant's head with pinpoint accuracy. Before the bird could even let out a cry, its body lurched violently, flapped its wings a few times, and then lay motionless on the ground. He quickened his pace, lifted the pheasant, and weighed it in his hand, approximately 3 jin, before placing it into his basket. Slingshotting the bamboo basket onto his back, Fan Chuan pressed onward. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the grasses lining the path. He halted at once, listening intently. The sound wasn't loud, but it was dense and rapid, like something scurrying quickly through the undergrowth. Crouching low, he parted the grass and peered inside. Several fist-sized burrows dotted the ground, their entrances ringed with fresh soil and gnawed bamboo roots. The rim of each hole was smooth, bearing clear signs of frequent entry and exit. Bamboo rat burrows, easy to spot. Fan Chuan's eyes lit up. These were true forest delicacies. Bamboo rat meat was tender and far superior to pheasant or hare. He set his basket down, gently drew a folding knife from his waist, bent over, and gathered a slender branch near the burrow. Fetching some dry grass, he lit it with his lighter and stuffed the flaming bundle into the opening. Smoke poured into the burrow. Soon a frantic rustling echoed from within. Fan Chuan gripped his branch tightly and crouched beside the entrance, holding his breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a plump bamboo rat tumbled out, dazed by the smoke. Having waited patiently, Fan Chuan struck swiftly. The branch connected squarely with the rat's head. It twitched twice and went still. He picked up the bamboo rat, noting its hefty weight of 2 or 3 jin, and placed it in his basket. Then he repeated the process at nearby burrows, one after another. In roughly half a chew, sure, he had caught 5 bamboo rats, totaling over 10 jin. Gazing at his bountiful catch, Fan Chuan's spirits soared. 1 pheasant, 5 bamboo rats, plus half a basket of kiwis. A remarkable day's harvest indeed. As he prepared to turn back, something golden caught his periphery. Near some exposed tree roots, clusters of golden mushrooms sprouted. Stepping closer, he was taken aback once more. It was a vast patch of chanterelles densely clustered around the base of an ancient oak. Their golden caps gleamed warmly in the twilight, resembling small blossoms in full bloom. Closing the distance in 3 strides, he crouched and carefully plucked one mushroom, bringing it to his nose. A rich, earthy fragrance wafted up, laced with a distinctive almond note. Without hesitation, he began harvesting. Chanterelles were premium wild mushrooms, commanding over 100 yuan per jin in modern markets, and scarce at that price. This entire patch alone weighed at least 5 or 6 jin. Picking as he moved, he gradually strayed deeper into the mountain forest. The trees grew thicker, the light dimmed, and the air thickened with the scent of damp earth. Bent over gathering chanterelles, Fan Chuan noticed his basket growing heavier and his mood lifting, until something felt wrong. He froze mid-motion. Too quiet. Moments ago, birdsong and insect hums had filled the air. Now silence reigned. The entire forest seemed muted, in eerie stillness that chilled his spine. He looked up. His pupils contracted sharply. Several meters away, a pair of gleaming green eyes locked onto him. A wolf. Its gray-brown fur clung to a lean frame, its head lowered, lips curled back to reveal ivory fangs. It stood motionless, as if waiting for a signal. Fan Chuan's body went rigid. Slowly scanning his surroundings, he realized 7 or 8 wolves had silently circled him. These were seasoned hunters operating with practiced coordination. 2 blocked the front, 2 flanked each side, and 2 cut off his retreat. He hadn't heard them approach at all. Damn it. Swearing under his breath, Fan Chuan's mind raced. He only had a slingshot. Enough for 1 wolf perhaps, but not 7 or 8 converging at once. There'd be no time to reload. He tried to instinctively retreat into his spatial dimension, but it rejected him outright, indicating that entry was impossible while animals were observing. With no other option, his gaze swept the area and landed on a large tree nearby. Its trunk was sturdy, its branches low, merely 3 or 4 meters away. Making his decision, Fan Chuan lunged toward the tree. Almost simultaneously, the lead wolf released a deep growl, and the entire pack surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow. A Wude wolf's howl pierced the air clarity. Fan Chuan erupted into action, sprinting faster than ever before. In 3 massive strides, he reached the tree, leaped, grabbed a low branch, and hauled himself up with a single pull-up. At that very moment, the lead wolf slammed into the space where Fan Chuan had been standing, its razor-sharp claws carving deep grooves into the earth. Perched on the branch, Fan Chuan looked down, his heart hammering against his ribs. Below, 7 or 8 wolves surrounded the trunk, heads tilted upward, emitting low, menacing howls that echoed eerily through the twilight. The lead wolf, the largest male of the pack, stood at the forefront, glistening green eyes fixed mercilessly on Fan Chuan, a guttural rumble building in its throat. Fan Chuan drew a deep breath, forcing calm over the panic. Wolves were fierce, but they couldn't climb. As long as he stayed in the tree, he was safe, for now. The question was how to escape. Glancing at his slingshot, then down at the pack, he assessed the distance. The closest wolves were merely 3 or 4 meters below. At this range, the slingshot's power was sufficient. 2 shots to the same spot should pierce through a wolf's skull. With that thought, he raised the slingshot and pressed the button with his thumb. Click! The steel ball seated itself. He drew back the rubber band, aimed at the lead wolf's eye, and released. Whoosh! The steel ball tore through the air and struck the lead wolf's left eye with surgical precision. Ow! The wolf shrieked in agony as its left eye burst, blood and fluid spraying outward. It staggered backward several steps, thrashing its head wildly and scrabbling at its face, with desperate claws wailing in excruciating pain. The other wolves, startled by the sudden violence, retreated a few steps, their wary eyes fixed on Fan Chuan in the tree. Fan Chuan didn't pause. Quickly depressing his thumb again, he reloaded, drew the band, and took aim at another wolf. Whooshao! Another wolf howled as the steel ball shattered its nasal bridge, blood gushing. Shot after shot found their marks without fail. The Venom Dragon rapid-fire slingshot's advantage shone brilliantly at that moment. A single thumb press loaded the next projectile, automatically firing 5 or 6 times faster than a conventional slingshot. Before a cup of tea could steep, 4 wolves lay writhing on the ground. One fared worst. Riddled with repeated strikes to the same spot, it lay barely breathing, convulsing in the dirt. A woo! The alpha wolf lifted its head and let out a long howl. The remaining wolves, as if granted amnesty, shielded the 3 injured ones, turned around with their tails between their legs, and swiftly vanished into the twilight. Fan Chuan sat astride a tree branch, panting heavily, watching the wolf pack disappear into the forest. He looked down at the base of the tree. A wolf lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. After waiting a while to confirm the wolves would not return, he cautiously climbed down from the tree. He hoisted the dead wolf, which weighed about 50 or 60 jin, and together with the bamboo basket containing pheasants, bamboo rats, kiwi fruits, and chanterelles, this trip's harvest was quite substantial. He stored the basket and the wolf directly into his space, feeling light and unburdened, and strode briskly toward the direction of the Sizhu garden. Not far behind, Fan Chuan, the one-eyed alpha wolf, stared intently at him until he was out of sight, then led its pack away into the jungle. Soon he emerged from the woods, glanced around, and saw no one. He took the basket and the wolf out of his space, slung the basket on his back, hoisted the wolf onto his shoulder, and headed toward the courtyard gate. When he reached the gate of the Sizhu garden, he was drenched in wolf blood mixed with sweat, looking as if he had just crawled out of a battlefield, though it was merely blood seeping from the wolf carcass. The 2 guards at the gate, seeing Fan Chuan in such a state, were filled with shock and spoke simultaneously. Young Master Fan, I'm back. Today's harvest wasn't bad. He dropped the wolf to the ground, producing 2 dull thuds. The guards looked down at the massive wolf, then up at the blood-soaked Fan Chuan, their mouths agape. Did you kill this? Fan Chuan shook his aching arm and said, who else? Give me a hand and get it inside. The 2 guards hurried forward together, lifted the wolf, and followed Fan Chuan into the courtyard. Every maid and servant they encountered let out exclamations of surprise. Heavens, is that a wolf? Did young Master Fan kill it? He took down a wolf all by himself. News spread quickly throughout the Sizhu garden. Before Fan Chuan reached the side courtyard where he lived, Li Xiuning, supported by Wan, he emerged, followed by several maids and guards. When Li Xiuning saw the wolf, she said, young Master Fan, this is Fan Chuan spoke lightly, though he was quite proud. 7 or 8 wolves surrounded me. Luckily there was a tree nearby, so I quickly jumped up and shot them from above. I killed one, and the rest fled when they saw it was hopeless. Li Xiuning frowned as she studied him, then asked, "Are you injured?" Fan Chuan, covered in bloodstains, patted the dust off his clothes. No, just worked up a sweat. Li Xiuning stared at the man before her, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Facing 7 or 8 wolves alone was extremely dangerous, and the chances of survival were slim, especially without a powerful weapon. Yet this man, with nothing but a rather ordinary slingshot, had managed to kill a wolf. Truly impressive. Thinking this, she said, "You go back and wash up, change your clothes." "Sure." Fan Chuan acknowledged, had the guards leave the wolf in the courtyard, and then returned to his side courtyard. Beside the courtyard was a well. He drew a bucket of water, simply washed off the blood, and changed into a clean set of clothes that Wan He had prepared for him in advance. However, the ancient-style clothing was quite inconvenient. He used the Doubao AI to search for a dressing tutorial, following the instructions as he dressed. It took him a while, and was still awkward, but for now it had to do. Back in the courtyard, Fan Chuan first skinned the wolf with a knife, a task that required skill. Following the materials from Doubao, he learned how to process the game. He worked with extreme care, and after a good while he managed to peel the wolf's skin intact, spreading it out on a stone slab to dry. Next came the gutting. The wolf's heart, liver, and lungs were removed and washed clean with clear water. The wolf meat was cut into large chunks and salted for preservation. After handling the wolf meat, he took out the bamboo rats from the basket. They were plump with glossy gray fur. While Fan Chuan was processing the wolf, a group of people watched from a distance. When they saw him pull out a strange animal from the basket, several maids bravely came closer for a look, and their expressions turned instantly dramatic. Wan He pointed at the bamboo rat, looking at Fan Chuan, her voice trembling. What is this?" When Wan He saw it clearly, her face turned pale. "A rat. Master, how can you eat this thing?" Fan Chuan patiently explained, "This is not a rat, it's a bamboo rat. Bamboo rats feed on bamboo roots and wild fruits, so their meat is very clean, even tastier than pheasant." But Wan He clearly did not believe him. She stepped back several times, a look of disgust on her face, while the other maids also covered their faces, not daring to look. Seeing their reactions, Fan Chuan shook his head helplessly and stopped explaining. He began to process the bamboo rats himself, skinning, gutting, and washing. After finishing with the bamboo rats, he pulled out a large handful of chanterelles from the basket. The cook, who had been hiding nearby, saw the golden mushrooms, and her face changed dramatically. "Master, these mushrooms are poisonous. You can't eat them." Hearing her voice, Fan Chuan glanced sideways at the cook and explained again, "These are chanterelles. They're not poisonous, they're delicious." The cook waved her hands frantically. "Master, you might not know, but these yellow mushrooms are called ghost umbrellas by the mountain folk. Eating them will kill you." Hearing this, Fan Chuan was caught between laughter and tears. He knew perfectly well that chanterelles were not poisonous. In the modern world, they were a high-end ingredient, but in the Tang Dynasty, common folk lacked knowledge of mushroom identification and instinctively believed any brightly colored fungus was toxic. "I'm sure they're safe. I often ate them back home." The cook wanted to dissuade him further, but seeing Fan Chuan's confident expression and that he did not intend to roast the mushrooms, she said no more, merely shook her head and walked away. Ignoring the others' comments, Fan Chuan lit a fire in the courtyard, set up a grill, skewered the wolf leg and bamboo rats, and began roasting. He lit the fire, assembled the grill, and turned the skewers. Fan Chuan's technique was already quite practiced. The bamboo rat meat was tender and rich in fat, sizzling as it roasted, emitting a rich, savory aroma. The wolf leg meat was leaner, producing little fat, but it was substantial in quantity. At some point, Li Xiuning had also come to stand nearby. Watching the golden brown bamboo rat skewer in Fan Chuan's hand, her resolve wavered. She had tasted his grilled pheasant and rabbit before, which were indeed delicious, but this bamboo rat. "Young Master Fan, can this bamboo rat really be eaten?" Li Xiuning asked softly from beside him. "Your Highness, just take a bite, and you'll know." With that, Fan Chuan tore off a piece of roasted bamboo rat meat, wrapped it in a clean leaf, and handed it to Li Xiuning. Hesitating, Li Xiuning reached out and took the piece. The meat was white, the skin golden, steaming hot, and exuded a rich, meaty aroma, entirely different from the repulsive feeling of a rat. She gritted her teeth, put the meat into her mouth, and chewed. Instantly, her eyes lit up. The meat was tender and juicy, melting on the tongue with a unique, oily fragrance, far better than pheasant or rabbit. Li Xiuning looked at Fan Chuan, her eyes full of surprise. "Is this really a bamboo rat?" Seeing her changed expression, Fan Chuan gave a mysterious smile. "Absolutely, Your Highness. Did I lie to you?" Li Xiuning turned to Wan He and the other maids, saying cheerfully, "All of you have a taste. It's quite delicious." Wan He and the maids exchanged glances, hesitated for a long moment, then each tore off a small piece and put it into their mouths. Soon their expressions changed. "Delicious. It's really good. Is this really a bamboo rat?" Watching this scene, Fan Chuan smiled, without speaking, then picked up another skewer of wolf leg meat, took a bite, and immediately furrowed his brows. A sour and astringent taste spread across his tongue. The taste of the wolf meat was far worse than he had imagined. The flesh was coarse, carrying a strong fishy mutton odor and an indescribable sour astringency. After chewing a couple of times, he managed to swallow it, then set the remaining wolf leg back on the grill and muttered under his breath, "This wolf meat doesn't taste good at all." But the guards nearby thought differently. They had already been drooling over the aroma of the grilled meat, and upon seeing Fan Chuan put down the wolf leg, they immediately crowded around and whispered beside him, "Lord Fan, if you're not going to eat it, could we try some?" Fan Chuan glanced at them and smiled. "Go ahead and take it, all of it is yours." Several guards received the wolf leg meat, as if it were a precious treasure, eagerly tearing into it with their hands without caring about the heat. Though Fan Chuan found it sour and astringent, for them this rare meat was an extraordinary delicacy. In the Tang Dynasty, ordinary commoners could scarcely afford meat more than a few times throughout the year. Many starved to death outright with no consideration given to whether the food tasted good or not. Watching them devour the meat voraciously, Fan Chuan picked up another skewer of roasted bamboo, tore off a piece, and offered it to Li Xiuning. "Your Highness, do try this." Li Xiuning accepted the meat, took a small bite, savoring it carefully, then nodded in approval. "Indeed delicious." Hearing the princess's words, Wanha also leaned over, carefully tearing off a small piece and placing it in her mouth. After chewing, her eyes lit up with delight as she reached for another piece. Several maids gathered around as well, each taking turns to sample it, and within moments the entire bamboo rat had been devoured. Fan Chuan observed the empty grill and the satisfied expressions on Li Xiuning, and the maids' faces pleased with his grilling skills, earning their approval. "I'll grill more for you tomorrow," he announced. Li Xiuning gave a slight nod, her lips curving upward into a rare smile as she departed with her attendants and entourage. Watching them leave, Fan Chuan turned back to his room and stored the day's wolf skins in his spatial storage. He did not rush to exchange anything. Now residing under another's roof, there was no place to store excessive items anyway, and simply placing them in the spatial storage. What was the difference from not exchanging at all? It would be wiser to wait until his own residence was approved before making careful plans. After a simple wash, he lay down and gazed at the wooden beams overhead, releasing a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on the day, rescuing the princess, producing snow salt, meeting Li Xiuning, hunting wolves. This was only his third day in the Tang Dynasty, yet he had already experienced so much. Thinking of this, he pulled out his phone from the spatial storage and noticed it still had 70% battery remaining. He began using Doubao to query information about daily life habits and customs of the Tang Dynasty, hoping to avoid being out of step with this era. Time passed slowly until the phone slipped from his hand, and by then Fan Chuan had long since closed his eyes and fallen into deep slumber. The night grew dark over Chang'an City at the Prince of Qin's residence. Qinglan rode her horse through the ward gate and reined it in before the Prince of Qin's residence, dismounting quickly as she hurried toward the entrance. The guard on duty recognized her, knowing she was the princess's head guard, and stepped forward to ask Miss Qinglan. "Such a late hour. Does Her Highness the Princess have an urgent matter?" "Quickly inform Lord Qin that Princess Pingyang has something important to report." The guard, not daring to delay, rushed to deliver the message, and shortly after Qinglan was escorted into Li Xiunin's study. At that moment, Li Xiuning sat behind his desk reviewing documents. Seeing Qinglan enter, he set down his brush and asked, "What happened on elder sister's side?" Qinglan knelt on one knee, withdrew the bag of snow salt and the handwritten operating instructions from Wanha from her bosom, and presented them with both hands. "Your Highness, this is the snow salt that Lord Fan produced today at Sizhu Garden using mineral salt. Her Highness the Princess ordered this servant to deliver it by fast horse. Please review it. Snow salt made from mineral salt." With a moment of doubt, Li Xiuning took the cloth bag, opened it, and saw the fine white salt inside gleaming like snow under the candlelight. He pinched a small amount onto his fingertips, rubbed it between them, then tasted it. A pure saltiness spread across his palate with no bitterness or off flavors whatsoever. Li Xiuning looked up at Qinglan, his expression filled with shock. "Did that fellow Fan Chuan make this from mineral salt?" Qinglan nodded with a serious expression. "Lord Fan purified the mineral salt and produced this on the spot. Her Highness the Princess has already ordered the complete operating procedures to be recorded. Please review them, Your Highness." Li Xiuning unrolled the document and quickly scanned through it. Dissolving, filtering, adsorption with plant ash, clarifying with raw soy milk, and boiling to crystallize. Each step was clearly documented with precise measurements, and heat control meticulously noted. After reading it, he fell silent for a long moment before murmuring to himself, "Using mineral salt that no one wants, you can make snow salt like this." The room was quite small, and though it was nighttime, Li Xiuning's voice was barely above a whisper, yet Qinglan heard every word. She replied from nearby, "Yes, Lord Fan said that as long as there is mineral salt, it can be refined on a large scale at very low cost." Li Xiuning suddenly rose from his seat and paced across the study, lost in thought. The Tang Dynasty's salt industry had long been controlled by the salt pools of Hedong and the coastal salt fields, with powerful clans from Guanlong and Shandong regions backing those operations behind the scenes. A gene of green salt sold for 20 while snowflake salt was priceless, yet unavailable on the market. And if this type of snow salt could be refined from mineral salt on a large scale. Thinking of this, Li Xiuning took a deep breath and said to Qinglan standing nearby, "You may withdraw first. Go back and tell elder sister that I've received the item. Make sure to take good care of Fan Chuan. This person is very important." Qinglan bowed and exited the study. Deciding he should test whether the procedure was correct, Li Xiuning also strode out of the room and instructed the attendant outside, "Go fetch the mansion's craftsman, hurry." Within half an hour, pots and stoves were set up in the Prince of Qin's kitchen. Li Xiuning personally supervised from the side, having the craftsman follow each step of the operating procedure. An hour later, a layer of pure white fine salt had crystallized at the bottom of the iron pot. Li Xiuning observed that it looked identical to what Qinglan had delivered. He dipped his finger into the fine salt, tasted it, and confirmed the flavor matched perfectly. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the imperial palace. Taiji Palace 2 Principal's Hall. Li Yuan had already retired for the night. When awakened by an eunuch, he wore a furious expression and glared at the attendant. "Why must you awaken the emperor in the middle of the night for something?" "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Qin says there is an extremely urgent matter of great importance." Before Li Yuan could speak, his face still grave, he saw Li Xiuning entering the bedchamber in a hurry. Holding the bag of snow salt and samples, Li Xiuning approached Li Yuan and said, "Father, this humble son disturbs you so late because there is a matter concerning the destiny of the great Tang." He presented the bag of snow salt to Li Yuan. This slightly softened the anger on Li Yuan's face, and he reached out to take the cloth bag. Upon opening it and seeing the snow-white fine salt inside, he pinched a small amount between his fingers and placed it in his mouth, his brows rising slightly. "This is snowflake salt." Hearing his father's question, Li Xiuning said excitedly, "Better than snowflake salt, and the cost is less than 1/10 of that." Next, he briefly explained the production steps, then delivered the most crucial point. "Father, if this snow salt can be produced on a large scale, the court could bypass the Hedong salt pools and those noble families directly controlling the salt profits. Those powerful families monopolize salt prices through their control of the salt pools. A gene of green salt sells for 21 and even higher during years of famine. The common people suffer enormously and cannot afford to buy it." Li Yuan, seated beside the dragon bed and holding the bag of snow salt in his hand, understood the implications well. He asked, "Does that Fan Chuan know the value of this thing?" Hearing this, Li Xiuning replied without hesitation, "He knows," but still handed over the operating procedures to elder sister without reservation, asking her to present them to you. He made no demands whatsoever. After hearing his second son's words, Li Yuan fell silent for a long while. Looking up, he asked, "Has the household registration and mansion for that Fan Chuan been processed?" "This son is preparing to handle it now." Li Yuan directly instructed Li Xiuning, "The house, the fields, and the land deeds must all be settled. Also just give him the hunting license he requested. Your son obeys the decree." Having spoken, Li Xiuning withdrew from the bedchamber and hastened back to his study. He picked up a brush and wrote an official document, sealed it with his seal, and summoned his subordinate. "Deliver this to the Lantian County office overnight, hand it to Wei Jinghong, and tell him it is father's will. He must handle it personally without delay." The subordinate took the document and vanished into the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the paper window onto Fan Chuan. He had intended to sleep in, but seeing this, he had no choice but to open his eyes and stretch. He picked up his phone from beside the bed, glanced at the battery, only 15, and casually put it aside, planning to charge it later. After washing up, he brought breakfast, a bowl of thick congee, a dish of pickled vegetables, and a boiled egg. It was a bit better than the previous days, with no strange sour or bitter taste, clearly seasoned with fine salt. After finishing the meal in a few bites, he took his phone and the solar charger to the yard, placing them in the same spot as yesterday. Thinking of the chicken oil mushrooms, he went to the kitchen and found a bamboo tray. Returning to the open space beside the phone, he took out the mushrooms he had picked yesterday and spread them on the tray to dry in the sun. When he passed by and saw the large golden mushrooms, a look of fear crept onto her face, and she hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Young master, why are you still drying these? I told you they are poisonous and cannot be eaten." Fan Chuan did not lift his head, his hands moving steadily as he turned the mushrooms, saying, "They are edible." "But the cook said." Li Xiuning interrupted her chatter directly, "The cook is wrong. These are chicken oil mushrooms, non-toxic and very tasty. Once I dry them and make a soup, you'll taste and know how good they are." When he opened her small mouth, but ultimately shook her head and walked away in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Fan Chuan sighed helplessly to himself. Tired, let it be destroyed. Believe it or not. Time passed slowly. Fan Chuan, who was squatting in the yard tending to the chicken oil mushrooms, suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps and voices outside the gate. He looked up and saw a group of people heading toward the bamboo garden. At the head was a middle-aged man in a blue official robe with a gaunt face, 3 long wisps of beard, and the composed demeanor of a nobleman. Behind him were several officials, and an old man in coarse hemp clothing. The middle-aged man stopped at the gate, looked at Fan Chuan in the yard, and clasped his hands in greeting, "Young Master Fan. I am Wei Jinghong, the magistrate of Lantian County, styled Zio, sent by His Highness the Prince of Qin to handle your household registration and land allocation." This sudden formal greeting caught Fan Chuan off guard. He quickly stood up, brushed the dirt from his hands, and replied, "Magistrate Wei, you are too kind. Please come in." Wei Jinghong gave a slight smile and led the group into the yard. His eyes swept over the drying chicken oil mushrooms and the phone charging, pausing for a moment on the phone, but he asked nothing. After all, this was the princess's detached residence. Not prying into matters he shouldn't know was the basic principle of officialdom. Wei Jinghong directly introduced for Fan Chuan, "Young Master Fan, this is Li Xiuning, the county lieutenant, in charge of household registration. This is Su Huijian, the chief clerk responsible for record keeping. And this is Wang Shou, the village head of this area near the southern mountains." Li Xiuning and Su Huijian clasped their hands in greeting, while Wang Shou rubbed his hands nervously and grinned earnestly. "Hello, young Master Fan. I'm the village head of Wangli Village. If you ever need anything in the village, just come to me." Facing such a formal introduction, Fan Chuan recalled the etiquette he had learned in the beanbag the night before and clasped his hands in return to each of them. Only then did he look at Wei Jinghong and say, "Magistrate Wei, please come inside and sit." Seeing Fan Chuan so well-mannered, Wei Jinghong smiled and waved his hand. "No need. Official business first. Let's handle the household registration, then go see the house and fields." With that, he took out a scroll of blank household registry from his sleeve along with an inkstone and brush and looked at Fan Chuan. "Young Master Fan, may I ask your place of origin and family background?" Having already prepared his story, Fan Chuan spoke earnestly. "I am originally from Shu region. Due to the chaos of the late Sui wars, I drifted here. My parents have both passed away, and I am alone with no siblings." Wei Jinghong nodded without further inquiry, dipped his brush, wrote a few lines in the registry, stamped it with the county seal, and handed it to Su Huijian. "Enter it into the records." Su Huijian took the registry, carefully copied it, affixed his personal seal, and respectfully returned it to Wei Jinghong. Wei Jinghong looked at Fan Chuan again as he handed over the household document. "Young Master Fan, the household registration is complete. From today, you are officially a registered household of Wangli Village, Goji Township, Lantian County." Taking the household document, Fan Chuan felt an indescribable surge of emotion. From today onward, he was no longer a dark household in the Tang Dynasty, but a lawful citizen of the Great Tang. He quickly clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Magistrate Wei. Don't thank me. Thank His Highness the Prince of Qin." With a smile, Wei Jinghong gave Fan Chuan a hint, then turned to Wang Shou. "Village head Wang, is there a suitable house and fields nearby?" Wang Shou quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Magistrate Wei, there is a suitable place. It's about 2 or 3 li east of the bamboo garden, formerly a local squire's estate. The squire committed a crime, and the house and fields were confiscated by the government. The location is a bit remote, but it's nestled by the mountains and a stream. Although the house has been neglected and has some damage, it can be repaired to be excellent." After hearing the village head's words, Wei Jinghong looked at Fan Chuan. "Young Master Fan, would you like to go see it?" "Good." Fan Chuan nodded and went with the group out of the bamboo garden, heading east along a dirt road. After walking about 2 li, they passed through a small grove of trees, and the view suddenly opened up. Village head Wang Shou stopped and pointed into the distance with a smile. "Young Master Fan, this is the area. See if it pleases you. If not, we can look elsewhere." Hearing this, Fan Chuan surveyed the place. The location was indeed remote at the end of Wangli Village, with the nearest neighbor over 400 meters away. A small courtyard was built against the mountain with green tiles and white walls. Though somewhat dilapidated, the overall structure was still intact. Dozens of meters in front of the gate, a stream, several meters wide, flowed, with a murmuring sound, crystal clear, to the bottom. On both sides of the stream were large fields overgrown with weeds from disuse, but the soil looked decent. On either side of the house were a few vegetable plots enclosed by bamboo fences. "It looks acceptable," Fan Chuan nodded and replied, "This place is fine." Seeing his satisfaction, Wei Jinghong instructed Li Xiuning and several yamen runners to begin measuring the land and marking boundaries. Li Xiuning took out ropes and measuring tools, and with the yamen runners they worked in the fields for over an hour, finally measuring the entire boundary of the house and fields. "Young Master Fan, the house occupies 2 mu paddy fields, 10 mu dry fields, 15 mu, and vegetable plots, 3 mu, totaling 30 mu. Li Xiuning reported the measurements to Wei Jinghong. Upon hearing the measurements, Wei Jinghong wrote out a land deed, stamped it with the county seal, and had Su Huijian make a copy for the archives. Then he handed the land deed to Fan Chuan. "Young Master Fan, this is your land deed. Please keep it safe. The house, fields, and vegetable plots, 30 mu in total, are now registered and belong to you from today." Taking the land deed, Fan Chuan looked down at the neat regular script on it, and a profound sense of reassurance welled up inside him. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Magistrate Wei, and thank you all. Seeing that the business was concluded and the house was not yet repaired nor food prepared, Wei Jinghong clasped his hands. You're welcome. Official duties are done. We'll return to the county office now. Young Master Fan, until we meet again. With that he led Lu Xinji, Su Huijian, and the Yamen runners away, leaving only Wang Shou standing there. Wang Shou watched as Wei Jinghong and his party departed in their carriage, then turned around rubbing his hands together and smiled at Fan Chuan with a simple, honest expression. Young Master Fan, I'll be heading back now. My home is at the village entrance. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. As he took a couple of steps forward, he seemed to recall something and quickly turned back, looking at Fan Chuan earnestly. Well, young Master Fan, spring is almost here. These fields can't be left barren. According to imperial regulations, if land lies fallow for more than 2 years, the authorities have the right to reclaim it. Young Master Fan, you must find someone to till the land and plant something soon. Don't let it go to waste. Hearing this from the man who was essentially the village head, Fan Chuan nodded and replied with a smile, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, village head Wang. Wang Shou waved his hand and ambled off toward the village entrance. Standing at the courtyard gate, Fan Chuan watched his figure disappear around the corner of the village path. Lowering his gaze to the land deeds and household registration documents in his hand, then lifting his eyes to the small courtyard before him, the babbling creek outside the gate, and the vast stretches of farmland, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. Fan Chuan walked to the creek, crouched down, cupped his hands to scoop up some water, and splashed his face. Earlier, while measuring the fields, he had made a special request to Lu Xinji to include the section of the creek in front of his door within his property boundaries. Although Lu Xinji found it a bit odd, he complied since that stretch of creek was only a few meters wide and of little consequence to the authorities. Of course, the main reason was that the Prince of Qin and His Majesty had already exchanged words, so such a trivial matter posed no issue. But for Fan Chuan it was of great importance. With this section of the creek, he could raise fish and ducks and use a water wheel to irrigate the fields. This river was quite deep. He estimated it to be about 5 meters wide. During the measurement, he had also tested it with a bamboo pole. Even at the shallowest point, the water depth was at least 1 meter. The river flowed from deep within the Zhongnan Mountains, and this was already considered the upper reaches. Standing up, he looked at the land that now belonged to him, and the smile at the corners of his mouth simply could not be contained. A good while passed before he finally looked up at the sky. It must have been around 10 to 11 o'clock in the morning, since his phone was still charging back at the Sizhu garden. Moreover, the house needed cleaning, and he had to purchase various items. Fan Chuan stood in his newly acquired courtyard, looking around, his spirits soaring. But the place had been uninhabited for years. The yard was overgrown with waist-high weeds, cobwebs hung from the eaves, and the window paper on several windows was torn, ready to rustle loudly at the slightest breeze. Seeing this, Fan Chuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to tackle the task. He first walked to the front yard, hoping to find some tools like a broom or a hoe. After a quick search, the woodshed was completely empty. Not even a broken broom was to be found. He then went to the middle courtyard. The main room's door was ajar. Pushing it open, he saw only a dusty, broken wooden bed and a table, missing a leg, nothing else. Back in the yard, gazing at the overgrown weeds and dilapidated buildings, he let out a helpless sigh. Without tools, he could not possibly manage the cleanup alone. After a moment's thought, he turned and walked back toward the Sizhu garden. Returning to the side courtyard of the Sizhu garden, Fan Chuan first checked his phone. The battery was at about 80%. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he focused his mind and stored the phone and the solar charger into his space. Seeing the mushrooms drying on the ground, he quickly gathered them up and stowed them away as well. Then he walked to the door of Li Xiuning's room and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, but it was not Wanha. It was another maidservant. Before Fan Chuan could speak, Li Xiuning's voice came from inside. Young Master Fan, come in. Hearing her voice, Fan Chuan entered the room and saw Li Xiuning reclining against the headboard, her complexion much better than a couple of days ago. Seeing him enter, she put down the bamboo slip she was holding and asked, are the household registration and land matters all settled? He understood why she asked. After all, with so many people around earlier, they would have needed Li Xiuning's permission to enter. Fully aware of this, Fan Chuan nodded and thanked her. All settled. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I have officially registered in Wangli Village, Lantian County, and have received the homestead and fields located about 2 li east of the Sizhu garden. Hearing this, Li Xiuning's face broke into a gentle smile. That's good. Seeing her smile, Fan Chuan spoke again. Your Highness, I came to ask if I could borrow something from you. Borrow what? As soon as she responded, he quickly blurted out what was on his mind. Borrow a few hands. That courtyard has been abandoned for several years, overgrown with weeds, and the buildings need quite a bit of repair. I can't manage it alone. I'd like to borrow a few craftsmen from Your Highness to help fix the house. Also, I need to go to Lantian County Town to buy some daily necessities. Li Xiuning listened carefully, did not answer immediately, but lowered her head in thought for a moment before speaking. I can lend you the craftsman. I'll have Wanha arrange for 3 or 4 to go with you. As for going to the county town, she paused, looking at Fan Chuan with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Do you know the way? Knowing the way. That was exactly the right question. Fan Chuan was completely clueless, a total lost soul in ancient times. He answered honestly, no I don't. Hearing his reply, just as she had expected, Li Xiuning spoke again. In that case, I'll have Qinglan accompany you. She is an excellent rider and knows the roads well. Also, she reached beside her pillow, took out a small cloth pouch, and handed it to Fan Chuan. You must not have much money on you, right? Take this for now. Fan Chuan took the pouch, opened it, and saw several strings of copper coins and a few pieces of silver. He promptly tried to decline. Your Highness, I couldn't possibly. Li Xiuning waved her hand dismissively. Take it. You saved my life and gave me the formula for snow salt. This little bit of money is nothing. You can pay me back when you have the means later. Hearing that, Fan Chuan had no choice but to accept the money pouch. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Xiuning then turned to the maidservant beside her. Go fetch Qinglan and have Wanha gather a few of the estate's craftsmen. The maidservant acknowledged and left. Soon Qinglan strode in, still dressed in a sharp-fitted outfit with a horizontal sword at her waist, exuding an air of heroic vigor. Qinglan knelt on one knee. Your Highness, Li Xiuning instructed, take a few craftsmen and go with young Master Fan to his courtyard. Repair whatever needs repairing, mend whatever needs mending. Then accompany him to Lantian County Town. Help him with whatever he needs to buy. Understood. Qinglan responded crisply. After giving the orders, Li Xiuning looked at Fan Chuan again, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. Young Master Fan Qinglan is my personal bodyguard, skilled in both horsemanship and martial arts. With her accompanying you, I can rest assured. Fan Chuan cupped his hands in salute once more. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Xiuning nodded and waved her hand lightly. Go on then. Leave early and return early. Fan Chuan and Qinglan walked out of the room. Wanha had already gathered 3 craftsmen, a carpenter, a tiler, and a mason, all of whom were permanent artisans of the Sizhu garden. The 4 men were all carrying tools, looking quite professional. Qinglan also went to lead 2 horses. Fan Chuan looked at the 2 horses and asked in confusion, why did you lead 2 horses? Qinglan, somewhat annoyed, rolled her eyes and said with a hint of helplessness, from here to Lantian County, even taking the shortcut, it's 60 li. If we don't ride horses, we can't get there even after a whole day's walk. Even on horseback, it takes 2 hours. Hearing this explanation, Fan Chuan really hadn't expected Lantian County to be so far. He said somewhat awkwardly, but I don't know how to ride a horse. After hearing what he said, Qinglan was stunned, obviously not having thought of this problem either. She looked Fan Chuan up and down, was silent for a moment, then said, then, you can ride with me on 1 horse. Off. Qinglan mounted the horse with a clean and swift movement. What Come on up, I'll ride slowly. Seeing her decisiveness, Fan Chuan also walked to the horse and tentatively climbed up. He had never ridden a horse before, and his movements were laughably clumsy. He barely managed to sit steadily on the horse's back, not knowing where to put his hands. Sit tight, Qinglan said, gently shaking the reins, and the horse began to walk. The 3 craftsmen followed behind, each riding a pack horse, unhurriedly following. In no time the group arrived at Fan Chuan's courtyard. Qinglan reined in the horse and dismounted with a nimbleness that made Fan Chuan envious. The 3 craftsmen also dismounted, entered the courtyard, and began to look around. After a while they gathered together and discussed the renovation plan with Fan Chuan, which was quickly decided. Then Fan Chuan spoke again. All right, you handle it as you see fit. Replace what needs replacing, mend what needs mending. Money is not an issue. The 3 craftsmen acknowledged, and each began to work, their movements neither slow nor disorderly. Qinglan, who had been standing by, looked at the situation in the courtyard, then glanced at Fan Chuan and said, let's go. I'll take you to the county town. By the time we come back, they should be almost done. Qinglan walked to the horse, mounted it, then looked down at Fan Chuan and said, come up. Taking a deep breath, Fan Chuan clumsily climbed onto the horse's back again. This time he was slightly better than before, sitting behind Qinglan. Hold tight, Qinglan said, gently shaking the reins, and the horse began to trot. Fan Chuan's body jerked backward, nearly falling off, and his hands instinctively reached forward, just grabbing Qinglan's slender waist. Qinglan's body stiffened abruptly, and she quickly shouted, let go. Hearing the voice in his ears, Fan Chuan held on tightly. I won't let go. If I let go, I'll fall off. You? Qinglan in front gritted her teeth and said no more, just sped up. The horse ran faster and faster, and Fan Chuan held on tighter and tighter, his whole body almost pressed against Qinglan's back. At this moment Qinglan's cheeks were slightly flushed, but fortunately Fan Chuan couldn't see her expression. She had been riding horses for so many years, and no male had ever dared to hold her like this. But she knew that Fan Chuan really couldn't ride if she didn't let him hold on, and he fell off. It would be hard to explain to Li Xiuning. She had to endure it, and continued to urge the horse forward. After a while, Fan Chuan gradually adapted to the jolts on the horse's back and relaxed a little. Turning his head to look at the scenery on both sides of the road, fields, woods, distant mountains. After a while, he started a conversation and said, "Miss Qing Lan, how long will it take from here to the county town?" Qing Lan, who was concentrating on riding, said without turning her head, "If fast, 1.5 hours, if slow, 2 hours. Didn't I already say that? That's quite far. What did you think otherwise?" Choked by this retort, Fan Chuan said no more, just sat quietly on the horse's hands, still holding Qing Lan's slim waist. Qing Lan also said nothing more, and the two rode forward in silence. As they neared the city gate, Fan Chuan spotted a group of people ahead, led by none other than the Lantian County Magistrate Wei Jinghong. "Qing Lan, stop," Fan Chuan said hastily, and at the same time Qing Lan reined in the horse. When the horse stopped, Fan Chuan dismounted. Although his movements were still somewhat clumsy, they were much better than before. He quickly walked forward and cupped his hands to Wei Jinghong, Magistrate Wei. Wei Jinghong turned around, saw it was Fan Chuan, and a smile appeared on his face. "Master Fan, how come you're also in the county town?" Hearing the question, Fan Chuan smiled and said, "I'm going to buy some things." "Magistrate Wei, are you heading back to the county office?" Wei Jinghong nodded. Thinking that just handling a household registration had actually alarmed His Majesty, he developed a desire to forge a connection. He said, "Exactly. Master Fan, how about we find a place for a drink? My treat." Hearing that someone was inviting him, Fan Chuan smiled and said, "Magistrate Wei is so kind, I would be rude not to accept." Wei Jinghong laughed heartily and instructed his attendants to lead the way. The group entered the city gate and found a tavern in the east of the city that looked fairly clean. The tavern was not large, but it was pleasantly quiet. Wei Jinghong requested a private room. The two sat facing each other, while Qing Lan stood to the side. Wei Jinghong invited her to sit down as well. The wine and dishes were soon served: a plate of roe deer meat, a plate of roasted mutton, a bowl of wild vegetable soup, and a pot of turbid wine. Although simple, it was considered a decent treat in the Tang Dynasty. "Master Fan, please." Wei Jinghong raised his wine cup. Fan Chuan also raised his cup. They clinked cups and drank it all in one go. As a result, the moment the wine entered Fan Chuan's mouth, he immediately spat it out. It was sour and astringent in the mouth, with a rancid smell, as if it had been over-fermented. It was almost undrinkable, but in fact in the Tang Dynasty this was already considered a decent fermented wine. Wei Jinghong, watching this scene, carefully tasted the wine he had just drunk and found nothing unusual. He hastily asked, "Master Fan, what's wrong? Is the wine not to your taste?" Hearing the question, Fan Chuan quickly shook his head and explained, "It's just that this is my first time drinking this kind of wine, I'm not used to it." After saying that, he refilled his bowl, toasted the other man. After all, he was the county magistrate. He couldn't refuse the face right. Suppressing the strange taste, he swallowed the wine, which was only about 10-something% alcohol. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Jinghong became more talkative and began to ask about Fan Chuan's background. Fan Chuan evaded the question with the same excuse of "a man from Shu stranded here." Wei Jinghong did not press further, only sighing a few times about the vicissitudes of life. After chatting for a while, feeling the time was right, Fan Chuan took out a windproof lighter from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Magistrate Wei, please take a look at this." Looking at the object Fan Chuan had produced, Wei Jinghong picked up the lighter and examined it carefully. The lighter had a metal casing exquisitely made with some characters engraved on it that he could not understand. Following Fan Chuan's hint, he tried pressing the switch. With a click, a cluster of orange-yellow flame shot up. Wei Jinghong was startled, nearly throwing the lighter away. Staring wide-eyed, he said, "This. What is this thing?" Seeing his reaction, Fan Chuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Suppressing his smile, he said, "This is called a lighter. No need for a tinderbox or flint. You can light a fire anytime, anywhere." Wei Jinghong tried it a few more times, and each time it lit easily. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He turned it over and over in his hands, unable to part with it. After all, starting a fire in ancient times was a troublesome affair. After playing with it for a while, he wanted to possess it, so he said, "Master Fan, this thing. Are you willing to sell it?" Hearing what he wanted to hear, Fan Chuan was delighted inwardly. The reason he had taken out the lighter was precisely to sell it. But his face remained impassive as he said, "Magistrate Wei wants it. I want it." Wei Jinghong said without concealment, "This thing is too convenient, much better than a tinderbox. Name your price." Fan Chuan had no idea how much this thing was worth. He pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, "What does Magistrate Wei think it's worth?" Not expecting the question to be turned back on him, Wei Jinghong thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll offer 20 taels of silver." Upon hearing the price, Fan Chuan's heart skipped a beat. 20 taels of silver in the Tang Dynasty was a fortune, enough for an ordinary farming household to enjoy a prosperous new year. A single lighter selling for 20 taels of silver was nothing short of an astronomical price. Yet his face remained impassive as he nodded and said, "Since Magistrate Wei has taken a liking to it, 20 taels it is." Hearing that no bargaining was involved, Wei Jinghong was overjoyed and promptly instructed his attendant to place 20 taels of loose silver before Fan Chuan. Fan Chuan, without a change in expression, pocketed the silver pieces. As he watched the other's movements, Wei Jinghong naturally slipped the lighter into his sleeve. The three continued their meal. After another half hour, they were all sated. Before parting, Wei Jinghong smiled and said, "Young Master Fan, if you ever come across any more good things, remember to think of me first." Of course, of course. After a few more pleasantries, they went their separate ways. Leaving me in the 20 taels of silver in his hand lifted Fan Chuan's spirits. He turned to Qing Lan and said, "Let's go shopping." Qing Lan, who had been silent throughout, cast him a curious glance and led him through the county town. Lantian County was not large, but it had all the necessary shops. Qing Lan, clearly familiar with the area, guided Fan Chuan straight to their first destination, the ironmonger's shop. The blacksmith, a man in his 50s wearing a rust-stained apron, was busily hammering a kitchen knife in the shop. Seeing Qing Lan enter, he immediately set down his work and greeted her with a smile, asking in a low voice, "Miss Qing Lan, what brings you here?" Qing Lan gestured toward Fan Chuan and said, "This young Master Fan needs to buy some things. Show him your best." Right away. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. Fan Chuan browsed the shop and selected an iron plowshare, 2 hoes, a sickle, a hatchet, and several wooden locks. The shopkeeper carefully calculated and quoted a price of 1 tael of silver, as ironware was the most expensive. Hearing the price, Fan Chuan inwardly winced. A tael of silver in the Tang Dynasty was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, but he gritted his teeth and paid, as these items were necessities. The second stop was the pottery shop. Fan Chuan selected several earthen jars, basins, and vats, along with a few bowls and plates. The shopkeeper quoted 50 copper coins. Fortunately, besides the silver, Fan Chuan also had the loose coins given by the princess, so he paid cheerfully. During the trip, he bought many miscellaneous items and finally arrived at the grain shop, where he purchased 3 dan of millet and a jar of lard. After a full round of shopping, he had spent very little money. For someone with a fortune of 20 taels of silver, these items were nothing. Having bought everything he needed, Fan Chuan hired a donkey cart by the roadside, loaded all the goods, and said to Qing Lan, "You ride back first. I'll follow slowly with the cart." Hearing this, Qing Lan, who had been eager to stop walking, nodded and said, "Take care of yourself." Then she mounted her horse, shook the reins, and soon disappeared at the end of the street. Fan Chuan sat on the donkey cart, ambling slowly toward Wangli village with the driver. By the time he returned to the courtyard, dusk was falling. The craftsmen had all left, but the yard was swept clean. The tiles and the gaps in the wall had been neatly repaired. He walked into the courtyard, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. Of course he was satisfied. These were imperial artisans. If he hadn't been pleased, heads might have rolled. He moved the items from the donkey cart one by one, the earthen jars, basins, and vats into the kitchen, and the iron tools into the woodshed. The hemp cloth and reed mats went into the bedroom, and the grain into the storage room. After working for half an hour, he finally had everything in its place. He paid the driver, watched the donkey cart disappear, then turned and closed the yard gate. The courtyard was quiet. Fan Chuan stood in the center, looking at the little homestead that now belonged to him, and felt an indescribable sense of stability well up inside. He went straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal, but seeing the empty stove, he remembered he hadn't bought an iron cauldron at the blacksmith's. That thing was a cumbersome burden for Fan Chuan, quite inconvenient to use. He had planned to exchange for a modern iron wok in the space, so he hadn't purchased one. But after returning, he had been so busy that he forgot. Now that he remembered, it wasn't too late. With a thought, he returned to the space. The white space was as quiet as ever. In the corner lay the wolf he had hunted yesterday, its skin stripped, but not yet processed. He bent down, picked up the wolf pelt, and placed it on the workbench. Item detected: gray wolf pelt, 1 grade, good, estimated value, untanned, average appearance, matching trading partner. Match successful. Modern world, outdoor supplies merchant. A dialog box appeared on the light screen, showing a familiar anonymous avatar. The same outdoor supplies merchant who had traded rabbit pelts for iodized salt and a solar charging panel. Modern world, outdoor supplies merchant, you again. Wolf pelt this time. Average appearance, untanned, dull fur. Worth at most $1,000. Fan Chuan thought for a moment and silently recited his needs. I need 2 large iron woks about 1 meter in diameter, several kitchen knives of various seasonings, 500 jin of rice, and 100 jin of vegetable oil. Modern world, outdoor supplies merchant. The other side was silent for a long while. Modern world, outdoor supplies merchant, dude, your list is a bit outrageous. 2 1-meter iron woks. Do you know how much a 1-meter iron wok costs these days? 400 yuan, at least, so 800 for 2. With the remaining 200, you want 500 jin of rice and 100 jin of oil. Good rice is 3 yuan per jin now. 500 jin is 1500. Vegetable oil is even more expensive. 100 jin would cost you at least 5 or 600. That totals over 3,000 yuan. 1 wolf pelt won't cut it. Fan Chuan sighed inwardly as he read the reply. Of course he knew it wasn't enough. Tang Dynasty, trader, then what can I get for it? Modern world, outdoor supplies merchant, tell you what, since those 2 rabbit pelts you had last time were decent, I'll put together a package for you. 2 1-meter iron woks, 2 kitchen knives, a set of seasonings, 50 jin of wuchang rice, and 10 jin of vegetable oil. That's it. Any more, and I'd be losing money. Reading the message, Chuan quickly calculated. 50 jin of rice would last him a while, and 10 jin of oil would be enough for some time. Tang Dynasty, trader, deal. Modern world, outdoor supplies merchant, great shipping immediately. Transaction confirmed, transaction complete. Chuan felt a lightness in his hand as the wolf pelt vanished. In its place appeared 2 huge black iron woks, 2 stainless steel kitchen knives, a box of seasonings, a bag of 50 jin of rice, and a bucket of 10 jin of vegetable oil. He crouched down and touched the 2 woks. They were 1 meter in diameter, about 30 centimeters deep, made of cast iron, and felt heavy in his hands. Though inferior to modern non-stick pans, they were unmatched in the Tang Dynasty. With a thought, he exited the space, and the 2 woks along with the supplies appeared on the kitchen floor. He picked up 1 wok and walked to the stove. The stove was made of mud with a few stones propped up, leaving a space for the pot. He placed the wok on the stove. It fit perfectly, then crouched down to start a fire. The Tang Dynasty stove used firewood. He pulled a lighter from the space, lit a handful of dry grass, and stuffed it into the firebox. The dry grass burned quickly, but the firewood stubbornly refused to catch flame. Chuan lay on the ground and blew for a long while, his face flushed red before the fire in the stove finally roared to life. Watching the fierce flames, he finally stood up, patted the dust from his hands, and cut a piece of fat from the pheasant he had hunted the day before, tossing it into the pot. The fat crackled and sizzled in the hot pot, melting slowly and releasing a rich, savory aroma. Wrapping a cloth around his hand, he swirled the pot to coat the walls evenly with the rendered fat. Once seasoned, he repeated the same process with the second iron pot. Then he began to prepare the meal, opening the sack of rice and lifting a handful to his nose. The fragrance of grain was rich and compelling, plump, polished grains of modern white rice. It had been several days since he had last eaten white rice. At Sizhu garden, they had subsisted on unpolished grain with a texture rough as sandpaper. He rinsed the rice thoroughly and set it aside. He filled an iron pot with water and brought it to a boil, then added the rinsed rice, stirring occasionally to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. After a while, sensing the rice was only half cooked, he drained it and transferred it to a bamboo steamer placed over fresh water in the pot. Covering it with a lid, he began to steam the rice thoroughly. He set another iron pot on the stove and poured in vegetable oil. Once heated, he reached into his spice box and retrieved Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and cassia bark, tossing them into the oil until fragrant. Then he added the chopped pheasant meat. The meat sizzled and flipped in the hot oil. He added a spoonful of chili powder, and a rich, intense aroma exploded throughout the kitchen in an instant. The fragrance was bold and overpowering, a harmonious blend of various spices and the natural umami of the game meat swirling and diffusing through the air. Chuan inhaled deeply, breathing in the aroma that filled the room. His eyes grew faintly red. He knew this scent intimately. It was the signature smell of modern stir-frying, a flavor he had savored for over 20 years. He picked up the spatula and gave the dish a quick toss, then added a pinch of salt and a touch of monosodium glutamate. The chicken tumbling in the pot gradually turned a tempting golden brown. The fat and seasonings fused together perfectly, each piece coated in a glistening glaze of sauce. Satisfied it was thoroughly cooked, he used the spatula to transfer the food onto a wooden plate. At that moment, the rice was also done. Lifting the lid released the distinctive fragrance of steamed white rice, grains translucent and separate, a world apart from the yellowed coarse rice of the Tang Dynasty. He carried the dishes to the only wooden table in their home, a bowl of white rice and a plate of stir-fried wild chicken. Chuan picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of chicken to his mouth. The flavor exploded on his tongue, salty, savory, numbing, spicy, and fragrant. 5 flavors intertwined, distinct and layered. The tenderness of the game meat and the intensity of the seasonings merged perfectly. Oh, every bite was pure indulgence. Dopamine surged through his brain. He took another mouthful of white rice, soft, glutinous, and sweet. The grains burst gently between his teeth, carrying a faint natural sweetness. Chuan looked down at the bowl of white rice and the plate of stir-fried chicken. His nose tingled and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. It was simply too delicious. Since transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty, he had been eating boiled green vegetables, pickled radish, dark-dried meat, unpolished rice, and bitter green salt. Even the finest cuisine in the Princess Mansion amounted to no more than boiled greens and salted meat jerky. He had roasted wild chicken and hare before. Tasty enough, but without seasoning, something was always missing. Now at last he was tasting a proper meal. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, he buried his head in the bowl and ate heartily. Before long, several bowls of rice and most of the chicken had disappeared into his stomach. Fully satisfied, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long, contented sigh, thinking to himself, "Now this is what real food tastes like." After finishing the meal and resting for a while, he washed the bowls and chopsticks and sat in the courtyard gazing at the distant silhouette of Mount Zhongnan, planning his next moves. It had been several days since he last took a bath. His body felt sticky and his hair was greasy. But the thought of gathering firewood to heat water for a bath brought a wave of despair. The cooking had already consumed all the scrap wood left by the craftsman. To heat bathwater, he would first have to go chop wood. Without hesitation, he walked to the small stream outside the door, cupped water in his hands, and splashed his face, then wiped his neck and arms. Only then did he remove his shoes and soak his feet in the stream. The water was ice cold, carrying a faint scent of grass and herbs. Returning to the room, Chuan looked at the cloth sack on his bed. He had bought it at the fabric shop, filled with straw, the kind of bedding ordinary Tang commoners used as blankets. Reaching out, he touched the thin cloth sack and felt a surge of exasperation. At least at Sizhu Garden, he had slept beneath animal hides which were warm and adequate. It was only the first month, and the weather was still biting cold. What good would this thing do? Sitting on the edge of the bed, growing more certain with each passing thought that this would not suffice, he focused his mind and entered the space once more. Near the console remained a few items: 1 jean of dried chicken fat, mushrooms, 3 large haunches of wolf meat, and the Bluefield jade crouching tiger pendant bestowed by Li Xiuning. After a moment's hesitation, he placed the dried mushrooms on the platform first. The system appraised them as ordinary goods of little value, enough only to exchange for basic supplies. Then he placed the jade pendant on the platform as well. Detecting item: Bluefield jade crouching tiger pendant. Grade precious. Era Tang Dynasty Palace Craft. Estimated value high. Matching potential buyer. Match successful. Modern era antique collector. A dialog box appeared on the light screen. On the other end was a familiar anonymous avatar, the very same antique collector with whom he had previously traded the phoenix pattern jade pendant for a medical kit. Modern era antique collector. Holy crap, brother. It's you again. Seeing the sudden message, Chuan paused, still processing it, when more text began appearing on the screen. Modern era antique collector. Last time I took that phoenix pattern jade pendant back to my grandfather. You'll never guess what happened. It's the real thing. An authentic Tang Dynasty palace artifact. It went for over 20 million at auction. My grandfather was so overjoyed, he almost lost his breath. Chuan read the screen, his heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. That phoenix pattern pendant had been Li Xiuning's personal possession, traded away for nothing more than a single medical first aid kit. Something worth over 20 million exchanged for a few bottles of antibiotics and a roll of gauze. But back then, saving a life had been the priority. There had been no time to hesitate. Tang, trader, congratulations. This time I have another piece of jade. Could you help me take a look? Modern era antique collector. All right. Hold on, I'll go get my grandfather. My grandfather has been talking about that jade from last time for days. He insisted on examining whatever other treasures you might have with his own eyes. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then the dialogue box suddenly changed, with 2 additional characters appended to the name. Modern era antique collector. Grandfather, young man, let me see that jade in your possession. Chuan sent over the scanned image of the pendant. Silence fell on the other end for quite some time. Likely the old gentleman carefully studying the details of the jade. Modern era antique collector. Grandfather. This is also an authentic Bluefield jade piece, crouching tiger motif, Tang Dynasty palace craftsmanship. The quality is slightly inferior to last time's piece, but it remains a rare treasure. The market value is approximately 5 million. Chuan's heartbeat quickened abruptly. 5 million. In his past life, he had worked hard as a special forces soldier for several years. After retiring, he could only find work as a security guard. His total savings amounted to barely 200,000, of which 170,000 came from his discharge pension. And now a single jade pendant was worth 5 million. Modern era antique collector. Grandfather, young friend, would you sell this piece? 5 million. I can arrange the supplies for you at that value. Chuan took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. With so much money, he needed to think carefully about what he truly required. First and foremost, cement. The yard and rooms were all dirt floors, sure to become muddy and impassable in the rain. He had to harden them with cement, starting with a few tons. Second, bedding. That straw sack was utterly unbearable to sleep on, so he needed to buy several sets of high-quality 4-piece bed linens. Third, a power generation system, a solar energy storage setup capable of supporting household appliances. Also, the stream in front of the gate was 5 meters wide, over a meter deep, and flowed at a decent pace. He could install a small hydropower generator. With both systems working together, he could rest easier about electricity. Even if one broke down, the other would still function. Chuan mentally listed a long inventory, and then began to input. Tang, trader, I need the following items: 3 tons of cement, high-quality 4-piece bed linens. The other party's chat box was silent for a long while before words began to appear again. Present world antique collector. Grandpa, young man, are you planning to build a house in the mountains with all these things? Tang, trader, something like that. Present world antique collector. Grandpa, all right, I'll have someone prepare them. Looking at your list, I see you're missing a few things. I'll add some extras, wires, sockets, lights, tools, and so on, to make up the 5 million. Tang, trader good. Present world, antique collector grandpa, then it's settled. Same time tomorrow evening we'll trade. Fan Chuan was about to exit when a thought struck him. Tang, trader, wait this trading window. If I log out now, will I be able to find you again next time? Or is each match random? Suddenly a system notification popped up on the screen. System prompt: once a trading window is established, the chat window will remain open as long as neither party cancels the transaction or completes the delivery. Both parties can continue communicating at any time until the transaction is completed or canceled by either side. Seeing the system's explanation, Fan Chuan finally felt at ease. Tang, trader good, then we'll trade tomorrow evening. Present world, antique collector grandpa, no problem. Exiting the space and returning to reality, he sat on the edge of the bed looking at the straw sack. He slapped his forehead. In his excitement, he had forgotten the important matter. Now the trading system was occupied with the jade pendant, so he couldn't use the space to exchange for anything else. He would have to make do tonight. Climbing onto the bed, he vigorously patted the straw sack, flattening it a bit, laid it beneath him, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. Outside the window, the stream gurgled in the night, and occasionally distant howls of wolves echoed through the empty valley. Wrapped in the thin straw sack, Fan Chuan curled up and drifted into a hazy sleep. The next morning the sun shone brightly. A clear day? Fan Chuan opened his eyes and sneezed. It had been quite cold last night. The straw sack offered no warmth, and he had been woken by the chills several times. After getting up, he walked to the stream outside the door, cupped water in his hands, and washed his face. The icy stream water was biting, instantly refreshing him. After washing, he went to the kitchen to prepare some breakfast. Lifting the lid of the iron pot, he saw some leftover rice from yesterday's steaming. He then looked at the pile of firewood beside the stove. It was empty. Yesterday's meal had used up all the scraps left by the craftsman. He directly took out the cleaver he had bought at the iron shop yesterday and walked to the slope behind the house. The slope was overgrown with shrubs and miscellaneous trees with dead branches and leaves covering the ground. Fan Chuan swung the cleaver, cutting down some dead branches and shrubs, tied them into a bundle, and dragged it back to the kitchen. He lit a fire, reheated the rice, and also warmed up half a plate of leftover stir-fried wild chicken from yesterday. Though not as fragrant as when freshly cooked, it was far superior to the boiled dishes of the Tang Dynasty. After eating, Fan Chuan took his phone and solar charging panel to the yard, finding a sunny spot to set them up. The phone battery was still over 40%, so he wanted to charge it while the sun was out. While charging, he opened the offline AI assistant on his phone and typed a line: at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain in the year 623, owning 30 mu of land, which modern crops would be most reasonable to plant. Consider climate, soil, and yield. Since it was the offline version, it took a few minutes for the AI to return a result. Based on the climate conditions of the northern foothills of Zhongnan Mountain, today's Lantian area, Shaanxi, a temperate monsoon climate, with an average annual temperature of about 13 C, annual precipitation around 600 millimeters, and a frost-free period of about 210 days. The following planting plan is recommended: paddy fields, hybrid rice, which can be paired with a small amount of lotus root and wild rice stems. Dry fields, corn intercropped with soybeans, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Vegetable plot: 3 mu chili peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, cabbage, radishes, rotated by season. Note: sweet potatoes, corn, chili peppers, tomatoes, and other crops were not yet introduced in the Tang Dynasty, so care must be taken with concealment. Hybrid rice seeds cannot be saved for replanting. Fan Chuan was engrossed in reading when a sudden flurry of footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate. He looked up and saw a group of people pushing the gate open and entering. At the head was Li Xiuning. Today she was not wearing the nightgown, but a light blue cross-collar long dress. Bandages were still wrapped around her shoulder, but her complexion was much better, and she walked without needing assistance. Behind her followed Wan He Qing Lan and several guards and maids whose names he did not know. Fan Chuan quickly stood up and bowed to the princess. "Your Highness." Li Xiuning entered the yard and looked around, appraising the newly renovated small courtyard. The green tiles and white walls, the level ground, and the windows covered with fresh new paper. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the phone charging in the yard before falling on Fan Chuan. She smiled and said, "Master Fan, you've done a fine job with this courtyard." Hearing the praise, Fan Chuan quickly clasped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. All the credit goes to your skilled craftsmen. By the way, Your Highness, why have you come? If there's anything, you could have just sent a servant to summon me." Li Xiuning walked to the stone bench in the middle of the yard and sat down. "Today is the day for changing the dressing. I was getting bored staying in the yard, and I wanted to take a walk. Secondly, I wanted to see your residence." As she spoke, her gaze swept over every corner of the yard. The firewood shed in the front, the main hall in the middle, the vegetable plot in the back, and the babbling stream in front of the gate. She nodded to herself and praised again, nestled against the mountain and beside the water, peaceful and quiet. "Better than I imagined." Hearing this, Fan Chuan quickly flattered, It's all thanks to your highness and the Prince of Qin. Without your help, a person without registration like me could never have obtained such a luxurious piece of land and courtyard. Li Xiuning smiled faintly, not responding to that, but instead changed the subject. It's still early today. Why don't you change my dressing for me? Fan Chuan nodded, turned around, walked back into the room, closed the door, and casually took out the white medical kit from the space. He carried it to her side and gently lifted the bandage from her shoulder. The wound had basically healed. New granulation tissue had completely filled the wound's surface, and the edges were beginning to close. The color was rosy and healthy with no pus or odor. In a few more days, the stitches should be ready to come out. While wiping the area around the wound with an alcohol swab, Fan Chuan said, "It's healing well. The stitches can be removed in 2 or 3 days." Hearing this, Li Xiuning felt much more relieved. She said, "That's good. Once the stitches are out, I can return to Chang'an." Fan Chuan continued his work without slowing down and asked softly, "Your Highness is returning to Chang'an?" Li Xiuning nodded. "Now that the wound is healed, I can't stay in Sizhu Garden forever. There are many court affairs waiting for me." Upon hearing this, Fan Chuan fell silent for a moment, knowing that the Grand Princess normally should be stationed at the frontier, and this time at Sizhu Garden, she was also severely injured. Having thought this through, he continued his actions, cleaning the wound, applying ointment, covering it with gauze, and securing it with tape, then said, "It's done." Hearing this, Li Xiuning moved her shoulders, stood up, and said, "Thank you, Master Fan." She walked to the center of the courtyard and glanced back at the small yard. "Master Fan, your yard is not bad, but living alone, isn't it too lonely?" Hearing this inexplicable remark, Fan Chuan was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Without saying more, Li Xiuning turned and left with her group. Wani, walking at the back, looked back at Fan Chuan, a faint, barely perceptible smile on her lips. Fan Chuan stood at the gate of the yard, watching their figures disappear around the corner of the village path, before finally returning to his phone. Lowering his head, he looked at the planting plan displayed on the phone screen by Doubao, then raised his head to gaze at the vast fields before him. Hybrid rice, corn, sweet potatoes, chili peppers, tomatoes. These crops, commonplace in the modern era, were non-existent in the Tang Dynasty. If planted, they could not only solve his own food problem, but also... Thinking of this, Fan Chuan shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic thoughts. Better not think too far ahead. For now, the most important thing was to till the land, obtain the seeds, and plant the first season's crops. This was the urgent matter. As he thought, his stomach began to growl. He directly stored the phone and solar panel into his space. After pondering for a long time, without figuring it out, he decided to stop thinking and first fill his stomach. Entering the kitchen, he took out a wolf leg from his space. The wolf he had hunted yesterday still had a few legs left unprocessed. He remembered that the roasted wolf meat had been sour and astringent, hard to swallow. After consulting Doubao, he learned that it was because it hadn't been handled properly. If the blood was soaked out thoroughly and then stir-fried with heavy spices, it actually tasted quite good. Picking up the kitchen knife, he cut the wolf leg into fist-sized pieces and placed them all into a bamboo basket. He walked to the stream by the door, submerged the basket in the water, letting the flowing stream carry away the blood from the meat. Returning to the kitchen, he glanced at the water vat and found it was nearly empty, only a small half left, not enough to cook a meal. Sighing, he picked up the bucket, walked to the stream, and carried water back to the kitchen bucket by bucket. The stream was about 50 meters from the kitchen, so carrying water back and forth took considerable effort. After nearly an hour, the water vat was finally full. Only then did he go to the stream, retrieve the soaked wolf meat from the water, return to the kitchen, drain the water, and pour some of the wolf meat into the iron pot. Then from his space, he took out the chicken oil mushrooms he had dried yesterday, grabbed a handful, soaked them in water, and tossed them into the pot. He added water, covered the lid, and began to stew. He set up another iron pot, poured oil, and stir-fried Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and dried chili peppers until fragrant. Then he added some of the wolf meat cut into thin slices and stir-fried them. Stir-frying for a few minutes would cook it through, and it wouldn't become dry and tough like stewing. Soon the kitchen was filled with that overpowering aroma, and the rice had just finished steaming. The sun was just right that day. The warm, early spring sun was pleasant, not scorching. Fan Chuan moved the table to the center of the yard, laid out the food, and was about to start eating when footsteps suddenly came from outside the gate. Looking up, he saw 2 people walking toward the yard. The leader was a man in a dark brocade robe, the Prince of Qin, Li Xiuning, whom he had met once before. Behind him followed a burly man dressed in coarse linen short clothes with a large axe hanging at his waist and a face full of fierce features, looking anything but friendly. Seeing this, Fan Chuan quickly stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Your Highness, the Prince of Qin." As Li Xiuning entered the yard, his gaze fell on the table. A steaming pot of meat, a pot of stewed meat with unknown mushrooms, and a bowl of white rice emitted a rich aroma that filled the air. He paused mid-step, his nose twitching involuntarily, and asked knowingly, "Master Fan, what have you made? It smells so wonderful." Hearing the question, Fan Chuan answered seriously, "Your Highness, just some home-style dishes, stir-fried wolf meat, and chicken oil mushroom stew." Hearing it was wolf meat, Li Xiuning raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't wolf meat sour and astringent?" Explaining again to Li Xiuning, "That's because it wasn't handled properly. If you soak out the blood and stir-fry with heavy spices, that taste won't appear." After hearing the explanation, Li Xiuning nodded. His gaze lingered on the table for a moment. Then, he turned to Fan Chuan and said, "Master Fan, I just went to my third elder sister's place, and she told me you live here. This is Cheng Yaojin, my brother." Cheng Yaojin, standing nearby, stepped forward, grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'm Cheng Yaojin. Master Fan, I've long admired you." Looking at the fierce man before him, Fan Chuan quickly cupped his hands. "General Cheng, you flatter me." Cheng Yaojin waved his hand. "What general? Just call me Old Cheng." Li Xiuning stood in the yard, his gaze shifting between the food on the table and Fan Chuan, then said with a smile, "Master Fan, your food smells truly tempting. I haven't eaten yet. Could I possibly join you for a meal?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan quickly said, "Your Highness, please have a seat. I'll fetch 2 more sets of chopsticks and bowls." With that, he turned and went into the kitchen, brought out 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Li Xiuning and Cheng Yaojin didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly on the wooden stools. Fan Chuan served each of them a bowl of rice and pushed the dishes toward the center. "Your Highness, General Cheng, please enjoy." Li Xiuning picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of stir-fried wolf meat, put it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. Then his eyes lit up. He looked at Fan Chuan in disbelief and said, This is wolf meat." "Yes, it's wolf meat stir-fried with various seasonings. Delicious. Absolutely delicious." As he spoke, Li Xiuning took another piece, put it into his mouth, and nodded repeatedly. "I've eaten countless delicacies in the palace, but I've never tasted anything so fragrant." Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed a piece of wolf meat with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes widened. "My mother, this is too delicious." The two ate like a whirlwind, their chopsticks never stopping, quickly finishing most of the large bowl of wolf meat. Fan Chuan also took a piece to taste. The flavor was indeed much better than last time, without that sour astringency, and the texture was acceptable. But to him it was just so-so, having eaten so many good things in the modern era. But to Li Xiuning and Cheng Yaojin, this was practically divine food. Hearing Fan Chuan mention stir-frying earlier, Li Xiuning, while eating, praised and asked, "Master Fan, your skill is far superior to those imperial chefs in the palace. You said this flavor comes from stir-frying. What does stir-frying mean?" Hearing the question about stir-frying, Fan Chuan, who was eating, snapped back to reality. He realized that in this era stir-frying had not yet been invented. People usually stewed or boiled food. He explained this requires an iron wok. The iron cauldrons you're using now simply cannot achieve proper stir-frying. Oh, by the way, the iron wok was specially commissioned. Hearing the explanation, Li Xiuning nodded and did not ask further. After all, while custom-made ironware was within ordinary people's reach, doing so merely to satisfy one's palate would be pointless and lack value. Beside him, Cheng Yaojin, his mouth stuffed with meat, mumbled indistinctly, "If only there were wine. Such excellent dishes wasted without wine." With Cheng Yaojin's interjection, Fan Chuan smiled and deftly changed the subject. "General Cheng, next time for sure. I just moved in and haven't had the chance to buy wine yet." At this response, Cheng Yaojin set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Then it's settled. When I visit next time, there must be good wine." "Absolutely." The three of them continued eating for a while longer until the table was cleared clean. Li Xiuning set down his bowl and chopsticks, patting his belly contentedly before withdrawing a scroll from his robe and handing it to Fan Chuan. "Lord Fan, this is your hunting permit." Fan Chuan hurriedly took the document and unfurled it. The official seal of the Great Tang was stamped upon it with several lines of neat regular script stating essentially, "By this authority, Fan Chuan is granted permission to hunt in the mountains and forests within the territory of the Great Tang. No person or official may detain or impede him without just cause." Afraid Fan Chuan might not fully understand, Li Xiuning added an explanation beside him. "With this permit, you may hunt legally in any mountains and forests throughout the Great Tang. No person or official may detain you on grounds of illegal hunting." Fan Chuan, whose heart had initially leaped with delight, quickly cooled his excitement. He understood the implication behind Li Xiuming's words. This permit was valid within areas directly controlled by the imperial court, but if he ventured into the territories of powerful aristocratic families or was captured by bandits and robbers, they would not recognize such a paper. Nevertheless, for Fan Chuan, being able to hunt legally near Mount Zhongnan was already more than sufficient. Clasping his fists in gratitude, he bowed. "Thank you, Your Highness." With the matter concluded, Li Xiuning rose to his feet and stated bluntly, "My official duties are pressing. I must return now. Lord Fan, we shall meet again. Safe travels, Your Highness." Fan Chuan stood at the courtyard gate watching the two men walk away. Glancing down at the hunting permit in his hand, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He then stored the permit in his spatial dimension and began clearing the tableware. After washing everything clean, he checked the sky and noted it was still early. Picking up his firewood axe and bamboo basket, Fan Chuan approached the courtyard gate, left it unlatched, and headed toward the mountain. The forest in the afternoon was far quieter than at dusk. Birdsong was sparse, and occasionally a few squirrels could be seen leaping between branches. Treading lightly, Fan Chuan followed the trail he had walked the day before, slowly making his way deeper into the mountains. After approximately the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the bushes beside the path. He quickly stopped, crouched down, and parted the grass. A gray-furred wild rabbit was squatting deep within the undergrowth, chewing on a blade of grass, with its ears perked up alertly. Fan Chuan slowly drew his venom dragon repeating slingshot from his robe and pressed the thumb button. Click! The steel ball snapped into place, the rubber band stretched taut. He aimed and released. A swift whistle sliced through the air. The steel ball struck the wild rabbit squarely in the back of the head. The rabbit twitched twice before going still. Treading carefully, he approached, picked up the rabbit, approximately 2 Jin, and placed it into his bamboo basket before continuing onward. Not half a li further, he spotted a pheasant. Once again, a single shot proved swift and accurate. Walking steadily along, after more than 2 hours, he had harvested 3 wild rabbits and 4 pheasants, a decent haul enough to last several days. Just as he was preparing to head back, his peripheral vision caught something white blooming beneath a shrub by the roadside. Crouching down for a closer look, he saw several datura plants. Their white trumpet-shaped flowers and serrated leaf edges matched the unmistakable characteristics of Datura stramonium. Gazing at the datura, a thought formed in his mind: this was truly a valuable find. Datura contains scopolamine and hyoscyamine, making it a natural anesthetic. In ancient times, Huatuo's ma face and contained datura as a key ingredient. If he could collect some datura and find a way to obtain a crossbow or air gun, then with modifications, he could potentially capture live animal cubs. Excitement surging within him, he carefully used his axe to dig around the base, uprooting the entire datura plant along with its soil. He then searched the surrounding area and found several more, digging them all up and placing them into his basket. Scanning his surroundings and finding no danger, Fan Chuan shouldered his basket and quickened his pace back down the mountain. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found a large ceramic vat, filled it with soil, and transplanted the datura plants into it. After watering them, he placed the vat in a shaded corner of the yard. Then, picking up his firewood axe once more, he headed back into the mountain behind his home to begin chopping wood. The firewood used for noon cooking had been cut that morning. Without gathering sufficient wood, he would not even be able to cook dinner tonight. Swinging his axe, he felled branch after branch, dragging them back to the courtyard, splitting them into smaller sections with his axe, and stacking them neatly in the firewood shed. He labored until dusk had fallen, yet the woodpile in the shed had reached only 1/5 of its intended volume. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, he gazed at the woodpile and sighed helplessly. This would barely suffice for 2 or 3 days of cooking, not to mention bathing water. If he wanted to draw a hot bath, this quantity would be consumed in a single day. Noting the late hour, he retrieved the wild rabbit he had caught that day and carefully skinning it whole with his knife. He then took out his phone and searched on Doubao for rabbit hide tanning methods. Soaking in lye water in the absence of lime brain matter could serve as an alternative, scraping off residual fat, air drying, and softening by kneading. The steps were not overly complicated but required time. Following the tutorial, Fan Chuan placed the rabbit hides in water to soak, planning to process them the following day. Next, he began preparing dinner: stir-fried rabbit meat paired with the chicken oil mushroom soup left over from earlier. Sitting alone in the courtyard amid the twilight, he quietly enjoyed his meal. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes clean, Fan Chuan returned to his room, closed the door, and with a thought entered his spatial dimension. In the wide expanse of the space, the light screen on the operation console remained illuminated, displaying the chat window with the antique collector. No new messages appeared on the other side. He was likely still preparing supplies. Glancing at the time, he noted there was still half an hour before the agreed transaction. Sitting directly on the ground of the space, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. Fan Chuan sat upon the ground of the space, leaning against the pile of untraded supplies, eyes closed, drifting into a drowsy nap. Before he knew how long had passed, a sudden notification chimed from the light screen. Springing to his feet, he strode quickly to the console. On the screen, the antique collector's avatar was blinking, and a new message had popped up. Worldly antique collector, young man, everything is prepared. Take a look at the list. Fan Chuan turned his gaze to the lengthy inventory beside him, densely listing over 10 items. Transaction list 1. PO 425 high-grade cement, 5 tons. 2. Industrial-grade solar energy storage and discharge system, valued at 2 million yuan. 3. Modular hydroelectric power generation system, 1 set, valued at 2 million yuan. 4. Electric vine-gripping rotary tiller, 1 unit, approximately 4.05 yuan. Electric vine-gripping forestry harvester, 1 unit, approximately 3.800 yuan. Total value approximately 4.98 million yuan, a balance to be settled in parts and accessories. Fan Chuan's eyes swept across the lengthy list, his mind racing through the implications of what was being offered in exchange. Fan Chuan read it with utmost seriousness from beginning to end, growing increasingly satisfied as he went along. In particular, those two hill climber machines, an all-electric rotary tiller and a logging harvester, were simply formidable tools in mountainous and hilly terrain. A flash of white light shimmered across the light screen. Fan Chuan felt a sudden lightness in his hand as the Lantian tiger reclining jade pendant vanished, and at that same moment a vast array of supplies materialized out of thin air within the space. Bags of cement were piled into a small mountain. Photovoltaic panels were neatly stacked to one side, and the energy storage cabinet was roughly the size of a large refrigerator. The rotary tiller and logging harvester each claimed a corner, while boxes of various appliances, tools, and piping filled every available space. What had once been a reasonably roomy interior was now so crammed that there was hardly room to set foot. Standing in the middle of the supply pile, Fan Chuan struggled even to turn around. With a mere thought, he withdrew from the space. Reappearing in the room, he let out a long, relieved sigh. He glanced at the straw-filled cloth sack on the bed, the same wretched thing he had wrapped himself in the night before, cold and hard. Striding forward, he snatched it up in one hand and flung it forcefully into the corner. Only then did he carefully retrieve a Simmons mattress from the space. It had been a complimentary gift from the antique collector, not part of the main list, yet the man had thoughtfully included one. He spread the mattress on the bed and laid out a 4-piece bedding set, pure cotton, soft and pleasant to the touch, carrying a faint, fresh fragrance of fabric. With the sheets fitted, the quilt cover arranged, and the pillowcases in place, Fan Chuan simply collapsed onto the bed. The mattress yielded with gentle support. The quilt was light, yet warm, and the pillow height was just right. What he did not know was that these were premium goods worth over 100,000, given as a token of gratitude for his earlier fortune. Lying on the bed, Fan Chuan gazed at the wooden beams overhead, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. It was the first time since he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty that he had slept on a truly comfortable bed. His eyes closed, and in an instant he slipped into dreams. When he opened them again, dawn had just broken. Fan Chuan stretched his arms wide in a generous yawn. This sleep had been exceptionally restful. No waking shivering in the dead of night, no straw digging into his back. He felt remarkably well. After a quick wash, he retrieved an induction cooker and a rice cooker from the space and set them in the kitchen. Examining them closely, he noted these were the appliances obtained from last night's trade and would soon come in handy. However, the solar system had not yet been installed, so electricity was unavailable for now. He made do heating yesterday's leftover rice over a wood-fired stove. After finishing his meal, he walked into the courtyard and began inventorying the supplies traded the day before. First, he brought out the solar system, 60 photovoltaic panels, each roughly 1 meter by 2 meters, stacked neatly together. The energy storage cabinet was refrigerator-sized, adorned with various interfaces and a display screen. Beside it sat a solar tracking bracket capable of automatically adjusting the panel angle to follow the sun's position. Fan Chuan then casually opened the tablet computer that had come as a bonus, which contained a detailed installation manual. Industrial-grade solar energy storage and discharge system rated at 300 kilowatt-hours of storage capacity. 60 double-sided dual-glass photovoltaic panels with a conversion efficiency of 32%. Scientific-grade products. In theory, they generate an average of 200 kilowatt-hours per day, and even on cloudy or rainy days output exceeds 100 kilowatt-hours. After reading the description, Fan Chuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, thinking to himself, 300 kilowatt-hours of storage, 200 kilowatt-hours of daily generation. This would be more than enough not just for one person, but for 10. No wonder this system cost 2 million yuan. This was not household-grade equipment, but industrial-grade. With that thought in mind, he continued watching the installation video. The entire process was not overly complicated, but doing it alone would take at least half a day. Having finished the tutorial, Fan Chuan rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He first carried the photovoltaic panels to an open area behind the courtyard, sun-drenched and unobstructed, the ideal location for installation. Following the instructions, he assembled the solar tracking bracket and secured it firmly in place, then mounted each panel one by one and connected the wiring. 60 panels. Carried alone, installed alone, wired alone. From morning until noon, he finally completed the entire installation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fan Chuan looked at the orderly rows of photovoltaic panels and nodded with satisfaction. But he could not rest yet. He began installing the energy storage cabinet, first moving it into the firewood shed, connecting the inverter and controller, and then linking the photovoltaic panel circuits. Upon completion, the indicator lights on the storage cabinet flickered to life green dots, blinking steadily to signal normal operation. The blue sheen on the photovoltaic panels cast a cool gleam in the sunlight, while the solar tracking system emitted a soft humming sound as it gradually adjusted the panel angles, an impressive display of industrial elegance. After a careful wait, he followed the tablet's instructions to perform a systematic check. Satisfied that everything was in order, he could hardly contain his excitement and rushed into the kitchen. He brought out the induction cooker, rice cooker, microwave, and refrigerator, connecting them all to power. The instant the induction cooker was switched on, it emitted a crisp beep, and its panel illuminated with a blue glow. Watching those brightly lit appliances, Fan Chuan could not help but grin broadly. For lunch, he prepared a simple meal, steaming a pot of white rice in the cooker and stir-frying a plate of wild chicken on the induction stove. With electricity, cooking took less than half the time, and he no longer had to squat by the stove blowing on embers until his face was covered in soot. After eating, he returned to work, beginning to wire the courtyard. Electrical cables ran along the base of the walls, secured with cable clips, and outlets and switches were installed in every room. 2 outlets in the kitchen, 1 in the bedroom, 2 in the main room, and 1 weatherproof outlet in the courtyard. He also mounted an air conditioner on the bedroom wall. Though it was still the first month of spring and the weather remained cold, this little device would be an absolute lifesaver by summer. He worked until dusk finally fell, and at last all the wiring throughout the courtyard was complete. Stepping forward, he flipped the switch and the courtyard lights illuminated, a warm golden glow that felt extraordinarily cozy against the twilight. Standing in the center of the courtyard, gazing at the modern appliances he had installed with his own hands, an indescribable sense of fulfillment welled up within him. After a moment of quiet pride, he turned and headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After finishing his evening meal, Fan Chuan sat in the courtyard and gazed at the distant silhouette of Zhongnan Mountain, musing over what he should do next. The hydroelectric generation system was not yet installed. It required a dam and poured cement, a substantial undertaking. He would tackle it when time permitted. For now, electricity was not a pressing concern. Then there were the 30 acres of land which needed to be enclosed with a fence. Situated right at the mountain foot, without protection, the crops would be devastated by wild boars, rabbits, and other animals. With that in mind, he took out his phone and used the offline Doubao search to look up what materials would be most economical, practical, and durable for building a fence in the Tang Dynasty. Doubao's response caught his eye immediately. It recommended using a mixture of cassava branches and rosehip branches planted together as a living hedge. Cassava grows rapidly and takes root easily from cuttings reaching 2 to 3 meters in height within a year. Its dense branches effectively deter small animals. Rosehip, Rosa roxburghi, features thorny stems and grows swiftly, bearing fruit in its first year. The fruit is rich in vitamin C and edible. Planted together, the two form a natural barrier that serves both protective and economic purposes. The more he read, the more promising it seemed. Cassava branches would form the structural frame, while rosehip branches would create a thorny outer layer. Mixed planting would keep wild boars and rabbits at bay while yielding both cassava and rosehip fruits, a brilliant solution. He used his phone to calculate. For 30 acres, the perimeter would be roughly 600 meters. Planting at half-meter intervals in 2 layers, he would need approximately 2 to 3,000 branch cuttings. Seeing the display results, Fan Chuan focused his mind and entered the spatial dimension. He walked to the console, took out a tail of silver coins from his chest, and placed them on the platform. Item detected: silver 1 tael. Grade common. Valuation approximately 624 yuan. Fan Chuan pondered for a moment and silently thought, I need 3,000 cassava branches, each 2 meters long. He also needed 1,000-year-old or older crippleberry mother branches with roots intact, capable of fruiting in the current season. Matching trading partner. Match successful. Reality African farm owner. A dialog box popped up on the light screen showing an anonymous avatar labeled Reality African farm owner. Reality African farm owner, cassava branches. Crippleberry branches. What do you need these for? Tang trader, to make a fence. Reality African farm owner. This order is far too small. 3,000 cassava branches at our local prices would only amount to 1,000 yuan. 1,000 crippleberry branches are even cheaper, less than 200 yuan. This amount wouldn't even cover the workers' wages. Seeing the message, Fan Chuan frowned and replied, Tang trader, then how much do you want? Reality African farm owner, it's not about the amount of money, my friend. It's about whether it's worthwhile. The cassava branches need to be specially cut to 2 meters, and the crippleberry branches must be dug up with roots attached. That requires hiring workers. For an order this small, I'm not going to bother. Unwilling to give up, Fan Chuan suddenly noticed the other party's identifier was an African farm owner. He recalled that in Africa, legally owning firearms was quite common. An idea struck him, and he typed out his thought. Tang trader, can you get hold of a hunting rifle over there? Reality African farm owner, you've asked the right person. I do have several hunting rifles here, all legally owned. Do you want one? Tang trader, what do you recommend? Reality African farm owner, there's an imported double-barreled hunting rifle secondhand, but in excellent condition. The original owner barely used it after purchasing it. If you want it, 3,000 yuan, will take it away. Additionally, there's a considerable supply of ammunition. Birdshot for birds and small animals, buckshot for deer and wolves, and slugs for bears and tigers. What about your situation? Fan Chuan thought to himself that he already possessed the poison dragon slingshot, which was more than sufficient for hunting birds and wild rabbits. What he needed now was a weapon capable of dealing with medium to large fierce beasts. Take the pack of wolves he had encountered last time for instance. If he ran into them again, the slingshot alone would not suffice. Tang Trader, I want 200 rounds of buckshot and 100 rounds of slugs. How much? Reality African farm owner buckshot is 5 yuan per round, so 200 rounds come to 1,000 yuan. Slugs are 15 yuan per round, so 100 rounds will be 1,500 yuan. Adding the 3,000 for the hunting rifle, the total comes to 5,500. After calculating your silver, you need to give me 9 taels. Fan Chuan quickly calculated in his mind 9 taels of silver, plus the 2 taels from earlier, totaling 11 taels. He still had over 10 taels on his person, it would suffice. Tang Trader deal. For both the branches and ammunition, a total of 11 taels of silver. I confirm the transaction. Reality African farm owner okay. I'll have someone cut the branches. They should be ready in about 2 to 4 hours. Wait for my message. Tang Trader no problem. Having settled the transaction, Fan Chuan exited the spatial dimension, his spirits soaring. Once he had the hunting rifle in hand, his combat effectiveness would rise to a new level. The next time he encountered a wolf pack, it would be a clash where the brave would prevail. Glancing at the sky, he felt there was still plenty of time. The sun had not yet fully set. Recalling that Li Xiuning had told him he could seek him out if needed, Fan Chuan went into the kitchen, filled a cloth bag with 5 jin of white rice, and set off toward the village entrance. Wang Shou's home was at the far end of the village, a modest earthen brick house with farming tools and firewood piled in the courtyard. Fan Chuan reached the doorway, knocked with his hand, and called out to the courtyard. Is Li Xiuning at home? A few seconds later, footsteps sounded from within, and the door opened. Wang Shou poked his head out from the doorway. Seeing it was Fan Chuan, his face immediately broke into a broad smile. Lord Fan, what brings you here? Please come in. Fan Chuan waved his hand and replied, I won't be coming in. I have something to discuss with you. Saying this, he held out the cloth bag toward Wang Shou. Li Xiuning, this is 5 jin of white rice. Please accept it. Wang Shou took the cloth bag and opened it to find pristine white rice inside, plump, gleaming grains that emitted a faint, inviting fragrance. He thought to himself that this young master Fan was quite courteous, offering a gift before even requesting his assistance. Wang Shou scooped up a handful of white rice, holding it in his palm as he examined it closely and brought it to his nose to smell. His expression shifted between surprise and delight. Lord Fan, this rice. It's finer than any polished rice I've seen in the county town. How much is this worth? Not much. Casual in his remark, watching Wang Shou's reaction, Fan Chuan smiled and said, Li Xiuning, tomorrow I need 4 or 5 strong men to help me plant some tree saplings. Just 1 day's work. For each person I'll pay 3 jin of this white rice, plus 2 copper coins. Upon hearing such favorable terms, Wang Shou eagerly patted his chest and assured him, Lord Fan, rest assured, I'll handle this. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll personally select the most capable strong men for you. I guarantee they'll be skilled workers, and I won't let any lazy or cunning folk try to deceive you. Then I thank you, Li Xiuning. After concluding the business at hand, Fan Chuan exchanged a few pleasantries and took his leave, turning to head back. Back in the courtyard, he fetched a stool and sat in the center, gazing toward the distant Zhongnan Mountains, quietly watching the passage of time. As dusk gradually deepened, stars began to emerge in the night sky. Sitting in the darkness, feeling the early spring evening breeze, his heart was surprisingly at peace. Roughly 3 hours later, a notification chime sounded from within the spatial dimension. Fan Chuan focused his mind and entered the space. On the light screen, the African farm owner's avatar was flashing. Reality African farm owner, the branches and ammunition are all ready. Please confirm the transaction. Fan Chuan first opened the transaction list. 1. Cassava branches 3,002 meters long. 2. Crippleberry mother branches 1,000 with roots. 3. Double-barreled hunting rifle 1-4. Buckshot 205. Slugs 100. Seeing the quantities were correct, he nodded in satisfaction and tapped confirm with his finger. Alleles of silver vanished instantly, but this time the supplies did not appear within the spatial dimension. Just as he was about to ask, a system prompt appeared on the light screen. System noticed the traded items are too large in volume and the current remaining space capacity is insufficient. They have been automatically transferred to the external vacant area. Please exit the space to collect them. Fan Chuan suddenly understood. The space was already packed with cement and appliances, so there truly was no room for so many branches. He hurriedly exited the spatial dimension and indeed found the courtyard piled high with goods, all the supplies he had just purchased. Taking 2 quick steps forward, Fan Chuan picked up the hunting rifle, pulled back the bolt, and inspected it. The barrel was clean with no traces of rust, and the mechanical structure was in perfect condition. He raised the rifle and mimicked an aiming motion. The feel was excellent. He then opened the ammunition box, picked up a single round of buckshot, and examined the red casing and copper-colored tip, feeling its considerable weight. After savoring the moment for a while, he reluctantly stored the hunting rifle and ammunition back into the spatial dimension. Gazing at the mountain-like pile of branches in the courtyard, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. With much to do the next day, he simply washed up and retired to bed. At the break of dawn the next day, Fan Chuan was still lying on the soft spring bed when he heard a commotion outside the yard. Half asleep, he heard someone calling his name, so he rubbed his eyes and got up. He put on his clothes, walked to the gate of the courtyard, pulled back the bolt, and opened the door. There stood village head Wang Shou along with 5 men clad in patched garments, all huddled together nervously. After all, on the way here the village head had mentioned that this household was specially approved by the current emperor. Someone whom the village head himself would personally accompany could hardly be an ordinary person. The men kept their heads lowered, not knowing where to put their hands or feet, their eyes carrying an instinctive awe and tension. Fan Chuan swept his gaze over the 5 sallow, gaunt men, who seemed so frail that a gust of wind could knock them over, and couldn't help furrowing his brows. With such physiques, can they do heavy labor? The village head saw Fan Chuan's expression and immediately understood his thoughts. He hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Master Fan, these are already the strongest men in our village. We've just come through an era of turmoil, but we've only had a few days of good living. That they're like this is already quite something. Don't be fooled by their thinness. They're all adept hands at work, whether it's farming or chopping wood. They never slack off." Hearing the village head's urgent tone, Fan Chuan sighed inwardly and thought it's the 6th year of Wude, only 6 years since the founding of the Great Tang. Before that, the chaos at the end of Sui had dragged on for over a decade of warfare. If the common folk could survive, that was already a blessing. Who had the luxury to put on fat? These people had managed to live through the troubled times, which meant they had decent constitutions. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Li Xiuning standing nearby, fidgeting and looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing that, Fan Chuan found it somewhat amusing and directly asked, "Village head, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dilly-dally like a woman." Li Xiuning rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed, and said with a flattering smile, "Master, well, I was thinking this job of yours needs someone to direct. I do know a few characters, and my mind is a bit sharper than theirs. What do you think? Could I also join the work? After all, such a good opportunity is rare. 3 caddies of white rice and 2 copper coins a day. You won't find such wages anywhere else in Lantian County." Understanding that this was his request, Fan Chuan smiled and nodded. "All right, village head Wang. With you overseeing, I'll rest assured. Today you'll be in charge of directing their work, and your wages will be counted as well." Wang Shou's face immediately lit up with joy, and he repeatedly thanked him. Watching the group, Fan Chuan seemed to think of something and asked, "Have you all had breakfast?" The 5 men, along with Wang Shou, all nodded, saying they had eaten early in the morning. Looking at their expressions and then at their sallow, gaunt appearances, Fan Chuan shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, had breakfast. They probably just downed 2 bowls of watery rice porridge thin enough to see one's reflection and called it a meal. But he didn't say anything more. When it came time to distribute the rice after work, he would give them a little extra. As he thought, he turned and walked into the courtyard, pointed at the 2 large piles of branches, and began explaining in detail. "You see, these thick bare ones are cassava branches. They're the framework of the fence. When planted, they'll take root, and the branches are dense." After that, Fan Chuan picked up another branch and said, "These thorny ones are called thorn pear branches. Plant them between the cassava, their branches are covered in thorns. When wild boars or rabbits encounter them, they'll have to detour." With that, he walked to the edge of the field outside the door, drew a rough diagram on the ground with his foot, and said, "Dig holes about this deep, roughly 1.5 chi deep. Insert the branches upright, then tamp the soil firm. Plant the cassava every 60 centimeters with 2 rows staggered and 40 centimeters between the rows. Then in the gaps plant a thorn pear every 60 centimeters. Water each plant with 1 bowl of water to thoroughly moisten the soil." As Fan Chuan kept throwing out various modern distance measurements, 60 centimeters, 40 centimeters, the crowd was completely baffled. The men exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes full of confusion. What was 60 centimeters? And what was 40 centimeters? Seeing their utterly clueless expressions, Fan Chuan slapped his forehead and silently scolded himself for his foolishness. This was the Tang Dynasty. They used the system of Qi Cun Fun. Moreover, these people had never even studied. Even if he told them 2 Qi, they probably couldn't measure it accurately, let alone 60 centimeters. "Wait a moment," Fan Chuan said, and turned to walk into the courtyard. He picked up a woodcutter's axe, chopped a pile of bamboo poles, and cut them into 2 lengths, one about 60 centimeters, the other about 40. He then carved markings on the bamboo poles with his knife, making simple measuring rods. Returning to the field, he placed the 60-centimeter bamboo pole on the ground and said, "This length is the spacing between 2 cassava plants. See clearly." The crowd finally understood and nodded in unison. Seeing that they all indicated no problem, Fan Chuan placed another bamboo pole. The 40-centimeter one is the spacing between the 2 rows. Every time you plant one, use this to measure. No slacking off. With that, he directed the group to carry some of the cassava branches and thorn pear branches from the courtyard and brought them to the boundary of his land, where he began demonstrating how to plant them. He first dug a hole himself, inserted a cassava branch diagonally, tamped the soil, and watered it. Then 40 centimeters away he dug a second hole and inserted a thorn pear branch. The entire sequence was smooth as flowing water. See clearly. Just plant like this along the boundary. Village head Wang Shou stood nearby watching Fan Xuan's movements without blinking. After a few minutes, he had fully grasped the method. After all, he was considered somewhat educated in the village and his mind was sharp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the village head. With full understanding, he smiled and said, "Master, I've got it. You go ahead and attend to your affairs. I'll take charge here and make sure everything is planted perfectly." Hearing his confident words, Fan Xuan gave him a skeptical glance and stepped aside. Watching Wang Shou pick up the bamboo measuring rod and direct the men to dig holes, insert branches, and water them with a proper air, Fan Xuan walked over after a few meters to inspect. The spacing was correct and the depth was appropriate. Only then did he feel reassured. "All right, you all keep working. I'll go back to the room and fix some breakfast." After saying that, he returned to the courtyard, took out his induction cooker, and began preparing breakfast. With electricity, everything was so comfortable. He finished breakfast in just a few minutes. After breakfast, Fan Xuan remembered that he had wanted to take a bath the previous night, but the thought of having to boil water and haul bucket after bucket made him too lazy to move. Today he decided to solve this problem once and for all. He went into the room, took out the water pump from his spatial storage, and checked the configuration. It turned out to be an auto start-stop type, which was exactly what he wanted. It would start automatically when water was turned on and stop when the water was turned off. This pump was one of the supplies he had traded for yesterday. Its power wasn't high, but it was sufficient for daily water use. He carried the pump to the stream outside the courtyard, found a relatively secluded spot with gentle current, submerged the pump in the water, secured it, and began laying the cable. The wire ran along the grass by the stream, lifted with bamboo poles, and tied to them to keep it from getting wet all the way to the courtyard. After laying the cable, he returned to the courtyard, connected the wire to the output of the solar power system, and tested the switch. The pump hummed to life, and a stream of clear creek water sprayed from the outlet. Seeing this, Fan Xuan grinned from ear to ear. He took the water pipe, installed a faucet at the edge of the courtyard, and secured it to the wall with pipe clamps. He also installed a faucet beside the kitchen stove, so that from now on he could just turn on the tap for water when washing vegetables or cooking without having to fetch water from the stream. He slapped his forehead and thought, "I still need a place to bathe and a toilet." He looked at the layout of the courtyard. The side room farthest in the three-section compound was small, about 10 square meters, and could be converted into a bathroom and toilet. But for now it couldn't be used directly. The floor was tamped earth with no sewage or drainage system. It would need to be completely renovated. As he pondered, he headed toward the fields outside the courtyard. Wang Shou, the village head, and his 5 men were working tirelessly. Fan Xuan stepped out to take a look. Nearly half of the fence had been planted with rows of cassava cuttings and wild rose branches standing neatly along the field's edge. Though still not grown, the initial shape of the fence was already visible. Seeing Fan Xuan come out, Wang Shou wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "Young master, you have nothing to worry about. I guarantee we'll finish planting the entire fence today." The other men nodded in agreement as well. Fan Xuan gave a slight nod. "Very well, continue your work." After taking a closer look, he returned to the kitchen and quickly prepared a simple meal. He used the electric rice cooker to steam rice, paired it with leftover wild chicken from the morning, and warmed it on the induction stove. A quick few minutes. Once finished eating, he didn't rest, but continued with his work. He planned to renovate both the toilet and bathroom. The priority was addressing drainage. Relatively straightforward, since he could route pipes downstream to the stream where the flowing water would carry the waste away. The downstream area sat dozens of meters away from the courtyard, so there was no risk of contaminating their water supply. However, the challenge lay in excavating trenches underground to bury the pipes and constructing a septic tank. Manual excavation would take several days at minimum. Fan Xuan stood outside the courtyard, surveying the vacant space, while furrowing his brow in thought, calculating the most efficient approach. After pondering for quite some time, he had already formulated a rough renovation plan for the toilet, though he recognized that hand-digging trenches and holes would consume considerable time. Fortunately, he had a forestry crawler on hand. If he simply replaced the front attachment with a digging bucket, it could function as a compact excavator. Moreover, the antique collector had already reserved the necessary attachments in advance. Once the fence was complete and the courtyard walls enclosed, he could operate these machines within or outside the compound without drawing attention. With these thoughts settled, Fan Xuan put aside his plans for the toilet renovation and returned to the fields to supervise the planting details. His hands-on involvement accelerated the pace once more. Fan Xuan carried a bamboo measuring rod, checking the spacing at regular intervals. Any that appeared misaligned were immediately uprooted and replanted without hesitation. As the sun gradually descended toward the ridge of Zhongnan Mountain, it bathed the entire sky in orange hues. The crew finally finished planting the fence, though roughly 1/10 of the branches remained unused. Observing the leftover branches, Fan Xuan directed the workers, saying, "Don't waste these. Plant them densely together in one section as spare seedlings." This way, if any seedlings die elsewhere, I can easily transplant replacements from here. The workers followed his instructions, planting all the remaining branches in a vacant plot at the edge of the field. Once everything was done, Fan Chuan led the group back to the courtyard. He entered the kitchen alone and brought out the dozens of jin of white rice exchanged the previous day, placing it on a wooden table in the courtyard. Only then did he realize he lacked sufficient cloth sacks. "Did any of you bring cloth bags?" he asked directly. Every man produced a neatly folded coarse cloth bag from his clothes, clearly having prepared them beforehand. 3 jin of white rice, fine grain, not unpolished rice. In town, exchanging it for coarse grain would sustain a family for several days of proper meals. Fan Chuan then distributed the rice to each man individually. Every worker received slightly more than 3 jin, scooped generously with a wooden ladle and poured into their cloth bags. Simultaneously, he withdrew a small cloth pouch given by the princess from his clothing and drew out 2 copper coins, placing them in each man's hand. The workers held their heavy rice bags, eyes reddening with emotion, lips trembling as they struggled to find words. "Young master, this is too much." An older man stammered, voice thick with emotion. "One day's labor deserves only 2 copper coins, yet you give us so much rice." Witnessing their expressions, Fan Chuan couldn't bear it. He waved his hand hastily. "Take it. You've earned this. Be safe on your way home. If such work arises again, I'll call for you." The men nodded repeatedly, thanking him profusely before departing. As he watched their hunched figures vanish into the twilight, Fan Chuan reflected the people of this era were so simple and unpretentious. 3 jin of white rice could move them to such gratitude, something that in his modern world would cost less than 10 yuan. The night passed without incident. By morning, a clear sky stretched endlessly overhead, bright sunshine, making it perfect for outdoor labor. Fan Chuan rose early, had a simple breakfast, then walked to the center of the courtyard. With a thought, he summoned the forestry crawler from his spatial storage. The machine was painted entirely in military green, with a tracked undercarriage measuring over 1 meter wide and more than 2 meters long. A hydraulic logging shear mounted at the front and a cab at the rear gave it the appearance of a miniature tank. Fan Chuan climbed aboard and, following the instruction manual, removed the front logging shear and attached the matching digging bucket. After tightening the bolts and connecting the hydraulic lines, the entire conversion took less than 20 minutes, transforming the forestry machine into a compact excavator. He quickly studied the instructions and had the machine running shortly after climbing into the cab. Driving the excavator out of the courtyard, its electric motor ran almost silently. Following the route planned the previous day, he arrived at the empty room in the side courtyard. He began by excavating for the toilet, digging a pit approximately 15 centimeters deep and 1 meter square in the corner of the room, as planned, intended to serve as a septic tank for the squat toilet. Though the excavator's bucket was modest in size, its efficiency far exceeded manual labor with a hoe. The electric motor hummed steadily as the bucket cut into the soil, scooping earth into piles within the courtyard. In less than 10 minutes, a standard square pit was complete. Next came the drainage trench, extending from the toilet site along the wall's base out of the courtyard and downstream toward the stream. The trench measured 30 centimeters wide and 40 centimeters deep to accommodate the drainage pipes. Fan Chuan guided the excavator along the predetermined route, digging steadily forward. The tracks left deep impressions in the soil, while the bucket carved a neat channel across the ground. Reaching the connection point to the stream at a total length of roughly 30 meters, the entire excavation took less than an hour. "This is truly excellent," Fan Chuan remarked, patting the excavator's control lever with satisfaction. He then began installing the pipes, retrieving PVC drainage conduits from his spatial storage and connecting them sequentially, with PVC adhesive wrapping the joints with sealant tape to ensure a watertight seal. The piping ran from the toilet's septic tank along the excavated trench all the way to the stream's edge. At the terminal end, he dug a small pit lined with gravel to create a basic filtration layer, preventing direct discharge from contaminating the stream. A precaution with limited practical value, but necessary nonetheless. Once installation was complete, he operated the excavator to backfill the trench, pushing the excavated earth back and compacting and leveling it. By mid-morning, the drainage system was fully operational. Returning to the courtyard, Fan Chuan surveyed the leveled ground and began calculating his next steps. The surface remained compacted earth and required a cement layer, otherwise rainfall would turn the toilet and bathroom areas into quagmires. He drove the excavator to the stream bank and scooped up substantial amounts of river sand, piling it in the courtyard. With a casual gesture, he retrieved several bags of cement from his spatial storage. The cement was PO 425 grade high-strength concrete, specifically meant for bridge construction. 5 tons acquired through yesterday's exchange. Approximately 2 tons would be needed to cover the courtyard and rooms. Fan Chuan dumped the cement into a mound on the ground, excavated a depression in the center, and added the river sand before thoroughly mixing the materials with the excavator's bucket. Combining cement, sand, and water in proper proportions, the excavator's bucket functioned as a large-scale mixer, churning back and forth until the mortar reached a uniform consistency. He then transported the mixed mortar into the room bucket by bucket, pouring it onto the floor and spreading it evenly with a shovel. For convenience, he decided to lay not only the toilet and bathroom, but also the entire courtyard's rooms with cement flooring, since cement and sand were plentiful. This work took an entire day. During that time, he also recharged the excavator, which was surprisingly fast, fully charged in just an hour. By sunset, all the ground had been covered with a thick layer of cement mortar, smooth and flat, shimmering with a bluish-gray luster. However, the cement was still wet and not yet usable. After 2 or 3 days, when it had fully set and hardened, everything would be perfect. He put away the excavator and looked at the ground that was now completely off-limits. Fan Chuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so absorbed in the work that he hadn't thought ahead. Now he couldn't even enter the house. He would have to wait until at least tomorrow, when the surface was slightly drier, before stepping on it. After some thought, he decided to go to the princess's villa to rest for the night, and the next day, he could also remove the stitches from the princess's wound. Without further delay, he closed the courtyard gate, and while the sky was still not completely dark, headed towards Sizhu Garden. As he approached the entrance of Sizhu Garden, Fan Chuan paused, hesitated, and then with a thought he took out the medical kit from his spatial storage and carried it in his hand. That made him look more like a physician. As he stepped forward, the guards at the gate stopped him. They all recognized Fan Chuan, as he had stayed in Sizhu Garden for several days and had treated the princess, but nighttime visits were not allowed without reason. One of the guards stepped forward, cupped his fists, and asked, "Master Fan, you come late at night. What business do you have?" Fan Chuan touched his nose with a finger, thinking of a pretext. "Today, I hired some villagers to lay a damp-proof lime plaster on the floors of my courtyard and rooms. It needs to rest overnight, so I can't stay there. I was hoping to borrow a room here for the night. Please inform Her Highness the Princess." The guard glanced at the medicine case in his hand and nodded. "Wait a moment, sir. I'll go report." With that, he turned and walked into the courtyard. Fan Chuan stood at the gate, feeling a bit uneasy. Coming to ask for lodging late at night was indeed rather presumptuous. But Li Xiuning wouldn't refuse, would she? After all, he had saved her life and given her the recipe for snow salt. Surely she would grant him this favor. Soon the guard returned, followed by a familiar figure. Wan He, dressed in a lotus-colored short gown, carrying a lantern, walked to the gate and gave a slight bow. "Master Fan, Her Highness agrees. Please follow me." Hearing this, Fan Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and followed Wan into Sizhu Garden. The garden was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of bamboo leaves in the evening breeze. Lanterns hung one after another under the eaves. Wan walked ahead, her steps light and almost silent. She stopped in front of a side room, pushed open the door, and stepped aside. "Master, this is the room you stayed in before." Fan Chuan peered inside. It was exactly the guest room he had woken up in on his first day after transmigrating. The room was tidy, with an oil lamp on the table casting a warm glow. He said politely, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Wan." Wan gave a slight bow. "Rest early, master. If you need anything, just let the guards outside know." With that, she turned and left, her skirts brushing lightly against the floor, quickly disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Fan Chuan entered the room, closed the door, placed the medicine case on the table, and plopped down on the edge of the bed. After a day's work, every bone in his body was protesting. The cement mortar job might not look heavy, but driving the excavator, bouncing back and forth, had nearly shaken his back apart. Without a second thought, he lay down on the bed, pillowed his hands behind his head, and stared blankly at the roof beam. "Today I finished laying the cement ground and buried the toilet's drainage pipe. Once the cement dries, I'll install the toilet and shower. Won't life become more and more comfortable? Next, I'll go hunting in the mountains. I've got the double-barreled shotgun, but I haven't really used it yet. I need to find a chance to try it out." As he thought, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Fan Chuan was woken by the morning light streaming through the window. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, realizing he had fallen asleep without even taking off his clothes. He stood up, washed up briefly, and with the medicine case, pushed open the door and walked out. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw Li Xiuning sitting on a chair with several people standing before her. The atmosphere was clearly tense. Li Xiuning wore a simple long dress draped with a black cloak, sitting upright with a stern expression. Standing before her was the guard commander Qing Lan, with Wan behind her. Qing Lan was reporting something with a serious face, her voice low, but in the quiet morning courtyard, Fan Chuan could still catch a few words. "Your Highness, Chai Shao has somehow learned that you have recovered. Since he cannot leave his post, he has cut off the supply of grain to our women's army. We now have enough for only 2 or 3 days. He wants to force you to return and deal with it." Qing Lan said this with obvious anger in her voice and couldn't help adding her own opinion. "In my opinion, he must want to reconcile with you. After all, as the imperial son-in-law, he enjoyed great prestige. Now that the divorce is granted, he's losing power steadily and can't sit still." Wan standing behind Li Xiuning nodded repeatedly, and whispered in agreement, "Your Highness Chai Shao has always been narrow-minded. Now that the imperial decree of divorce has been issued, he has lost face and naturally wants to find a way to regain his standing." Several women obviously had a poor impression of Chai Shao, and their words were full of contempt. Fan Chuan overheard their conversation. He hesitated for a moment, but then walked over slowly. When the women saw Fan Chuan, they immediately fell silent. After all, these were imperial affairs and could not be disclosed to outsiders. Qinglan stopped speaking and stepped aside, the anger on her face instantly vanishing without a trace. Li Xiuning, however, was not as nervous as they were. Instead, she put on a smiling expression and asked, "Master, did you sleep well last night?" Faced with the princess's inquiry, Fan Chuan clasped his hands. "Quite well, thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness." Li Xiuning nodded, then changed the subject. "But what happened last night? How come you came only after dark? Isn't your courtyard fine?" Fan Chuan blurted out the excuse he had prepared. "I thought that if it rained the yard would become muddy, and in summer it would be damp again. I know a traditional method passed down from the mountains: mix lime, fine sand, and clay into a slurry, spread it on the ground, and once it dries in a day these problems won't occur." He paused for a moment as if organizing his thoughts, then continued. "Yesterday, I hired 5 or 6 villagers to help lay it. We worked until dark to finish. The ground hasn't dried yet, so I can't stay there. I'm not familiar with the villagers, so I didn't feel comfortable imposing on them. That's why I had to bother you. Besides, your wound is due for suture removal today. I plan to remove the stitches for you shortly, then go back to check. I think it should be habitable by tonight." After hearing the explanation, Li Xiuning nodded thoughtfully. She gently moved her shoulder. Indeed, there was no longer any pain, only a slight itch at the wound, a sign of healing. "Then I shall trouble you, sir," Li Xiuning said, signaling Fan Chuan to proceed with removing the stitches. Fan Chuan did not stand on ceremony. He opened his medical kit, took out forceps and scissors, and walked over to Li Xiuning. When he hurried forward to help Li Xiuning undo her garments, revealing her right shoulder. The wound had healed well. Around the sutures was only a faint red line, no swelling, no pus, and the new flesh had already knitted together. Fan Chuan clamped the thread with forceps, snipped it gently with scissors, and pulled out the stitches one by one. His movements were skilled and gentle, causing Li Xiuning almost no pain. After removing the stitches, he applied a layer of anti-inflammatory ointment, bandaged the wound with clean gauze, and instructed, "Your Highness, the wound is no longer serious. As long as you avoid strenuous activity, there is no need to change the dressing. In a few days it will be fully healed, and you won't even need the bandage." Hearing this, Li Xiuning nodded, adjusted her clothes, and then glanced thoughtfully at Qinglan, then back at Fan Chuan, a faint enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her lips. She spoke slowly, "Qinglan, you are 21 this year, are you not?" Qinglan was taken aback, wondering why the princess suddenly asked this, but she answered honestly, "Indeed, Your Highness. I have been in your service for 15 years. Li Xiuning kept shifting her gaze between Qinglan and Fan Chuan, and said half-jokingly, "So old already. Time flies. How about I bestow you upon Master Fan as a concubine?" At these words, the courtyard fell into instant silence. Upon hearing the princess's words, Qinglan's eyes flew wide open, her face flushing crimson. She quickly knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, I swear to never leave your Highness's side. I must continue to serve as your guard, while I dare not harbor any improper thoughts." Her words were rapid, her voice laced with panic, but her ears were already burning red, and even her fair cheeks had taken on a distinct blush. Though her mouth denied it, her flustered demeanor clearly revealed a stirring in her heart. Li Xiuning ignored Qinglan's protest, and turned to look at Fan Chuan, asking with a smile, "What do you think, sir?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He had never expected Li Xiuning to spring such a thing. Qinglan was indeed a good girl, capable, valiant, loyal, and pretty. But this was too sudden. They had only met twice. How could she be bestowed to him as a concubine? His heart was pounding, but he maintained a composed demeanor and replied politely, "Your Highness jests. Miss Qinglan is your personal guard. How dare I covet her?" As soon as he finished, Li Xiuning simply nodded, signaling Qinglan to stand, and said nothing more. This left Fan Chuan, who was packing his medical kit, at a loss. He thought to himself, "I was just being polite. Why did she nod? Did that mean this matter was to be noted for now, or to be discussed later?" He was inwardly speechless, but his expression remained unchanged. He swiftly packed his kit, stepped back, and was about to speak. Still nodding, Li Xiuning suddenly put on a serious expression and asked, "Sir, your medical skills are so remarkable. Have you ever considered joining the army? If someone like you were in the military, how many casualties among the soldiers could be reduced?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan shook his head firmly. Join the army? No way. As a time traveler, he had finally settled down in this ancient era with his own courtyard, fields, and a decent life. Why would he go to the army? That would only cause him trouble. Besides, he had no desire to be subordinate to others or to serve as a physician. He wasn't a skilled doctor. He had only learned basic first aid during his military service, and his modern medical kit had been a great help. "Your Highness, I am not much of a healer. I only know simple bandaging and suturing. Techniques like wound suturing are actually quite simple, though anyone can learn by following the steps. If your highness wishes, you could select a few clever individuals, and I will teach them the method. They can then treat more people. After saying this, Fan Chuan thought for a moment, placed the medical kit on the table, and pushed it forward. Keep this first aid kit, your highness. Although the medicines inside are limited, they can save lives in critical moments. I will prepare another one for myself. Li Xiuning looked at the medical kit on the table and fell silent for a moment. From his words, it was clear that he truly had no desire to practice medicine or join the military. This man had his own ideas and was not someone who could be arranged by others. She said no more, simply nodded and spoke. Since you have made up your mind, I will not press you. I still have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. Fan Chuan tactfully cupped his hands. I will take my leave. With that, he turned and walked toward the courtyard gate, his steps light and without the slightest reluctance. The women in the courtyard watched his retreating figure until it disappeared through the doorway. Once Fan Chuan was far away, when he withdrew, her gaze leaned close to Li Xiuning and lowered her voice with a mischievous smile. Your highness, have you truly decided to choose him as your consort? His Majesty would surely never agree, would he? Having grown up together as her personal maid, Li Xiuning had long since discarded the strict hierarchy between them. They were more like close friends than mistress and servant. Some things one he dared to say, while others did not. Li Xiuning did not answer immediately, but fell silent for a moment. She gazed in the direction Fan Chuan had disappeared, a complex glint flashing in her eyes. After a moment, she spoke, her voice soft, but carrying an unshakable resolve. In my last marriage, I already made my contribution to the royal family. Now that I have even laid down my military command, can I not pursue my own happiness? At these words, the maidservants dared not respond. They could all sense the weight in the princess's words. It was not a whim, but a decision made after careful consideration. The courtyard fell into silence, broken only by the morning breeze rustling through the bamboo leaves. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan had already left the bamboo grove and was walking along the village path toward his own courtyard. The morning air was exceptionally fresh and the fields exuded a faint, earthy scent. The cassava and prickly pear branches by the roadside still looked wilted, but Fan Chuan was in good spirits. He walked briskly and soon reached his own courtyard gate. The gate was just as he had left it last night. He reached out gently, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The first thing he saw was the gray cement floor. After a night of setting, the surface of the cement was no longer wet, showing a uniform bluish gray. Fan Chuan carefully extended his foot and tentatively stepped on the edge of the cement. No footprints were left. He pressed down harder, still no imprint. Delighted, Fan Chuan walked slowly to the center of the courtyard. The cement surface was smooth and firm beneath his feet. He crouched down and pressed the ground with his palm. It was hard. The surface had indeed dried. Although it would take a few more days to cure completely, it was already walkable. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Fan Chuan looked around, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He walked straight to the bathroom and quickly installed the toilet and shower equipment. He patted his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. He went into the kitchen, turned on the tap, and clear stream water gushed out. He washed his hands and began to prepare a meal. It was extremely simple. He steamed rice in an electric rice cooker, turned on the induction cooker, stir-fried some wild chicken, and it was done in no time. After finishing his meal, Fan Chuan washed the dishes and bowls, then stretched lazily in the yard. The sunlight was just right, casting a warm, soothing glow upon him. Turning his gaze toward the row of solar photovoltaic panels at the back of the yard, he calculated silently that set of hydroelectric equipment had been lying in the spatial storage, taking up space and going to waste. Perhaps he should take advantage of the early hour and install the hydroelectric system. Acting on the thought, Fan Chuan stepped out of the yard and walked upstream along the small creek. The creek flowed from the depths of the Zhongnan Mountains, its water clear and its current swift. He had measured it before. The shallowest part was over a meter deep and the flow speed was considerable, more than enough to generate electricity. Following the creek for about half a kilometer, he stopped at a bend in the river. The terrain here was ideal. The upstream channel narrowed and the water formed a natural drop of about 2 meters. The stream rushed down from the height, crashing against the rocks and splashing. If he built a small dam here, it could drive a water turbine to generate electricity. Standing by the creek, he carefully observed the topography and formed a rough plan. With a thought, he directly retrieved the creeping ivy excavator from the spatial storage. The tracks of the excavator crunched over the riverbed's cobblestones, emitting a dull rumble. Fan Chuan manipulated the bucket and began digging a diversion channel beside the creek. The bucket bit into the soil, scooping up loads of earth and gravel, which he piled on the bank. Operating the excavator along the planned route, he first dug a diversion channel about 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. The creek water gushed through the newly dug channel. After completing the diversion channel, he began excavating the dam foundation trench in the main riverbed. The trench had to be dug deeper to accommodate the concrete dam base. The excavator's bucket rose and fell continuously on the riverbed, clearing all the silt and gravel to reveal the hard bedrock beneath. This work took over an hour. Fan Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the finished trench with satisfaction. Next, he needed to fell trees for the formwork used to pour concrete. First, he removed the excavator's bucket and replaced it with a logging attachment, then drove the creeping ivy directly up the back mountain. Operating the logging machine, the hydraulic shear snapped through tree trunks with a crisp sound. One by one the trees fell. In less than an hour, he had felled over a dozen trees. He dragged the trunks to a flat area and took out a handheld chainsaw from the spatial storage. This was an electric tool from the 5 million supplies package powered by a lithium battery. It cut wood dozens of times faster than a manual saw. The chainsaw's chain whirred rapidly, cutting through the wood with a piercing noise. He sliced the trunks into planks, each length matching the dimensions of the foundation trench. The cut planks were neatly stacked together, and with a wave of his hand, they were all stored into the spatial storage. Fan Chuan couldn't help but marvel. Having spatial storage was truly convenient. If he had to carry them by hand, it would take a whole day. He drove the excavator back to the trench site, took out the formwork from the storage, and began assembling it. Installing the formwork was a meticulous task. First, he laid the base plates at the bottom of the trench, leveled them with a spirit level, and then secured the side panels with nails and wire. Gaps between the boards had to be wedged tightly with wooden strips to prevent cement slurry from leaking during pouring. As he thought, his hands moved swiftly. Fan Chuan crouched in the trench, fixing the boards one by one, binding them firmly with wire, and checking repeatedly to ensure everything was secure before climbing out. He took out the remaining few tons of cement from the spatial storage and piled them on the open ground by the creek. Using the excavator, he scooped up some river sand near the creek and stacked it beside the cement. Cement, sand, and gravel were mixed in a certain proportion, tumbling and blending in the excavator bucket until they formed a uniform mortar. He poured the mixed cement mortar into the formwork, then used a vibrator to compact the mortar and expel air bubbles. Next came the installation of the hydroelectric module. From the spatial storage, he retrieved the hydroelectric equipment, a water turbine, a generator, a controller, along with matching steel bars, pipes, and wires. Following the instruction manual, he first placed the steel bars into the formwork according to the specified proportions, then fixed the water turbine's base onto the steel bars. During installation, a problem arose again. The position of the water turbine had to be extremely precise. Even a slight deviation would prevent the water flow from effectively driving the blades. Fan Chuan lowered the turbine into place, looked at it from left and right, and felt the position was off. He retracted it into the storage, adjusted the angle, and released it again. Still not right. He retracted and released it again. After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, sweat beaded on his forehead. On the final attempt, he simply lay on the ground, carefully measuring every angle with a spirit level and checking the verticality with a plumb line. Only after confirming everything was correct did he cautiously lower the turbine into place. This time the position finally aligned. Fan Chuan quickly poured cement mortar over it to fix the turbine's base. By the time all the equipment was installed, it was already past noon. Fan Chuan straightened his back and admired his work with considerable satisfaction. Once the cement dried, he could channel the water down and generate electricity. Just then his stomach growled loudly. Clearly he had been hungry for a while, but hadn't noticed while working. Now that the task was done, the hunger surged up. Fan Chuan tidied up the tools and drove the excavator back to the yard. Entering the kitchen, he turned on the tap to wash his hands, took out leftover wild chicken and rice from the fridge, heated them on the induction cooker, and wolfed down lunch in a few bites. Looking up at the sky, it was probably around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still high, and there were still a few hours until dark. As he thought, his gaze involuntarily fell on the creeping ivy excavator. He felt that this machine shouldn't be kept in the spatial storage, taking up space. He also recalled that there were many miscellaneous tools in the storage: electric drills, saws, shovels, pickaxes. These things had to be cleared out. It seemed it was time to build a shed for storing all the tools. Without further ado, Fan Chuan replaced the excavator's bucket with the logging attachment again and drove straight up the mountain. This time he felled even more trees, bringing down over 20 in total. Using the handheld chainsaw, he cut the trunks into suitable lengths, stored them all in the spatial storage, then drove the excavator back to the back of the yard. There was a vacant plot behind the yard right next to the solar panel supports. After choosing the location, he first leveled the ground with the excavator and began constructing the shed. The shed structure was simple: 4 upright posts, a crossbeam, planks, and tarpaulin on top, and planks on the sides, enough to shelter from wind and rain. Fan Chuan processed the timber with the handheld chainsaw, drilled holes with an electric drill, and secured everything with screws and nails. He worked alone with great enthusiasm. By the time he finished building the shed, it was already dusk. Fan Chuan stood in front of the shed, gazing at this crude but sturdy tool shed, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The shed was not large, but it was more than enough to store 2 Pashanu machines and some tools. With a casual wave, he took out another Pashanu rotary tiller and various tools from his spatial storage, placing them all in order inside the shed, neatly arranged. The space suddenly felt much emptier and refreshing. After finishing all this, Fan Chuan dusted off his hands, nodded with satisfaction, and turned back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Opening the refrigerator, he saw nothing but pheasant and rabbit meat, and couldn't help frowning. These past few days, every meal had been pheasant and rabbit, although tasty, eating them too often became tiresome. He thought to himself, I'll have to go into the mountains tomorrow to gather some wild vegetables or hunt some fresh meat. It would be great to bag a deer or a wild boar. That would be truly satisfying. He took a piece of pheasant from the fridge, sliced it, and stir-fried it with dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns. He also steamed a pot of rice in the rice cooker, making a simple meal. After the meal, he took a shower. The hot water sprayed from the shower head, washing away the sweat and dirt from his body. The feeling was even more comfortable than staying in a 5-star hotel. As for why there was hot water, wasn't it simple? Of course it was an electric water heater. He had plenty of electricity now, more than enough for one person. Fan Chuan dried his hair, lay down on the Simmons mattress, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Fan Chuan got up, dressed, and quickly washed up. After breakfast, he shouldered his bamboo basket, took out his double-barreled shotgun from his spatial storage, examined it, opened the breech, loaded 2 shells, and slung it over his shoulder. He also tucked a machete at his waist, ready to head into the mountains. Opening the courtyard gate, he had barely taken 2 steps when he saw a large group of people in the distance approaching. Fan Chuan squinted and looked into the distance. The group numbered at least 20 or 30. At the front were a few people on horseback, followed by a squad of foot guards, the formation stretching far back. Leading the way was a tall chestnut horse. Sitting on it was a person clad in gleaming Mingguang armor, shining brightly in the morning light. As the group drew near, Fan Chuan could see clearly that the rider was none other than Li Xiuning. Today she was wearing a silver-white Mingguang armor, a phoenix wing helmet on her head, and a horizontal sword at her waist. She looked valiant and heroic, a completely different person from the frail image she had shown lying in bed. Behind her followed Qinglan and Wan He, and behind them a squad of fully armed guards. The procession stopped right in front of Fan Chuan. Looking at the majestic princess on horseback, Fan Chuan was momentarily stunned. He had seen Li Xiuning in a RU skirt, and he had seen her lying ill in bed, but he had never seen her in armor. The aura, the presence. She was stunningly handsome beyond compare. While Fan Chuan was still in a daze, Li Xiuning also looked him up and down. Seeing his outfit of a bamboo basket and a machete, she curled her lips slightly and asked, "Oh, Master Fan, are you going hunting in the mountains?" Snapping back to reality, Fan Chuan cupped his hands and said, "Indeed, Your Highness, you all are." Li Xiuning spoke in a rather cheerful mood. "I'm heading back to Chang'an to resume my post. While preparing to depart, I heard from my captain of the guard that your horsemanship is poor, so I brought you a horse along the way." Hearing that she was giving him a horse, Fan Chuan's eyes lit up. You see, in ancient times, owning a fine war horse was like owning a luxury car worth tens of millions in later ages. Moreover, a horse personally given by Li Xiuning. Could it be ordinary? His heart stirred with excitement, and he scanned the group, wanting to see what the horse looked like. Then he saw Qinglan dismount and walk from the back of the formation, leading a small pony. Fan Chuan stared hard and was completely stunned. It was indeed a horse, a pony that only reached his waist. It was entirely chestnut-colored with glossy fur, its legs still a bit short. On its head was a white diamond-shaped birthmark, and it had a pair of big sparkling eyes that curiously looked around, appearing very spirited and adorable. But it was too small. Fan Chuan looked at the pony, then at Qinglan, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. Li Xiuning, who had been waiting for this scene, couldn't help but let out a laugh when she saw Fan Chuan's dumbfounded expression. Ha ha! Her laughter was clear and melodious, spreading like silver bells in the morning breeze. Hearing this laughter, Fan Chuan blinked his eyes. Usually conversations with Li Xiuning were quite serious. Her words and actions carried the dignity of a princess. This was the first time he had seen Her Highness laugh so joyfully. Not only Fan Chuan, but even Wan He and a few maids were stunned. They hadn't seen the princess laugh like this in many years. Since marrying Chai Xiao, Li Xiuning's face had never shown such a smile again. Qinglan was the first to snap out of it. She directly thrust the reins into Fan Chuan's hands, rolled her eyes, and explained, "This is the offspring of the Fergana horse that accompanied His Majesty the Emperor on his campaigns. Her Highness personally selected it from the stables. This horse is the most spirited in the entire stable. Knowing your poor horsemanship, she gave you a pony, so you can bond and practice riding from a young age. Don't underestimate this pony. It can still carry you and run, though probably not very far." Holding the reins, Fan Chuan looked down at the little pony. The pony happened to look up, gazing at him with big moist eyes, and let out a snort. Hearing Qinglan reveal all her secrets, Li Xiuning's face flushed slightly, and she said, "Why say so much to him? Let's go. We'll continue back to Chang'an." She spurred her horse forward a few steps, then looked back at Fan Chuan, a faint, barely perceptible smile on her lips. Qinglan also mounted her horse and followed behind Li Xiuning. Wan He and the other guards mounted as well, and the entire group moved off along the village path into the distance. Only Fan Chuan was left standing in the wind, bewildered, along with the little pony that was now grazing on the roadside grass. Snapping back to reality, Fan Chuan watched the group recede into the distance speechlessly, then looked down at the pony beside him. As if sensing its new master's gaze, the pony looked up, glanced at him, then lowered its head to graze again. Fan Chuan shook his head, helplessly set aside his plan to go hunting, and led the pony back into the courtyard. The pony was not shy at all, and followed him obediently into the yard, curiously looking around. It stepped onto the concrete floor, its hooves making crisp clack sounds, seeming very interested in the smooth surface. Fan Chuan looked around the yard and realized a problem: there was no stable. Though the pony was small, he couldn't keep it in the house, could he? Besides, a horse needed shelter from wind, and rain needed fodder, needed water. All these had to be prepared in advance. At this thought, he tied the pony to a post in the yard, then turned and walked to the tool shed at the back. He started up the Pashanhu and drove to the back mountain to cut timber. This time he didn't cut many trees, a dozen or so. He processed them into planks and posts with a handsaw, then chose a clear spot in one corner of the yard and began building a stable. The structure of the stable was a bit more complex than the tool shed. It needed 3 sides enclosed and a tiled roof. Of course, he had no tiles for now, so he had to use planks and tarpaulin instead. The ground needed a layer of dry straw, and he also had to make a feeding trough and a water trough. Working alone for most of the day, sawing wood, hammering nails, laying the roof, spreading straw, he didn't finish until the afternoon when the stable was finally built. Standing before the stable, he wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the simple, yet practical structure. Nodding in satisfaction, he strode across the courtyard, untied the foal's rein, and led it inside. The foal stepped into, curiously sniffing the hay on the ground, then turned its attention to the feeding trough in the corner, seeming rather pleased with its new home. Observing the creature's demeanor, Fan Chuan extended his hand to pat its head. The foal obediently lowered its neck, nuzzling against his palm. Feeling the softness beneath his fingers, Fan Chuan pondered for a moment before looking at the foal and saying, "I shall give you a name. With your chestnut coat and lineage tracing back to the famed heavenly steed, I'll call you Hong Zhao." The foal, now named Hong Zhao, lifted its head and gazed up at him with large dark eyes. It seemed to accept the name without objection, though any protest would have been futile, as Fan Chuan understood not a word of equine speech. After speaking, he glanced around the stable, and a question suddenly struck him. Horses required fodder, yet it was still late in the first month, when wild grass had not yet begun to flourish. Where, he wondered, would he find sustenance for Hong Zhao? Fan Chuan sighed in resignation, slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, and picked up his machete before stepping once more through the courtyard gate. His plan was to hunt for game, and then exchange it through the system for pasture grass and various crop seeds. February was nearly upon them, and it was time to begin large-scale cultivation. Following his own design, he intended to plow the entire field during this period, and per Do Bao AI's guidance, plant a variety of crops. As he made his way toward the mountains along the familiar trail from his previous visit, he took note of his surroundings. Late in the first month, the forest still held a chill in the air, yet on sunlit slopes tender shoots were already breaking through the earth. Fiddlehead ferns, shepherd's purses, and portulaca, all were at their most tender and succulent. What Fan Chuan did not know was that the moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, from a corner beyond it, a young woman slipped her head out to watch him disappear into the distance. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly followed in his footsteps. She was the woman Li Xiuning had specifically arranged to encounter Fan Chuan. Before departing for Xianyang, Li Xiuning had kept Yun Shu behind, instructing her to find an opportunity to draw near to Fan Chuan. On one hand, she wished someone to watch over this man who weighed on her mind, and on the other, she wanted Fan Chuan to have someone to tend to his needs, lest he wander about recklessly. Yet Li Xiuning had no conception of the mountain's complexity. Having spent years commanding troops across battlefields, she regarded entering the hills to hunt as little more than a leisurely stroll through scenic vistas. And Yun Shu, nominally Li Xiuning's female strategist and personal attendant, had in truth spent most of her time confined to rear encampments, managing documents and records. She possessed no experience whatsoever in mountain terrain or battlefield conditions. Thus, a young girl with absolutely no wilderness survival experience plunged headlong into the Zhongnan Mountains. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan moved swiftly. His military background and several hunting expeditions in these hills had given him sure footing and nimble steps. Behind him, Yun Shu lagged, her steps faltering between deep and shallow ground. Straining to keep pace while remaining undetected, she was soon breathing heavily. Even worse, the mountain trails branched in numerous directions. After Fan Chuan turned a few corners, crossed a thicket, and scaled a small ridge, Yun Shu realized with growing alarm that she appeared to have lost him. She stood amid a dense thicket, surrounded on all sides by nearly identical trees, their canopy blotting out most of the sky, leaving her utterly disoriented. She could not discern north from south, east from west. "This is terrible. I'm finished," she muttered to herself, pacing frantically, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on her brow. Her Highness the Princess ordered me to accompany young Master Fan, and yet I've managed to lose him entirely. She wandered in circles through the woodland, venturing ever deeper and further astray. The path beneath her feet grew increasingly treacherous. Thorny brambles, thickened branches tore at her skirt, and shallow cuts appeared on her arms. Yunshu gritted her teeth and pressed onward, her sole thought consumed by the need to find young Master Fan. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan remained entirely unaware of her plight. He was crouched on a sunlit slope, diligently harvesting fiddlehead ferns. They grew particularly lush here, vibrant green spears curling at their tips. Fan Chuan plucked them one by one with careful precision, soon filling nearly half his bamboo basket. After gathering the ferns, he continued along the ridge until he discovered tracks near a stream bed. Fresh droppings and paw prints marked the ground. Following the trail, he found a rabbit burrow beneath a cluster of shrubs. Setting down his basket, he retrieved a slingshot from his spatial pouch, held his breath, and took aim. Whoosh! A gray wild rabbit dropped dead on the spot, its hind legs kicking twice before going still. The shot had been immediately fatal. Approaching the fallen rabbit, Fan Chuan lifted it, judging its weight at 3 or 4 jin, then tossed it into his basket and pressed onward. Within less than 2 hours, he bagged 2 more hares, a satisfactory haul. Still carrying his catch, Fan Chuan's spirits were high as he sought a place to rest, when suddenly a woman's scream pierced the air from nearby. Ah! The cry was shrill and terrified, echoing through the forest at close range. Fan Chuan's brows furrowed, instantly alertness surging within him. How could anyone be out here in these remote mountains, he wondered. And from the voice, she sounded young, perhaps a village girl who had ventured into the hills gathering herbs and lost her way. Without hesitation, he stowed his catch and basket in his spatial pouch, drew his double-barreled shotgun, disengaged the safety, and crept carefully toward the source of the sound. His special forces training manifested fully in that moment. Light, yet steady footsteps, his body lowered, using trees and shrubs for cover, making no unnecessary noise. Pushing through a dense thicket, what lay ahead made Fan Chuan's pupils contract sharply. In a relatively open clearing, he spotted an old acquaintance, that one-eyed wolf. The same wolf he had encountered in the mountains before, bearing a gruesome scar across its left eye where Fan Chuan's slingshot stone had blinded it. Around the one-eyed wolf circled 5 or 6 additional gray wolves, bearing their fangs, low growls rumbling from their throats. At the center of the pack, a young woman in a pale celadone robe leaned against a towering tree, brandishing a withered branch, trembling uncontrollably. Her garments were torn and ragged from brambles, revealing pale arms marked by a fresh, oozing wound. Her youthful face was streaked with tears, her lips quivering. She was terrified out of her wits. Upon seeing her face, Fan Chuan's heart sank. The girl appeared barely 15 or 16, her round baby face still carrying traces of childhood softness, clearly an innocent maiden untouched by the world's harshness. At that moment, the girl spotted Fan Chuan. Her eyes lit up suddenly, and a flicker of hopeful relief crossed her face as she opened her mouth, seemingly calling for help. But just then her foot slipped on a loose stone. Her body tilted, balance shattered, and she fell straight backward. Crack! Her occiput struck a protruding rock with sickening force. Blood welled instantly from the wound, and the girl's eyes rolled back as she passed out. Seizing the opportunity, the one-eyed wolf lunged forward, jaws wide, aiming straight for the girl's throat. Could Fan Chuan tolerate this? He raised his shotgun, aimed at the wolf mid-leap, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A deafening report shattered the forest silence. The double-barreled shotgun unleashed a barrage of lead shot that hammered into the one-eyed wolf's body. The airborne wolf crumpled as though struck by an invisible hammer, its body flying 2 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. It was covered in blood, with more than a dozen bullet holes in its fur, fresh blood gushing from each wound. The one-eyed wolf lay on the ground, whimpering softly twice, its 4 limbs twitching several times before it finally breathed its last. The 5 or 6 gray wolves behind it immediately came to a halt. They stared at Fan Chuan, low growls rumbling in their throats. When they glanced at the dead one-eyed wolf lying on the ground, terror filled their eyes. With the alpha wolf dead, the pack was leaderless and had lost all will to fight. Several gray wolves slowly retreated, tails tucked between their legs, and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Watching this scene, Fan Chuan made no move to pursue. Instead, he holstered his rifle, strode forward several steps, and crouched beside the young girl. He first checked her breathing. She was still alive, but her breath was faint. Quickly tearing a strip of cloth from his clothes, he folded it into a small pad and pressed it firmly against the wound on the back of her head to stop the bleeding. "Hey, miss, wake up." He gently patted her cheek with his other hand, but there was no response. He then checked the rest of her wounds. Several scratches from tree branches marred her arm, not deep, but in need of treatment. Watching this, Fan Chuan frowned. His mind stirred with the thought of transferring the young girl into his spatial dimension to take her back for treatment as quickly as possible. But a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Living beings cannot be stored in the space." Seeing those words, Fan Chuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. What useless junk good for nothing when it matters? With no other choice, he stowed away his hunting rifle and the dead wolf. The last time it had nearly cost him his life. This time, he had finally gotten his revenge. Then he bent down and gently lifted the young girl onto his back. Her body was remarkably light, far too slight for someone her age. Fan Chuan steadied her with his hand, adjusting her position so she lay more comfortably on his back. Just then an odd expression crossed his face, because his back could clearly feel two soft, yielding masses pressing tightly against him. Fan Chuan's lip twitched. He had no time to dwell on such thoughts now. The girl's head wound had stopped bleeding, but he needed to get back and treat it properly as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, he set off at a run toward the courtyard. The mountain path was rugged and treacherous, and carrying someone on his back made every step that much more exhausting. Fan Chuan kept his eyes on the ground as he ran, careful not to stumble. It was over an hour before he finally caught sight of the outline of his own courtyard. Panting heavily, he burst into the courtyard and kicked open the door to the master bedroom, gently laying the young girl down onto the Simmons mattress. Only then did he closely examine her condition. The wound on her head had started seeping blood again, and her lips were pale, completely devoid of color. Worse still, her body was burning hot. Fan Chuan reached out and touched her forehead. It was scorching easily around 40 degrees Celsius. A fever. Fan Chuan frowned. External wounds combined with a high fever was the most troublesome combination. He had to bring the fever down immediately, or she risked brain damage. But the problem was his first aid kit had already been given to Li Xiuning. There was absolutely no antipyretic medicine on hand. Fan Chuan paced around the room in anxiety, forcing himself to calm down. Then it suddenly occurred to him. He still had that dead wolf in the spatial dimension. He could exchange it for medicine through the system. Without hesitation, he directly entered the spatial dimension and placed the one-eyed wolf's corpse on the trading platform. Item detected: adult gray wolf, complete carcass. Grade premium. Valuation medium. Matching trader. Match successful. Modern world, rancher. A dialog box popped up on the light screen revealing a new trading partner. Modern world. Rancher: hey, this wolf is in pretty good condition, just the hide got wrecked by a shotgun blast. What are you after, brother? Tang. Trader: I need a medical kit with fever-reducing medication, antipyretic injections, wound disinfectants, gauze bandages, and preferably antibiotics. Modern world. Rancher: I've got all of those. It's a ranch, so keeping medical supplies on hand is essential. Anything else besides the medical kit? Your wolf hide and meat are worth quite a bit. Swapping them for just a medical kit would be a poor trade. Tang. Trader: throw in some vegetable seeds as well, cabbage, radish, scallions, ginger, garlic, give me a bit of each. And some grass seed, plus a few bundles of hay. Modern world. Rancher: sure, no problem. I've got vegetable seeds ready to go, grass seed as well, and plenty of fresh hay stacked in my warehouse. Just give me a moment to prepare your order. Before long, the transaction completed. A pile of supplies materialized on the floor of the spatial dimension. A brand new medical kit packed full of various medicines and medical instruments. Several packets of assorted vegetable seeds sealed tightly in plastic bags, a large sack of grass seed, and a few bundles of fresh hay emitting a faint grassy fragrance. Seeing all this, Fan Chuan immediately inspected the medical kit. Fever reducers, antipyretic injections, anti-inflammatory drugs. Everything he needed was there. Holding the medical kit, he exited the spatial dimension and returned to the room. Opening the kit, he took out the fever medication and poured a glass of warm water. He pried open the young girl's mouth, placed the pill inside, and poured a little water into her mouth, hoping she would swallow it. But a problem arose immediately. The young girl had completely lost the ability to swallow. The pill was stuck in her throat and wouldn't go down. Fan Chuan tried twice, but to no avail. Water spilled from the corners of her mouth, soaking the pillow. What should I do? Fan Chuan frowned, feeling somewhat at a loss. Looking at the young girl's face, he wondered to himself. She appeared quite young with a baby face. As a grown man, he couldn't possibly. Just then his gaze fell upon a jade pendant hanging at her waist. The pendant had a warm, lustrous quality and exquisite carvings. It was clearly no ordinary piece. He reached out and picked it up, turning it over to examine it. The front bore 2 characters, Yin Shu. The back was inscribed with a line of small text, 1st year of day, 12th month. Staring at the era name, Fan Chuan paused and quickly did the math in his head. Day was the era name of Emperor Yang of Sui, and the 1st year of day corresponded to 605 AD. So this girl's birth date would be. If it was the 6th year of Wude, she'd be 19 years old. After calculating her age, Fan Chuan's eyes widened as he stared at the baby face before him. 19. She certainly didn't look it. Fan Chuan carefully examined the inscription on the jade pendant, once more confirming he hadn't misread it. Born in the 12th lunar month of the 1st year of day by the 1st month of the 6th year of Wude, she was precisely 19 years old. Fan Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, carefully placing the jade pendant back. Taking a deep breath, he filled his mouth with water from the cup, then leaned down and administered it mouth to mouth. The warm liquid flowed from his lips into the young girl's mouth. This time her throat finally showed signs of swallowing. A wave of relief washed over Fan Chuan. He fed her 2 more mouthfuls until he was certain she had swallowed the pill. Only then did he sit up, take out a towel, soak it in cold water, wring it out, fold it neatly, and place it on the young girl's forehead for physical cooling. If the fever still doesn't break, I'll have to administer the antipyretic injection. After finishing all of this, he muttered to himself, and only then did he finally have the time to sit down and properly take in the young woman named Yunshu before him. She indeed had a face that could easily mislead one about her age, with distinct baby fat, fair, and delicate skin, making her look like a porcelain doll, exquisitely unreal. But strangely, she wore a light blue ruchuan made of fine silk with an exquisite jade pendant hanging at her waist. This was not something an ordinary family could afford, and coupled with her baby fat, she was clearly not a commoner's daughter. Why would a wealthy young lady dressed in a silk ruchuan and wearing a jade pendant be alone in the deep mountains? Fan Chuan was utterly puzzled, muttering to himself, "Never mind, I'll ask her when she wakes up." With that, he stood up, walked out of the room, and began preparing dinner. He blanched the bracken fern he had picked today, then tossed it with minced garlic, chili oil, vinegar, and sesame oil. After that, he skinned the wild hare, cut it into pieces, and stir-fried it with ginger and garlic, adding dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. He sat alone in the courtyard, eating 2 large bowls of rice with the cold fern salad and the stir-fried hare. After finishing his meal, he returned to the room to check on Yunshu's condition. Her forehead was no longer hot, her temperature had dropped, and her breathing had become steady. He took the towel from her forehead, soaked it in water, wrung it out, and placed it back on her. After finishing all this, he sat down on a nearby chair, intending to doze off. Only the master bedroom in the courtyard had a spring mattress. The other rooms didn't even have a proper bed, let alone a mattress. He couldn't very well share a bed with an unconscious girl, could he? So he had to make do with the chair for the night. Time passed, and in his half-dream state, Fan Chuan heard a faint voice. "Water. I want water." The voice was soft and weak, with an ethereal tone and a hint of childish lisp enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. "Mother, don't sell me. Yuner will eat less and work hard. Please don't sell me. I miss you so much. Mother." Yunshu was still unconscious, but her brows were furrowed and her lips twitched slightly, clearly talking in her sleep. A tear hung at the corner of her eye, glistening in the faint moonlight. Hearing these murmurs, Fan Chuan was surprised to learn that this seemingly pampered girl had such a past, sold by her mother. No wonder she had come alone into the deep mountains. Had she run away? Lost in thought, he got up, poured a cup of warm water, sat by the bed, gently lifted Yunshu's head, and brought the cup to her lips. "Come, drink some water." Yunshu groggily opened her mouth, took a few sips, and then fell back into a deep sleep. Fan Chuan, watching her tear-stained baby face, suddenly felt a pang of sadness. This girl must have suffered a lot in her childhood. He gently laid her back on the pillow, covered her with the quilt, and glanced out the window. Daylight was just breaking. Fan Chuan stood up, stretched his stiff body, and walked out of the room. First, he went to the stable to check on Red Date. The little foal heard his footsteps, lifted its head from the haystack, and snorted at him. "Hungry, aren't you?" As he spoke, Fan Chuan took out some of the forage he had traded for yesterday from his storage space, and placed it in the trough. Red Date lowered its head, eating heartily, its tail swishing happily back and forth. He kept the remaining fresh forage in the storage space, since time didn't pass there. Whatever went in came out exactly, as it was forever fresh. After feeding the horse, Fan Chuan returned to the kitchen. He washed the rice, put it in the rice cooker to cook, then took out the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, chopped it finely, and prepared to make a pot of rabbit congee with scallions and minced ginger. The congee bubbled in the pot, the aroma of rice and meat blending together, wafting through the courtyard in the early morning. Once cooked, he ladled the bowl and brought it to the master bedroom. The girl on the bed still showed no signs of waking, breathing steadily, her complexion better than yesterday. Fan Chuan placed the hot congee on a wooden stool nearby, then reached out to feel her forehead. No longer hot, the fever had completely subsided. He turned and left the room, returning to the courtyard for breakfast. After a bowl of rabbit congee, his whole body felt warm. After washing the dishes, he stood in the courtyard, his gaze falling on the 2 empty plots beside the yard. The 2 plots together added up to about 2 mu, which he had previously planned to plant with vegetables. The vegetable seeds he had traded for the dead wolf yesterday were still in his storage space. Since the weather was good, it would be best to plant them. Without further ado, he went to the tool shed behind the courtyard and drove out the Ivy brand rotary tiller. The tiller's motor emitted a low, powerful hum, its tracks leaving deep imprints on the soil. He drove it to the empty plot beside the yard, adjusted the tilling depth, and began to turn the soil. The blades of the rotary tiller spun rapidly, cutting into the earth, breaking up the hard clods and loosening them. The soil churned under the blades, releasing a fresh, moist, earthy scent. Fan Chuan drove the tiller back and forth across the field, row after row, quickly turning over large swaths of soft land. Halfway through, the tiller's power noticeably decreased, and its speed slowed. He glanced down at the dashboard, battery at 5. This tiller hadn't been charged since he bought it. Shaking his head in resignation, he drove the tiller back to the shed, then ran a wire from the solar storage cabinet to the tiller's charging port. After finishing this, Chuan dusted off his hands, turned around, and found a hoe in the tool shed before returning to the field. The already tilled 1 mu of land was now soft and loose. Using the hoe, Chuan began to divide the field into vegetable beds, separating them according to different vegetable types, with shallow drainage ditches between each bed. Before that, he checked what seeds he had: a packet each of cabbage, radish, celery, wheatgrass, and small chili peppers, plus a gene of ginger, garlic, and spring onion seeds. These seeds were all modern hybrid varieties with high germination rates, fast growth, and yields much higher than the local Tang Dynasty varieties. He first used the hoe to dig shallow furrows, then evenly scattered the seeds and covered them with a thin layer of soil. The celery and wheatgrass seeds were even finer, almost powdery, so Chuan mixed them with fine sand before scattering them to ensure even distribution. The sun gradually rose and the temperature climbed. Chuan took off his jacket, working in just a thin shirt bent over the field. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, falling into the soil. He wiped his brow with his sleeve and continued. Time slipped by unnoticed. Near noon, Chuan straightened up and surveyed his work. An entire mu of land neatly divided into orderly beds. Each vegetable occupied its own bed with ginger and garlic planted at the corners. The entire plot looked well organized, with only about 1 fen left to plant spring onions. He stretched his sore back, about to finish planting the remaining spring onions, when suddenly from the corner of his eye, he spotted a small head peeking out from the courtyard gate. A head topped with a simple hair bun, a round face showing obvious baby fat. A pair of large eyes nervously darted around, as if checking for any danger in the vicinity. Chuan locked eyes with those two, and after a brief second of mutual gaze, both cheeks flushed bright red. That small head swiftly retreated, disappearing at the doorway. Witnessing this, Chuan paused mid-motion, then suddenly realized the little girl he had rescued the day before must have finally woken up. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. In a few swift motions, he planted the remaining green onions into the soil, brushed the dirt from his hands, and shouldered his hoe back toward the courtyard. He turned on the faucet, letting the rushing water wash away the dirt from his hands. As he bent his head to wash, he suddenly sensed something and turned, catching sight of a small head flickering in and out of the bedroom doorway before retreating once more. Understanding the situation, Chuan smiled, knowingly shut off the faucet, and casually wiped his hands on his clothes before walking toward the room. The moment he entered the room, he spotted a large mound rising within the cotton quilt, still trembling slightly. Clearly someone was inside. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed the bowl of meat porridge he had placed on the wooden table that morning. Even the bottom of the bowl was spotless, clearly devoured by someone. Seeing the situation clearly, Chuan gave a light cough and spoke to the girl hiding beneath the quilt. "Miss Yunshu, since you are awake, please come out and meet me. There is no need to remain hidden under the covers." Hearing the name, Yunshu, the girl shivered slightly. Those two characters stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her, as though she had heard them somewhere before, yet she could not recall the specific memory. After a moment, the quilt shifted and a head cautiously emerged. It was topped with somewhat disheveled hair and framed by bright wide eyes clouded with confusion and wariness, gazing blankly at Chuan. She opened her mouth and spoke in a soft, slightly raspy voice, tinged with the drowsiness of recent awakening. "Who are you? Why am I here? Who am I?" Watching her appearance, Chuan nearly burst out laughing. Curled entirely within the quilt with only her head exposed, her body hunched into a tight ball, she resembled a frightened little hedgehog, both adorable and amusing. He had once seen similar content while scrolling through short videos, people curling up with only their heads showing, and found it quite hilarious. He never expected to encounter a real-life version today. But upon hearing her questions, Chuan's smile froze. "Who are you? Why am I here? Who am I?" These 3 questions left him utterly bewildered. This girl, had she lost her memory? Frowning, Chuan tentatively offered half-jokingly, "I am your husband, Chuan. Do you not remember?" Hearing this response, Yunshu was momentarily stunned, then a blush of shyness spread across her cheeks. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "So, you are my husband?" Chuan stared in utter shock. She actually believed him. After speaking those words, as if confirming something, Yunshu directly lifted the cotton quilt, climbed down from the bed, and stood before Chuan. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, Chuan had to lower his head slightly to look at this tiny figure. By estimation, she appeared to be only about 150 centimeters in height. Standing before him, she looked like a student facing an adult, a full head shorter and more. Both were studying each other intently. Gazing into Yunshu's clear, luminous eyes, he could not help but feel she was not joking. She truly believed he was her husband. Realizing this, Chuan hastily explained, "Miss Yunshu, you have misunderstood. I was merely teasing you just now. We are strangers, I do not know you." Hearing this, Yunshu tilted her head and looked at Chuan earnestly, speaking, If you are not my husband, then why am I in your room? Moreover, there are only the two of us in this house, yet you know my name. These words left Fan Chuan speechless. He serious replied, the jade pendant you wear bears an inscription. He pointed to the jade pendant still hanging at her waist, and continued explaining, I encountered you while hunting yesterday. You were surrounded by a pack of wolves and suffered a head injury, so I carried you back. As for why there are only the two of us in this room. Mid-sentence he suddenly realized. Why was he even explaining all this to this little girl? Frowning, Fan Chuan asked in confusion, wait, why am I explaining this to you? What is going on with you? Do you not remember anything? But Yunshu paid no heed. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Fan Chuan's waist, her eyes instantly reddening on the verge of tears. You are clearly my husband. Are you tired of me being foolish and no longer want me? Fan Chuan froze entirely. He could feel the delicate frame trembling slightly in his embrace and hear the tearful grievance in her voice. Looking down at that infantile face teetering on the edge of tears, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Nothing made him more helpless than seeing a woman cry before him, especially someone this adorable. He could only reach out and gently pat her back, speaking softly, all right, do not cry yet. Let us compose ourselves. I will ask you a few questions now, is that acceptable? Yunshu with red-rimmed eyes nodded gently and released her hold on him, yet she remained standing before him, a posture that silently declared she would not leave until he provided answers. Fan Chuan cleared his throat and asked, where are you from? Yunshu pondered for a moment, then shook her head. What did you do before? Yunshu thought again, still shaking her head. Why did you enter the forest? Yunshu continued to shake her head. She lowered her head, her voice carrying a trace of sorrow. I cannot remember anything. When I first awakened, my mind was simply blank, unable to recall a single thing. Speaking thus, she lifted her head and gazed at Fan Chuan with an unmistakable earnestness that defied refusal. But I know that when you called my name just now, I felt an extraordinary sense of warmth and familiarity. I am certain that is my true name. Therefore you must be my husband. We should be living together here, relying on each other for survival. Perhaps I did something wrong. You struck me and then decided you no longer wanted me. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden once more. You cannot abandon me, do you understand? I am your wife. As she threatened to weep again, Fan Chuan found himself simultaneously admiring her deductive reasoning and utterly powerless. He could not help but accept one undeniable truth: this girl had truly lost her memory. It was highly probable that the severe impact to the back of her head the day before, combined with the prolonged high fever, had caused damage to her mind. After all, carrying her back had taken nearly an hour, an extended period sufficient to exacerbate any brain injury. Watching the woman on the verge of tears again, Fan Chuan could only sigh and coax her. All right, stop crying. I never said I didn't want you. Hearing those words, Yunshu's tears vanished instantly, her sorrow turning into a smile. Fan Chuan watched her capricious shift from weeping to laughter and felt even more exasperated. In that case, lie down and rest for now. I'll go make some food. The moment she heard the word cooking, Yunshu, who had just sat back on the bed, jumped up immediately and said with utmost seriousness, since I'm your wife, how could I let you cook? I'll do it. Hearing this, Fan Chuan shook his head and replied, aren't you suffering from amnesia? Do you know how to cook? Yunshu tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Though I can't recall any specific memories, whenever cooking comes to mind, details naturally surface in my thoughts. I know how to prepare a good meal. Seeing her earnest expression, Fan Chuan found himself unable to argue further. He simply nodded, gently turned around, and walked toward the kitchen. Yunshu followed closely behind him, and together they entered the kitchen. However, as soon as they stepped into the kitchen, Yunshu froze. Staring at the various appliances that completely belonged to a different era, the rice cooker, induction stove, electric wok, and refrigerator, she was thoroughly bewildered. These items were entirely unlike anything in her memory, and she had no idea what they were used for. Observing her dumbfounded expression, Fan Chuan felt quite satisfied. Watch carefully, and I'll teach you. Saying this, Fan Chuan first lifted the lid of the rice cooker, scooped in 2 cups of rice, washed it thoroughly, added water, closed the lid, and pressed the switch. This is a rice cooker used for steaming rice. You wash the rice, put it in, add water, press the switch, and wait until it pops up. The rice is done. Then he turned on the induction stove, placed a wok on it, and poured in some oil. This is an electric wok used for stir-frying. Press the switch to heat it, and you can adjust the flame intensity. Fan Chuan spoke while his hands moved deftly. He took yesterday's rabbit meat and a few bracken stems from the refrigerator, sliced them, heated the oil, stir-fried the ingredients, added seasonings, all with fluid, practiced movements. He explained as he cooked, but after talking for some time, without hearing a response, he looked up to find a pair of bright, attentive eyes fixed on his hands. She was clearly learning with great focus. Satisfied with this, Fan Chuan thought that if she truly couldn't recover her memories anytime soon, she would need to stay here temporarily. Learning to cook would ease some of his burden. Soon the meal was ready: a plate of spicy stir-fried rabbit meat, a plate of cold dressed bracken, and 2 bowls of white rice. They carried the dishes to the table together and sat across from each other. Yunshu picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of rabbit meat, and placed it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. Delicious, she mumbled through a mouthful of food before burying her face in the meal, eating heartily. Her manner of eating completely contradicted her delicate appearance. Looking like a fine porcelain doll, she ate like a refugee who hadn't had a proper meal in 3 days. Watching her voracious appetite, Fan Chuan couldn't help but smile. Throughout the meal, Yunshu kept asking question after question. Why does the board behind the house change automatically? Why does water flow as soon as I turn the faucet? And Fan Chuan ate while explaining to her. Though he couldn't answer some questions himself, for instance why the induction stove could heat, he knew how to use them even if he didn't understand the principles. But Yunshu didn't seem to mind. She was simply curious. Once she asked and remembered the answer, she didn't dig deeper. After the meal, Yunshu tried to snatch the dishes for washing, but Fan Chuan refused. Watch me, and I'll teach you how. Fan Chuan took out some dishwashing liquid, squeezed a little onto a cloth, wiped all the bowls and chopsticks, then turned on the faucet and rinsed them clean with fresh water. Standing nearby, Yunshu watched, carefully memorizing every step. After finishing the dishes, Fan Chuan took her to the toilet and shower area. He briefly taught her how to use the flushing toilet and shower head. Yunshu was filled with curiosity, looking around and touching everything, yet she learned quickly. Fan Chuan basically explained something once, and she remembered it. Finally, Fan Chuan brought her back to the bedroom and checked the wound on her head. The wound had scabbed over with no signs of infection, healing well. He applied another layer of ointment and replaced it with a clean gauze pad. All right, rest in the room. I'm going outside to handle some things. After saying this, Fan Chuan turned and walked out of the bedroom. What he didn't know was that the moment he left the bedroom, Yunshu cautiously climbed out of bed, tiptoed to the doorway, and peeked out with half her head, secretly watching his figure. Watching Fan Chuan head toward the tool shed, start the chainsaw, and drive to the back mountain to cut trees, she thought to herself, this husband isn't bad, though he seems somewhat reluctant to accept me. No, I must make him accept me again and show him I'm a good wife. Mentally cheering herself on, she continued peering from the doorway, secretly watching Fan Chuan work. Driving the chainsaw, he felled over a dozen trees on the back mountain and dragged them all to the courtyard. He then retrieved a handsaw, electric drill, hammer, nails, and other tools from the shed and began constructing a bed. His plan was simple: 4 posts for legs, several wooden planks for the bedboard, and crossbeams nailed on for reinforcement. Fan Chuan worked efficiently. The handsaw buzzed loudly as plank after plank was cut. The electric drill made holes, and screws and nails secured everything together. Working with great energy, he had the frame of a simple wooden bed ready in less than an hour. He also noticed a small head at the bedroom doorway staring straight at him as he worked. But he didn't pay much mind to it. Let her watch. If anything, there was nothing shameful about what he was doing. Soon the bed was finished. Fan Chuan moved it to the side room and found some dry straw to spread on the bedboard. After all, there was only one Simmons mattress. He gave the master bedroom to Yunshu, and for now he would sleep on this new bed himself. He also found a cloth bag that had been left in the corner and spread it over the straw. Then, while Yunshu wasn't paying attention, he took out a complete 4-piece bedding set from his spatial storage, a bedsheet, quilt cover, pillowcase, and pillow, and made up the bed. After making the bed, he sat on it to test. Though not as soft as a Simmons mattress, the combination of straw, cloth bag, and quality bedding was quite comfortable. Fan Chuan nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. Noticing there was still plenty of lumber in the yard, he decided to build a few wardrobes. Continuing his work, he made several wardrobes, 2 for the master bedroom and 2 for the secondary room. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Suddenly catching the aroma of cooking, Fan Chuan hurried to the kitchen and saw Yunshu clumsily using the wok to stir-fry wild rabbit meat. Before long, the dishes were served on the table. From the look of it, the stir-fried rabbit meat seemed flawless, vibrant in color with glossy reddish sauce evenly coating every morsel and a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Glancing at the cold fern salad beside it, the minced garlic and chili oil were blended evenly, and the presentation was quite appealing. Under Yunshu's expectant gaze, he picked up a piece of rabbit meat, put it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. To be honest, it was already quite impressive for a first attempt. The rabbit meat was stir-fried to perfection, neither tough nor overcooked. The flavor leaned a bit on the salty side, but it was still acceptable. It seemed that her claim of being able to cook was genuine, not just boasting. He nodded and praised. Not bad, the taste is quite good. Upon hearing this, Yunshu's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, her big eyes curving into crescents. She also took a piece and tasted it, then wrinkled her nose. It seems a little salty. For a first try, it's already excellent, Fan Chuan consoled, and took another bite. Having received the compliment, Yunshu was all smiles throughout the meal, occasionally glancing up at Fan Chuan as she ate. Her gaze carried an indescribable contentment and joy, like a cat that had just been given a fish treat. Feeling a little uneasy under her stare, he buried his head in his meal and ate in silence. After finishing, Yunshu voluntarily gathered the dishes and brought them to the kitchen to wash. Fan Chuan wanted to help, but she firmly refused, saying, "You are my husband, the man of the house. How could I let you wash the dishes?" She spoke with such conviction that Fan Chuan didn't argue further. He turned and walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and enjoyed a refreshing bath. The hot water washed away the day's sweat and fatigue, leaving him feeling much more refreshed. After his bath, Fan Chuan stepped out with his dirty clothes in hand, ready to wash them. Yunshu, having just finished the dishes, saw the clothes in his hands and quickly approached, saying, "Husband, just leave the clothes aside. I'll wash them tomorrow." He looked at her and shook his head directly. "No need. Let me show you the washing machine." With that, he led Yunshu to the corner of the yard where the washing machine stood. He stuffed the dirty clothes into the drum, added laundry powder, closed the door, and pressed the start button. The washing machine emitted a faint hum as it began to fill with water. "This is a washing machine. Put the clothes in, add some laundry powder, press the switch, and it will wash automatically." After speaking, he reached out and patted the machine's casing. "It takes about half an hour to finish, then just take them out and hang them to dry." Yunshu's eyes widened. She circled the washing machine twice, then reached out to touch the rotating drum. Feeling the vibrations and hearing the water inside, her face was filled with disbelief. She asked in surprise, "This thing can wash clothes by itself?" "Yes, no need to scrub by hand. It can wash them clean on its own." Yunshu crouched in front of the machine, staring at the clothes tumbling in the swirling water, completely mesmerized. After a long while, she stood up and sighed, "This thing is truly amazing." Fan Chuan didn't explain further. He turned to head back to his side room to sleep, but after only 2 steps, he saw Yunshu standing at the bathroom door, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. He immediately understood. Yunshu wanted to bathe too. After a moment's thought, he said, "You should go take a shower too. But the wound on your head hasn't fully healed yet, so be careful not to let water touch it." Yunshu obediently walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Fan Chuan stood in the yard for a while, listening to the sound of water splashing inside, before finally turning and walking away. After a while, the bathroom door opened, and Yunshu stepped out wearing a ruchuan. It was still the same light blue one from yesterday. Fan Chuan glanced at her inadvertently and found it hard to look away. Fresh from her bath, Yunshu looked like a peach washed by water. Her fair face tinged with pink, still carrying a faint mist of steam, making her even more radiant and delicate. Her long black hair, damp and loose, draped over her shoulders, accentuating her doll-like face, making it appear even fairer and more refined. He had to admit that although she was petite, she was truly beautiful. But he quickly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "Well, it's getting late. You go ahead and sleep in the master bedroom." Yunshu tilted her head and asked curiously, "Then where will you sleep, husband?" He pointed to the room next door where the bed had just been made. "I'll sleep in the side room. The bed is already prepared." Yunshu followed his gesture and glanced at the side room, then turned back, walked directly up to Fan Chuan, looked up at him, and said with utter seriousness, "Husband, we are husband and wife. Husband and wife should sleep in the same bed." Hearing this, Fan Chuan was momentarily speechless. He replied earnestly, "Miss Yunshu, I've told you before, we are not husband and wife." He paused, trying to make his tone as patient as possible. "You were injured and lost your memory. Once you remember, you'll understand. But you know my name. The first person I saw when I woke up was you, and there are only the 2 of us here." Yunshu stared at him stubbornly. "You must be my husband, otherwise why would I be in your house?" "That was because I rescued you in the mountains." Before he could finish, Yunshu interrupted directly. "I am your wife, so you saved me." Fan Chuan opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to refute. The girl's logic, though twisted, was twisted with a certain reasoning. He couldn't find a counterargument on the spot. "Anyway, go to sleep first. I'll sleep in the side room." Hearing his stubbornness, Yunshu's eyes began to redden again, and her voice carried a hint of grievance. "Husband, do you dislike me? Have I done something wrong?" No, you've done very well. It's just that we really aren't husband and wife, so I can't." Yunshu stomped her foot in frustration, tears already brimming in her eyes. "I won't listen. You are my husband. You are." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Fan Chuan felt a wave of helplessness. He knew they weren't truly married, and he couldn't cross boundaries just because he was soft-hearted. "Miss Yunshu, listen to me." But Yunshu didn't give him a chance to explain. She turned around, angrily strode back to the master bedroom, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Standing in the yard, Fan Chuan looked at the closed door and let out a helpless sigh. What a mess. He shook his head, stood in the yard for a while, stared at the starry sky, listened to the distant wind howling through the Zhongnan Mountains, and gradually calmed down. Only then did he turn and walk to his side room, close the door, lie down on the wooden bed covered with fresh sheets, close his eyes, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The night was very quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects outside the yard and the gurgling of a distant stream. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the side room was gently pushed open. A sneaky figure slipped in, moving with extreme caution, making almost no sound. The figure stood at the door, taking a quiet look around the room by the moonlight filtering through the window. After confirming it was safe, the figure tiptoed to the bedside, carefully lifted the quilt, and slipped inside. Fan Chuan slept soundly, completely unaware. Morning sunlight filtered through the window and spilled into the room. Half asleep, Fan Chuan felt something soft, warm, and delicately textured held in his hand. Subconsciously, he gave it a gentle squeeze. The texture was delightful, and he instantly woke up. He threw his eyes open and found himself staring into a pair of teary wide eyes that gazed directly at him. Those eyes carried a hint of shyness, a touch of grievance, and some indescribable emotion. Her cheeks were flushed crimson all the way to her earlobes. Yunshu lay beside Fan Chuan, curled up beneath the covers with only her head exposed, exactly as she had been when she woke up that morning. Looking down, he realized his hand was clasping Yunshu's. His mind went blank for a moment. Instantly understanding what had transpired, he hastily let go of her hand and shrunk back, lifting the covers to check. Thankfully, both their garments remained neatly in place with no sign of disarray. With a long sigh of relief, he realized nothing untoward had happened the previous night. The girl had merely sneaked into his bed and slept there properly all night long. Looking at Yunshu helplessly, he asked, "Didn't you go back to your own room to sleep? Why did you suddenly appear on my bed?" Yunshu shrugged it off with an unbothered tilt of her chin and replied assertively, "Aren't we already husband and wife? Shouldn't we naturally sleep in the same bed?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan pressed his fingers to his forehead. "I've told you, we are not married. But you were the one holding my hand just now." Yunshu interrupted him, a playful glint in her eyes. I was asleep, I didn't know. Even asleep, you still knew to hold my hand. It shows you have me in your heart." Yunshu spoke with even greater confidence. Speechless, Fan Chuan shifted his perspective and asked curiously, "But if you have lost your memory, then how do you know married couples should sleep in the same bed?" Yunshu tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "I truly have no memories, but my intuition tells me that husband and wife should share the same bed." Intuition? Yes, intuition. Yunshu nodded vigorously. "Just like when someone mentions cooking, I instinctively know what to do. As soon as I hear married couple, I feel we should sleep together." Patching his temple with his palm, he decided it was pointless to reason with her. He simply threw off the covers, rose from bed, slipped on his shoes, and headed outside. Yunshu watched his retreating figure without any sign of anger. Instead, she cheerfully got up too, began her morning routine, and started preparing breakfast. Outside in the courtyard, Fan Chuan took a deep breath of the crisp morning air, his mood slowly settling. He sat on a wooden stool in the yard and began to contemplate his next move. First, he needed to find a way to exchange for grain seeds and fertilizer. If he could obtain hybrid rice or corn seeds, that would truly be a far-sighted solution. Second, Yunshu had no change of clothes, which was inconvenient. The pale cyan ruchuan she wore had clearly been worn for several days, with a tear along the hem from being caught on tree branches. He should go to the county town to buy some cloth for her to make new garments. With this thought, Fan Chuan stood up, walked into the outhouse, closed the door, and with a mental command entered his spatial dimension. Inside the space, he checked his inventory. Over the past few days, he had accumulated quite a stash of wild rabbit pelts. 15 or so rabbit skins should be enough to trade for something useful. Without hesitation, he placed all 15 pelts directly onto the trading platform. Detecting item: wild rabbit fur X, 15 pieces, rarity mortal grade, estimated value low, total value approximately 400 units, matching trader. Match successful. Modern world, general store merchant. Thinking quickly, he typed into the request field 1 gene of glass beads. Glass beads were a rare treasure in this era. Taking a few to the county town might exchange for quite a bit. Modern world, general store merchant, glass beads. Sure, I have some. How many do you need? Tang, trader, just 1 gene will suffice. Also bring me some toilet paper and those feminine hygiene products. Modern world, general store merchant. What? Feminine products? You mean sanitary napkins? Tang, trader, yes, exactly that. Give me a few packs. Modern world, general store merchant. Haha buddy, buying these for your wife. Alright, I will package everything for you. 1 gene of glass beads, 10 rolls of toilet paper, 5 packs of sanitary napkins. Enough. Tang, trader, that is enough, thank you. Soon after the transaction was complete, a pile of supplies appeared in the space: a small bag of glass beads, 10 rolls of pristine white toilet paper, and 5 packs of sanitary napkins, with pink packaging bearing brand names Fan Chuan could not read. Gathering the items and carrying the large bag, he mentally commanded his way out of the space, reappearing in the outhouse. He pushed open and stepped out. At that moment, Yunshu happened to be setting the breakfast on the table. A steaming pot of white rice congee and a side of cold-dressed bracken fern. Simple as it was, it looked quite appetizing. Seeing Fan Chuan emerge from the outhouse, carrying a large bag, Yunshu asked in confusion, "Husband, what do you have in your hand?" He first took out the toilet paper and placed it on the wooden cabinet in the living room, then handed the remaining items directly to Yunshu. She received them and looked down at the pink packaging covered in text and patterns she could not understand. Turning it over and over in her hands, she looked up with a puzzled expression. "Husband, what is this?" Clearing his throat lightly, Fan Chuan walked over to her side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered a few words. Yun Shu's face instantly flushed crimson, the redness spreading from her cheeks all the way to the base of her neck, her ear tips turning red as well. Clutching those packages, she turned and rushed into her room, slamming the door behind her with a loud bang. Standing in the living room, Fan Chuan heard rustling sounds coming from within, the clear indication that Yun Shu was studying how to use those items. Shaking his head helplessly, he walked to the table, sat down, ladled himself a bowl of congee, and began eating. Only after some time did the bedroom door creak open a crack. Peeking half her face through the gap, Yun Shu noticed Fan Chuan eating breakfast. After a moment of hesitation, she emerged shyly and awkwardly. Her face was still red, her gaze fixed downward, unable to meet his eyes. She walked to the table, sat down silently, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat. Watching her shy demeanor, Fan Chuan could not help but smile, though he said nothing. The two finished their breakfast in silence. After the meal, Yun Shu volunteered to clear and wash the dishes while Fan Chuan sat in the courtyard. He took out the glass beads and held them up to the sunlight, transparent, round, and smooth, catching and refracting light beautifully. He thought to himself that these must be worth quite a sum, but only if he could convert them into currency. Otherwise they would remain useless trinkets. With this in mind, he called out toward the kitchen where Yun Shu was washing dishes. "I'm going to the county town to buy some things. Stay home and do not run around, all right?" Hearing Fan Chuan's words, Yun Shu, who was washing dishes, stepped out directly, wiped her hands on her apron, and asked with deep concern, "Husband, are you going to the county town? Then let me prepare some provisions for you. It's quite a distance to the city, isn't it?" As she spoke, she was about to head back to the kitchen to prepare food. But Fan Chuan reached out and held her small hand, saying, "No need. I'll ride Red Date and be back soon. I'll just eat in the city before returning. Stay home and don't run around. If you're hungry, make yourself something to eat." Red Date. Yun Shu tilted her head, looking puzzled. Noticing her confusion, Fan Chuan led her to the horse stable and pointed to a small pony grazing with its head lowered, saying, "There it is. That's Red Date." Yun Shu looked at the small pony, which only reached her waist, and her expression grew distinctly strange. She turned to look at Fan Chuan, then back at Red Date, her gaze plainly asking, could such a tiny horse really carry him for 100 li? Making Fan Chuan somewhat uncomfortable under her stare, she gave him an annoyed glance. He knew exactly what Yun Shu was thinking, but to him, how would he know unless he tried? Red Date may have been small, but it was after all descended from the legendary Fergana horse, and its pedigree was undeniable. Moreover, as a grown man, Fan Chuan weighed only around 140 jin. He figured the pony could manage a leisurely pace. With that thought, Fan Chuan opened the stable door and led Red Date out. The little pony followed obediently behind him, and upon reaching the courtyard gate snorted energetically, appearing full of vim and vigor. Just as they reached the courtyard gate, Fan Chuan suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned to ask Yun Shu, "By the way, is there anything you'd like me to pick up for you?" Yun Shu stood at the doorway, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "No need, husband. Take care on the road." Fan Chuan said nothing more, walked over to Red Date, and carefully climbed onto its back. To say the least, without a saddle or stirrups, riding directly on the smooth horseback felt genuinely uncomfortable. The ridge of the pony's spine pressed against his seat hard as stone, jolting with every step. "I need to get a saddle made as soon as possible." Musing to himself, Fan Chuan gently nudged Red Date's sides, and the pony set off at a leisurely trot on its short legs. Since it was his first time horseback riding, and the pony was both small, an unhurried man and beast made their way slowly out of the courtyard, following the village path toward Lantian County. The morning air was crisp and fresh. Riding along, Fan Chuan took in the scenery on either side of the road. In the Guangzhong Plain during late January, though the fields had not yet turned fully green, the willow trees along the roadside were already budding with tender yellow shoots. After a while, he noticed that villagers in the surrounding countryside had already begun working in the fields. Some farmers were driving oxen to plow the land using only the most primitive straight plows, ancient tools without a moldboard capable only of carving shallow furrows, never turning the soil deeply. Watching those farmers bent over, shuffling forward step by step behind the plow, Fan Chuan couldn't help but sigh. This efficiency was countless times inferior to modern mechanization. What struck him even more was seeing fields where humans, not animals, were pulling the plows. Several ragged men had ropes strapped over their shoulders, bending forward and hauling step by step, while another person behind them gripped the plow handle, struggling to keep pace. The sight made Fan Chuan's chest tighten. Fan Chuan's previously cheerful mood gradually sobered. This was the true face of the early Tang Dynasty. After years of relentless warfare, the common people were so impoverished they couldn't even afford an ox, and had to pull the plows themselves. Having lived a modern life with electricity and running water in his own small courtyard, he had nearly forgotten what life was like for most people in this era. Riding in silence, he continued onward. Upon approaching the county town, he found a secluded grove, dismounted, and with a thought retrieved some fresh pasture from his spatial storage to feed Red Date. The little pony lowered its head and devoured the grass voraciously. Only after it had eaten its fill did Fan Chuan lead Red Date and begin walking slowly into the city. It happened to be market day, and the bustle of Lantian County far exceeded Fan Chuan's expectations. The streets teemed with people shoulder to shoulder, the cries of vendors, the sound of haggling, and the neighing of livestock all blending into a distinctive folk clamor. With the spring plowing season approaching, almost everyone from the surrounding villages had come to Lantian County. There were stalls selling farming tools, seeds, livestock, and all manner of daily necessities. The entire street was packed to capacity. Leading the little pony, he strolled leisurely, savoring the unique charm of a Tang Dynasty market. Not far ahead, a pawnshop appeared. Fan Chuan guided his horse toward its entrance at a relaxed pace. The moment he stopped at the doorway, the attendant nearby instantly recognized an opportunity and approached with a broad smile, asking, "Honored sir, would you like to come in and browse?" Seeing Fan Chuan nod, the attendant hurried forward and extended both hands. "Sir, allow me to watch your horse for you. Rest assured, under my care, not the slightest problem will arise." Glancing at him once, and then surveying the bustling crowd around, Fan Chuan handed over the reins. The attendant took them carefully, leading Red Date with an air tinged with reverence. After all, horses in this era were the domain of the aristocracy. An ordinary person could hardly hope to own one, not even a foal. What's more, this pony clearly carried the lineage of a top-tier Fergana horse with a glossy coat and well-proportioned frame, an unmistakable creature of noble breeding. Satisfied with the attendant's perceptiveness, Fan Chuan turned and entered the pawnshop. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the faint scent of aged wood and ink. Behind the counter, several attendants busied themselves with their own tasks. No sooner had he stepped inside than a middle-aged man dressed in silk robes stepped forward, cupped his fist, and asked, "I am surnamed Huang, the manager of this establishment. Honored sir, are you here to pawn or redeem?" Observing the man's eagerness, Fan Chuan noted that his enthusiasm stemmed from the horse visible outside the door. Having worked in pawnshops for decades, manager Huang possessed a keen eye. He could tell at a glance that this was a horse of Fergana stock. Furthermore, the clothes Fan Chuan wore had been given to him by one he at Li Xiuning's country villa, garments prepared for guests of a princess's estate whose fabric and craftsmanship were far beyond the reach of ordinary families. Could someone who dressed like this and rode such a horse be anyone of common standing? Fan Chuan stated his purpose plainly. "I have items to pawn." Manager Huang politely led him to a private room and personally offered him a seat. The room was modest but elegantly furnished, with a landscape painting hanging on the wall and a rosewood tea table in the corner. No sooner had they sat down than an attentive attendant brought 2 cups of hot tea, retired from the room, and quietly closed the door behind him. Fan Chuan did not hesitate. Reaching into his bosom, actually retrieving them from his spatial storage, he produced 2 transparent glass beads, each about the size of a thumb. Rather than handing them directly to the manager, he followed the pawnshop's protocol, placing the glass beads carefully on the table, ensuring they were steady, and then withdrawing his hands. Only then did the manager reach out, pick up one glass bead, and hold it up to the light for careful examination. His eyes widened progressively, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. "See, this is Liuli." The manager's voice trembled slightly. In his nearly whole life, he had never seen such exquisitely clear glass. It was as transparent as water, free of any bubbles or impurities, catching the light and refracting it into dazzling brilliance. In his entire life, he had only ever seen colored glaze once within his clan, half the size of this one, and far less pure, utterly incomparable to the one before his eyes. Not to mention the colored glaze brought by Western merchants, which was not only yellowish, but also of low purity, lacking transparency, and far inferior. The shopkeeper set down the glass bead, took a deep breath to steady himself, and then asked, "Young master, is this a living pawn or a dead pawn?" Fan Chuan naturally chose the dead pawn, as a living pawn would yield less money, and he had no intention of redeeming it. Hearing it was a dead pawn, the shopkeeper nodded, hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, "Young master, forgive my impertinence, but the origin of this item?" Fan Chuan insisted firmly, "It's a family heirloom." The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed slightly at these words, his mind already calculating. If it was a family heirloom, perhaps this young master had more colored glaze in his possession. He would arrange for a shop assistant to follow him and see where this young master was staying. If it was a distinguished household, so be it. If not, he could prepare for the next step. With this thought, he kept his expression composed and began negotiating the price with Fan Chuan. After some back and forth haggling, the 2 glass beads were finally sold for 400 taels of silver. Fan Chuan was secretly satisfied. 400 taels of silver was a considerable fortune in this era. An ordinary farming family's annual expenses were no more than 1 tael, though 400 taels would last him a long time. Once the transaction was complete, Fan Chuan made another request to convert part of the silver into 2 strings of copper coins. For the pawnshop, this was a trivial matter. They had plenty of copper coins. The shopkeeper directly ordered an assistant to fetch the money. Soon the assistant entered with a tray bearing 2 strings of copper coins neatly tied with string. Fan Chuan took the money without ceremony and tucked it into his bosom. In reality, the moment he tucked it away, it was stored in his spatial space. After all, 2 strings of copper coins were not light. If he truly carried them in his bosom, while walking they would drag him down after just a few steps. He also placed the corresponding silver back, then left the pawnshop carrying a bundle, and once again took hold of Hong Zhao. He led the horse to a fabric shop and bought 2 bolts of cloth. One was a light pink suitable for a woman's dress, and the other was a deep blue suitable for a man's clothing. Next to the fabric shop, he bought some small items for needlework from a general store, needles, thread, scissors, thimbles, and the like. Looking up at the sky, he saw it was nearly noon, so Fan Chuan decided to find something to eat. Leading the horse along the street, he passed a shop selling official salt, and noticed a long queue of people stretching far out the door. Curious, he stopped to take a look, and overheard a few burly men whispering nearby, "Have you heard? The new salt is only 4 won per caddy." Really? Official salt has always been over a dozen when, hasn't it? True. Word is it's a new recipe from the palace. The salt is as white as snow and has no bitterness at all. Watching one of the men emerge from the shop with a small bag of salt, Fan Chuan saw the salt was as white as snow with fine and uniform grains. Exactly the snow salt he had presented earlier. He hadn't expected Li Yuan to act so swiftly. In less than half a month the snow salt was already on the market. A surge of indescribable accomplishment welled up in his heart. Just as he was about to move on, he heard a familiar voice behind him, "Young Master Fan." Hearing his name, Fan Chuan turned around and saw Li Xiuning, the Prince of Qin, standing not far away watching him. Today Li Xiuning was dressed in a dark brocade robe, appearing less rugged and more refined than when they last met. Behind him were 2 attendants, each leading a horse. "Your Highness the Prince of Qin." Fan Chuan was somewhat surprised and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Li Xiuning, who had been feeling somewhat gloomy, brightened up a bit and explained with a smile, "Father has entrusted me with the management of the snow salt. Today is the first day of sale, so I came to see for myself. I didn't expect it to be so effective." He raised his finger pointing at the long queue in front of the salt shop, his face showing undisguised pride. "It's been less than an hour since sales began, and we've already sold several hundred caddies. At this rate, it won't be long before snow salt spreads throughout the entire Guangzhou region." Hearing this, Fan Chuan nodded, feeling happy for Li Xiuning as well. The promotion of snow salt would not only improve people's lives, but also bring considerable political achievements and prestige to Li Xiuning. As they spoke, Li Xiuming's gaze suddenly fell upon the small pony Fan Chuan was leading. He glanced at it casually at first, but then his eyes focused. He stepped forward and circled Hong Zhao, examining it carefully. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, his expression shifting from casual to shocked. "This horse." He paused and looked up at Fan Chuan. "How did it end up in your hands?" Fan Chuan was taken aback. "Your Highness recognizes this horse." Li Xiuning gave a bitter smile and said, "More than just recognize." He reached out and gently stroked Hong Zhao's forehead. The pony seemed to recognize him as well, nuzzling his hand affectionately. "This is the offspring of Qiyun Biao." His voice carried a complex emotion as he continued. "In the 2nd year of Wude, the Turks presented a purebred Fergana horse as tribute. That was Qiyun Biao. Father cherished it immensely and kept it in the imperial stables. This foal is Qiyun Biao's most purebred descendant without equal." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I had long desired this horse and mentioned it to Father several times, but he never agreed. Unexpectedly, it ended up with you." Sensing the envy and curiosity in Li Xiuming's words, Fan Chuan quickly explained, "This was bestowed upon me by the princess, my sister." Li Xiuning fell silent, recalling what had happened in the palace yesterday. Li Xiuning had declared before Li Yuan that she wanted Fan Chuan to be her consort. Li Yuan had flown into a rage on the spot, driving Li Xiuning back to the women's army camp. Looking at this man before him, who was still unaware of what had transpired, Li Xiuning felt a turmoil of emotions. But he said no more, simply nodded and changed the subject. "Young Master Fan, since we've met, why not have a meal together?" Hearing that someone was treating him, Fan Chuan naturally agreed. Dining with the Prince of Qin was a good opportunity. The two went to the most famous restaurant in Lantian County, Taibai Tower. The moment the owner saw the Prince of Qin arriving, he hurriedly came out to greet them personally and arranged the most elegant private room. Food and wine were soon served. Li Xiuning was clearly in low spirits, drinking cup after cup of wine in a melancholic mood. Fan Chuan, seeing his troubled expression, asked with curiosity, "Your Highness, I've been wanting to ask since we met. Why do you seem so downcast? The snow salt is selling so well, shouldn't you be happy?" Li Xiuning put down his cup side and slowly explained, "This campaign against Lu Haida is led by the Crown Prince Li Xiuning, and Xiuning's women's army will accompany him. Only I am not going." He picked up his cup and drained it in one gulp, his tone filled with undisguised disappointment. "Father has ordered me to stay in Chang'an to handle these miscellaneous affairs. The tasks of training troops going to war and achieving merit have all been given to the Crown Prince." Hearing this was the reason Fan Chuan nodded to himself. Whenever he had free time, he would use Doubao to look up what events were happening that year. From the first to the second month of the 6th year of Wude, Li Xiuning led troops to campaign against Lu Haida, completely pacifying the remaining rebel forces in Hebei. Meanwhile, Li Xiuning was left behind in Chang'an and did not participate in this military campaign. From this incident, one could see that tensions between Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning had already begun to surface, albeit faintly. It would not be until the following year that these conflicts would fully escalate, ultimately culminating in the Xuanwu Gate incident. However, Fan Chuan of course would not, nor could he, speak such words aloud. Instead, he comforted him, saying, "Your Highness need not worry too much. There are also advantages to remaining in Chang'an. If the snow salt matter is handled well, it would indeed be a great merit." Li Xiuning shook his head with a bitter smile and began to complain again. "That may be so, but things are far from easy. The Emperor has entrusted me with managing the salt affairs, but the initial stages require substantial funds. Building salt fields, hiring workers, transportation, distribution, it all costs money at every turn. As the Prince of Qin, I do receive some salary and income from my fiefs, but it is far from sufficient. I am fundamentally a general who fights wars, not someone suited for such matters. I have the willingness, but lack the ability." Hearing this, something stirred in Fan Chuan's heart. He reached into his robe, actually activating his spatial ability, and materialized half of those glass beads in his palm, then placed them on the table. Li Xiuning glanced at the glass beads, his eyes suddenly freezing. He hastily set down his wine cup, picked up one bead, held it close to his eyes, then examined another, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Li Xiuming's voice trembled slightly as he spoke this. "This is Liuli. So many." Before him were at least 15 or 20 beads, each crystal clear, casting multicolored reflections under the lamplight. He looked up at Fan Chuan, his expression grave, and asked, "Lord Fan, what is the meaning of this? Where did these come from?" Watching this display, Fan Chuan was quite satisfied. With a leisurely tone, he said, "I wish to exchange these items for some Lantian jade. Any amount will do. The rest shall serve as my contribution to your Highness, helping you promote snow salt throughout the realm." Hearing these words, Li Xiuning was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He was still merely a prince with limited funds. Promoting snow salt required massive upfront investment, a matter that had been worrying him greatly. This bag of lioli, if sold on the market, could be exchanged for countless wealth, enough for him to spread snow salt across the entire Great Tang. Carefully storing the glass beads, Li Xiuning finally said to Fan Chuan, "Lord Fan, I have no Lantian jade on me today. I already know where your home is. When times are easier for me, I will have someone deliver it to you." Fan Chuan nodded nonchalantly at this, wondering how much jade the other party could possibly give. In Fan Chuan's estimation, it probably would not be much, since Li Xiuning was not yet emperor and his finances were hardly comfortable. He did not expect to grow rich from this. Obtaining some jade would suffice. But what he did not know was that Li Xiuming's thoughts ran far deeper than he imagined. The two dined and drank their fill before parting ways. Leaving Tai-Bai Pavilion, Fan Chuan took the reins of Red Date from the attendant and led the little ponies slowly out of Lantian County. Beyond the city gate, the number of travelers gradually diminished. Fan Chuan mounted Red Date and began the journey back. Though small in stature, the pony had good stamina and trotted along steadily, maintaining a decent pace. But Fan Chuan failed to notice that not far behind him, two men in short coats were trailing at a distance. "That's him riding a little pony, just coming out of the pawn shop. The proprietor says he carries at least 400 taels of silver and may even have more lioli hidden about his person. Stay close and do not let him escape." One of the men muttered under his breath and hurried to follow Fan Chuan with his companion. At first, Fan Chuan detected nothing unusual, but after walking for a while, he could not shake a strange feeling. The sensation was indescribable, as though someone were staring at him from behind, their gaze piercing like needles into his back. Having served in the military, this instinct for being tailed had saved his life multiple times on the battlefield and never failed him. Lost in thought, Fan Chuan did not turn around, but continued riding Red Date forward, his ears perked, carefully listening for any sounds behind him. After walking a bit further, he seized the opportunity of a turn and casually glanced sideways. Indeed, about 100 paces behind, the two men in short coats were following at a leisurely pace. One of them was the very attendant Fan Chuan had encountered at the pawnshop. In an instant, he understood the situation. That pawnshop proprietor appeared polite on the surface, but was secretly sending someone to tail him. Likely seeing the 400 taels of silver on his person and suspecting he might possess more lioli, wicked intentions had taken root. People's hearts are indeed hidden behind bellies. A cold smile touched Fan Chuan's heart. Not far ahead lay a secluded forest with dense thickets lining both sides of the road, a place rarely visited by humans. Decisively choosing a remote and deserted spot, he dismounted, tied Red Date to a tree, pretended to relieve himself, and slipped behind a large tree to hide. Once behind the tree, without hesitation, he willed his spatial ability into action, producing a double-barreled hunting rifle. He skillily loaded 2 buckshot rounds and flipped the safety off. Leaning against the trunk, holding his breath, he waited quietly. Not long after he heard footsteps. The two men approached one after another, whispering as they moved. Where did he go? I just saw him here a moment ago. He must have gone to relieve himself. Wait, let us not raise the alarm. What should we do next? Just rob him. Rob him. First find out whether he still has more of that lioli on him. The proprietor said if we can learn the source of the lioli, the reward will be generous. What about this horse? It is a fine mount worth hundreds of taels if sold. We will take the horse too. As for the man, make it clean, leave no traces. Hidden behind the tree fan, Chuan heard everything clearly. His eyes turned cold. These two intended not only to rob him of his money and horse, but also to murder him to silence him. Then there was no reason to show mercy. With their footsteps now only 10 paces away, Fan Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly burst from behind the tree. The two attendants were clearly caught off guard by Fan Chuan's sudden appearance and were startled. One of them opened his mouth, but had not yet managed to cry out. Bang! A deafening gunshot erupted through the forest. The double-barreled rifle spewed lead pellets, striking the front attendant squarely in the head. Before he could even scream, his head jerked backward and his body went rigid as he collapsed dead on the spot. The second attendant stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Watching his companion fall to the ground with a bloody hole in his head, his legs went weak with terror. You. His lips quivered as he tried to turn and flee, but his legs refused to obey. Fan Chuan did not give him time to react. The barrel shifted, pointing directly at his chest. Bang! The second gunshot pierced the attendant's chest, blood gushing forth. The man glanced down at the bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief before his body went limp and he fell straight to the ground. Fan Chuan did not advance immediately. Instead, he swiftly retreated behind the tree, retrieved 2 more bullets from his spatial storage, quickly loaded them into the barrels, and chambered them once more. Leaning against the tree, he waited for a moment, straining his ears to listen carefully. There were no other footsteps, no other sounds. Only then did he stealthily glance to the side, confirming that no one else was around, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping forward a few paces, he examined the 2 henchmen's bodies. They were both dead. Without hesitation, he grabbed them by the collars, and with a flicker of thought, he stowed both corpses into his space. He would dispose of them later when he got back. After all, time did not flow in his space. They would not rot or stink no matter how long they stayed. He then checked the bloodstains on the ground, scooped up a few handfuls of fallen leaves and dirt, and covered them. A simple cleanup. Though it was impossible to completely erase all traces, at least they would not be discovered at a glance. After finishing everything, Fan Chuan walked over to Hong Zhao, untied the reins, and mounted the horse. The young colt seemed startled by the gunshots from earlier, pawing the ground uneasily with its hooves. Fan Chuan patted its neck and murmured a few soothing words. It's all right, let's go. Home. Hong Zhao finally calmed down, took a step, and turned back along the path they had come. After a while, Fan Chuan, riding Hong Zhao, reappeared at the scene. After confirming that no one was there, he rode back, his mood somewhat complicated. This was the first time he had killed someone since his transmigration. Though it was in self-defense, the feeling still unsettled him. But he also knew that in this era, being soft-hearted would not let him live long. Those two had intended to kill him, so dying at his hands was their own fault. After about another hour or so from afar, Fan Chuan saw the outline of his small courtyard appearing in his field of vision. At the gate, a tiny figure stood there, gazing in the direction of his return. She wore a light blue ruchuan, standing at the door with her hands clasped in front of her, like a little kitten waiting for its owner to come home. When she saw Fan Chuan's figure in the distance, her eyes lit up noticeably, and a relieved smile spread across her face. Fan Chuan felt a warmth in his heart. From afar, he took out the sewing tools and 2 bolts of cloth he had bought from his space, tying them onto the horse's back. This way it looked like he had brought them back from the county town, arousing no suspicion from Yunshu. Husband. Yunshu called out from afar, running up to him in little steps. Fan Chuan dismounted and led Hong Zhao to the courtyard gate. Yunshu looked him up and down, confirming that everything was fine before letting out a sigh of relief. Husband, why did you take so long? I was held up by something on the way. He did not elaborate, instead taking the 2 bolts of cloth and the sewing supplies from the horse's back and handing them to Yunshu. These are for you, cloth and sewing tools. You can make yourself some clothes to change into. Taking the light pink bolt of cloth, Yunshu felt the fabric, then looked at the bundle of needles, thread, scissors, thimble, and other little trinkets. Her mood brightened even more. Husband, is this for me? Yes, you don't have any spare clothes, do you? Make yourself a few. Yunshu hugged the cloth, her face beaming. She nodded eagerly. I'll make them perfectly. Seeing her so happy, a smile tugged at the corners of Fan Chuan's mouth. He led Hong Zhao to the stable, added some hay and water, then turned and walked back to the courtyard. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the stone table already laid out with various dishes, a plate of stir-fried wild rabbit, a dish of cold, mixed fern, a bowl of hot soup, and a pot of white rice. Clearly, while waiting for him, Yunshu had been reheating these dishes repeatedly, just so he could have a warm meal upon his return. Looking at the table of food, and then at Yunshu, who was carefully putting the cloth away in the room. Fan Chuan felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. Though this wife was someone he had picked up amnesiac and who called him husband in a way that made him uncomfortable having someone waiting for him and a hot meal waiting, it was admittedly a good feeling. He washed his hands, sat down at the stone table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. After putting away the things, Yunshu came out and sat opposite him, propping her chin on her hand as she watched him eat, a satisfied smile on her face. Husband, is it good? Delicious. You eat too, Fan Chuan said while eating, nodding. I've already eaten. These are all for you. Hearing this, Fan Chuan said nothing more and devoured the meal in a few bites. After eating, he washed up briefly and instead of going to the side room, went straight into the main bedroom. After last night, Fan Chuan had realized that she was indeed amnesiac, but also very stubborn. Otherwise, how could they both still be fully clothed in bed? Today he had ridden to the county town, killed someone, and rushed back, exhausted. As soon as he lay down, he sank into the soft spring mattress, letting out a comfortable sigh. Not long after Yunshu finished cleaning the dishes and washing up, she came to the main bedroom door, saw Fan Chuan already lying down, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She gently lifted the quilt, slipped in, and laid down beside Fan Chuan. Both of them were still dressed, lying quietly. Fan Chuan could feel the warmth and faint fragrance emanating from the petite body beside him. Turning his head, he saw Yunshu had already closed her eyes, a hint of a smile on her lips, breathing evenly, clearly content to sleep beside him tonight. Seeing this, Fan Chuan said nothing more. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, he found the space beside him empty. Reaching out to touch the blanket beside him, it was still warm. Yunshu had gotten up not long ago. He got up and walked to the yard, where he found her already busy in the kitchen. Steam rose from the stove, and a pot of congee was bubbling away. Beside it was a plate of pickled radish. Husband, you're awake. Seeing Fan Chuan walk into the yard, Yunshu turned around and gave him a sweet smile. Breakfast will be ready soon. Just wait a little longer. Fan Chuan nodded, first went to the stable to feed Hongzhao, then walked to the corner of the yard to check the mandrake plants he had planted. The tender shoots had broken through the soil, sprouting two tiny leaves looking vibrant in the morning light. He crouched down, watered the mandrake, then went out to check the vegetable patch nearby. When he returned to the yard, Yunshu had already set the breakfast on the table. They ate breakfast together. After cleaning up, Yunshu picked up the light pink cloth and the sewing tools, sat in the yard under the sunlight, and began cutting the fabric to make clothes. Her movements were practiced, measuring, marking, cutting, each stroke clean and precise. Clearly, though she had lost her memory, her sewing skills were ingrained in her body. With nothing to do, Fan Chuan watched for a while, smiled to himself, and said, I'm going into the mountains to hunt. Stay home and don't wander off. Yunshu looked up at him, didn't stop him, and simply nodded obediently. Be careful, husband. Come back soon. Fan Chuan strapped on his bamboo basket, grabbed his slingshot and hatchet, checked the double-barreled shotgun, and tucked it into his waistband, concealing it with his clothes. Then he headed into the mountains. He hadn't put the shotgun back into his space when he returned yesterday, and he hadn't shown it to Yunshu, so she didn't recognize it as a weapon. In spring, the trees within Zhongnan Mountain had begun to sprout, and tender green weeds and wild vegetables emerged from the earth. Fan Chuan walked along the mountain path, inward, observing his surroundings as he went. First, he spotted a family of bamboo rats. Several plump little bamboo rats were gnawing on bamboo roots in a bamboo grove. Startled by the noise, they attempted to scramble into their burrows. Quick-eyed and nimble-fingered, Fan Chuan drew his slingshot and took aim. Whiz! A steel pellet struck true, hitting one bamboo rat squarely on the head. It fell instantly, its forelegs twitching a few times before going still. The remaining bamboo rats scattered in terror, diving into their holes. Fan Chuan approached, picked up the fallen one, weighed it in his palm, tossed it into his bamboo basket, and continued onward. After walking a while, he spotted several pheasants among a thicket of shrubs. Whiz! One pheasant dropped dead on the spot, flapping its wings a few times. Fan Chuan strode over, collected the pheasant, and likewise tossed it into his basket. A short while later, he shot 2 wild rabbits with his slingshot, and also gathered a considerable amount of wild vegetables, bracken, shepherd's purse, and purslane, filling nearly half his basket. By midday, Fan Chuan found a large stone beside a stream and sat down. He took out his provisions, simple rice balls made with rice and wild vegetables by Yunshu, and ate a few bites. The stream water was crystal clear to the bottom. He cupped some in his hands and drank the ice-cold sweetness, reviving him instantly. After his meal, he did not linger, pressing deeper into the dense mountains. The farther he ventured inward, the denser the forest grew and the rougher the terrain became. Towering trees blotted out most of the sunlight, casting the woodland in dimness. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, soft and spongy beneath his feet. Fan Chuan moved cautiously, ever watchful of his surroundings. The deep mountains harbored far more wildlife than the outer regions, but they were also far more dangerous. After about half an hour's walk, he suddenly heard a strange sound ahead, like something rooting through the soil, accompanied by low grunting noises. He froze instantly, tilting his head to listen. Soon he confirmed it was wild boars, and not just one. Treading lightly, he crept forward and pushed aside a cluster of shrubs. What he saw made his eyes light up. In a relatively open clearing within the forest, a sounder of wild boars was rooting through the soil for food. There were 7 or 8 in total, varying in size, including several piglets weighing perhaps 30 or 40 kilograms, their brown-black fur glistening as they rolled and played in the mud. 2 large boars stood out. Their massive bodies must have weighed at least 150 kilograms each, their long tusks projecting menacingly, looking fearsome and commanding. With a thought, he retrieved a double-barreled hunting rifle from his spatial storage and loaded it with 2 buckshot rounds. He found a concealed position downwind, crouched low, braced the rifle against a rock, and aimed at one of the smaller boars. Shoot the small ones first, then the large ones. As the thought formed, he took a deep breath, held it, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot exploded through the forest, sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky. The small boar was hit by the lead pellets, let out a piercing shriek, and collapsed to the ground, its legs kicking wildly. It was not yet dead. Chuan swiftly adjusted his aim at the second small boar. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the second small boar fell dead on the spot. But those 2 gunshots thoroughly enraged the 2 large boars. One of them raised its head and let out a furious roar, its eyes blood red, as it charged straight toward Chuan's direction. Its forehooves flew like wheels, moving with terrifying speed, crashing forward like a miniature tank. The ground trembled with each thunderous stride. Seeing this, Chuan's expression changed. There was no time to reload. He turned and ran, dashed to a large tree, and scrambled up its trunk with hands and feet. No sooner had he settled onto a sturdy branch than the large boar slammed into the tree trunk. Thud! A dull impact shook the entire tree violently. Chuan clung to the trunk for dear life, nearly torn loose. The large boar circled the tree twice, savagely rooting at the base with its tusks, emitting angry grunts. The other large boar also charged over, and the pair circled the tree together, repeatedly ramming their bodies against the trunk. Perched on the branch, Chuan hurriedly retrieved 2 bullets from his spatial storage, loaded them into the rifle, and aimed at the head of the large boar below. Die! Bang! The lead bullet struck true, piercing the boar's left eye and exiting through its skull. The great beast let out a shrill, agonized scream before its massive body crashed to the ground. Seeing its companion fall, the other large boar grew even more frantic. However, realizing it could do nothing against the creature in the tree, it turned and fled. Steadying himself against the recoil, Chuan took aim at the second large boar's neck and pulled the trigger. Bang! The single slug tore through the boar's neck, spraying blood everywhere. The wounded boar staggered a few steps, making gurgling sounds from its mouth, then toppled sideways and lay still. Silence returned to the forest, broken only by the drifting scent of gun smoke mingling with the heavy stench of blood. Chuan remained perched in the tree for a while, reloading the rifle with 2 more buckshot rounds. Confirming that all 4 boars were truly dead, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slid down the trunk and approached the boars. After checking them, he found the 2 small ones each weighed around 30 to 40 kilograms, and the 2 large ones each roughly 150 kilograms, a bountiful catch. He took a sharp machete from his spatial storage, squatted down, and began to butcher the boars. Starting with the 2 smaller ones, he sliced open their bellies, carefully removed the entrails, and then moved on to the larger ones, his movements practiced and swift. It took nearly half an hour to finish processing all 4 boars. Following the hunter's tradition, he left the entrails and unusable parts on a tree branch, then stored all 4 carcasses in his spatial storage. When he finished, he rose to his feet and wiped the sweat from his brow. Glancing at the sky, the sun still hung high overhead, likely around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. There was still plenty of time, so he decided to press further onward. He had now completely entered the deep reaches of Zhongnan Mountain, where game was more abundant. Perhaps he might even encounter something rare. Packing up his gear, he continued deeper into the mountains. The forest grew denser the farther he went. Chuan moved cautiously, rifle in hand, ready to respond to any sudden threats. Just then he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was faint and intermittent, like a cat's meow, but not entirely. Deeper and more urgent than a cat's call, carrying a note of suffering. Chuan stopped and listened intently. The sound came from a thicket not far ahead. Gripping his rifle tightly, he approached carefully, parted the bushes, and froze at what he saw. A cheetah lay on the ground. Its body was larger than Chuan had expected, covered in black rosette spots, its long tail limp and dragging beside it. But it was grievously wounded. All over its body were gashes and tears, some from sharp teeth, others from claw marks. Flesh hung in ragged rolls and blood soaked the surrounding grass red. It must have been attacked by some fierce beast and had fought its way here in a last desperate struggle before collapsing. Noticing someone approach, the cheetah instinctively tried to rise, but after a feeble struggle it fell back down. Lying on its side, its chest heaved violently, breathing rapid and shallow. It had clearly reached its limit. Fan Chuan, rifle raised, peered from behind the trees. He had intended to put the creature out of its misery with a single shot. But then he noticed its abdomen. It was swollen and distended, clearly with offspring. Fan Chuan's gun barrel paused. He did not fire, but kept his weapon trained on the cheetah with full alertness as he slowly stepped closer. The cheetah watched him approach. Those amber eyes held no aggression, only a look of quiet entreaty, and it let out a low, pitiful whine from its throat. That gaze seemed to plead silently, "Save me, save my pups." Fan Chuan cautiously crouched down to carefully examine the leopard's wounds. Though the injuries appeared grievous with flesh torn and bloody, a closer inspection revealed no damage to any arteries or internal organs. Its inability to move stemmed from severe blood loss and extreme weakness. If the bleeding were not staunch and the wounds stitched, it would likely perish from blood loss. After a moment's hesitation, Fan Chuan said to the leopard, "I will treat you, but please do not harm me. Otherwise I will kill you." The leopard seemed to understand his words, giving a low whine as it gazed up at him with bright eyes. Fan Chuan set his hunting rifle within easy reach, then, with a mental command, retrieved a medical kit from his spatial storage. He first took out iodine solution to disinfect the leopard's wounds. When the iodine touched the open flesh, the leopard shuddered violently, yet it did not struggle, emitting only a faint, low wail. "Bear with it, it will be over shortly." Fan Chuan spoke softly. Having finished disinfecting, he produced a suturing needle and thread to begin closing the wounds. 1 stitch, 2 stitches, 3 stitches. He meticulously sutured each wound, applied anti-inflammatory ointment, and wrapped them in gauze. There were 4 or 5 major wounds, and more than a dozen minor ones. It took nearly an entire hour to complete all the stitching and dressing. After a moment's thought, he retrieved antibiotics from the medical kit and administered an injection to the leopard to prevent any possibility of infection. Upon finishing, Fan Chuan straightened his aching back and worked the stiffness from his fingers. He crouched again and gently stroked the leopard's belly. Through the fur he could feel the faint stirring of tiny lives within. She carried at least 3 or 4 cubs. "Rest well, and do not move about." After saying this to the leopard, he picked up his hunting rifle, prepared to leave, but after only a few steps a low whine echoed from behind. Fan Chuan turned his head and saw the leopard gazing at him with those amber-colored eyes filled with an indescribable attachment and reluctance. Unable to bear the look, Fan Chuan retrieved a large wild boar from his spatial storage, severed a hind leg with his hatchet, and placed it before the leopard. The leopard lowered its head, sniffed the leg, then opened its mouth and began to eat in a leisurely manner. Despite her grievous injuries, her manner of eating remained elegant, not devouring ravenously like a wolf, but tearing off pieces bite by bite with a calm and noble grace. Fan Chuan watched her eat for a while, confirmed that she could feed herself, then slowly backed away with his rifle and disappeared into the dense forest. On his way back along the path he had come, he searched for a place thick with animal trails to dispose of the 2 human corpses stored within his spatial dimension. He reasoned that with so many creatures in the mountains, they might devour the remains entirely by morning. Along the return journey, he also shot several pheasants and hares, filling his bamboo basket to the brim. As he neared the courtyard, Fan Chuan paused and first retrieved the bamboo basket from his spatial storage to wear on his back. He then took out 2 small wild boars, each weighing 50 to 60 catties. One slung over his shoulder, the other tucked firmly under his arm. The 2 boars combined weighed over 100 catties, pressing heavily upon his shoulders. He steadied himself hurriedly and continued toward the courtyard. Far off, Yunshu spotted Fan Chuan's approaching figure. At first she could only make out 2 dark, shapeless burdens on his shoulder and under his arm. Only when she realized they were wild boars did her expression freeze in utter astonishment. "Husband!" Yunshu cried out and hurried toward him with quick little steps. You have hunted wild boars." She reached out to help, attempting to take the boar from his shoulder, but Fan Chuan sidestepped to avoid her. The boar was covered in blood, and he did not wish to soil her clothing. "Do not touch it. It is covered in blood. Just watch from the side." Carrying both boars into the courtyard, he dropped them to the ground, then removed the bamboo basket and set it aside. Straightening his back, he exhaled a long breath of relief and headed toward the kitchen, intending to scald the pigs himself, only to find Yunshu already crouched before the stove, holding a lighter and dry grass, and having coaxed a fire to life in mere moments. Her movements flowed as smoothly as water, practiced and effortless. From lighting the fire to seeing the flames leap up, no more than a dozen breaths had passed. Standing nearby, Fan Chuan felt his face grow warm. Comparison, after all, was the thief of pride. Before he had access to electricity or modern conveniences, starting a fire always required half an hour of frantic blowing and fanning, leaving his face grimy with soot before the flame would catch. Yet Yunshu accomplished in minutes what had once taken him an eternity. "Husband, the water is boiling." She rose to her feet, brushed the ash from her hands, and spoke again. "What shall we do next?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan smiled and replied, "Once the water comes to a full boil, we pour it over the boars. That is how we loosen the bristles for removal. However, our home does not yet have a large bathing tub. You stay here and tend the fire until it boils, and I will take this time to craft a large wooden basin. Yunshu nodded and settled herself beside the stove, watching the flames and adding firewood whenever they dimmed. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan rose and made his way directly to the tool shed at the rear of the courtyard. From within, he retrieved a chainsaw and headed up the mountain to fell a few trees. He dragged the logs back to the courtyard and with a few deft strokes of his tools fashioned a rather simple wooden tub. After a quick test to confirm it held water without leaking, he moved both boars into the basin. Just as Fan Chuan placed the boars into the tub, Yunshu called from the kitchen, "Husband, the water is boiling." Hearing her voice, he entered the kitchen to find the large iron pot on the stove bubbling vigorously, steam rising in great clouds. He carried a wooden bucket of scalding water from the stove out into the courtyard and poured it thoroughly over the boars from head to tail. The boiling water hissed upon contact with the pigskin, causing it to contract rapidly and pores to open. A rich aroma of rendered fat and steam filled the air. "We must scrape while it is still hot. Once cooled, the bristles will be far harder to remove." Speaking thus, Fan Chuan picked up a depilatory knife, knelt down, and began working on the bristles. Pressing the blunt back of the blade against the skin and scraping in the direction of hair growth, large patches of bristle came away cleanly. Fan Chuan's movements were swift and efficient, and before long one of the small boars was scraped completely bare. Yunshu also crouched beside him, rolling up her sleeves to lend a hand. Though slight in stature, her fingers were remarkably deft. In fact, she handled the scraping knife with even greater delicacy than Fan Chuan, removing every fine hair from between the trotters as well. "Husband," Yunshu asked as she worked, "have you done this sort of thing often before?" "Not very often. Before. When I was back at home, I did it a few times." Fan Chuan nearly let slip the truth and quickly amended his words. "Your skill is truly impressive, husband. The skin is scraped so cleanly, not a single stubble remains." The two worked and chatted side by side, and time passed swiftly. Within less than half a time frame, both small boars had been fully prepared, pristine and appealing to behold. Next came the butchering. Fan Chuan retrieved his sharp kitchen cleaver from the cooking area and began dividing the whole pigs into manageable portions. He started with the spine, splitting each pig in two along the backbone, then severed the forelegs and hindquarters. He separated the ribs one by one and finally cut the pork belly into long strips weighing 2 to 3 caddies each. Fan Chuan picked up the piece of pork belly, weighing it in his hand. This pork belly, with its perfect marbling of fat and lean, is best for braised pork. "And what about this one?" Yunshu pointed at a piece of hind leg meat and asked. "Hind leg meat is lean, suitable for stir-frying." Yunshu nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling, clearly memorizing the use of each cut with earnest attention. Soon the two wild boars were disassembled into dozens of pieces of meat neatly arranged on the chopping board. But Yunshu looked at the large pile of pork, and the smile on her face gradually turned into a melancholy expression. She spoke with a hint of worry. "So much meat, the two of us can't eat it all. And just left like this, it'll go bad in a day or two. If only we could smoke it, then it would keep for months without spoiling." "But," her voice trailed off, "but we don't have that much salt. Smoked meat needs to be cured first. Without salt, it's impossible." Hearing this, Fan Chuan gave a mysterious smile. "Salt?" To him, that was no problem at all. He said, "First move all the meat to the kitchen, pick out a few good pieces to cook, and we'll have a meal. Leave the salt to me." Hearing this, Yunshu glanced at him with doubt, but didn't ask further. She nodded and began carrying the meat into the kitchen. Fan Chuan walked to the tool shed behind the yard, closed the door, and with a thought directly entered the space. Approaching the workbench, he directly placed the two 300-pound wild boars onto the trading system. After all, the meat of a 300-pound boar was no longer very tasty, so it was better to trade them away. Detected items: adult wild boar, 2, complete carcass gutted. Grade good. Total weight approximately 600 g. Estimated value high. Matching trading partner. Fan Chuan thought and entered in the demand field 100 g of refined salt, 1 set of anesthesia air gun, and matching anesthesia syringes. He needed salt for curing and smoking the pork, and also the anesthesia air gun for future hunting planning to capture live young animals for domestication. Soon the system matched successfully. Match successful. Modern World Outdoor Equipment Supplier. Modern World Outdoor Equipment Supplier. Bro, these boars are quite big. Are they purely wild? The meat should be good, but the anesthesia air gun you want is a bit sensitive. I do have a set, but I only have 20 pre-filled syringes with anesthetic. The rest are empty tubes. You'll have to buy the anesthetic yourself. Tang Trader. Why? Modern World Outdoor Equipment Supplier. That stuff requires a special industry qualification to purchase, and it's also limited in quantity. I deal in outdoor gear, but anesthetics are controlled substances. I can't get them. However, I'll provide the empty tubes. You can fill them yourself once you get the anesthetic. Looking at the information on the screen, Fan Chuan thought it was acceptable. 20 pre-filled anesthetic syringes would last a while, and for the remaining empty tubes, he could easily extract deuterostramonium sap as a substitute. Tang Trader deal. In a short while the transaction was completed. A pile of supplies appeared on the floor of the space, 100 gene of snow-white refined salt, a gray anesthesia air gun complete, with a 4-scope, 20 pre-filled anesthetic syringes, and 30 empty tubes. He carefully inspected the anesthesia air gun. The craftsmanship was good with a range of about 30 meters, more than enough for anesthetizing animals. He stored the anesthesia air gun and syringes, then hoisted the 100 gene bag of salt onto his shoulder. With a thought, he exited the space. Carrying the salt bag back to the kitchen, he placed it on the stove. Yunshu was chopping vegetables when she heard the noise and turned around. She was completely stunned. That large bag of salt, at least 70 or 80 gene, was pure white, piled like a small mountain on the stove. Yunshu's eyes widened, her voice filled with disbelief. "Husband, where did you get this salt?" Wiping the dust off his hands, Fan Chuan said casually, "I have my ways, don't ask. First cure the extra meat. I'll go build a smoking shed, and we'll smoke it after the meal." Yunshu wisely closed her mouth, nodded, and began to cure the meat. She evenly spread the salt over the meat pieces, rubbing vigorously to let the salt penetrate. Fan Chuan glanced at her, then turned and walked out of the yard back to the tool shed. He started the ivy logging machine and rumbled off to the back mountain to cut trees. He felled several trees as thick as a bowl, used the logging machine to trim off the branches, and dragged them to a corner of the small yard. During the dragging, he spotted a few pine trees. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stopped. Pine branches, when used to smoke meat, impart a unique fragrance, a specialty recipe from the Sichuan Chongqing region for smoked meat. Carefully using the logging machine, he stripped off several large bundles of pine branches without cutting down the trees, since they might be needed later. Soon Fan Chuan dragged all the timber and pine branches to a corner of the small yard. Picking up a handsaw and a hammer, he began constructing the smoking shed. The structure of the smoking shed was simple: 4 vertical posts supporting a frame with crossbeams on top, surrounded by wooden planks and mud, leaving a door for entry and exit. A small smoke vent was left at the top, and a few iron rods were set up below as racks for hanging the meat. Fan Chuan worked with great enthusiasm. The handsaw whirred, the hammer clanged. In less than an hour, a simple but sturdy smoking shed was completed. Then he dragged all the pine branches next to the smoking shed and piled them up, ready for use in the evening. By this time, Yunshu had finished cooking a plate of stir-fried wild boar meat, a cold wild vegetable salad, a wild boar meat stew, and a pot of plain white rice. Though simple, the aroma was mouth-watering. The two ate a simple meal, and since it was still early, they began the smoking process. Yunshu hung the cured meat pieces one by one on the iron racks inside the smoking shed, while Fan Chuan laid down pine branches and dry firewood underneath and lit the fire. The flames licked the pine branches, producing a crackling sound. White smoke rose, carrying a rich scent of pine wood swirling around the hanging meat. The temperature inside the smoking shed gradually rose. The surface of the meat began to exude oil, glistening temptingly in the firelight. "The smell of this smoke is wonderful." Yunshu stood at the entrance of the smoking shed, taking a deep breath. "It's even better than, well, better than any smoked meat I've ever smelled." She had almost said, "better than the smoked meat I smelled at the princess's mansion," but swallowed the words. She herself didn't know why the phrase princess's mansion had popped into her mind. Fan Chuan didn't notice her oddness. He was focused on adjusting the fire. Smoking meat couldn't be rushed. The fire shouldn't be too big, the smoke shouldn't be too thick. It had to be slow, letting the aroma of the pine branches seep into the meat gradually. After a while, the sky gradually darkened. Fan Chuan went inside to bathe, and when he came out, he saw Yunshu still sitting on a small stool beside the smoking shed, watching with great interest. Seeing the scene, Fan Chuan walked over and reminded her, "Time to rest." Yunshu looked up, her eyes worried as she glanced at the meat hanging in the smoking shed, then at the pitch-black darkness beyond the yard wall. She said softly, "Husband, I'm afraid someone might steal these meat outside." Indeed, in these times, so much meat could easily be stolen, but Fan Chuan smiled confidently and said, "No big deal. Who would dare come into my yard to steal? Don't worry, we'll just keep an eye on it tonight." Yunshu still felt uneasy, but then Fan Chuan added, "If it's really a problem, we can take it down for now and continue smoking tomorrow." That was exactly what Yunshu wanted to hear. She quickly nodded yes. "Let's take it down now and smoke it again tomorrow." After the fire was completely extinguished, the two took down the smoked meat piece by piece, carried it into the kitchen, neatly arranged it on the cutting board, closed the doors and windows, and then returned to the bedroom to rest. Early the next morning, Fan Chuan, still half asleep, was shaken awake by Yunshu. Husband, it's dawn, time to get up and smoke the meat." Still groggy, Fan Chuan opened his eyes and saw Yunshu, already fully dressed, standing energetically by the bed, her big eyes sparkling clearly, filled with enthusiasm for smoking the meat. With a resigned sigh, Fan Chuan got up. After washing up and having a simple breakfast together, they moved all the meat to the smoking shed, hung it up, and relit the fire to smoke it. This time Yunshu brought a small stool and sat by the smoking shed, keeping an eye on the smoking process while doing needlework, sewing a pale pink new dress. The stitches were fine, and even clearly the work of skilled hands. Fan Chuan watched for a while, then looked up at the sky. It was a bit overcast with low-hanging clouds, and the air carried a damp smell. It might rain. Suddenly he thought that the cement for the hydroelectric station should be completely dry. It had been 3 or 4 days since it was poured, so the cement should have fully set. After telling Yunshu he was going to the creek for a stroll, he went to the tool shed, replaced the chainsaw attachment with a digging bucket, and drove the crawler toward the power generation setup. Soon he arrived at the small dam. The cement foundation looked completely dry, smooth, and level. Fan Chuan jumped off the vehicle, crouched down, and knocked on the ground with his hand. It was very solid. He also checked the positions of the water turbine and generator. After confirming everything was normal, he drove the excavator to the diversion channel. He blocked the diversion channel, redirecting the water back to the main stream, and used the excavator to fill in all the tributaries, restoring them to their original state. Swish! The stream water rushed down the main diversion channel into the water turbine. The blades of the turbine began to spin under the impact of the water, at first slowly, then faster and faster, driving the generator to emit a low hum. Soon all the indicator lights on the power generation equipment lit up, indicating normal operation. Seeing the lights, Fan Chuan rejoiced and quickly connected the wires to the input of the solar storage cabinet. The numbers on the dashboard jumped a few times, showing stable input power. Hydropower generation was successful. From now on there would be not only solar power, but also hydropower. There was no need to worry about running out of electricity since both systems were used together. Even if one system failed, the power supply would still function normally. Nodding with satisfaction, Fan Chuan drove the crawler excavator back to the tool shed and parked it. Returning to the yard, he saw Yunshu still sitting by the smoking shed doing needlework, while keeping an eye on the fire. Fan Chuan walked over to take a look. The meat was almost smoked with a golden oily sheen on the surface, and the fragrance of pine branches had fully permeated it. At noon, they ate a simple meal. Fan Chuan sat by the smoking shed beginning to daydream, watching the white smoke curl upward, and smelling the mingled scent of pine and meat, feeling completely relaxed. After some time, a cool breeze blew, carrying a damp feel. Fan Chuan looked up at the sky. The clouds had thickened. The sky was also darkening, and the distant mountains were shrouded in a gray haze. It was going to rain. Fan Chuan immediately stood up, dusting off his hands. Yunshu, it's going to rain. Let's take the meat in. Hearing his voice, Yunshu also looked up at the sky and quickly nodded. Together, they carried all the smoked meat into the kitchen and hung it piece by piece from the roof beams. The kitchen beams were wooden, perfect for hanging meat. Once hung, they could take down a piece whenever they wanted to eat. Moreover, when cooking with the wood-fired stove, the smoke and fire from the hearth would slowly smoke the meat on the beams, making it more flavorful and increasingly fragrant over time. After hanging all the meat, Fan Chuan and Yunshu were cooking dinner in the kitchen when they heard a rumbling thunder outside. Boom! The thunder rolled from the distant mountains, echoing across the sky. Immediately after, a flash of lightning split the sky. Fan Chuan walked to the door and looked at the sky. The wind had picked up, rustling the branches outside the yard, and the dampness in the air grew heavier. Just as they set the dishes on the table, it began to rain sparsely outside. At first, a few scattered raindrops landed on the cement floor of the yard, leaving dark spots. Then the rain intensified, pouring down with a loud clatter. The rain hit the roof, producing a dense sound, and flowed down the eaves, forming tiny streams in the yard. Watching the spring rain, Fan Chuan was in quite a good mood. This rain signified the official arrival of spring. Spring rain is as precious as oil. After this rain, the ground would completely thaw, allowing large-scale planting to begin. Moreover, when he went to Lantian County Town yesterday, he saw a farming encouragement notice issued by Li Xiuning posted at the city gate, urging the people to seize the spring plowing season and not miss the farming time. This showed that the imperial court placed great importance on agricultural production. This year should be a good harvest. Husband, dinner is ready, Yunshu called from behind. Fan Chuan turned around, and they sat facing each other. Outside the window the rain was pattering, but inside the room it was warm and peaceful. He picked up a piece of smoked wild boar, put it in his mouth, and chewed. The fragrant pine and the savory saltiness of the meat blended perfectly. The texture was firm and chewy, and the taste was excellent. Delicious, Fan Chuan nodded. Hearing this, Yunshu's face once again showed that contented smile. Outside the rain grew heavier, and the world was shrouded in a misty haze. Mount Zhongnan in the distance was hidden in the rain curtain, only a blurry outline visible. Fan Chuan ate his meal, calculating in his mind, once the rain stops, the real busyness will begin. After dinner, with the rain still falling, it grew dark early. With nothing else to do, the two washed up early and lay in bed. But lying in bed, Fan Chuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, calculating the spring plowing. What should he plant on those 30 mu of land? How to plant? Yunshu, lying beside him, was quiet, breathing evenly, but Fan Chuan knew she wasn't asleep either. The girl's eyelashes were still fluttering gently. Husband, what are you thinking about? Sure enough, after a few minutes, Yunshu asked softly. Thinking about farming. Once the rain stops, the busy season will begin. Oh. Yunshu murmured, then scooted closer to him without saying more. Unable to lie still any longer, Fan Chuan sat up and said to Yunshu, "I'm going to the bathroom." Yunshu softly hummed in acknowledgement. Leaving the bedroom, Fan Chuan pushed open the door and walked to the adjacent toilet. Closing the door with a thought, he directly entered the space. Fan Chuan walked to the console and directly placed 100 taels of silver. Detected item: silver 100 taels, grade mortal, valuation approximately 6240 RMB. Looking at the information, Fan Chuan began to input a detailed list. 1. Super hybrid rice seeds capable of planting 6 mu of paddy fields, the kind that can be saved for replanting. 2. For each seeds for planting 4 mu of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. 3. Seeds for watermelon, sunflower, tobacco, cotton, etc. Totaling about 8 mu of planting. 4. Various fertilizers sufficient for 1 year, compound fertilizer, urea, potash, etc. Matching trading partners. A dialog box popped up on the light screen. "Hey buddy, that's a big order you've got. Hybrid rice potatoes. Are you starting a farm?" "Pretty much. Can you get all these together over there?" "Yes. No problem at all. The cash crop seeds you mentioned are all in stock in my warehouse, let alone fertilizers. How much you want?" "I've got it. I also want a tablet loaded with movies, TV series, and variety shows. It needs big memory. The more the better." "Haha buddy, you want to live a modern life in ancient times. Alright, but it's a bit late now. I'll have to wait until tomorrow to buy it." Seeing the message, Fan Chuan checked the time. Indeed, it should be night over there in the modern world. "Do you have one you use yourself?" "A second-hand one is fine, I don't mind." "You're right about that. I happen to have a tablet I use myself. It cost me a lot when I bought it. It's got quite a few movies and TV series, things I use to kill time. If you want it, 20,000 yuan. How about that?" "Deal." About half an hour later, the other party's message popped up again. "All set. The various crop seeds and fertilizers are ready. I've also charged the tablet. All accessories are included." Both parties confirmed the transaction. A flash of light crossed the screen, and a mountain of supplies appeared on the floor of the space. Dozens of bags of seeds, hundreds of bags of fertilizer piled up like a small hill. There was also a black tablet computer in a protective case with a charger and a data cable beside it. Fan Chuan stepped forward, picked up the tablet, turned it on to test it. The screen was clear, the response was smooth. He nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the pile of seeds and fertilizer again. The space was filled once more, but it didn't matter. Once spring plowing began, these things would be used up quickly. Thinking this, he exited the space, reappeared in the bathroom, pushed open the door, and walked back to the bedroom. Yunshu hadn't fallen asleep yet. Hearing footsteps, she turned over and saw Fan Chuan holding a black tablet in his hand. She asked with confusion, "Husband, what is that in your hand?" In a good mood, Fan Chuan got directly onto the bed and leaned against the headboard, explaining to Yunshu, "This is something for watching movies and TV shows." Saying this, he first opened the tablet to check its specs. He didn't know until he looked. It was shocking. The tablet's storage was enormous, 10 terabytes, and it was basically full. Staring at the information, Fan Chuan's eyes widened. He turned the device over and over to look at the model markings, confirming he hadn't misread. Such a huge memory wasn't something you could just buy on the market. It was likely a specially customized version. No wonder the other party was selling it for 20,000 yuan, even secondhand. Just the storage capacity alone was worth a lot. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed straight on him. Turning his head, he saw Yunshu glaring at him, her lips pouting, slightly a hint of displeasure and grievance in her big eyes. Clearly she was unhappy that he had been gone so long using the bathroom, and then came back only to focus on the tablet in his hand, ignoring her. Her expression was both angry and adorable. Fan Chuan couldn't help reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks. He said with a smile, all right, don't be angry. Come, I'll teach you how to use this." Saying this, he brought the tablet between them and carefully opened a video app where the covers and titles of various TV series were neatly arranged. "Is this a picture book?" Yunshu asked curiously, looking at the thumbnails. "Something like that, but much more advanced than a picture book." Fan Chuan clicked on an episode of a period drama. The screen lit up and characters began to speak and move. Yunshu's eyes went wide instantly. She jerked back, nearly falling off the bed, pointing at the screen with a stammering voice. "This. How are there people inside? How were they trapped in there?" He shook his head helplessly, having expected this question. He directly pulled up the camera, took 2 photos of himself and Yunshu. The screen immediately showed their faces. Yunshu's surprised expression with wide eyes and slightly open mouth was frozen in the image. Pointing at Yunshu on the screen, he said, "Look, this is you." Glancing at the screen, Yunshu reached out to touch her own face, then looked back at the screen, completely baffled. She stretched out her finger, carefully poked her own image on the screen, and cried out in delight, "Really? This is me. Husband, how did you put me inside?" "It's not put inside. It's taken with the camera." He briefly explained the principle, but Yunshu obviously didn't fully understand. Still, that didn't stop her from developing a strong interest in this magical tablet. He then taught her how to swipe the screen, how to open videos, and how to adjust the volume. Yunshu learned quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, she mastered the basic operations. She opened the period drama from earlier and watched it with great interest. The two of them lay side by side on the bed watching the TV series together. After watching for a while, Yunshu felt uncomfortable. She was short, and stretching her neck to see the screen was tiring. She simply scooted to the side, burrowed into Fan Chuan's arms, leaned her back against his chest, and held the tablet up with both hands so that both of them could see the screen together. Yunshu said contentedly, "This is much more comfortable." But Fan Chuan was in for a trial. The girl in his arms was soft and warm with a faint scent of gardenia flowers. The fragrance drifted faintly into his nose, combined with the warmth of the petite body in his arms. Although both were still dressed, Fan Chuan's mind was completely not on the TV show. He remained stiff, holding Yunshu in his arms, listening to the rain outside the window, feeling the rise and fall of her breathing. His whole mind was distracted. After a while, Fan Chuan couldn't take it anymore and said directly, "I'm so sleepy, I need to sleep first." He gently lifted Yunshu from his arms and placed her onto the pillow beside him, then put the tablet into her hands. "If you want to keep watching, go ahead. Just turn the volume down a bit." With that, he turned over, closed his eyes, emptied his mind, listened to the drizzling rain outside, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Fan Chuan woke up and saw Yunshu's appearance, he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Two thick dark circles hung under her eyes like a panda that hadn't slept well. The tablet was carelessly tossed aside, not plugged in, its screen dark. Fan Chuan picked up the tablet and glanced at it. Only 5% battery left. Clearly the little girl had stayed up all night watching TV shows, and he didn't know when she finally fell asleep. He shook his head helplessly, first plugged the tablet into charge, then gently got up without waking Yunshu. He walked to the bathroom to wash up, then headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. He cooked a pot of porridge and sliced a plate of smoked wild boar meat. Just as he set the breakfast on the table, he saw Yunshu stumbling out of the bedroom, still half asleep. Her eyes were half closed, her hair slightly disheveled, and she was still in a daze. Seeing her like that, Fan Chuan felt both amused and exasperated. He called out directly, "Come eat breakfast, then go back to sleep after you're done." Yunshu sat down at the table in a daze, mechanically picked up her chopsticks, and ate a few spoonfuls of porridge. Halfway through, she suddenly looked up at Fan Chuan and said, "Husband, those people in the tablet, do they sleep at night?" Hearing the sudden question, Fan Chuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood and couldn't help laughing. "That's a TV drama. It's actors performing, not real people trapped inside. Eat your meal first, then go back to sleep. I'll teach you more tonight." Yunshu nodded with a vague understanding, finished her porridge, then staggered back to the bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep instantly. Fan Chuan finished his meal alone, cleaned up the dishes, and then opened the courtyard gate. The spring rain had stopped. Taking a deep breath, feeling quite pleased, Fan Chuan walked straight to the tool shed at the back of the courtyard to check the Boston Ivy rotary tiller. The battery was full, ready to go. He patted the tiller's body, climbed aboard, and started the engine. The tracks of the tiller pressed into the damp soil, leaving 2 deep ruts behind. He drove it to the field, adjusted the tilling depth, and began turning the soil. After the spring rain, the ground was soft and moist. The tiller's blades cut easily into the earth, breaking up the hardened clods and loosening the soil. He drove the tiller back and forth across the field, each pass faster than the last. In less than 2 hours, several acres of land were tilled. By noon, he drove the tiller back to the shed to charge. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, he smelled the aroma of food. Yunshu was already up, busy at the stove, wearing the new pink Ruchuan dress she had finished yesterday. The dress was well tailored with delicate little flowers embroidered on the hem, making her look even more adorable. Seeing Fan Chuan return, Yunshu turned around and gave him a sweet smile. "Husband, the meal is ready." Seeing Yunshu in her new dress, Fan Chuan's eyes lit up. He smiled and nodded. "The dress is done. It looks really nice." Hearing this, Yunshu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help lifting. After the meal, Fan Chuan went back to plowing while Yunshu brought a small stool and sat under the eaves. She watched the TV drama on the tablet while doing needlework, planning to use the leftover fabric to make a new dress for Fan Chuan. The scene was warm and peaceful, and so a few days passed in a flash. Fan Chuan drove the tiller over the remaining fields several times, breaking up the large clods with tools and leveling the ground. He started sowing. For the 6 acres of paddy fields, he planted super hybrid rice. Following the instructions, he first raised seedlings, then transplanted them. For the dry land, he planted 4 acres with potatoes. He cut the seed potatoes into small pieces, each with 2 or 3 buds, buried them in the soil, and covered them with ridges. Another 4 acres were planted with sweet potatoes, 4 with corn, and the remaining few acres with various crops: watermelon, sunflower, tobacco, cotton, chili peppers, tomatoes. All new varieties that didn't exist in the Tang Dynasty. Fan Chuan also converted the 4 acres of paddy fields near the stream into a fish pond. Since there was water and electricity, it would be a waste not to raise fish. He used an excavator to deepen the pond and installed filters at the inlet and outlet to prevent the fish from escaping. As for the fish fry, he planned to visit the county town another day to see if any were for sale. As for buying them through the system, living creatures could not be purchased at all. After 10 days of this, Chuan was exhausted with aches and pains all over. But seeing the entire field planted with various crops filled him with a sense of accomplishment. However, he also noticed something strange over these days. Yunshu seemed to be acting a bit off. She would occasionally blush for no apparent reason. Sometimes when he came back from working in the fields and she saw him, her face would instantly turn red, and she would lower her head, not daring to look at him. Sometimes when they ate together, she would drift off in thought and then blush again. When Chuan asked her what was wrong, she would just shake her head repeatedly, saying nothing was wrong, but the tips of her ears would turn bright red. This was very strange. Chuan was utterly baffled. Of course, he couldn't imagine that the problem lay with the tablet. That afternoon, while Chuan was plowing the fields, Yunshu was home alone watching a TV drama. As she watched, she wanted to find a new series and started rummaging through the folders. The tablet contained a lot of stuff. Besides movies and TV shows, there were all sorts of miscellaneous files. Yunshu couldn't read modern text, so she relied on icons and thumbnails to identify things. As she browsed, she accidentally clicked into a folder. She couldn't understand the folder's name, but it contained many video files with thumbnails that looked similar to TV dramas. Thinking it was a new series, she randomly clicked on one. Then a whole new world unfolded before her. The images on the screen made her eyes widen instantly, and her cheeks flushed red at a visible rate. From that afternoon onward, when Chuan returned, he noticed that Yunshu's gaze toward him had completely changed. There was curiosity, shyness, and an indescribable desire to explore. And in Yunshu's heart, only one thought echoed: so between a husband and wife, there can also be. Of course, Chuan had no idea what was going on in Yunshu's mind. These past few days, he had been busy watering and fertilizing the crops, working from dawn till dusk with no time to play with the tablet. Until one day at noon, as they sat eating together, they suddenly heard a commotion from the distant village. The sound was loud and chaotic, mixed with shouts, banging, and the howling of animals, all blending together and coming from the direction of the village. Chuan's courtyard was at the edge of the village, at least 200 or 300 meters from the nearest villager's house. Even at that distance, the noise was audible, clearly not a minor incident. Hearing the sounds, Chuan put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "Stay inside and eat. Don't go out. I'll go see what's happening." He said this to Yunshu, then stood up, walked to the corner, picked up the double-barreled shotgun, skillfully loaded 2 deer slugs, and released the safety. During this time, he had kept the double-barreled shotgun outside, not storing it in the space precisely to handle such emergencies. "Husband, be careful." Yunshu urged him, not trying to stop him, but her eyes were filled with worry. Chuan nodded, grabbed the gun, and strode out of the courtyard, heading toward the village. As he walked, the noise grew louder. When he got closer, he could finally make out what the people were shouting. "Wolves are coming. A pack of wolves has entered the village. Help! A wolf has killed someone. Beat the basins. Beat the bamboo. Drive the wolves away." Hearing the meaning, Chuan's expression changed. A wolf pack entering the village was a devastating disaster in ancient times. The villagers were completely unarmed, able only to resist with farming tools and wooden clubs, entirely inadequate against those ferocious beasts. Even more terrifying was that once wolves tasted human flesh, they would frequently prey upon humans, even making their dens within villages, eventually devouring every soul alive. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Chuan quickened his pace and dashed into the village. His eyes met with chaos everywhere. Terrified villagers in utter panic. Some wielded hoes, others carried pickaxes, while still others frantically struck copper basins and bamboo poles, attempting to scare the wolf pack away with noise. Bloodstains on the ground led deep into the heart of the village. Grabbing a villager who was frantically fleeing toward the village exit, Chuan shouted, "In which direction are the wolves?" Startled by Chuan's grasp, the villager trembled all over and pointed toward the eastern end of the village. "They're over there. East. They've bitten people to death." Letting him go, Chuan sprinted eastward with his gun in hand. Upon reaching the eastern edge of the village, the sight before him made his brows knit together. About 10 gray wolves were gathered at the doorway of a household. A person lay on the ground, clothes torn to shreds, body covered in blood, clearly already bitten to death. A few wolves were still lowering their heads to tear at the corpse, with shredded fabric and bloodstains scattered nearby. Several villagers stood at a distance, clutching wooden sticks and hoes, yet daring not to approach. All they could do was strike their implements together fiercely, creating noise in an attempt to frighten the wolf pack away. But those wolves showed no fear at all. Several even raised their heads, baring their fangs at the villagers with low, menacing growls. Witnessing this, Chuan wasted no words. He raised his hunting rifle, aimed at the densest cluster of wolves, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous gunshot erupted through the village. The double-barreled rifle spewed a dense shower of lead pellets, striking 3 or 4 wolves huddled together with deadly accuracy. Those wolves never even had time to scream before the pellets struck, collapsing into pools of blood. The tremendous sound reverberated throughout, startling every villager who instinctively turned their gaze toward the source. But Fan Chuan did not stop. He swiftly adjusted his aim, targeting several more wolves stunned by the gunshot, and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Another devastating report echoed through the air. 2 more wolves fell dead where they stood. The remaining wolves, terrified by the sudden thunderous noise and the deaths of their companions, fled in panic, tails tucked between their legs, bolting toward the mountain forests beyond the village. Fan Chuan made no move to pursue. Instead, he quickly withdrew 2 bullets from his pocket, in reality retrieving them from his spatial storage concealed beneath his clothing, and loaded them into the barrel, sliding them into the chamber. Only then did he approach to inspect the wolves on the ground. Several were already dead, while a few others lay severely wounded, emitting pained whimpers, their 4 legs still twitching spasmodically. Without hesitation, Fan Chuan put each of the half-dead wolves down with a single shot, completely ending their lives. 5 wolves all perished. With the gunfire, silence falling, an eerie quiet descended upon the village. Fan Chuan squatted to inspect the bodies, confirming they were all thoroughly dead before rising to his feet. Only then did he notice his surroundings. The villagers who moments before had been in utter panic now stood at a distance, gazing at him with eyes filled with terror and reverence. Everyone appeared frozen in place, staring blankly at him and the iron tube in his hand. In their understanding, such a power to summon thunder from empty ground was beyond the capability of any ordinary person. Those 2 thunderous reports, and those wolves collapsed in blood, all of it exceeded their comprehension. Just then Wang Shou emerged from some corner. He was also thoroughly frightened, his face pale and legs trembling. But as the village head, if he did not step forward now, who would? Gathering his courage, he walked step by step toward Fan Chuan, clasped his hands in greeting, and said with a trembling voice, "Lord Fan, thank you for your intervention. You have saved the entire village." Hearing the flattering words, Fan Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such courtesy. I could not have ignored it had I witnessed it." Wang Shou looked at the dead wolves on the ground, then at the hunting rifle in Fan Chuan's hand, swallowed hard, and asked cautiously, "Lord Fan, what do you think should be done with these wolves? Should I call someone to help carry them home?" As for wolves that had already fed on human flesh, Fan Chuan had zero interest. He said plainly, "I want the wolf hides. As for the meat, distributed among all the villagers." This village was not large, with only dozens of households. Each family would receive a considerable share. 5 wolves had been killed, each weighing at least 40 or 50 catties. 200 to 300 catties of meat in total, enough for the entire village to enjoy a proper meal. As for whether the villagers would want it, frankly, many were barely scraping by meal to meal, on the verge of starvation, who would turn down free meat. Upon hearing this, Wang Shou was overcome with joy and kept expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Fan. Thank you, Lord Fan. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you." Fan Chuan said nothing more. He reached into his robe, actually retrieving a sharp woodcutter's knife from his spatial storage, crouched down, and began skinning the wolves. His technique was highly skilled. He first made an incision along the wolf's belly, cutting along the midline, carefully separating the hide from the flesh, and removing the entire pelt intact. The villagers watched from a distance, not daring to approach. Several elderly villagers, seeing Fan Chuan's decisive and ruthless manner and recalling those earth-shattering sounds from just now, immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed toward Fan Chuan, muttering prayers under their breath, clearly regarding him as some kind of reincarnated deity. Hearing the murmuring beside his ear, Fan Chuan cast a sideways glance at the kneeling figures, thoroughly flustered. He could only stop what he was doing. He called over Wang Shou and said, "Village head, go explain to the villagers that the noise just now came from a weapon, not some divine power or miracle. Tell them not to be afraid and not to kneel before me." Hearing Fan Chuan's explanation, Wang Shou was skeptical. Thunderous blast from empty ground. That was a weapon. He had lived most of his life and had never encountered anything like it. But since Fan Chuan had said so, he could only proceed with the explanation. Gathering his courage, he raised his voice and shouted to the villagers that Lord Fan was using a weapon, urging everyone not to be afraid. Yet the villagers simply would not believe it. A weapon that could produce thunder-like sounds. A weapon that could kill multiple wolves in one blast. They had lived for decades and never heard of such a thing. All they had heard was that alchemists who mastered peerless divine arts could summon thunder from empty ground and kill from a distance. In their eyes, Fan Chuan must have cultivated some peerless supernatural power, otherwise how could he accomplish such feats? Seeing that his explanation was useless, Fan Chuan could only quicken his pace and finish skinning all 5 wolves. With the wolf hides fully removed and bundled together placed aside, Fan Chuan gestured to Wang Shou and said, "Village head, come here for a moment." Wang Shou hurried over with quick steps. Fan Chuan pointed to the skinned wolf carcasses on the ground and said, "Quickly summon several respected elders from the village to help carry away all the wolves. Distribute the meat equally among every household. Everyone gets a share. I have something to discuss with you." Wang Shou nodded eagerly and dashed into the crowd, calling forth several elderly villagers to help organize the distribution. Upon hearing that the wolf meat would be distributed among all the villagers, the old men beamed with delight and beckoned a few sturdy young men to help carry away the 5 wolves. Before departing, the elders repeatedly thanked Fan Chuan, some even attempting to kneel. Slightly irked, Fan Chuan waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave quickly. Soon only Fan Chuan and Wang Shou remained at the scene. Wang Shou broke the silence first. "Lord Fan, what matters bring you here? Please tell me whatever you need. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Organizing his thoughts, Fan Chuan said, "I wish to rent or perhaps purchase those dozens of mu of forest land behind my courtyard for raising livestock. I wonder whom I should approach for this matter and approximately how much it would cost." Wang Shou, thoroughly familiar with the area surrounding Fan Chuan's residence, paused for a moment before explaining. "That stretch of mountain forest currently belongs to the government and is classified as official land. To process the formalities properly, you would theoretically need to visit the Office of Bamboo Supervision." Lowering his voice, he added, "But I have heard that everyone within the office is known for extracting bribes at every turn. Without connections or influence, securing approval would be exceedingly difficult. And even if you succeeded, the cost would be several times higher than market rates." Wang Shou advised, "Lord Fan, in my opinion, it would be best to seek out Magistrate Wei Jinghong of Lantian County. If he could grant you an official document, that would be ideal and far less troublesome than routing through the Office of Bamboo Supervision. Otherwise, the procedures are cumbersome and each step demands yet another bribe, dragging the process out considerably." The reason he spoke so was that last time, when Fan Chuan was processing his household registration and property transfer, Magistrate Wei Jinghong of Lantian County had personally led the team to handle everything. Wang Shou could plainly see that Fan Chuan clearly shared some connection with Wei Jinghong. Otherwise, how could a county magistrate personally visit to register a commoner? Fan Chuan nodded and asked again, "Then roughly how much would it cost?" After a moment's thought, Wang Shou held up one finger. "For approximately 30 mu of mountain forest, a price of around 100 guan would be considered normal." He then elaborated, "Lord Fan, the forest land behind your residence is of the finest quality, containing many valuable timber trees as well as a bamboo grove. Moreover, the terrain is relatively flat, so the price naturally runs higher than ordinary hillsides. 100 guan, equivalent to 100 taels of silver, should be about right." Fan Chuan did a quick mental calculation. He still had over 300 taels of silver remaining, more than enough to purchase 30 mu of mountain forest. "Very well, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, village head." He cupped his fists in salute, slung the bundle of wolf hides over his shoulder, and prepared to return. Shou blocked his path with a smile. "Lord Fan, please do not hurry off just yet. There is one more thing I must tell you." Fan Chuan stopped and turned to him. "What is it?" Wang Shou said, "Because our village currently suffers from insufficient population with merely a few dozen households, and given the large number of refugees who fled here recently, the government intends to allocate several dozen new households to our village to bolster the population. So tomorrow a group will arrive. They are refugees returning from their flights to be resettled by the authorities." Glancing at Fan Chuan's expression, he continued, "I am thinking, Lord Fan, that 30 mu of farmland alone would overwhelm one person, wouldn't it? And on top of that, you plan to purchase another 30 mu of mountain forest. If you are considering taking on retainers or servants, you could come tomorrow to see whether any suitable candidates are among the newcomers." Hearing this, Fan Chuan felt a stir of interest. Indeed, the past dozen or so days of farming had exhausted him thoroughly. 30 mu of land, all handled by a single pair of hands, plowing, sowing, fertilizing. Even with a rotary tiller and various modern tools to lend a hand, the manual labor was still overwhelming. If he were to additionally purchase 30 mu of forest land for breeding purposes, one person would undoubtedly be unable to manage it all. Furthermore, whenever he went into the mountains to hunt, leaving Yunshu alone at home was never safe. The wolf pack's intrusion today had served as a stark reminder. If he were not home and wolves or other beasts happened to enter the courtyard, Yunshu was a delicate girl with no ability to defend herself. Taking on a few retainers or servants would not only provide labor, but also offer protection for the household. 2 objectives achieved with one stroke. "Very well, I will certainly come take a look tomorrow." Having made up his mind, Fan Chuan nodded his thanks to Wang Shou, hoisted the bundle of wolf hides onto his shoulder, and headed back toward his small courtyard. Yunshu had been standing inside the courtyard gate all along, peering through the gap. Only when she spotted Fan Chuan's figure appearing in the distance did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the moment she saw the blood-soaked bundle of wolf hides slung over his shoulder, she gasped sharply. "Husband, are you all right?" Yunshu opened the door and stepped forward, scanning him from head to toe to confirm he bore no wounds before her anxiety eased. Fan Chuan tossed the wolf hides into the courtyard, walked over to the water tap to wash his hands, and began narrating the day's events to Yunshu in simple terms. After hearing the full account, Yunshu finally understood what had transpired. She gazed at him with undisguised admiration, her eyes sparkling, and smiled. Husband, you are truly remarkable. 5 wolves, and you single-handedly slew them all. Fan Chuan offered no reply, his mind occupied by another matter entirely. If in the future he went hunting in the mountains or traveled to the county town, leaving Yunshu alone at home without any means of defense, what if danger arose? It seemed he needed to find a way to obtain a protective weapon for Yunshu. And what kind of weapon would be most suitable? Naturally a handgun. With this thought in mind, Fan Chuan looked at his devoted admirer beside him and reached out to ruffle her hair. Yunshu was caught entirely off guard by this sudden display of affection and had scarcely reacted before her hair was already in disarray. She gently pushed Fan Chuan's hand away and hurried to smooth her hair, feigning mild reproach. Husband, you have ruined my hair again. Fan Chuan chuckled, withdrew his hand, and proceeded to tell Yunshu what Wang Shou had said earlier. I am thinking that 30 mu of farmland is simply too much for one person to handle alone. In the future, when I purchase mountain forest for breeding purposes, I cannot possibly rely on myself for everything. Glancing at Yunshu, he continued, when I go into the mountains to hunt, leaving you alone at home makes me uneasy. With a few people around the courtyard, at least there would be some measure of safety. Yunshu smiled, gently nodded, and said softly, Husband, you are the man of the house. Your word is law. Whatever you deem appropriate is fine with me. Fan Chuan murmured an acknowledgement, sat for a while, then rose to continue working in the fields. There were still seeds left to plant. Fan Chuan wielded his hoe, digging shallow furrows into the earth, dropping each seed and one by one covering them with soil and watering them. His movements grew increasingly practiced and efficient. The warm sunlight bathed his shoulders as the entire field lay quiet and tranquil, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the hoe turning over earth and the occasional trickle of water. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fan Chuan had finally finished planting all the seeds. He straightened his back, surveyed the neatly prepared rows before him, and exhaled deeply. 30 mu of land, from plowing and sowing to seedling cultivation and irrigation, all accomplished by a single pair of hands. Gazing at this vibrant, teeming field, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Hoisting the hoe over his shoulder, he walked back to the courtyard, put away his tools, and with a mere thought, stepped directly into his spatial dimension. He walked to the workstation, took out the wolf pelts he had acquired that day, and placed them all on the trading system. Item detected: adult gray wolf pelts, 5 pieces. Great quality. Valuation medium. Matching trading partner. Fan Chuan directly entered his requirements: a Desert Eagle, a Glock pistol, and related ammunition. Match successful. Present world, arms enthusiast. Present world, arms enthusiast. Hey buddy, are you looking to get into firearms? 5 wolf pelts in exchange for 2 pistols. Let me inspect the goods first. The other party carefully reviewed the scanned images of the 5 wolf pelts, and after a while began to reply. Present world, arms enthusiast, good condition, high completeness. How about this? I'll offer $1,600 for the 5 wolf pelts. A brand new Desert Eagle runs about $1,000, a Glock around $600. 2 pistols add up to exactly $1,600. If you want additional ammunition, that will cost extra. He asked about the price of ammunition. The other party informed Fan Chuan that training rounds were very cheap, mere cents per bullet, while live rounds cost only $1 to $2 apiece. Thinking it over, Fan Chuan took some broken silver from his spatial storage and added it, purchasing 1,000 training rounds and 100 live rounds for each pistol. Present world, arms enthusiast. Alright, no problem. Both pistols are brand new with complete accessories, and I'll pack the ammunition separately for you. The transaction completed swiftly. 2 large cases appeared on the floor of the spatial storage. Crouching down, Fan Chuan picked up both cases, one in each hand, willed himself out of the space, and reappeared in the tool shed. Just as he walked into the courtyard carrying the cases, Yunshu, who was doing needlework under the eaves, spotted him. She set down her embroidery and hurried over, curiously gazing at the 2 large wooden cases. Tilting her head, she asked oddly, Husband, what are these? They looked familiar indeed. Yunshu had watched many television dramas and films over the past few days, and some scenes featured firearms and ammunition crates. Setting the 2 cases on the ground, Fan Chuan crouched and opened the first one directly. Inside lay a Glock pistol with a black frame, its line sleek and streamlined, resting quietly in the case alongside several boxes of ammunition. Seeing the real thing, Yunshu covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. Husband, is this the handgun from those tablet demonstrations? A weapon? Fan Chuan nodded, bent down to inspect the pistol, and confirmed the chamber was empty before handing it to Yunshu. Take it. Try the feel. Yunshu reached out nervously and carefully accepted the pistol. It was heavy in her hand, and the cold metallic touch sent a slight shiver through her. She turned it over and over, examining the object in her hands. The images she had seen countless times on her tablet and the reality of holding it in her palms were 2 entirely different things. Noticing her reaction, Fan Chuan smiled and opened the second case. Inside sat a Desert Eagle, a silver frame with rugged, commanding lines, substantial in the grip, radiating a cold, lethal aura. Fan Chuan picked up the pistol and skillfully racked the slide, checking the trigger in safety. His movements were fluid and natural. It was one of every man's favorite pistols. He had handled plenty during his time in the military, but this was the first time he owned one of his own. While examining the Desert Eagle, he did not explain where the guns came from. Instead, he told her seriously, "These are for your self-defense. Whenever I go into the mountains to hunt or travel to the county town on errands, you stay home. If another wolf pack incident like today's occurs, at least you'll have something to protect yourself with. So you need to learn how to use it and carry it with you at all times." Hearing this, Yun Shu felt a wave of warmth in her heart and nodded obediently. "Yes, I'll follow your guidance, husband." Then Fan Chuan took training rounds from the case, loaded them into both pistols, and led Yun Shu out of the courtyard together. Finding an open area outside the courtyard, they made 2 simple straw targets from branches and dry grass, securing them to a large tree 30 meters away. "Watch closely. I'll demonstrate first." Standing at the shooting position, Fan Chuan spread his feet shoulder-width apart, gripped the pistol with both hands, and aimed at the straw target in the distance. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out at even intervals. 3 bullet holes appeared on the distant straw target, all clustered near the center. Lowering his pistol, he inspected the impact points, and was quite satisfied that his skills hadn't dulled. His special forces abilities were still intact, muscle memory remained, and his accuracy was sharp. He then switched to the Desert Eagle and fired several more rounds. The accuracy was equally impressive. The recoil was somewhat heavier than the Glock, but the firepower made up for it. Next came the teaching portion. Fan Chuan stood behind Yun Shu, guiding her hand to grip the pistol firmly with her right hand, while her left hand supported her right wrist. Her arms were extended straight, and her body leaned slightly forward. Look through the sight, aim at the target, take a deep breath, and slowly press the trigger on the exhale. Don't rush, don't pull too hard. Press it down steadily. Following his instructions, Yun Shu raised the pistol for the first time. Her hand trembled slightly. This was her first time handling such a thing, and inevitably, she felt nervous. Fan Chuan spoke softly from behind. "Don't be nervous. Relax. Quick and steady. Aim at that target and fire." Bang, the first shot went off, and the recoil jerked Yun Shu's hand upward sharply. The bullet flew far astray, landing who knew were nowhere near the target. Yun Shu lowered the gun dejectedly and glanced back at Fan Chuan. Fan Chuan encouraged her, "It's fine. Everyone's first time is like this. Practice a few more times, and you'll get it. Keep going." Though small in stature, her hands were steady, and her comprehension was remarkably quick. They practiced in the open area for over an hour. The sun gradually dipped toward the western sky, painting the clouds in shades of orange and red, while spent shell casings scattered across the ground. Yun Shu's rate of improvement surprised Fan Chuan. After pouring through more than 100 rounds at a distance of about 30 meters, she was consistently scoring 8 to 9 rings. For a beginner handling a firearm for the first time, this talent was quite remarkable. Glancing at the darkening sky, Fan Chuan spoke. "That's enough for today. If we keep going, it'll be dark soon." The two of them packed up the targets and remaining ammunition and returned to the courtyard. Yun Shu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Fan Chuan secured the pistols and ammunition in a bedroom cabinet, ensuring Yun Shu could access them at any time. After dinner, Fan Chuan washed up first and quickly climbed into bed. He had a strange feeling that Yun Shu had been acting differently today. Throughout the meal, her cheeks had been flushed red, and she kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze. When she went to wash up later, she lingered far longer than usual. Lying in bed, Fan Chuan grew increasingly drowsy, yet Yun Shu still hadn't appeared. Yun Shu emerged from the bathroom clad in a pristine pink nightgown, her hair still damp and cascading over her shoulders. Her face was flushed, glowing with a soft radiance under the dim light. She lowered her head, slowly walked to the bedside, hesitated for a moment, then gently lifted a corner of the quilt and slipped inside. Fan Chuan, who was already half asleep, felt the movement beside him, and assuming it was as usual, paid no attention, turned over, and prepared to continue sleeping. But gradually he sensed something amiss. A soft, small hand trembling slightly brushed against his arm. Fan Chuan did not move. The owner of that hand seemed to muster some courage, reaching out further, sliding from his arm to his palm, and gently grasping his hand. Those small hands were somewhat cool, but the palms were warm with a thin layer of sweat. Fan Chuan still kept his eyes closed, but his breath unconsciously caught. Then he felt a warm, soft body press against him, leaning on his shoulder, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. A tiny voice whispered in his ear, trembling, yet filled with an indescribable resolve, "Husband." The soft sound reached his ears, but when he discerned the audacious words, Fan Chuan's eyes snapped open. He turned his head and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Those eyes held shyness, nervousness, but even more a kind of earnestness and determination. Moonlight seeped through the paper window, casting a hazy patch of light and shadow in the room. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Fan Chuan, who was the first to open his eyes, turned his head and looked at Yun Shu lying beside him. She was still asleep, her cheeks rosy, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips, her jet black hair messily spread across the pillow, and her long lashes quivering slightly in the morning light. Fan Xuan's gaze fell upon her face where faint traces of tears remained. He sighed inwardly and thought to himself, no wonder they say a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like piercing a veil. The ancients did not deceive me. He gently rose. Without waking, Yunshu walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and enjoyed a refreshing bath. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He cooked a pot of millet porridge and sliced a plate of smoked wild boar. Just as he was about to call Yunshu to get up, he heard a slight rustling from the bedroom. He walked to the bedroom door and saw that Yunshu was already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, her head lowered, staring at something on the sheet. She was wearing a white undergarment, her hair slightly disheveled, and there was a languid air about her. But her face bore a complex expression, shyness, surprise, and a hint of bewilderment. Fan Xuan stepped forward and followed her gaze to see a plum blossom stain on the sheet. Yunshu was staring at the stain, dazed, and reached out to pick up scissors to cut it out, intending to save that piece of fabric as a keepsake. Seeing this, Fan Xuan immediately stepped in to stop her and said, "Don't cut it. You can fold this sheet and put it away, but don't cut it. This sheet is very expensive. It would cost dozens of taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Yunshu was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened as she looked at the seemingly ordinary white sheet beneath her. Dozens of taels of silver. She had almost cut it with the scissors. Wouldn't that have been like cutting away dozens of taels of silver? "Husband, this expensive." Yunshu's voice stammered. Fan Xuan nodded and pointed to the other items on the bed, introducing them. "This is a memory foam pillow, this is a silk quilt, this is a Simmons mattress, and this set of bedding is a matching set. The total value of the whole set is several hundred taels of silver." After listening, Yunshu could hardly describe her feelings. What kind of divine family was this? So extravagant. Things that looked so ordinary were worth this much. Having understood the situation, Yunshu prepared to step forward to fold the sheet. Just as she took a step, she lost her balance and staggered forward. Quick as a flash, Fan Xuan reached out, pulled her into his arms, and held her steady. Yunshu fell into his embrace, her face instantly turning crimson. Fan Xuan lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Since you're hurt, don't move. Leave these things to me." Hearing this, Yunshu shyly nodded, burying her face in his chest, not daring to look up at him. He helped her sit on the edge of the bed, then walked over, carefully folded the sheet stained with the plum blossom, and put it away in the cabinet. He took out a brand new set of bedding from the cabinet and skillfully spread it on the bed. After finishing, amid Yunshu's startled exclamation, he pulled her into his arms, lifted her horizontally, carried her to the dining table, and gently set her down on a chair. "Let's eat." The two had breakfast together. During the meal, Yunshu kept her head down, not daring to look at Fan Xuan, but the smile at the corners of her lips could not be hidden. After the meal, he told Yunshu to rest well, wash the dishes, and clean the kitchen. Then he walked out of the courtyard, intending to find village head Wang Shou. Yesterday it was arranged that refugees would be settled in the village today, so he needed to see if there were suitable candidates. On the way to the village entrance, many villagers working in the fields greeted Fan Xuan. "Greetings, Master Fan. Have you eaten, Master Fan?" "Master Fan, thanks to you yesterday our village would have been in trouble." The villagers' attitudes were much more enthusiastic than before. The tale of Fan Xuan single-handedly killing 5 wolves yesterday had spread throughout the entire village. Everyone knew that a man of true skill lived at the end of the village. Although they didn't quite understand what that weapon that struck like thunder from the ground was, it didn't stop them from feeling awe and gratitude toward Fan Xuan. Fan Xuan responded to them, but did not slow his pace. Soon he found village head Wang Shou at the village entrance. Wang Shou was standing under the large locust tree at the village gate, holding a coarse porcelain bowl, drinking something. Seeing Fan Xuan approaching, he quickly put down the bowl and greeted him with a smile. "Master Fan, you've come." Fan Xuan nodded and asked directly, "Village head, when will the people arrive?" Wang Shou looked up at the sky, estimated the time, and said probably within an hour. The county office sent word yesterday that they would set out early this morning. Calculating the distance, they should be about here. So the two stood at the village entrance chatting idly, and the conversation naturally turned to the spring plowing. Wang Shou sighed and began to complain to Fan Xuan, "Master Fan, you don't know the oxen situation in our village is really tight. Several families have to share one ox, taking turns, and they can't plow much land in a day. Right now the spring plowing progress hasn't even reached 1/10, it's moving very slowly." He pointed to the villagers working in the distant fields and sighed again. "With the current situation, we still have to accommodate dozens of new households. How can we bear it? We already have a shortage of oxen and not much food. Those refugees fleeing famine have basically no food of their own. They rely entirely on the relief grain issued by the government. How many days can that little grain last? In the end, won't the village have to figure something out?" Fan Xuan listened quietly without interrupting. Wang Tao, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Fan Xuan and rubbed his hands. "To be honest, young Master Fan, this is one of the main reasons I invited you here. If you could take a few people with you, it would help ease the burden on the village. As long as they follow you, they won't starve to death, and the village won't need to worry about them." Fan Chuan nodded in understanding at these words, and after chatting for a while longer they saw a large group of people approaching on the distant horizon. Several officials and runners rode ahead on horseback, followed by a large crowd walking. Men, women, and children of all ages, some traveling with their families, streaming steadily toward the village. Once the procession drew near, Fan Chuan made out the man leading them. Having seen him before, he remembered his name was Li Xiuning, the household registrar's deputy of Lantian County, who had appeared when processing his household registration last time. Wang Shou also recognized Li Xiuning and hastily straightened his clothes, joining Fan Chuan to step forward and offer greetings. Li Xiuning reined in his horse and cast a glance down at the two men, his gaze lingering on Fan Chuan, clearly still remembering the person who had once stirred the crown prince and the princess. But he was not a warm person by nature. He merely gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Village head, these are the people assigned to your village. Li Xiuning took a roster from the runner behind him and handed it to Wang Shou. There are 103 in total. Please verify the list. Wang Shou quickly accepted the roster and began counting heads. Li Xiuning added, these are refugees who fled from Hebei Circuit. They have been traveling for over half a month and are somewhat weakened, but most are still capable of labor. Arrange for them land and housing. Having said that, he turned to look at Fan Chuan as though he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He merely nodded and continued on his way with the remaining runners and refugees to the next village. Fan Chuan and Wang Shou watched Li Xiuning's procession disappear into the distance before turning their attention to the 100+ refugees left behind. How should one describe these over 100 people? Their faces were etched with exhaustion and numbness, and an indescribable scent hung in the air. Wang Shou sighed at the sight of them, but quickly pulled himself together, cleared his throat, and stepped before the crowd to speak. Everyone, I am the village head of this village, surnamed Wang. Let me first give you a brief overview of our village. He explained the general situation, then shifted his tone to something heavier. Although the government has allocated 15 mu of land to each of you, the quality of that land will not be good. Most of it is wasteland or infertile soil that you will need to reclaim yourselves. Moreover, here his voice dropped slightly, the government has no surplus grain to distribute to you. The meager relief grain issued will last barely 7 days. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Only enough for 7 days? What will we do after 7 days? It takes months from planting to harvest. How are we supposed to survive? Isn't this just sentencing us to wait for death? Murmurs erupted through the crowd. Some began wiping away tears, others groaned in despair, and some stared blankly with hopelessness in their eyes. Wang Shou cleared his throat several times to signal silence. He raised his hand and pointed toward Fan Chuan, raising his voice. Everyone, let me introduce someone first. This is Fan Chuan, young Master Fan. By imperial grant, he holds the title of Hunter of the Guard, and may enter the mountains to hunt whenever he wishes. No one may impede him. The crowd's gaze fixed on Fan Chuan. Wang Shou continued, young Master Fan possesses formidable martial skills. Yesterday, he single-handedly slew 5 vicious wolves that had entered the village, saving everyone's lives. Now he wishes to select a few guards and servants to work alongside him. Let young Master Fan speak with you now. Having said that, Wang Shou stepped aside. Fan Chuan stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those over 100 pairs of eyes were all fixed on him, some curious, some hopeful, others skeptical. He spoke first, his voice low but clear enough to carry to everyone present. I am Fan Chuan. I need a female servant to attend my wife and 2 or 3 strong men to work alongside me. If you come as a family, that would be ideal. Take a step forward if that applies. A moment of silence fell over the crowd before a murmur of rustling sounds rose up. People exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, clearly torn. Could they trust this unfamiliar young Master Fan? But their hesitation didn't last long. Quickly 20 or 30 people emerged from the crowd. Some came alone, some as couples, and others bringing their families along. Their reasoning was simple: staying with this young Master Fan meant at least not starving. Facing these 20 or 30 people, Fan Chuan found himself in a difficult position. There were too many to accept all of them. He could only choose the most suitable. After a moment's thought, he added another requirement. If anyone in your family can read or write, please take another step forward. At this condition, the number immediately shrank. Most were illiterate common folk with no education whatsoever. In the end, only 3 remained. A girl of about 13 or 14 and 2 boys around 14 or 15. All 3 wore tattered clothing, patched layer upon layer, their complexions sallow and their frames thin as bamboo poles. But Fan Chuan noticed their eyes differed from those of other refugees. Though weary, there was still a light in their gaze. He stepped forward, examined the 3 closely, and asked, who has received an education? The 3 children exchanged glances. The girl looked up at Fan Chuan, her voice quiet but precise. My father used to send me to private school. Hearing this, Fan Chuan's eyes brightened. In an era like this, being able to read and write was something only those of noble status could afford. For ordinary people, attending a private school was already difficult, let alone for girls. That was exceedingly rare. The fact that this young girl had been educated suggested her family background was significant. What is your name? Fan Chuan crouched down, his tone softening. My name is Su Xiaowei. After speaking, the girl pointed to the two tall, thin boys beside her. This is my eldest brother Su Daniu, and this is my second brother Su Erniu. We are siblings by blood. Fan Chuan looked at the two boys, one taller and sturdier, the other leaner, and continued, What happened to your family? Where are your parents? Su Xiaowei lowered her head and fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. My father was an official during the Sui dynasty. Later, when Li Yuan. After the founding of the Great Tang, my father lost his position and our family fell into poverty. Recently, a natural disaster struck our homeland, and both my parents perished. The three of us escaped with nothing and followed refugees all the way here. Fan Chuan listened and nodded, forming a basic judgment about the three siblings. At least they had some educational foundation and decent origins. They wouldn't do anything outrageous. People like them were far more reliable than ignorant refugees. Would you be willing to serve as my servants and retainers? Fan Chuan asked directly. Hearing the question, the three siblings exchanged glances. Su Daniu, as the eldest brother, spoke first. Can you guarantee we'll have enough to eat every day? Our appetites are quite large now. This question was difficult for others. In this era of food scarcity, an extra mouth meant an extra burden. But for Fan Chuan, it was no pressure at all. He nodded directly and promised in front of them. We can have the village head sign a contract. I guarantee you 3 meals a day, each to your fill, plus 50 per month per person. If you're not well fed, you may leave freely, and I won't stop you. Hearing this, the three turned to look at village head Wang Shou. Meeting their gaze, Wang Shou also nodded, confirming, Master Fan keeps his word, I rest assured. Only then did the siblings feel at ease. They asked Wang Shou to draft a contract, since this was their first meeting, and a written agreement held more weight than mere words. Wang Shou wasted no time. He took out paper and brush from his pocket, spread them on a stone under the Chinese scholar tree, and wrote 3 copies of the employment contract. The contract specified their identities: Su Xiaowei as a maidservant, Su Daniu, and Su Erniu as retainers, with a monthly wage of 50 when including room and board for a term of 1 year. After writing, Fan Chuan first reviewed it. The content was fine. He then handed the contract to the siblings for their inspection. Su Xiaowei took the contract, read it carefully, and nodded, indicating no issues. The three pressed their fingerprints and each kept their copy. Fan Chuan exchanged a few more words with Wang Shou, thanking him for handling the arrangements, then led the 3 siblings toward the small courtyard. Along the way, the 3 youngsters were quiet, following behind him, curiously observing the fields and houses. When they reached the courtyard gate, Fan Chuan pushed it open and led them inside. In the courtyard, Yanshu was sitting under the eaves, basking in the sun, holding a tablet and watching some drama. Hearing the gate, she looked up, saw Fan Chuan entering with 3 unfamiliar children, and stood up in confusion. Husband they are. Fan Chuan brought them before Yanshu and introduced them. These are the new servants. This is Su Xiaowei, she will attend to you. These are Su Daniu and Su Erniu, they will work with me. Then turning to the 3, he said, This is your mistress Yanshu. If you need anything, you can also ask her. The 3 siblings promptly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, mistress. Hearing this, Yanshu was taken aback for a moment before responding, Good, hello. After introductions, Fan Chuan led the 3 to the side room. The side room had only a bare wooden bed with abandoned straw and a tattered cloth bag on it. The bed linens had long been put away by Yanshu. After all, that set of linens was worth dozens of silver taels. How could it be used for servants? The 3 siblings placed their small cloth bags in the corner, containing little more than some dried provisions and a few worn clothes. Seeing this, Fan Chuan asked, Have you eaten? The 3 looked at each other and honestly shook their heads. They had been hungry for several meals, but were too embarrassed to mention it. Fan Chuan walked out of the side room and said to Yanshu, Yanshu, take Xiaowei to the kitchen and prepare some food. Also teach her that cooking will be her job from now on. Yanshu nodded and called out, Xiaowei, come with me. Su Xiaowei obediently followed Yanshu into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan led Daniu and Erniu to the courtyard. First, he walked to the corner of the yard, pointing at the half-grown datura plants, and instructed seriously, Look, these are poisonous flowers. You must not touch them. You can water them, but never touch any part of them with your hands. Understand? Daniu and Erniu stared at the glossy green leaves with wary eyes and nodded emphatically. After giving instructions on the datura, Fan Chuan took the 2 outside for a walk. He first showed them his fields, which were mostly planted with various crops. The rice paddies had tender green seedlings, the potato and sweet potato ridges were neatly arranged, and corn sprouts had emerged, presenting a scene of vitality. He then showed them the hydroelectric station. Though the small dam was not large, the water turbine and generator were running smoothly. The sound of water striking the blades and the low hum of the generator made Daniu and Erniu's eyes wide. He also showed them the solar panels, rows of deep blue photovoltaic panels arranged on the vacant land behind the yard. Pointing at the power generation equipment and solar panels, Fan Chuan said, These 2 are the lifeline of the whole yard. They generate electricity, and with electricity, we can use all those appliances. Turning to Daniu and Erniu, he said seriously, you must patrol every morning and evening to ensure these two things are not damaged before you sleep. Also regularly check the fences around the fields and repair any damage promptly. Usually you'll work with me on the farm tasks. He spoke for over half an hour covering the yard rules, field distribution, and precautions for various equipment until his mouth was dry. Daniu and Erniu listened attentively, nodding along. Though some words like electricity and machinery were beyond them, they tried hard to remember every word Fan Chuan said. When Fan Chuan felt he had covered enough, he led Daniu and Erniu back to the yard. As soon as they entered, a rich aroma of meat wafted over. They couldn't help but take deep breaths, and their stomachs growled in unison. Yin Shu and Su Xiaowei had already set the table, a large plate of stir-fried smoked meat, a pot of wild vegetable soup, and a pot of steaming white rice. The three siblings stared at the feast, eyes wide. Fan Chuan gestured for them to sit, eat up. This will be your daily fare from now on. The three tentatively sat down, picked up a bite of food with their chopsticks, and put it in their mouths. Then their eyes widened. The taste was something they had never experienced, the best meal they had eaten since fleeing. Even better than what they had during their family's prosperous days. The three began to devour the food ravenously. As they ate, Su Xiaowei's eyes suddenly reddened and tears fell one by one into her rice bowl. Seeing this, Fan Chuan asked, "What's wrong?" "Not tasty." Su Xiaowei shook her head and sobbed. "It's delicious, so delicious. I've never eaten anything so good. Since my parents passed away, I thought I'd never have a full meal again." Daniu and Erniu's eyes also grew red. They lowered their heads and shoveled rice into their mouths, not wanting others to see their tears. Watching them, Fan Chuan felt a pang of emotion, but he only said lightly, "From now on you'll have enough to eat every day. Eat without worry." After the meal, Fan Chuan set down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and said to Daniu and Erniu, "Come with me. I'll first teach you how to use the tools, and we'll also make another bed." After finishing his words, Fan Chuan led the two toward the tool shed at the back of the courtyard. The moment the door swung open, Daniu and Erniu froze in astonishment. Inside were all manner of strange and peculiar objects. Two massive iron contraptions stood nearby, an inch-plug tiller and a logging harvester, while power drills, hand saws, and various unnamed tools were stacked in the corner alongside steel pipes and wooden planks. They had never seen such things before and had no idea what they were for, but what happened next only deepened their amazement. Fan Chuan strode straight to the walking harvester, climbed aboard the tracks, settled into the cab, and pressed a button. The machine let out a low rumble, its tracks began to churn, and it rolled slowly out of the shed until it halted before them. Watching the behemoth approach, Daniu and Erniu gaped with mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. What creature was this? Made of iron, and it moves on its own. Fan Chuan leaned out from the cab, surveyed the stunned pair, and called out, "Stop gaping. Grab the handsaws over there, and follow me up the hill." Only then did they snap out of their daze. At Fan Chuan's direction, each man took hold of a chainsaw. The machine was heavy, its front fitted with a row of razor-sharp teeth that looked formidable. They carried the saws cautiously and followed the harvester up the mountain together. Once they reached the mountain, Fan Chuan located a pine tree as thick as a bowl and demonstrated how to operate the harvester to fell it. He maneuvered the controls, and the hydraulic shears at the front precisely gripped the trunk. With a gentle squeeze, the tree snapped with a sharp crack and fell cleanly. Daniu and Erniu watched transfixed. "Daniu, come up here." He hopped down and beckoned Daniu inside. Nervous but eager, Daniu climbed into the cab, while Fan Chuan stood beside him, guiding his hands through the controls, explaining which lever moved the machine forward, which reversed it, which operated the hydraulic shears, and which steered the tracks. Daniu picked it up, quickly mastering the basics after just a few attempts. He carefully guided the harvester toward a tree, engaged the hydraulic shears, and, crack, the tree toppled instantly. Fan Chuan gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and nodded approvingly. "Good, that's exactly it. Keep going, fell a few more." Encouraged, Daniu's confidence soared. He maneuvered the harvester through the forest with growing assurance, felling several trees in quick succession. Erniu watched from the sidelines, itching to try himself. He hopped into the cab, and despite some initial hesitation, quickly grasped the fundamentals. After felling the trees, Fan Chuan showed them how to buck the logs with handsaws. The chains rotated at high speed, biting through the wood with a harsh screech as sawdust flew in all directions. At first, both men hesitated around the buzzing saw, but after a few practice runs, they grew comfortable handling it. Together, they labored for over an hour, cutting materials for a bed, long planks for the frame, 4 thick posts for legs, plus crossbeams and reinforcement strips. They carried the materials back to the courtyard and began assembling the bed frame. Though young, both men possessed considerable strength and worked with impressive efficiency. Fan Chuan directed the work, while the other two handled the hammering and screwing, quickly assembling a sturdy wooden bed. Together, they hauled the new bed into an adjacent side room. Then Fan Chuan sought out Yin Shu to request a set of bedding. Not the expensive four-piece set worth dozens of taels of silver, but ordinary blankets and sheets meant for Su Xiaowei. Xiaowei is a girl now past childhood. She should sleep separately from Dinyo and Ernyo. Fan Chuan explained. Yunshu nodded and retrieved clean cotton quilts and bed linens from the cupboard, then helped Xiaowei make the bed. Back in the courtyard, Fan Chuan checked the sky. It was still early, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He took Dinyo and Ernyo back to the forest to fell more timber, planning to expand the tool shed. Originally constructed alone by Fan Chuan, it was quite rudimentary. Now, with the inch-plug tiller, rotary cultivator, and accumulating piles of fertilizer taking up space, the shed felt increasingly cramped. The three worked another hour plus, felling sufficient timber and stacking it beside the shed, intending to begin expansion work the following day. Throughout the day, whenever Dinyo and the others addressed him as Master, Fan Chuan felt thoroughly uncomfortable and simply asked them to call him Brother Fan instead. Work finally ceased only when Su Xiaowei came to call them back for dinner. Dinner proved even more elaborate than lunch. Su Xiaowei's cooking exceeded all expectations. Simple dishes of smoked pork stir-fried with wild vegetables served over rice nevertheless surpassed Yunshu's preparation in flavor. Clearly the girl had spent considerable time cooking at home. Dinyo and Ernyo devoured their meal with evident satisfaction, their faces beaming with contentment. After dinner, Fan Chuan and Yunshu refreshed themselves and returned to their room. The moment Fan Chuan settled onto the bed, Yunshu approached with a tablet, her eyes shining. "Husband, shall we watch a movie together?" Unable to refuse her eager expression, he agreed with a nod. Soon the room filled with warmth as Fan Chuan reclined against the headboard, while Yunshu curled into his arms with the tablet. They selected a comedy and watched it with great enjoyment. Meanwhile, the three returned to the side room assigned earlier that morning. A newly built wooden bed dominated the space, covered with straw and an old cloth sack along with a thin cotton quilt. Seated on the bed's edge, they began sharing what they had experienced and observed throughout the day. Su Dinyo spoke first, growing increasingly animated as he gestured wildly while describing the strange machinery he had encountered, his excitement evident in every movement. "Xiaowei, you should have seen it." Brother Fan's iron machine rumbled and moved entirely on its own. It sliced through a massive tree in one clean cut, hundreds of times faster than an axe. Su Ernyo nodded enthusiastically and added his own account. "And that hand saw, buzzing away, cutting through wood as easily as slicing tofu. We cut enough planks in just one afternoon." The two talked over each other in rapid succession, their faces alight with excitement and admiration. "That harvester was absolutely magnificent. Once I sat in it, I never wanted to get down. I felt an irresistible urge to keep working," Dinyo said earnestly, clenching his fist. Listening to her brother's accounts, Su Xiaowei smiled and shared her own experiences from the day. "I learned so many new things today following the mistress. There's this thing called a washing machine. You put the clothes inside, add some detergent powder, press a switch, and it cleans everything automatically. And the electric rice cooker. Add rice, press a button, and within moments the meal is ready without any need to tend the fire." The three siblings exchanged glances, each seeing the same wonder reflected in the other's eyes. These were objects beyond ordinary reach, resembling magical artifacts. In our homeland, servants in wealthy households would consider themselves fortunate to eat thin porridge twice daily. Yet here we enjoy 3 meals of white rice and meat each day. Brother Fan and the mistress have been extraordinarily kind to us. Dinyo nodded solemnly. "If only this life could continue indefinitely, it would be perfect. We must work diligently and not betray Brother Fan's kindness." The three chatted for a while longer before dividing the belongings from their cloth bags. Su Xiaowei took her small cloth bag and rose to visit the adjacent side room that Fan Chuan had prepared for her. Inside stood a newly crafted wooden bed covered with straw and a clean quilt. Humble accommodations, yet remarkably comfortable for a young woman who had spent months wandering. She closed the door, set her bag beside the bed, and lay down. The straw mattress proved somewhat firm, but far preferable to nights spent exposed to the elements or sleeping on muddy ground. Closing her eyes, she attempted to rest, but restless tossing and turning kept sleep at bay. A strange sound drifting from the neighboring room prevented her from settling. The sound was faint and intermittent, like someone speaking in a whisper. Su Xiaowei had some understanding of such matters, for marriage in the Tang Dynasty typically came rather early. Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, and she snatched up the quilt, draping it over her head to shut out those sounds. Yet those voices seemed to sprout legs, slipping through the thick quilt and directly into her ears. Inescapable, no matter how she huddled beneath the covers, her heart pounding frantically. The reason for all this could be traced back to the evening when Fan Chuan and Yunshu had watched a film together. At first things had proceeded quite normally. The two of them sat quietly watching a comedy playing on a tablet. The scenes on screen were amusing and they laughed aloud from time to time, the atmosphere light and pleasant. But halfway through the movie, Yunshu, who had been nestled in Fan Chuan's arms, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes flickered with a hint of cunning. She gazed up at Fan Chuan and leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and breathy with playful coquetry. Brother Fan, what have you brought to bed with you? Could it be your beloved desert eagle? Fan Chuan was baffled. He always kept that prized firearm stored away in his spatial dimension and never took it out before sleep, so how could this be possible? Before he could make sense of anything, his entire body shuddered. Brother Fan, I told you so, didn't I? Fan Chuan fell silent. The tablet had been discarded somewhere, forgotten in the moment. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Fan Chuan opened his eyes and rose quietly, so as not to disturb Yin Shu, still fast asleep beside him. He opened the door and made his way to wash. As soon as the door opened, he saw Su Xiaowei standing nearby holding a basin of hot water, clearly prepared to assist them with their morning ablutions. But Fan Chuan noticed she bore heavy dark circles under her eyes, appearing thoroughly drowsy as though she hadn't slept at all. Upon seeing Fan Chuan open the door, Su Xiaowei hurriedly bowed her head and called out in a somewhat nervous voice, Brother Fan, you're awake. I've prepared some hot water. Set it down there. Fan Chuan nodded without giving it much thought. Su Xiaowei carried the hot water inside her head, still bowed, ready to help Yin Shu rise. Fan Chuan merely shook his head and went to the washroom to begin his morning routine. Soon the family gathered around the table for breakfast. Su Xiaowei had prepared the meal, a steaming pot of millet porridge and a side of pickled radish. Simple as it was, it tasted wonderful. However, the atmosphere at the table was clearly off. Daniel and Ernio were devouring their breakfast with fierce enthusiasm, chopsticks, flying, cheeks puffed out. Completely lost in the deliciousness of the food, they hadn't noticed the tension surrounding them. Su Xiaowei sat nearby, bowl in hand, still half asleep with her eyes half closed, mechanically shoveling porridge in her mouth, while clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. Yin Shu sat beside Fan Chuan, her face flushed crimson, eating in silence, and daring not to raise her eyes to look at anyone throughout the entire meal. The blush stemmed from the previous morning, when Xiaowei had whispered intimate questions about marital matters while helping her wash. Questions that were both blunt and naive, leaving Yin Shu mortified and wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Daniel and Ernio finished first. Fan Chuan set down his bowl and chopsticks and called out, Daniel, Ernio, let's go continue working. The two quickly rose and followed him out of the courtyard. Today's task was to expand the tool shed. The three men first carried out the timber they had felled the day before, then began constructing a new framework according to Fan Chuan's specifications. After yesterday's training, Daniel and Ernio had grown considerably more adept and could work without Fan Chuan supervising every move. They worked until noon and finally completed the expansion. The new shed was nearly twice the size of the original, with ample room to fit both vine climbing machines side by side and all the tools organized neatly in their proper places. At midday, they enjoyed another hearty meal, a large basin of smoked meat served with white rice. Daniel and Ernio ate with tears in their eyes, utterly overcome with emotion. In the Tang Dynasty, ordinary households typically ate only twice daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, with no dinner at all. Yet here with Fan Chuan, they enjoyed 3 meals a day, each one featuring meat and white rice. What kind of immortal life was this? After finishing their meal, Fan Chuan did not rest. Instead, he led the two men to the tool shed and pointed to an open patch of ground, saying earnestly, Next, you will dig a large underground cellar here to store grain and supplies for the winter. As he spoke, he squatted down and used a branch to sketch an approximate layout on the ground, 10 zhang in length and width, 2 zhang deep, with steps at the entrance, compacted walls, and a wooden plank roof for waterproofing. At this depth and height, use the vine climbing machine to dig according to these dimensions. Take your time, there's no rush. It won't take long to finish. Fan Chuan wasn't exaggerating. Though the vine climbing excavator was smaller than those used on construction sites, digging a hole of this size was well within its capabilities. Daniel and Ernio listened attentively and nodded vigorously. They first went to the tool shed to swap out the excavator's bucket, with the two men assisting. The replacement was done quickly, and they were set to begin working. Fan Chuan watched from the side for a while, confirming that the two men understood the requirements and were working without issue before turning back toward the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Xiaowei sitting beneath the eaves helping Yin Shu with her needlework. Fan Chuan paid it no mind and headed straight for the kitchen, retrieving his bamboo basket and slingshot. He also checked the ammunition on a double-barreled hunting rifle from the corner, then stepped into the courtyard to tell Yin Shu, I'm heading into the mountains. I'll be back by evening. Yin Shu nodded and cautioned, Be careful, my lord. Watching Fan Chuan depart with his bamboo basket and hunting rifle, Su Xiaowei leaned close and whispered to Yin Shu, Miss, where is Brother Fan going? The term Brother Fan had been insistently requested by Fan Chuan himself. Yin Shu smiled faintly and explained, he has a habit of hunting in the mountains and will go up there whenever he has free time. He'll bring back plenty of game for us, so don't worry. Just focus on your duties. Su Xiaowei nodded, bowing her head to continue her needlework alongside Yin Shu, though her gaze drifted involuntarily toward where Fan Chuan had disappeared. Meanwhile, barely a short distance into the mountains, Fan Chuan spotted a pheasant. The bird was leisurely pecking at seeds in the grass, entirely unaware that danger was approaching. Fan Chuan halted, drew his slingshot from his waist, held his breath, and took aim. Whoosh! The pheasant fell instantly without so much as a cry. He walked over, retrieved the pheasant, and tossed it into his bamboo basket before continuing deeper into the mountains. After roughly half an hour's walk, he arrived at a relatively open valley area. The grass here grew thick and lush, and the ground bore clear animal tracks and droppings, unmistakable signs that wildlife frequented this area. Fan Chuan moved softly, drawing his hunting rifle from his spatial dimension, and cautiously scanned along the valley's edge. Suddenly the shrubbery, dozens of meters away, rustled. He stopped immediately, crouched low to the ground, steadied his breathing, and raised the rifle, aiming toward the direction of movement. A massive muntjac emerged from the brush, pausing to scan its surroundings warily before lowering its head to graze on the tender grass, perceiving no threat. The muntjac was considerably larger than a wild rabbit. A mature specimen could weigh 50 to 60 jin, offering fine meat and valuable fur. At the thought, a surge of excitement rose in Fan Chuan's heart. He held his breath and aligned the rifle's muzzle with the animal's neck. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the valley. The roe deer collapsed instantly, legs kicking, not yet dead. Fan Chuan stepped forward, drew his wood-chopping knife from his waist, and ended its suffering. Lifting the roe deer, he estimated it weighed around 40 to 50 jin, a fine catch. He stored the roe deer in his spatial storage and continued onward. After roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a commotion reached his ears from ahead. Alertness instantly sharpened his senses. Fan Chuan lightened his steps, rifle in hand, and crept carefully toward the source of the noise. Pushing through a dense thicket, what lay before him made his pupils contract. In a forest clearing, a dozen gray wolves stood face to face with a sounder of wild boars. Already on the ground lay a young piglet, its throat torn out, blood staining the grass crimson. The remaining boars huddled back to back in a circle, fangs bared and hooves ready to repel the wolf pack's assault. One gray wolf seized an opening and lunged at a small piglet, clamping its jaws onto its hind leg. The piglet let out a piercing scream, struggling wildly. The mother boar roared, turning to charge at that wolf, but two others immediately pounced from the flanks, tangling with her. Fan Chuan took cover behind a tree, first testing the wind. He was downwind. The animals had not caught his scent. He found an excellent vantage point, lay low, and waited, planning to let them weaken each other before reaping the benefits. The battle raged for half a shurchen. Time and again the wolves charged, and time and again the large boars repelled them. Realizing they could not prevail, the alpha wolf signaled the pack to retreat, one of them dragging a prize in its jaws. But one of the large boar's eyes, blazing red, charged back at the wolf pack. Clearly that piglet may have been its own. The wolf carrying the piglet dropped it, and shielded by the pack, slunk away in retreat. Fan Chuan took aim at a gray wolf lagging behind. Bang! The shot struck the gray wolf in the body. Ow! It screamed and fell to the ground. The gunshot startled every creature. The remaining wolves, terrified by the sudden thunderous crack, fled with their tails between their legs, vanishing into the deep forest. One of the large boars, utterly enraged, panted heavily and pawed the ground with its hooves, its glare locked onto the direction where Fan Chuan lay hidden. Fan Chuan swung the rifle around and fired directly at the charging boar. The lead pellet struck its ribcage and blood gushed forth. But the boar was too massive. The shot had not hit a vital organ. It staggered only momentarily before resuming its charge. In the urgency of the moment, Fan Chuan rapidly reloaded. As the boar was about to pounce, he aimed at its head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot struck the boar squarely in the left eye, piercing through its skull. Its enormous body crashed to the ground and lay still. Fan Chuan quickly retreated behind a tree, hands moving swiftly to reload his double-barreled rifle. Only then did he turn his head cautiously to scan the area. Aside from the corpses scattered about, no other animals remained. He couldn't help but feel this double-barreled shotgun was lacking. With only 2 shots per reload, and such a lengthy reloading time, the efficiency left much to be desired. Rifle in hand, he approached to inspect the kill. 1 large and 1 small boar, both dead. The nearby wolf was also on its last breaths. With his machete, he put it out of its misery, then rose to his feet. The large boar must have weighed at least 300 jin, the small one 60 or so. Combined with the roe deer he had taken earlier, today's harvest was already quite generous. Grasping his hunting knife, Fan Chuan crouched and began to gut the 3 boars, starting with the smaller ones since younger meat tastes better. He sliced open the belly, carefully removed the entrails, then moved on to the larger one, his movements practiced and swift. Nearly half a shurchen later, both boars and the wolf were fully processed. Fan Chuan hung the offal and unwanted parts on a nearby tree branch, then stored all 3 animals in his spatial pocket. With that done, he wiped the sweat from his brow and pressed onward. He intended to visit the place where he had previously encountered the cheetah, wondering how the pregnant female was faring, whether she was still alive. Following the route from memory, he walked approximately 2 li and arrived at the familiar thicket, but the cheetah was gone. He crouched and examined the ground. The bloodstains had dried long ago and footprints were already covered by fallen leaves. The cheetah had been gone for some time. Seems she's fine, went her own way. Fan Chuan felt a wave of relief, rose to his feet, and prepared to head back. But changing his mind, he decided that since he had already ventured so deep, he might as well press further into the mountains. After another 10 minutes of walking, Fan Chuan's steps suddenly halted. His gaze was captured by something beneath a large tree ahead. Clusters of golden mushrooms with thick caps and curled edges. They grew crowded together, emitting a rich, distinctive fragrance. Stepping closer, Fan Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. Boletus edulis, a top-tier forest delicacy. In the modern market, fresh specimens could fetch hundreds of yuan per gene. Their flavor was incomparable, a rare treasure whether stir-fried or used to enrich a soup. He hurried forward, crouched down, and began picking with great care. Pinching gently at the base of each stem, he gave a soft twist, and the entire boletus came free intact. He carefully brushed away the soil from each mushroom and placed them gently into his bamboo basket. Having finished gathering the boletus, Fan Chuan glanced at the sky. The sun was already slanting westward, perhaps 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Deciding to head back, he had walked only a short while when a rustle in the nearby brush caught his attention. He stopped abruptly, rifle clutched tightly in hand, pointing toward the disturbance. A cheetah burst out. Fan Chuan's heart tightened, but on closer inspection he recognized it. It was the same cheetah he had tended just days prior. Its size, coat pattern, and the fading traces of healing wounds all matched his memory exactly. Its belly was even more swollen than before, round and full. Every wound on its body had completely healed, and the bandages had fallen off at some unseen point. It had recovered splendidly. Upon seeing Fan Chuan, the cheetah made no move to flee nor showed any sign of aggression. Instead, it sat where it was, regarding him with those amber eyes, tail swaying gently, emitting a soft, pleading whine. Seeing the cheetah's docile demeanor, Fan Chuan's vigilance gradually eased. The cheetah rose to its feet and sauntered toward him with elegant grace. Fan Chuan kept a firm grip on his rifle, but did not raise it. The cheetah reached him, lowered its head, and gently rubbed it against his leg, purring softly from its throat. Fan Chuan finally relaxed, completely crouching down and reaching out to gently stroke the cheetah's head. The cheetah narrowed its eyes, enjoying his touch, its tail swishing back and forth in contentment. He carefully examined the wounds on the cheetah's body. All had healed, while the sutures fused with the flesh and skin, with some places already beginning to come loose. From his spatial storage, he took out scissors and tweezers, meticulously removing the sutures that had healed. The cheetah remained still, crouching obediently, allowing him to work. Occasionally, when Fan Chuan touched areas not yet fully healed, the cheetah merely twitched an ear slightly, showing no resistance whatsoever. After removing all the stitches, he checked once more, nodded with satisfaction, and retrieved some anti-inflammatory ointment from his storage, applying it to the tiny needle holes left behind. Finished, he gently patted the cheetah's head and said, "You're recovering well. No need to worry from now on." The cheetah rubbed its head against his hand, then lowered its head to lick its own belly. Observing the cheetah's remarkable intelligence, Fan Chuan pondered for a moment, then took out the large wild boar from his storage, used a cleaver to chop off a plump hind leg, and placed it before the cheetah. "Eat up, replenish your strength. You're about to give birth, so you need to eat more." The cheetah lowered its head, sniffed the boar leg, then opened its mouth, picked up the leg, stood up, gave Fan Chuan a long look, and slowly walked toward the forest, behind its movements graceful and dignified. Fan Chuan watched for a while, confirming the cheetah would not return, feeling a slight pang of disappointment, but he found it normal and turned to walk back toward the courtyard. In the woods near the courtyard, Fan Chuan stopped. He took a small wild boar from his spatial storage and headed toward the courtyard. Before long, he saw Daniel operating an excavator to dig the basement, with Ernyo beside him directing and assisting. The two were working with great fervor, their bodies covered in dirt. Daniel spotted Fan Chuan first, his eyes lighting up. He quickly stopped the excavator and ran over. "Brother Fan, you're back, and you caught a wild boar." Ernyo also looked up and, seeing the large dark object on Fan Chuan's shoulder, hurried over. "Brother Fan, let me help you." Daniel reached out and took the small wild boar from Fan Chuan's shoulder. "Me too." Ernyo took the bamboo basket from Fan Chuan's back. Though young, both were strong. They carried the loads on their shoulders and followed Fan Chuan back to the courtyard. As soon as they entered, Su Xiaowei saw the wild boar they were carrying and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Brother Fan caught a wild boar." Yin Shu also put down her tablet, stood up, and walked over to take a look. A small wild boar, enough to last for a long time. Fan Chuan told them to throw the boar on the ground and said to Daniel and Ernyo, "Go boil some hot water. Today I'll teach you how to dress a wild boar." Daniel and Ernyo quickly nodded. One went to fetch firewood, the other to light the stove, and Su Xiaowei also ran into the kitchen to help. Soon the hot water was ready. Fan Chuan poured boiling water over the boar, then picked up a scraping knife and began teaching Daniel and Ernyo how to remove the hair. "Watch carefully. Hold the knife like this, scrape along the hair roots, not against them, or it won't be clean." Daniel and Ernyo studied earnestly, their movements somewhat clumsy, but very diligent. Fan Chuan guided them from the side, occasionally correcting their technique. After scraping off the hair, he taught them how to butcher the pork. First cut along the backbone, splitting the pig into 2 halves along the spine. Then chop off the front and hind legs, separate the ribs one by one, and finally cut the belly into strips of 2 or 3 gene each. After disassembly, he evenly rubbed salt into the meat pieces, kneading vigorously to let the salt penetrate, then hung them in the smoking shed using the remaining pine branches from last time to smoke them slowly. From now on, when you catch game, you'll know how to handle it. Fan Chuan clapped his hands, looking at the hung smoked meat with satisfaction. Beside him, Daniel and Ernyo also wore expressions of accomplishment as they looked at the meat they had processed themselves. He had the 2 brothers watch the meat, adding pine branches if the smoke thinned. Fan Chuan turned and walked into the kitchen, took out the boletus mushrooms from the bamboo basket, and handed them to Su Xiaowei. Add a dish tonight. Stir-fry these with meat. Su Xiaowei took the golden mushrooms, glanced at them curiously. Brother Fan, what are these? I've never seen them before. These are boletus mushrooms, a delicacy. They're especially fragrant when stir-fried. Wash them, slice them, blanch in boiling water, then stir-fry with meat. The flavor is excellent. After hearing Fan Chuan's explanation, Su Xiaowei nodded, carefully held the mushrooms, and began washing and preparing them. Stepping out of the kitchen, Fan Chuan stood in the yard watching Daniel and Ernyo busy in front of the smoking shed, and Su Xiaowei's bustling figure inside the kitchen. A faint smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth. Then he walked to the smoking shed, had Ernyo keep watch, and took Daniel to the half-dug underground storage room, which could be roofed tomorrow. After inspecting it for a while and finding no issues, he told Daniel to patrol the fields. The latter nodded and began walking around the farmland, checking for any problems. Fan Chuan went to the tool shed nearby, and seeing no one around, he flashed into his spatial space. Approaching the workbench, he directly placed a large wild boar and a wolf onto the trading system. As for the large musk deer, he decided to keep it for himself. Its meat was tender, and after smoking, much tastier than wild boar. Item detected: adult wild boar 1, adult gray wolf 1, grade good, valuation medium, matching trading partner. Match successful. Present world blind box merchant. Seeing this match result, blind box merchant. What kind of game is this? The other party's dialog box popped up quickly. Present world blind box merchant. Yo, wild boar and wolf. Those are rare finds. Bro, are you a hunter? Tang Dynasty trader, sort of. What can you trade for these? Present world blind box merchant. My stuff is pretty special. I specialize in customs, confiscated goods, and unclaimed packages. Those items end up in my hands when no one claims them. I repackage them into blind boxes for sale. I don't even know what's inside them. Fan Chuan found the introduction interesting. Present world blind box merchant. Your wild boar and wolf are wild game, very rare. I'm willing to trade you 2 wooden crates of 2 cubic meters each. How about it? Fan Chuan pondered. 2 cubic meter wooden crates filled with random items. Maybe they could yield something good. With that thought, Fan Chuan directly clicked to confirm the trade. The transaction was completed instantly. 2 large wooden crates appeared on the floor of the spatial space, each 2 cubic meters in size, made of solid wood and sealed tightly. A white A4 paper was pasted on each crate. One labeled men's, the other women's, with no other markings. Nobody knew what was inside. Fan Chuan circled the 2 crates, tapped one with his hand, and heard a dull thud from inside, clearly packed full. With a thought, he brought the 2 crates out of the spatial space and reappeared in the tool shed. The joy of opening blind boxes was too good to enjoy alone. He should call everyone together to make it lively. Fan Chuan turned back to the courtyard, but by then Su Xiaowei had already set the meal on the table: a plate of stir-fried pork with porcini mushrooms, a bowl of wild vegetable soup, and a pot of steamed rice. The aroma of the porcini mushrooms filled the air, whetting the appetite of anyone who caught a whiff. Planning to eat first, Fan Chuan told Ernyo to go fetch Daniel. Daniel was patrolling the fields when he heard Ernyo's call. He hurried back, and everyone gathered around the table to begin their meal. The stir-fried pork with porcini mushrooms lived up to its reputation. The mushrooms were smooth and tender, carrying a unique forest fragrance so fresh that one could almost swallow their tongue. Brother Fan, these mushrooms are amazing, Daniel exclaimed while shoveling rice into his mouth. I've never tasted anything so fresh. Ernyo chimed in agreement. Yunshu and Su Xiaowei didn't speak, but their chopsticks never stopped, clearly enjoying the food as well. Fan Chuan smiled and nodded. Eat as much as you like. If we gather more from the mountains later, we'll have them again. After the meal, Ernyo wanted to go check on the smoked meat, but Fan Chuan stopped him. Don't rush off just yet. I'll take you to see something fun. He led everyone to the tool shed. The light inside was dim. Fan Chuan told Daniel to press the switch on the wall. With a click, the light bulbs overhead blazed to life, illuminating the entire shed. The 3 children had been surprised when they first saw the bulbs yesterday, but they were used to them now. Patting the wooden crate beside him, Fan Chuan explained simply, this is called a blind box. It's packed with all sorts of things, but even I don't know what's inside. You have to open it to see. The three children were baffled. A blind box. What was that? But Yunshu's eyes lit up. She had seen similar things on the tablet, blind boxes gasupon. The bloggers in those videos opened them with great delight, and she had always wanted to try. Yunshu said excitedly, "Husband, let me open the women's box." Fan Chuan had no objection to that, and nodded. "All right, let's divide the work. I'll open the men's box with Dinyo, and you take Nyo and Xiaowei to open the women's box." With that, Fan Chuan picked up a crowbar and walked to the wooden crate labeled men. Dinyo quickly followed to help. Yunshu led Nyo and Xiaowei to the other wooden crate, a hopeful smile on her face. Soon both crates were pried open. The sight inside made everyone pause. The crates were stuffed with all kinds of items, suitcases, cardboard boxes, a jumble of things packed tightly together. Fan Chuan casually pulled out a black suitcase. Unzipping it, he found some men's clothes still with their price tags. He opened another cardboard box which contained some potatoes. "This blind box is truly random," he said with a wry smile, tossing the potatoes aside and continuing to dig. Dinyo followed his example, pulling items out of the crate one by one. There were men's underwear, socks, and even a pair of badminton rackets. The contents were messy, but most were still usable. Leaving Dinyo to rummage through the crate on his own, Fan Chuan walked over to the women's crate to see what Yunshu and the others had found. The two girls were squatting beside the crate, unwrapping various packages, thoroughly enjoying themselves. A pile of items had already been laid out on the ground, various cosmetics bottles and jars of skincare products, women's clothes, and other small trinkets. "This lipstick color is so pretty. Mistress, look at this dress. The fabric is so smooth. This mirror is so clear, much clearer than a bronze mirror." The two chattered excitedly, the atmosphere lively. Fan Chuan watched for a moment and was about to turn back to his own crate when he suddenly heard Yunshu gasp. "Up!" Everyone turned their heads. Yunshu was holding a just-opened cardboard box. The moment she glanced inside, she snapped the lid shut with a thud. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly, the color spreading from her face to her neck, and even to the tips of her ears. Flustered, she clutched the box tightly to her chest, glanced around, and found everyone staring at her, which only made her more flustered. Fan Chuan blinked, stepped forward, and asked curiously, "What is it? What did you find?" Yunshu, her face still red, shook her head vigorously and said in a very soft voice, "And nothing." She took 2 steps back, holding the box. "I'm taking this box for myself." Without waiting for Fan Chuan to react, she turned and ran toward the courtyard, clutching the box, running so fast, as if afraid someone might catch up and peek. Watching her, Fan Chuan called out twice, "Slow down. Watch your step. Don't trip." He wasn't sure if Yunshu heard him as her figure quickly disappeared through the toolshed door. Shaking his head helplessly, he didn't think much of it and turned to the 3 children. "Keep picking out what you can use. Clothes, shoes, bedding. Each of you choose 1 set." The 3 children were overjoyed and moved faster. They had been wandering for so long that their clothes were ragged beyond repair. Now having new clothes to wear was a blessing they never dared to dream of. Soon they found plenty of shirts and pants, and to their delight, there were even several sets of bed sheets in the crate. Though they didn't know the material, it felt extraordinary. For those who had been sleeping on hay and torn sacks, this was an enormous improvement. "Thank you, Brother Fan," the 3 siblings said in unison, their faces beaming with gratitude. Fan Chuan waved his hand. "Take your things and tidy up. It's getting late, go do what you need to." The 3 siblings hugged their finds and happily returned to their rooms. Fan Chuan also went back to the courtyard. Instead of heading straight to the bedroom, he first entered the bathroom to take a shower. He had spent the whole day in the mountains hunting and dealing with the wild boar, so his body was covered in sweat and the smell of blood. The warm water washed over him, carrying away the day's fatigue. Fan Chuan closed his eyes under the shower head, savoring this moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bedroom, Yunshu was blushing as she secretly sorted through the mysterious box. She first closed the door, making sure the latch was secure, then cautiously opened the box and began taking out the contents one by one. First was a set of black lace lingerie, nothing like the conservative belly bands of the Tang Dynasty. Then came several pairs of stockings, black-white. Yunshu felt the smooth, delicate fabric, and scenes of modern urban women from TV dramas flashed through her mind. Digging deeper, she found a black and white dress with a puffy skirt adorned with many ruffles and lace trim and a black bow tied at the collar. She also pulled out a small bell attached to a thin ribbon. When she gently shook it, it produced a crisp, pleasant tinkling sound. Finally, she took out a few rather peculiar items from the box, things she had come across in those educational materials on the tablet. At a mere glance, she hastily stuffed those items back into the bottom of the cardboard box, then shoved the entire box into the deepest corner of the wardrobe, closed the door, leaned her back against it, and gasped for breath. Yunshu gazed at the items laid out on the bed, bit her lip, and pushed that dress and... Meanwhile, Fan Chuan had finished his shower, wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, drying his hair with a towel as he walked into the bedroom. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Yunshu standing with her back to him before the cabinet, her body slightly rigid. Hearing his footsteps, she flinched noticeably. She hurriedly hid something behind her back, then turned around, a suspicious flush coloring her cheeks as she pretended nonchalance and looked at him. Have you finished bathing? Yunshu's voice sounded slightly unnatural. Fan Chuan gave her a curious glance, but asked no more. He had been busy all day and simply wanted to lie down and rest. Yes, I'm done. He replied, casually walked to the bedside and lay down directly. Reaching beneath the pillow, he pulled out his phone, opened a matching game, and absent-mindedly swiped across the screen. Seeing him absorbed in his phone, Yunshu secretly exhaled in relief. Carefully, she retrieved the item she had hidden behind her back and hurried into the bathroom with her head bowed. After a few rounds of the matching game, just as Fan Chuan was growing drowsy, the bathroom door opened. Hearing the sound, he instinctively looked up and froze entirely. Yunshu stood at the bathroom doorway wearing an outfit completely unseen in ancient times, one she had watched numerous times on short videos before her transmigration. Having just finished washing, her face still carried a delicate moisture, fair and rosy. Her large eyes blinked repeatedly as she looked at him, filled with shyness and anticipation. If ordinary Yunshu was a lovely little porcelain doll, then she now resembled the heroine stepping directly out of a two-dimensional anime. The cross-temporal visual impact was so extraordinary that Fan Chuan could hardly believe his own eyes. Yunshu was quite satisfied with his reaction. Watching him stand stunned, his eyes never blinking, the corner of her mouth involuntarily curled into a smile of triumph. She took small steps toward the bed, looking down at Fan Chuan still lying there. Reaching out her small hand, she gently took the phone from his grasp and placed it on the bedside table. Only then did Yunshu throw herself into his arms. Pressing her lips close to his ear, her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, and in a soft, delicate voice, she whispered, "Brother Fan, do I look pretty in this?" No words were needed. The next morning, Fan Chuan dressed and stood at the doorway, glancing back at Yunshu still nestled beneath the covers with only her little head exposed. A faint smile played on his lips. After a while, Yunshu also arose slowly. First, she put away all the Lolita attire, changed into her usual clothes, and stood before the glass mirror, carefully adjusting her skirt and hair. Watching this scene, Fan Chuan asked in confusion, "Why aren't you wearing that outfit? I thought it looked quite nice." Yunshu shot him an exasperated glance and replied crisply, "That can only be worn for my husband. How could I let others see it?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan wholeheartedly agreed. For this era, those clothes were indeed far too advanced. Soon after finishing preparations, the two walked out of the room together. When they appeared in the courtyard, the three little ones were already arranging food, waiting for Fan Chuan and Yunshu to rise and share breakfast. Everyone gathered around the table and began to eat. Throughout the entire meal, Dinyo and Ernyo kept their heads bowed, continually stuffing food into their mouths. Watching their behavior, Fan Chuan nearly laughed out loud. After finishing his meal, he told Dinyo and Ernyo to continue working on capping the basement. Yesterday, they had finished digging. Today, they needed to lay the cut timber, cover it with soil, and compact it firmly. Once done, a cellar capable of storing grain through the winter would be complete. Meanwhile, he himself strolled slowly along the edge of the fields, inspecting the growth of various crops. Following the spring rain and supplemented by these days of sunshine, the vegetation in the fields was flourishing remarkably well. The 6 mu of super hybrid rice had grown to the height of a palm, a verdant expanse swaying gently in the light breeze. The cassava and sea buckthorn branches had fully taken root, producing several tender green leaves. Before long, they would grow into an impenetrable green barrier. Gazing at this vibrant field, his mood was quite excellent. With such growth continuing, this year would undoubtedly be a bumper harvest. He was just pondering whether to visit Lantian County Town today to find Wei Jinghong regarding the forest land permit, when he suddenly spotted 2 figures walking along the village path in his direction. They were 2 elderly men. One wore coarse gray hemp clothing, was lean of build, and walked with steady steps, appearing like an ordinary farming elder. The other, also plainly dressed, was slightly stout and walked with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was sharp. Though clad in everyday garments, he exuded an aura of dignified authority without need for anger. Fan Chuan raised an eyebrow. He did not recognize these 2 at all, nor were they villagers. Wanli village was small, home to only dozens of households, and he had basically met everyone. Yet these 2 were thoroughly unfamiliar. Judging by their bearing, they seemed to be heading straight for his courtyard. Their figures drew ever closer, still conversing animatedly, completely unaware that someone at a distance was watching them. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu, engrossed in discussion along the way, had not noticed Fan Chuan observing them. The reason the 2 had come to find Fan Chuan was quite remarkable. As the reigning emperor and the current chancellor, Li Yuan and Xiao Yu had the day before heard from Li Xiumin's report at the Chang'an Palace that the Snow Salt Initiative was progressing rapidly and had already been initially rolled out across the Great Tang territories. In high spirits, Li Yuan planned to make an incognito visit to Lantian County to see whether matters were indeed as smooth as Li Xiumin had claimed. On the road, he happened to encounter Xiao Yu, and the 2 exchanged a few words. Xiaoyu mentioned that in the capital district he had seen snow salt sold very cheaply, proving highly beneficial to the people, though he was unclear about the situation in surrounding counties. Upon hearing that the emperor intended to inspect in disguise, he too became interested, and the two set out for Lantian County together. The previous day the two had spent the entire time inspecting Lantian County town, and discovered that the snow salt was indeed, as Li Xiuning had described, affordable in price and superior in quality, with common people eagerly purchasing it. But beyond that, they had also overheard an even stranger matter. Many people were discussing how a celestial being had descended upon Wangli village. It was said that at the time when Wangli village was attacked by dozens of vicious wolves and the village was on the verge of being slaughtered to extinction, that individual, the one granted land by imperial decree, had descended directly from the heavens into the village, summoning thunder from empty hands and directly blasting over a dozen wicked wolves to death. The remaining wolves fled desperately fast. Had they lagged 2 steps more, they too would have been killed. The villagers of Wangli village spoke with great relish at the market spittle flying everywhere. Some who didn't understand the situation directly accused them of boasting. Those villagers claimed to have seen it with their own eyes. How could it be false? If it weren't for the immortal's order, actually the village head's instruction forbidding them to approach the courtyard, they wouldn't be here selling goods. It wasn't just one villager saying it. Several villagers from Wangli village were all stating the same thing at the market, leaving many with no choice but to believe. Li Yuan and Xiaoyu heard these rumors, each wearing a peculiar expression. As the chancellor, well-read and scholarly Xiaoyu's first reaction was that this was absolutely false. What? Immortal descending to earth and conjuring thunder with bare hands? This is clearly spreading heresy to deceive the masses. Moreover, His Majesty himself is right here. We haven't heard of any special land grant approved by the emperor recently. Of course, he didn't know that the land grant was arranged by Li Yuan, who had instructed Li Xiuning to handle it, and it was never discussed in the imperial court. After all, for a sovereign ruler, this was a trivial matter not worth bringing up at court. But Li Yuan thought otherwise. He had a rather deep impression of Fan Chuan. That young man had so bewitched his daughter that she insisted on taking him as her prince consort. At the time, Li Yuan was so furious he couldn't sleep well for days. Unexpectedly, out of the blue, he heard about him again. In particular, the claim of conjuring thunder from flat ground seemed suspicious to Li Yuan, as he had already witnessed Fan Chuan's strange and peculiar gadgets. That lighter, Li Xiuning had already brought it before him and demonstrated it. He found it amusing and kept it by his side for several days. At this moment, Xiaoyu spoke to Li Yuan. Your Majesty, this matter seems suspicious. I suspect someone is spreading heresy to deceive the people. You should immediately send someone to arrest that person. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Since you believe it's heresy, why don't we go meet that person together tomorrow? Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. The two returned to the county office to handle their official duties. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Xiaoyu and Li Yuan, accompanied by a few guards, rode to Sizhu Garden first. They left the guards and horses at Sizhu Garden, changed into plain clothes, and circled around to the village entrance, walking slowly. As they walked, they observed the surroundings, which could only be described as dilapidated. Most of the village houses had mud walls and thatched roofs long neglected. Though people were working in the fields, they were dressed in rags with sallow faces and thin bodies, obvious signs of chronic malnutrition. Xiaoyu gazed at the scene and sighed deeply. I never imagined that so close to the imperial seat there could be such a dilapidated place. It's utterly incomparable to the capital, so far behind. The two continued observing as they walked toward Fan Chuan's courtyard. From a distance, Li Yuan spotted the outermost fence of Fan Chuan's yard. He stopped, pointed at the green branches, and said to Xiaoyu, Chancellor, look at what's planted around here. What is it? I've never seen anything like it. Xiaoyu followed his finger and examined it carefully, then spoke with some uncertainty. It seems to be a combination of two plants. One of them is the common thorny pear here, a medicinal herb. The other is indeed very strange. I have never seen it before. Li Yuan nodded, asked no further questions, and walked on a bit further. Suddenly he thought of something and lowered his voice to instruct. When we meet that lad, don't reveal my identity. Just say we are two minor officials from the court traveling incognito to observe the people's condition. Upon hearing the words that lad, Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly. He thought to himself, has His Majesty really had contact with this young man? And the relationship is not ordinary, otherwise how could the sovereign of a nation refer to a commoner as that lad? He nodded to himself and asked no further questions. Soon the two arrived at the gate formed by the fence. At that moment, Fan Chuan deliberately walked to the gate. The two parties met face to face. Li Yuan stopped, cupped his hands, and spoke first. Excuse me, is this the residence of an immortal? This question left Fan Chuan completely bewildered. Immortal's residence? What immortal's residence? He walked to the fence gate, looked the two up and down, and asked with a frown, Who are you? Li Yuan, with a calm expression, said, Young master, just call me Old Li. This is my colleague, call him Old Xiao. We heard about your deeds in Lantian County and came to make your acquaintance. Hearing this, Fan Chuan was even more confused. Deeds, eh? What deeds? Li Yuan recounted the rumors he had heard at the market the day before word for word. Throughout this, Xiao Yu was carefully scrutinizing Fan Chuan. He was wearing a navy blue robe, not much different from an ordinary person. The only difference was that his hair hadn't grown long. It was short, but aside from that there was nothing particularly strange. After hearing the whole story, Fan Chuan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "That's all exaggerated. It's impossible to kill over a dozen. I only killed 5. When they heard Fan Chuan say, exaggerated, the two wore expressions of, just as we thought. But then they heard the follow-up, I only killed 5, which made their expressions even more interesting. 5. One man barehanded killed 5 wolves. How is that different from an immortal descending to earth? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu stepped forward, hastily bowed, and said, Young master, can you truly conjure thunder from flat ground? Then could you give us a demonstration? Li Yuan also looked at Fan Chuan with sparkling eyes, thinking to himself, if this lad truly can conjure thunder, then I might consider accepting my daughter's proposal and take him as my son-in-law. After all, someone who can control thunder and lightning is no ordinary mortal. But Fan Chuan shook his head and said gravely, that's impossible. It's all their exaggeration. Hearing this, the two showed disappointment on their faces. But then they heard him change the topic. However, I can show you lightning in my hand. But after you've seen it, you must leave immediately. I have things to do in Lantian County later. As he spoke, he reached into his bosom, actually taking it from his spatial storage, but pretending to retrieve it from his robe to avoid suspicion, and pulled out the stun baton he had brought with him when he first transmigrated. The two looked at the black stick in Fan Chuan's hand, hardly believing. Could such a small gadget really release lightning? Fan Chuan noticed their skeptical looks and didn't explain further. He simply pressed the switch. Crack, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several blue-white arcs of electricity crackled between the two ends of the baton, producing a harsh sound dazzling under the sunlight. This startled the two, who stumbled back several steps. Li Yuan's eyes widened while Xiao Yu's face turned pale as he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Fan Chuan looked at their frightened expressions and said with a smile, It's fine. As long as you don't touch the lightning, it's safe. Xiao Yu steadied himself, took a moment to assess, and realized he was indeed unharmed. Mustering his courage, he stepped forward and scrutinized the electric prod, then suddenly reached out a finger to touch the electric arc. Don't touch. Before Fan Chuan could warn him, Xiao Yu's finger had already made contact with the arc. Instantly, Xiao Yu's body began to tremble, violently shaking like a sieve, emitting a series of garbled sounds. Li Yuan, seeing this, grew anxious and reached out to push Xiao Yu away, but the moment his hand touched Xiao Yu, he too began to shake uncontrollably. The two old men stood side by side, trembling all over, a truly comical sight. Witnessing this, Fan Chuan quickly turned off the switch, and they both returned to normal. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu stood there panting heavily, their clothes slightly disheveled, staring at the device in Fan Chuan's hand with terror, then shifting their gaze to him in unison. Their eyes were filled with awe and shock, unable to believe that this young man could actually command lightning. Seeing their expressions, Fan Chuan knew what they were thinking and said directly, This is a magical artifact passed down by my master. Stay away from me, don't touch it recklessly. It's very dangerous. Eyes gleaming with covetousness, Li Yuan licked his lips and asked cautiously, Young master, would you be willing to sell this to me? Name your price, any amount is fine. Hearing this, Fan Chuan shook his head firmly, his tone resolute. No deal. This is a keepsake from my master, no amount of money can buy it. A look of disappointment crossed Li Yuan's face. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Yu quickly changed the subject, asking, Young master, you seemed ready to go out earlier. Is there something you need? Perhaps we can be of assistance. At the question, Fan Chuan studied the two men carefully. Though simply dressed, their speech and demeanor exuded an extraordinary air, clearly not ordinary village elders. Fan Chuan thought for a moment and said tentatively, I want to lease the wooded hill behind my yard, about several dozen acres, and I was on my way to handle the paperwork. Can you help? You don't look like ordinary folk. Xiao Yu was about to step forward and reveal his identity as the prime minister. Handling such local affairs would be a trivial matter, but Li Yuan stopped him with a look. Li Yuan smiled at Fan Chuan and said, A small matter. The magistrate of Lantian and I serve the same emperor. If you give me that device in your hand, I'll have your business settled within the day. Fan Chuan gave him a skeptical glance, thinking to himself, what a boast. Settled within the day. That involves official approvals. Even Wei Jinghong himself would need several days to process it. After a moment's thought, he said directly, Unless you finish the task first, then I'll consider it. Hearing this, Li Yuan shot Xiao Yu a meaningful glance. Xiao Yu understood, immediately turned and walked to the edge of the path by the woods and let out a sharp whistle toward the mountains. The moment the whistle faded, a guard dressed in black with a horizontal saber at his waist sprang out from the forest and knelt on one knee before Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu leaned down, whispered a few words into the guard's ear, and waved his hand. The guard nodded, vanished in a flash, and disappeared into the woods. Watching Miss Fan Chuan's eyes lit up, it seemed these two held no small rank, even having guards hidden in the shadows to protect them. Observing the change in Fan Chuan's expression, Li Yuan smiled and said, "Young master, may we come in for a drink of water now?" Fan Chuan nodded, pushed open the wicker gate, and led them into the courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, Li Yuan and Xiaoyu froze. Their eyes were not drawn to the modest mud brick houses, but to the entire yard paved with gray-white cement, smooth, flat, and spotlessly clean. It was a world apart from the bumpy, muddy village roads they had traveled along. Then they noticed a faucet at the corner of the wall, a silver-white metal pipe protruding from the wall with a wooden basin beneath it, and a black wire extending from the kitchen running along the base of the wall all the way to the backyard. Li Yuan and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. This was no ordinary farmer's courtyard. It was stranger and more novel than the mansions of the high officials in Chang'an. Under the eaves, a beautiful woman holding a glowing tablet looked up at the sound of footsteps. When her eyes met Li Yuan's, Yunshu frowned, sensing a familiarity, but unable to place him. Li Yuan, however, was struck with recognition. This woman was all too familiar. She was his daughter's personal maid and female strategist. Though they had met only rarely, he still had some impression. He thought to himself, Xiuning moves fast. She's already planted her personal maid by this young man's side. If I recall correctly, her name is Yunshu, isn't it? Will this girl expose my identity? Just as Li Yuan was feeling a bit nervous, Fan Chuan led the two men to Yunshu and said, "Yuner, these two old men came for a drink. Go brew some tea, will you?" But Yunshu did not move. Instead, she looked at Li Yuan and said seriously, "Sir, have we met before?" Li Yuan raised an eyebrow at this, turning to Fan Chuan. Wasn't this reaction a bit off? Seeing this, Fan Chuan quickly said to Li Yuan, "Old Li, this is my wife. I found her in the mountains. She had a head injury and now suffers from amnesia. If my wife says she knows you, then you must have met. If you know anything, please tell her about her family." Li Yuan frowned, studying the two of them, then looked closely at Yunshu's eyes. They were clear, not as if she recognized him. This left Li Yuan perplexed. What was going on? How could she have lost her memory? Was it real or feigned? After a moment's thought, he said, "Miss Yunsu, we have indeed met once. You are the personal maid of a noble person. As for your family background, I'm not clear. The noble person is not someone I can easily approach, do you understand?" Hearing something about herself, Yunshu became very excited and quickly bowed, asking, "Sir, can you tell me the name of that noble person?" Li Yuan shook his head, looked at Fan Chuan, and said, "That noble person was glimpsed at a prince's birthday banquet where I saw Miss Yunshu. Their names I'm not at liberty to disclose." Hearing the old man say this, Fan Chuan understood. Some things without reaching a certain level were indeed inaccessible. Fan Chuan invited them to sit on the stools in the center of the courtyard. No sooner had they settled than Su Xiaowei approached with a tray bearing several steaming cups of tea, gently setting one before each guest. "Please enjoy the tea," Xiaowei said softly before retreating to the side. Xiaoyu had been staring blankly at the concrete floor since entering the courtyard, only snapping back to reality when the tea was placed before him. He lifted the teacup and first noticed the crystal-clear liquor with several emerald green tea leaves unfurling within, a stark contrast to the cloudy ginger and scallion-infused broths he was accustomed to. After a careful blow, he took a sip, and a crisp, sweet flavor bloomed upon his tongue, carrying a subtle herbal fragrance that lingered delightfully on the palate. Unable to resist, he took another sip before glancing toward Li Yuan and giving his sleeve a subtle tug, signaling him to notice the ground beneath their feet. Li Yuan, of course, had long since observed it. The smooth, even surface of grayish-white stone stretching beneath them. No seams or joints marred its expanse, as though a colossal slab had fallen from the heavens and been laid directly across the courtyard. Having lived nearly his entire life, he had never encountered anything like it. Setting his cup down, Li Yuan asked, "You still refuse to admit you are an immortal? Only one with such power could move mountains and shift stones, laying a slab of rock this vast upon the ground and building a house upon it. How in the world did you accomplish this?" Upon hearing the question, Fan Chuan explained, "This has nothing to do with moving mountains or shifting stones. It is merely a byproduct of the alchemical pills refined by a Taoist practitioner. My master accidentally produced a powdered substance which, when mixed with water and stirred, solidifies over time into something as hard as stone." Powdered substance. Li Yuan and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both reading confusion in each other's eyes. "However, we have very little left. Only a few sacks remain." Hearing this, Li Yuan's mind immediately raced. If this substance could be mass-produced, its applications would be boundless. It could pave roads for rapid military movement and construct city walls far sturdier than traditional rammed earth fortifications. Eagerly he asked, "Young master, does this substance have a recipe?" Fan Chuan, considering the formula for cement to be hardly a secret, certainly beyond the reach of ancient technology, spoke casually, "The formula exists. It involves limestone, clay, iron, or powder and other materials mixed in specific proportions, calcined at high temperatures, and ground into fine powder." He went on at length detailing calcination temperatures, mixing ratios, and grinding fineness with considerable fluency. But as Li Yuan and Xiao Yu listened, their expressions gradually shifted to bewilderment. Limestone, clay, iron, or powder, high-temperature calcination. While they recognized each component individually, combining them into a process was utterly beyond their comprehension. Seeing their utterly confounded expressions, Fan Xuan paused and realized he had been speaking far too technically for two ancient people to follow. He quickly revised his explanation. In any case, it is theoretically possible to produce, though the likelihood is low. It would require a Taoist practitioner to study it further, but it should not be too difficult. Li Yuan nodded thoughtfully, committing the matter to memory, then lifted his teacup for another sip before asking, "Young master, this tea of yours differs considerably from the brew I am accustomed to. How is this tea leaf processed?" Fan Xuan's tea supply was actually quite limited. Only a few loose packs unwrapped from mystery boxes. Yet the process of tea production was common knowledge in modern times, something easily explained. Such a thing was trivial to make, yet could fetch a high price in ancient times. Unable to reveal the true process, he fabricated a story. "Some days ago, I went hunting in Zhongnan Mountain and happened to discover several wild tea trees. I plucked some tender buds, rolled them by hand, and dried them. That is how I obtained this. I did not expect it to taste so pleasant." Li Yuan and Xiao Yu barely accepted the explanation. After all, Fan Xuan possessed so many peculiar and extraordinary items that an unusual variety of tea seemed no more than a minor addition. And so the three sat chatting over tea. Before long, Su Xiaowei brought the meal to the table. Today's spread was particularly sumptuous. A plate of smoked wild boar stir-fried with garlic sprouts, a dish of pork slices with pork liver mushrooms, a bowl of wild vegetable soup, and a pot of white rice. The aromas filled the air, stirring the appetite. Yet this meal was arranged somewhat unusually. Fan Xuan, Li Yuan, and Xiao Yu sat at the main table, while Yun Shu took the three children to a separate smaller table nearby, where they ate in quiet companionship. Li Yuan cast a glance at the other table, his eyes lingering on Yun Shu for a moment. She did indeed resemble someone who had lost her memory. But his thoughts were entirely occupied by the feast before him, so he dismissed the matter. Xiao Yu meanwhile cared not for such matters. He picked up a piece of smoked wild boar, placed it in his mouth and chewed, his eyes instantly widening. The distinctive smoky fragrance merged flawlessly with the savory richness of the meat itself. In all his long years, he had never tasted anything so delicious. Abandoning all pretense of a chancellor's dignity, his chopsticks darted repeatedly to the plate, shoving piece after piece into his mouth until his lips glistened with oil. Li Yuan had intended to maintain imperial composure, but watching Xiao Yu devour the food like a starving ghost filled him with profound puzzlement. By all rights, his chancellor had never behaved this way. What had happened today to turn him into such a ravenous creature? With a hint of curiosity, he too picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Then his expression changed as well. As emperor, he had sampled countless delicacies, yet never had any food delivered such a profound sensory assault. Li Yuan, no longer caring about imperial dignity, rapidly swept dishes clean with his chopsticks, devouring bite after bite with unbridled delight. Meanwhile, he shot Xiao Yu a reproachful glance, as if to say, "Why did you not tell me this was so delicious? Hoarding it all for yourself?" Xiao Yu pretended not to notice, burying his face deeper in his meal. Within moments, the two had cleared more than half the table with voracious speed. Watching their table manners, Fan Xuan felt no urgency, leisurely selecting his dishes and sipping soup between bites. If only there were fine wine to accompany this feast. Li Yuan sighed with mild regret upon finishing his meal. Hearing this, Fan Xuan said nothing further. The sorghum he had planted was not yet mature, a once harvested, brewing a strong baijiu, which surely astonished these ancients. After the satisfying meal, the three returned to the side area, sipping tea and chatting. Suddenly, Xiao Yu seemed to recall something and pointed toward the deep blue solar panels behind the courtyard, saying, "Young master, Fan, those panels behind us. Why do they seem to follow the sun's movement? I am certain they were facing another direction when we first arrived." Hearing this, Li Yuan turned his gaze curiously, and after careful recollection, found Xiao Yu's observation to be accurate. Meeting their inquisitive stares, Fan Xuan offered a mysterious smile and continued his fabrication. "These are yet another grand magical artifact left by my master. They absorb the essence of the sun and convert it into electrical energy for my daily use." Electrical energy. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu glanced at one another, confronted once again with a term entirely beyond their understanding. Observing their continued bewilderment, Fan Xuan rephrased, "In other words, it converts the sun's essence into the power of thunder and lightning." That should be easier to grasp. By the time they fully comprehended, both had grown almost numb with shock. The day's revelations had been far too numerous, each one shattering the boundaries of their worldly knowledge. From the thunder that rose from level ground to the powder that could solidify into stone, and then to the board that followed the sun, Fan Xuan was nothing short of an enigma. Li Yuan set down his teacup, shifting the topic. Master Fan, may I take a look at your fields? I see they are all planted, but the crops seem unfamiliar to me. Fan Chuan had no objection. After lunch, a stroll aided digestion. The three rose and ambled out of the courtyard into the fields. The fields brimmed with vitality. The super hybrid rice had grown to the height of a palm, lush green, and swaying gently in the breeze. Other crops were sprouting one after another. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu gazed at the entirely unfamiliar plants, their faces full of curiosity. Xiao Yu crouched, pointing at a corn seedling. Master Fan, what is this? I have never seen it before. Hearing the question, Fan Chuan explained with a smile, this is a crop from beyond the borders called corn. Nothing extraordinary. Its fruit resembles jade, golden yellow. It can be boiled or ground into flour for cakes. He did not reveal how high the yield was. For ancient people, what they had not witnessed with their own eyes, they would never believe, no matter how much he said. Moreover, Fan Chuan only wished to live a quiet life, occasionally hunting in the mountains and enjoying himself. They went on to inspect the potato and sweet potato seedlings. Fan Chuan explained each one, describing only their appearance and how to eat them, again omitting the yield. This is potato growing underground, about the size of a fist. It can be a staple or stir-fried. This is sweet potato, also underground, larger than potato. Raw it is crisp and sweet, cooked it is soft and sticky. The two listened intently, committing every word to memory. After a tour, the three slowly walked back to the wicker gate. Just then, rapid hoofbeats sounded in the distance. Looking up, they saw a group of horsemen galloping toward them, raising a trail of dust. Soon the group reached the wicker gate, reined in their horses in unison, and dismounted. The leader was a middle-aged man in an azure official robe, whom Fan Chuan found vaguely familiar. Looking closer, he recognized him. The steward of the Sizhu garden, whom he had met once there. The steward hurried forward, about to kneel before Li Yuan, but a single glance from Li Yuan stopped him. Li Yuan spoke first, his tone calm, but brooking no dissent. Lao Xiao and I are here for a casual visit. Skip the titles and get straight to the point. The steward, a shrewd man, caught Li Yuan's look and immediately understood. His Majesty was incognito and wished not to be exposed. He straightened up carefully, took a document from his bosom, and handed it with both hands to Li Yuan. This is what you requested. It is done. Li Yuan took it, opened it, confirmed it was in order, and passed it directly to Fan Chuan. Master Fan, see if this is what you wanted. Taking the document, Fan Chuan opened it and froze. It was a title deed clearly stating that the hill behind Wanli village, 50 mu of forest land, was now permanently owned by Fan Chuan. Beneath it were the official seal of Lantian County and the approval of the Sizhu supervisor, all procedures complete and legally valid. He looked up at Li Yuan, then at the steward, his confusion deepening. He had thought they were just putting on a show, but they had outright granted 50 mu. From his request that morning to now, only a few hours had passed, and everything was settled. Such speed and efficiency were beyond the reach of ordinary men. These two were definitely no ordinary people. After handing over the deed to Li Yuan, the steward bowed, withdrew with his men, and left as swiftly as they had come, the hoofbeats fading into the distance. Fan Chuan carefully tucked the deed into his bosom, only to find Li Yuan staring at him with shining eyes, the look of one beholding a rare treasure. Realizing immediately, Fan Chuan sighed, helplessly took out the electric shock rod from his bosom and handed it to Li Yuan. He showed him where the switch was and how to use it, and cautioned, this is only for self-defense, not to be used carelessly. Its lightning will eventually run out. When it does, you must come to me to recharge it. Use the device at the back that collects the sun's essence to replenish its energy. Li Yuan took the rod, held it carefully, turned it over several times, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He cupped his hands. Thank you, Master Fan. I shall not disturb you further. I will visit another day. With that, he turned and walked back along the village path with Xiao Yu. Back at the Sizhu garden, the two dismissed the attendants and sat down in the courtyard. Li Yuan spoke first. Prime Minister Xiao, how much of that young man's words do you think are true? Xiao Yu, as the Prime Minister of the realm, had seen too many people and events. Today at Fan Chuan's, he had witnessed many strange things. But with his experience and judgment, he could clearly sense that 90% of what Fan Chuan said was a lie. Your Majesty, I believe. Only 1% can be trusted, Xiao Yu replied cautiously. Hearing this, Li Yuan did not argue. He looked down at the black electric shock rod in his hand, his fingers gently tracing the switch, lost in thought. Who exactly was this Fan Chuan? Where did all those bizarre things come from? And who was this master he spoke of? These questions surfaced one after another in Li Yuan's mind. But he did not rush to seek answers. He put away the rod, stood up, and said to Xiao Yu, let's go. Back to the palace. On the other side, after the two had left, Fan Chuan hurried back into the courtyard, took out the deed, and examined it once more. 50 mu of forest. Permanent ownership. He nearly jumped with excitement. He had to go confirm the exact boundaries of that 50 mu. He called Dinyo and Ernyo, and together they walked along the foot of the hill behind the yard. It took an entire afternoon to roughly determine the borders marked on the deed. The forest land started from the watershed of the small stream in the east, reached a steep cliff in the west, bordered the gully behind the yard to the south, and extended to a pine forest halfway up the hill to the north. The terrain was relatively flat with water sources and trees, perfect for raising livestock. Fan Chuan nodded in satisfaction and also noticed that Daniel and Ernio had already finished roofing the underground chamber. You've done well. He praised them, pondered for a moment, and then said, next continue working. I plan to build a farm above the underground chamber to raise chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Daniel and Ernio nodded eagerly, full of energy. Watching them get back to work, Fan Chuan returned to the courtyard, walked up to Yun Shu, and carefully took the deed from his sleeve to hand it to her. Yun Shu took the deed, opened it with curious eyes, and looked at it. She became ecstatic. 50 mu. She murmured, looked up with wide eyes to confirm she hadn't misread, and then threw herself into Fan Chuan's arms. Her hands wrapped tightly around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, too overwhelmed to speak. That evening, after washing up, Fan Chuan returned to the bedroom. As soon as he pushed open the door, he froze in surprise. Yun Shu had changed into another outfit. This time it was not a Lolita dress, but a black spaghetti-strap nightgown with a fitted cut, the delicate straps resting on her rounded shoulders. Watching her stand by the bedside with her hands nervously hanging at her sides, her cheeks flushed with shyness and anticipation. Yet Fan Chuan's gaze was drawn to the open cardboard box on the bed. He recognized that cardboard box. It was the mysterious one Yun Shu had hugged and rushed off with the day before when opening blind boxes. So that is what was inside. Glancing at the stock in the box, several pieces of clothing in different styles along with some small items he could not even name, his expression instantly became quite vivid. Yun Shu's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a slight tremor. Husband, do you like it? Upon hearing this, Fan Chuan's throat bobbed. This girl had seemingly unlocked a whole new world ever since she had stumbled upon those study materials on the tablet. She kept surprising him with new outfits every day, and paired with her petite figure, these modern styles created an almost intoxicating contrast. He did not respond with words, but let his actions speak instead. The next morning, Fan Chuan woke up brimming with energy. After breakfast, he took Daniel and Ernio to the vacant lot beside the courtyard, the area above the basement, where they planned to construct a modest half-acre farmstead. Our goal for today is to assemble the main framework of the farm. As he spoke, Fan Chuan sketched out a rough layout on the ground. We will build the chicken coop here, the pigsty there, and the sheep pen over here, leaving a walkway through the center. Daniel and Ernio nodded vigorously, brimming with enthusiasm. The three of them started by cutting timber and sawing it to size with handsaws, then dug holes to set the posts, erected the beams nailed on planks, and installed the roof. Fan Chuan directed the operation and handled the critical construction work, while Daniel and Ernio managed the hauling and supporting tasks. Daniel's strength allowed him to carry 2 logs at once, while Ernio worked with quick, precise movements. Together, they moved as one unit, completing the chicken coop's framework by mid-morning. They skipped their midday rest after lunch and kept working. The afternoon sun was fierce, soaking through their clothes with sweat, yet none of them complained. Watching Daniel and Ernio throw themselves into their work with such dedication filled him with satisfaction. Though young, both boys were skilled laborers who never slacked off. By late afternoon, when the sun began to dip, the half-acre farm was taking shape. The chicken coop, pigsty, and sheep pen all had their frames erected and roofs in place. Only minor refinements remained. As dusk approached, Fan Chuan brushed the dust from his hands. Let us call it a day here. We will finish up tomorrow. Both of you should go cut some bamboo to enclose the mountain area behind us. Daniel and Ernio nodded in agreement. Brother Fan, that mountain forest is really vast, Daniel said, wiping away sweat with excitement. We will be able to raise all sorts of things in there, right? Fan Chuan smiled at this. Exactly. Chickens, ducks, raise whatever we want. Ernio flashed a bright grin. Does that mean we will have meat every day from now on? Having meat every day? That is nothing. Walking over, he patted Ernio's shoulder. Once our farm gets running, you will have so much meat you will tire of eating it. Hearing this, Daniel and Ernio grew excited. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial palace of Chang'an, Li Yuan had been equally busy these days. After returning from Fan Chuan, he handed the cement formula to the Ministry of Works and summoned numerous alchemists and craftsmen, instructing them to produce cement according to Fan Chuan's method. Now a group of alchemists stood nervously before Li Yuan, heads bowed, afraid to speak. Li Yuan sat on the dragon throne, idly turning the electric baton in his hand as his gaze swept over the alchemists below. His tone was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority. I have given you the formula, and you are the finest alchemists of the Tang Dynasty. How can you not accomplish such a simple task? An elderly alchemist stepped forward courageously and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, we have attempted Master Fan's formula several times, but what we produce either fails to take shape or crumbles at the slightest touch. We simply cannot achieve the results he described. Upon hearing this response, Li Yuan frowned. You have tried multiple times and still failed. Then did you follow the proportions he specified? The old alchemist wiped sweat from his forehead. We did follow his proportions exactly, but the details regarding heat control, temperature, and timing were not thoroughly explained. We suspect the key lies in the high temperature calcination. The temperature must reach a certain level. However, our alchemical furnaces may not be capable of achieving that heat. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan recalled how both he and Xiao Yu had looked utterly bewildered when Fan Chuan spoke those technical terms. He now understood that while Fan Chuan's formula was correct, it lacked crucial processing parameters, rendering it impossible for these alchemists to succeed. After weighing things over, he gave a cold snort. I do not care what methods you use. Keep trying. If your furnaces cannot reach the required temperature, then improve them. If the heat control is not right, keep adjusting and reburning it. I will give you 1 month. If you still cannot produce it. He paused, stroking the electric baton in his hand. Then you will have to deal with the consequences yourselves. Hearing this, the alchemists turned pale and quickly knelt to the ground. We shall obey your decree, your majesty. We will certainly not fail you. With that, the group scrambled out of the hall and rushed back to continue studying the cement formula. Li Yuan remained seated on the dragon throne, watching them depart before glancing down at the electric baton in his hand. He muttered to himself, Fan Chuan, oh Fan Chuan, just how many secrets do you still hide? At that very moment, Fan Chuan was already deep in the mountains. Early on the 3rd day, he sent Denyo and Ernyo to cut bamboo for fencing the mountain forest while he shouldered a bamboo basket and ventured once more into Zhongnan Mountain. His purpose this time was clear, to capture live wild rabbits and pheasants to serve as breeding stock for the farm. The tranquilizer gun proved invaluable, allowing him to catch them unharmed. Following the well-trodden mountain path deeper, and he moved stealthily, carefully scanning his surroundings. Within a li, he spotted a gray wild rabbit crouched among the grass, munching on tender shoots. Fan Chuan halted, raised the tranquilizer rifle, and took aim. A soft hiss pierced the air as the dart struck the rabbit squarely. Startled, the rabbit sprang up, but after just a few steps the tranquilizer took effect. Its movements grew sluggish until it collapsed in a dazed heap on the ground. A knowing smile played on Fan Chuan's lips as he approached, picked up the rabbit, and examined it. The dosage was perfect. The rabbit was merely drowsy with no danger to its life. He placed it in his bamboo basket and continued onward. After bagging 2 live rabbits, Fan Chuan was in high spirits and continued deeper into the forest to hunt for pheasants. By a creek, he spotted a flock of about 7 or 8 pheasants pecking at grass seeds and insects. He crept stealthily closer, hiding behind a bush, slowly raised his tranquilizer gun and pulled the trigger. A series of soft shots rang out, each one hitting its mark with precision. The pheasants struck by the tranquilizer darts fell one by one, fluttering their wings before slipping into slumber. He stepped forward and gathered them all into his bamboo basket, which was soon nearly full. Satisfied with his haul, Fan Chuan nodded, stowed the tranquilizer gun, and ventured deeper into the mountains. After about an hour, he arrived at a relatively open valley. The area was lush with vegetation and abundant water, a frequent haunt of large herbivores. He found a concealed spot, crouched down, and waited silently. After nearly half an hour, a faint rustle of footsteps reached his ears. Fan Chuan held his breath and peered through the gaps in the bushes. A full-grown deer ambled out of the woods, lowering its head to graze on the grass. Slowly, he raised his double-barreled shotgun and aimed. A single gunshot echoed through the valley. The deer crumpled to the ground, its legs kicking a few times before going still. A clean kill. After scanning the surroundings, Fan Chuan approached, ready to stow the deer into his space, when he heard a faint noise from a nearby bush. He stepped closer and saw a fawn poking its head out from the thicket, staring timidly at the fallen deer, its eyes filled with fear and confusion. The fawn was barely a newborn, its spots still visible, weighing no more than 20 or 30 gene. Setting down the shotgun, Fan Chuan picked up the tranquilizer gun and aimed at the fawn. A soft dart flew, and the fawn slumped to the ground unconscious. He walked over first, storing the adult deer in his space, then bent down to lift the fawn onto his shoulder. The fawn was light, warm, with smooth, soft fur. He adjusted its position to make it more stable and began his return journey. After walking for a while, he realized he had ventured deep into the forest. The trees grew denser and the light dimmed. He oriented himself and headed toward the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a cat's meow, a familiar sound. Fan Chuan stopped abruptly and listened. The meow came again, closer this time with an urgent tone. He followed the sound, cautiously parted a clump of bushes, and froze at the sight before him. A leopard was lying on a flat rock. Its belly was sunken, indicating it had given birth in the past couple of days. The leopard rose from the rock and called out to him a few times. The call carried a complex emotion, something Fan Chuan couldn't quite name. He glanced again, and the leopard turned and disappeared into the dense forest without looking back. Fan Chuan watched its retreating form, shrugged indifferently, and continued carrying the fawn. But he hadn't gone far when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. His heart tightened. He quickly set down the fawn, drew the double-barreled shotgun from his back, and spun around, aiming at the source of the sound. Then he froze. The leopard had returned carrying two fuzzy little creatures in its mouth, walking steadily toward him. As it drew near, Fan Chuan saw clearly two newborn leopard cubs, their eyes still closed, exuding a newborn's fragility. The mother leopard held them by the scruff, their tiny legs dangling limply, emitting soft milk-like cries. Fan Chuan put down the gun and stared at the leopard in bewilderment. The leopard approached him, lowered its head, and carefully placed the two cubs at his feet. Then it looked up at him with its amber eyes. In that gaze, Fan Chuan clearly saw one word: disdain. Yes, disdain. The leopard glanced at the cubs, then back at him, as if to say, these brats are too weak. You raised them. Then without a backward glance it turned and strode away with an elegant, resolute gait, vanishing into the dense forest. This time it was truly gone. Fan Chuan looked down at the two tiny cubs mewling at his feet, then up at where the leopard had disappeared, still stunned. What do you mean by this? Of course there was no answer. The two cubs squirmed on the ground, emitting frail cries as if searching for their mother's warmth. Their eyes were still closed, their bodies cold. If not kept warm, they might not survive long. Seeing this, Fan Chuan sighed, helplessly bent down, picked up the cubs, and cradled them carefully in his palms. The cubs were tiny, no bigger than newborn kittens, each one fitting in a single hand. Their bodies trembled slightly, fur soft and warm to the touch. He gently tucked the cubs into the front of his shirt where it was warmest to keep them from losing heat. Then he hoisted the fawn onto his shoulder again and continued toward the courtyard. Against his chest, the cubs felt the warmth, stopped trembling, and fell asleep with soft purrs. As he stepped through the wicker gate, he first set down the adult deer and heard a rhythmic pounding from the woods behind the small yard. It was Denyo and Ernyo still working on the fence. Their hammering echoed in the quiet afternoon, carrying far. He didn't call out to them, but walked straight into the yard. Su Xiaowei was squatting by the vegetable patch, washing greens. She looked up at the sound of footsteps and saw Fan Chuan carrying a massive deer. Xiaowei dropped the vegetables and hurried over, eyes wide. Brother Fan, you actually shot a deer. He set the deer on the ground and took off the bamboo basket, then said, lucky day. Fan Chuan massaged his sore shoulder and added, oh, there's a live fawn in the basket. Don't touch it for now. Just then Yun Shu emerged from the house, hearing the commotion. She wore a simple plain dress, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the deer. My husband is amazing. Yun Shu stepped forward, praised him, then peeked into the basket with curiosity. Ah, there's a little one too. Why didn't you take it out together? Hearing this, Fan Chuan waved his hand. Those are alive. I can't leave them here. I plan to raise them in the enclosure behind the yard. Yun Shu paused, then caught on alive. You caught it alive? Fan Chuan nodded, offered no further explanation, and bent to lift the basket, heading toward the newly built animal pen out back. Yun Shu and Xiaowei exchanged a glance, then quickly followed. The breeding facility spanned an acre of land. Though not yet fully completed, the basic framework was already erected, lending it a promising appearance. Fan Chuan entered the facility and gently released the still slumbering fawn from his bamboo basket, placing it in a corner lined with dry straw. The fawn rolled onto its side, its forelegs curled up, continuing its slumber with no sign of waking. He then carefully took out the wild rabbits and pheasants from the bamboo basket, one by one, sorting and placing them separately. The wild rabbits were placed in a small enclosure bordered by wooden planks. A male and female pair perfectly matched, while the pheasants went into the adjacent coop. To prevent the pheasants from flying away, Fan Chuan asked Xiaowei to bring a pair of scissors and trim their wing feathers, rendering them incapable of flight and confined to the enclosure. Having completed all this, he dusted off his hands and surveyed his new residence, nodding with satisfaction. Turning to Su Xiaowei, who stood at the doorway, he said, Xiaowei, you will be responsible for feeding these creatures from now on. Give them some wild vegetables, rice bran, leftover rice, and clean water each day. That should suffice. Xiaowei quickly nodded. Brother Fan, rest assured I will take good care of them. Yun Shu stood nearby, watching the fluffy wild rabbits and pheasants with a smile of curiosity. Husband, are you raising them so we won't need to hunt in the mountains anymore? Exactly. Responding to her inquiry, Fan Chuan smiled. Raising them ourselves is far more reliable than hunting. Once we have more, we will enjoy fresh meat and eggs every day. Hearing this, Yun Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Returning to the front courtyard, Fan Chuan began processing the large deer and the previously hunted muntjac. Xiaowei busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Yun Shu dragged over a small stool and sat beside Fan Chuan, watching him skillfully handle the game. He picked up his knife and carefully skinned the deer, beginning to break down the meat. He started by cutting along the spine, splitting the deer in two along the backbone, sawing off the four legs, and separating each rib individually. Selecting the fattiest piece of loin, he handed it to Xiaowei as she passed by. Take this piece to the kitchen, we'll stir-fry it tonight. I will cure and smoke the rest. Xiaowei took the tender venison and happily headed to the kitchen. Fan Chuan then cut the muntjac and the remaining deer meat into strips weighing 2 or 3 catties, each rubbed them with salt and seasonings, and hung them in the smoking shed to slowly cure over pine branches. During this process, several faint cries suddenly came from within his embrace. Meow meow, the sound was delicate and soft like a newborn kitten calling out. Yunshu, who was helping pass the salt, heard the noise and glanced around in confusion. Finding nothing unusual, her gaze eventually fell upon Fan Chuan's chest. Husband, did you hear that? Something seems to be crying. Yunshu paused her task, tilting her head to listen, and whispered, I thought I had imagined it. Upon hearing her words, Fan Chuan suddenly remembered. He still had 2 little leopards tucked inside his clothes. He quickly set aside his work, rinsed his hands at the nearby faucet, and then reached into his embrace to carefully extract the 2 wriggling leopard cubs. The 2 cubs appeared to be in reasonable condition. Though they had been trapped in his embrace for quite some time, their body temperature remained well preserved. Apparently hungry, they opened their tiny mouths and let out feeble cries, their heads swaying in the air as though searching for something. Seeing this state, Fan Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so busy carrying the deer and processing the meat that he had entirely forgotten about the 2 little ones. Yunshu's eyes visibly lit up as she gazed at the 2 furry little bundles in Fan Chuan's palms. A look of pure delight, the kind reserved for extraordinary cuteness, spread across her face. What are these? So adorable. Exclaiming in surprise, Yunshu rushed forward and leaned close to Fan Chuan's hands, her eyes practically sparkling as she looked down at the 2 leopard cubs. The 2 little creatures were round and plump, their downy fur a light gray patterned with spots. Their eyes remained closed, their short, clumsy limbs crawling about in Fan Chuan's palms as they emitted faint cries. How could they be this cute? Absolutely adorable. Yunshu extended her hand and gently touched the head of one of the cubs with her fingertip. Startled by the touch, the little one tilted its head, opened its mouth, and suckled on Yunshu's finger. Oh, it's sucking my finger. Yunshu was both startled and overjoyed, her voice rising an octave. Watching Yunshu's blissful forgetfulness, Fan Chuan chuckled and simply placed both leopard cubs into her hands. Since you like them so much, you may take care of them for now. Taking the 2 cubs, Yunshu held them carefully in her palms, afraid of hurting them. After studying them closely, she asked curiously, Husband, are these kittens? But the pattern seems different from ordinary cats. Hearing her question, Fan Chuan wore a faint mysterious smile and shook his head. These are not kittens. Not kittens. Yunshu looked up at him, puzzled. Then what are they? Oi. A mother leopard gave them to me. While continuing to process the meat, he recounted the entire story of his encounter with the mother leopard from beginning to end. From rescuing the injured pregnant leopard in the mountains for the first time to the present day when the mother leopard carried her 2 cubs to his feet and departed without looking back. He described the whole process. After hearing everything, Yunshu looked down at the 2 wriggling cubs in her hands, then up at Fan Chuan, her eyes filled with astonishment. Husband, you had such an encounter in the mountains. The mother leopard actually entrusted her children to you. Shrugging, Fan Chuan replied, I never expected that either. Perhaps she felt she could not raise them herself, so she handed them over to me. Yunshu gently pressed the 2 cubs against her cheek, feeling their soft fur and warm bodies. Husband, don't worry, I will raise them well and not let down the mother leopard's trust. Seeing her earnest expression, Fan Chuan nodded with a smile and continued his work. But not long after, Yunshu came running back, clutching the 2 cubs. Anxiousness etched across her face. Husband, husband. They keep crying. Do you think they're hungry? Hearing this, Fan Chuan slapped his forehead. Indeed, several hours had already passed since he had tucked the cubs into his embrace. These little ones must be starving. They must be hungry. Setting down his work, he said, Wait here while I check if there's anything we can feed them. With that, he hurried to the tool shed behind the house and rummaged through a pile of unorganized belongings. To his surprise, he actually found 3 cans of infant formula. The tin containers were sealed intact with printed text on them. While baby formula might not be ideal for leopard cubs, it would certainly suffice in an emergency, far better than letting them go hungry. Carrying the formula back to the courtyard, he took a clean wooden bowl and mixed half a bowl of powder with warm water. The milky aroma soon wafted through the air. Yunshu, squatting nearby with the 2 cubs in her arms, watched Fan Chuan stir the mixture with chopsticks and asked curiously, Husband, what is this? Formula meant for nursing infants. As he spoke, he brought the prepared milk before the 2 cubs. Having caught the milky scent, they began eagerly nudging forward. Fan Chuan dipped his finger in the milk and brought it to the mouth of one of the little leopard cubs. The tiny creature immediately sucked his finger, making a soft smacking sound. Seeing this, his heart filled with joy. He dipped his finger again and continued feeding. The other cub, catching the scent, began to whimper anxiously. He had no choice but to feed one with one hand, and the other with the other hand, flustered and clumsy. Yunshu, watching his awkward movements, couldn't help but laugh. Husband, let me help too. Saying this, she picked up a clean cloth strip from the side, dipped it in milk, like Fan Chuan, and brought it to the other cub's mouth. Sure enough, the tiny creature also sucked on the cloth. Husband, look. They eat what I feed them too. Yunshu was as delighted as a child. The 2 of them crouched on the ground, each feeding one cub, busy for quite a while, until both cubs' bellies were round and full, and finally they calmed down. The satiated cubs stopped whimpering, yawned a few times, curled up in Yunshu's palms, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Yunshu gazed at the two fluffy little creatures in her hands, her face beaming with gentle tenderness. She planned to go to the kitchen to show Xiaowei the new playmates she had just acquired. Just then footsteps approached from nearby. Daniel and Ernyo returned carrying several trimmed bamboo poles drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. "Brother Fan, we're back," Daniel shouted from afar, his voice brimming with the satisfaction of a job well done. As they entered the yard, the first thing they saw was the two fluffy creatures in Yunshu's palms. Their footsteps halted, and their eyes widened instantly. "Wow, what adorable little kittens." Ernyo put down the bamboo pole on his shoulder, rushed over in 3 quick strides, and asked curiously, "Where did they come from?" Daniel also leaned and looking at the two little leopards with astonishment. Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Yunshu explained with a smile, "These aren't kittens, they're leopards. Brother Fan rescued a mother leopard in the mountains, and she entrusted her cubs to him." After hearing the explanation, Daniel and Ernyo were equally stunned. They looked at Fan Chuan with admiration in their eyes. The 3 men discussed and built a small wooden nest under the eaves using straw and wooden planks for the 2 little ones. Soon Xiaowei finished preparing dinner and walked out of the kitchen carrying dishes. The first thing she saw were the 2 fluffy creatures in Yunshu's arms. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, what adorable little kittens." Hearing this, Fan Chuan wore a helpless expression. Why did everyone have the same reaction, seeing a little leopard and immediately thinking, "What adorable little kittens"? This time, without needing his explanation, Daniel rushed to say, "They're not cats, they're leopards. Brother Fan rescued a mother leopard in the mountains, and she entrusted them to him." Xiaowei was also intrigued. She carefully stepped forward to stroke the cub's fur, her eyes sparkling with stars. Everyone gathered around the table to start dinner. Fan Chuan picked up a piece of stir-fried venison, which was exceptionally tender and delicious. While eating, he instructed, "Xiaowei, later go check on those animals. If they're awake, feed them some leftovers or something." Xiaowei nodded quickly. "Brother Fan, rest assured. I'll take good care of those little animals." Daniel and Ernyo, hearing this, asked curiously what was going on. Xiaowei told them that Brother Fan had caught some live animals and had already placed them in the breeding area at the back. The 2 of them immediately picked up their chopsticks, wolfed down the rice in their bowls, and excitedly ran to the back to check. Soon the yard was filled with their shouts, "Brother Fan, this rabbit is so plump. And chickens, so many of them." Hearing the noise, Fan Chuan and Yunshu exchanged a glance, and both smiled. After dinner, Fan Chuan didn't rush back inside to rest. Instead, he turned and walked to the edge of the pond to check the water quality. This pond was one he had dug out earlier using Boston ivy, channeling water from the stream. It had been settling for a while now. The water was crystal clear with aquatic plants and lotus already beginning to grow. The lotus seeds were also bought as packaged seeds. The entire pond looked vibrant and full of life. He crouched down, cupped some water, and examined it. The water quality was good, clear with no odor, suitable for raising fish. He thought to himself, "It seems I'll need to go to Lantian County tomorrow to see if there are any fish fry for sale and buy some to put in." The next day arrived. Fan Chuan woke up early, washed up, and was about to set off for Lantian County after breakfast. Just as he stepped into the yard, before he could open the gate, he heard a rapid and dense thundering of horse hooves in the distance. The sound grew louder as it approached, as if dozens of war horses were galloping this way. Fan Chuan frowned, stopped walking, and went to the wicker gate, looking in the direction of the noise. In the distance, a large cloud of dust rose on the village road. Within the dust, dozens of cavalrymen were spurring their horses at full speed, led by a familiar figure. Clad in a tight outfit with a horizontal saber at her waist, it was none other than Li Xiuning's personal guard, Captain Qinglan. Behind Qinglan was a carriage. Soon Qinglan led the cavalry to the wicker gate, reined in her horse, and dismounted before the horse had fully stopped. Her face was etched with anxiety and exhaustion, her lips dry and cracked, and her eyes bloodshot. "Master Fan." Qinglan's voice was hoarse and urgent, carrying an unmistakable tone of command. "Quick! Her Highness the Princess is gravely wounded." As she spoke, she walked toward the carriage behind her. Fan Chuan quickly followed, reaching the carriage and helping to lift the curtain. Inside the carriage was a single person wrapped up like a mummy, yet blood still seeped through the gaps in the bandages. The person lay motionless in the compartment, only a faint breath indicating she was still alive. Who else could it be but Li Xiuning? Fan Chuan took a deep breath and together with Qinglan carefully helped the injured Li Xiuning down from the carriage. Her body was surprisingly light. In Fan Chuan's memory, Li Xiuning was not fat, but neither was she frail. Yet now as he held her, she felt weightless. The 2 of them supported Li Xiuning and quickly walked toward the courtyard. On the way, Fan Chuan frowned and asked, "Why didn't you use the medical kit I gave before? Isn't there fever medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine inside? You know Her Highness's temperament. She never puts herself first. Just a few days after going to the battlefield, all the supplies in your medical kit were used up." Hearing this, Fan Chuan fell silent. As they entered the small yard, Qinglan's steps noticeably paused. She glanced left, and right her eyes full of confusion. How had the yard changed so much in just a few days? But she had no time to dwell on that. She simply continued supporting Li Xiuning and heading toward the master bedroom. Just then Yunshu, who had been basking in the sun in the yard, also noticed the situation. She was still holding the two little leopard cubs. Seeing a person in armor and her husband supporting a blood-soaked figure entering, she immediately stood up and hurried over to help. Yunshu approached and exchanged a glance with Qinglan. The two women's eyes met for a moment in the air. Yunshu looked at the woman in armor who exuded a heroic aura. She felt a strong sense of familiarity, as if she had known her before, but now she couldn't recall who she was. As for Qinglan, the moment she saw Yunshu, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She gave Yunshu a subtle wink. The expression clearly said, "Long time no see, little Yunshu." Yunshu completely failed to pick up on this signal, staring at Qinglan with a bewildered expression until her gaze fell upon the injured person being supported by the two of them. The moment her eyes met that pale-as-paper face marred with blood and grime, it was as if lightning had struck her. Her entire body trembled, and she froze on the spot. A flood of long-buried memories erupted wildly within her mind. A grand hall illuminated by countless lights, where a woman in luxurious robes sat at the head seat. A study filled to the brim with bamboo scrolls where an armored woman was reviewing military reports, a gentle voice whispering near her ear, "Little Yun, you are the one I trust most." She was Yunshu, the most trusted female strategist by the princess's side among the four handmaidens. Yunshu's lips began to tremble, and tears welled up in her eyes. Those memories crashed over her like a tide, making it nearly impossible for her to stand. "Yuner, coming quickly. There are wounded here needing treatment. Help us." Fan Xuan's voice came from inside the room, pulling Yunshu back from her chaotic memories. Coming to her senses, Yunshu realized she was still standing outside the door. That momentary wave of memory had left her head pounding. She instinctively glanced at Qinglan, only to find the other woman studying her with a knowing look, the faintest trace of a smile playing on her lips. Yunshu's face instantly flushed crimson. Yuner was a form of address Fan Xuan reserved for when they were alone. Now being called by that name in front of Qinglan, a sister who had known her for over 10 years, the sheer embarrassment was overwhelming. But saving lives came first. There was no time for such concerns. Yunshu quickly entered the room, set Little Leopard on a nearby chair, and asked, "How should I proceed?" Fan Xuan, unaware of Yunshu's earlier distress, pointed toward a cabinet in the room and said, "Go get that medical kit from the wardrobe. It's on the top shelf." Fortunately, after his last treatment of Yunshu, he had stored the medical kit in the wardrobe, or otherwise he would have had to retrieve it from his spatial storage, which would have been quite cumbersome. Yunshu opened the wardrobe and soon located the medical kit, placing it beside the bed and opening it. Meanwhile, Fan Xuan approached the bedside and first touched Li Xiuning's forehead, heating up alarmingly easily above 40 degrees Celsius. Frowning, he turned to question Qinglan. "She has a high fever. Why hasn't she been given antipyretics?" Qinglan looked at him puzzled. "What antipyretics? Are you referring to those small pills in the white bottles inside the medical kit?" Seeing Fan Xuan nod, Qinglan sighed. "Those were all used up long ago. Her Highness took several doses along the way, but they ran out completely a day ago." Hearing this, Fan Xuan's brows knitted together, a rather alarming sign. If even antipyretics could not break this fever, the infection must be extremely severe, beyond the control of medication alone. Without further hesitation, he reached out to undo the bandages on Li Xiuning, but his hand was immediately grasped by Qinglan. Qinglan looked at him with a grave expression and said solemnly, "Lord Fan, before you proceed, I must remind you. Her Highness is of noble birth and the location of her injuries is particularly sensitive. Before losing consciousness, Her Highness instructed that if you can save her, she will reward you abundantly. If you cannot, well, I need not elaborate further." Fan Xuan fell silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. Saving lives was what mattered now. Seeing him nod, Qinglan released his hand, walked to the doorway, and ordered the guards behind her, "Everyone exit the room and stand guard outside. No one is to approach." The guards outside nodded in unison, turned, and withdrew. Qinglan closed the door carefully, then returned to the bedside and stood beside Fan Xuan. Fan Xuan instructed Yunshu and Qinglan to assist from the sides, then took a pair of scissors and carefully cut away the bandages wrapped around Li Xiuning. As layer after layer of bandage was removed, Li Xiuning's wounds gradually came into view, and Fan Xuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath inward. Countless scars of all sizes covered her body. Some were old, yet still bore the marks of how grievously she had been wounded, while others were fresh, still forming scabs with reddened edges. These scars were scattered across her arms and elsewhere. Watching them, Fan Xuan couldn't help but marvel at how much hardship this woman had endured to help her father fight for the world. Concentrating his thoughts, he continued unwrapping the bandages. Finally, the two most critical wounds were exposed. The first was located at the center of her chest. A deeply alarming knife wound slashed diagonally from top to bottom, roughly 5 or 6 centimeters in length. The camp physician had previously treated it, stitches were visible, but the suturing technique was crude, and combined with the harsh conditions on the march, the wound had begun to suppurate. The second wound was located just above the hip, of similar length. It too had been treated by the camp physician, but clearly showed signs of severe infection, with the surrounding skin red and swollen. Taking in the situation, Fan Chuan's tone grew heavy. The infection is far too severe. We must debride and resuture immediately. Speaking, he retrieved a potent antipyretic injection from the medical kit, disinfected Li Xiuning's arm with iodine solution, inserted the needle into a vein, and slowly pushed the medication in. Li Xiuning's brows furrowed slightly in her unconscious state, then relaxed once more. After administering the antipyretic fan, Chuan began treating the wounds carefully, cleaning both with iodine and alcohol. The process was agonizing, and even in a coma, Li Xiuning's body exhibited clear stress responses. Her muscles tightened, and low groans escaped her throat. "Hold her down. Don't let her thrash about," Fan Chuan instructed Qinglan. Qinglan moved to the bedside and used her body to press against Li Xiuning's shoulders and legs, preventing her from struggling in pain. Yunshu also stepped forward, promptly grasped Li Xiuning's hand, and soothed softly. "Your Highness, do not be afraid. Your husband is treating your wounds. It will be over shortly." After completing the debridement, Fan Chuan retrieved a suturing needle and thread from the medical kit and began restitching the wounds. 1 stitch, 2 stitches, 3 stitches. His technique was skilled and steady. The 2 wounds together measured over 10 centimeters in length. He placed more than 40 stitches in total, then applied anti-inflammatory ointment to the wounds and re-wrapped them with clean gauze. Finally, he inspected Li Xiuning's other minor injuries, cleaning, disinfecting, and bandaging each one. The entire procedure dragged on for an indeterminate amount of time. When Fan Chuan straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at Li Xiuning, now re-bandaged on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Qinglan. "I believe the danger has passed, but we must observe her closely. If she does not run another fever tonight, it means the infection has been brought under control. If she wakes by morning, there should be little cause for concern." Having said this, he prepared to leave. The morning's debridement and suturing had taken a heavy toll on his stamina, and he needed to rest. Yunshu hurried to follow, but before her hand could touch the door handle, Qinglan grabbed her arm. Qinglan turned her head, gazing at Fan Chuan's retreating back with a smile, her tone tinged with playful teasing. "Lord Fan, how about leaving your Yuner behind? I have something I wish to discuss with her privately." Hearing those words, and especially noticing how Yuner was deliberately whispered, Fan Chuan turned to look at Yunshu standing beside him. Yunshu was gazing at him with a pitiful expression, clearly unwilling to be left alone with the armored woman. However, Qinglan, as the female captain of the guards, was far too perceptive to fall for such a ploy. She gave Yunshu no chance to refuse, and simply called out toward the door. The door immediately swung open from outside, and 2 female guards bearing swords entered, gesturing for Fan Chuan to proceed. Witnessing this, Fan Chuan furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the matter?" "You can tell me instead." Hearing this, Qinglan smiled with a delicate arch of her brow and teased, "Are you sure you want to listen to matters between us women?" Realizing the situation, Fan Chuan shot Yunshu an apologetic look, spread his hands helplessly, turned, and walked out of the room. Reaching the middle of the courtyard, he felt his stomach growl. After a busy morning, it was indeed time for a meal. When he reached the kitchen entrance, he saw Xiao Wei crouching by the stove, holding a handful of green vegetables. However, she was completely lost and thought, her eyes vacant and unfocused. He tapped the doorframe and asked Xiao Wei, "What's wrong?" Seeing her pillar of support appear, Xiao Wei hastily tossed the vegetables aside, stepped forward, and lowered her voice to ask, "Brother Fan, what's going on? Why are there so many soldiers in our courtyard? They wouldn't even let us into the rooms just now." Thinking it was a major issue, Fan Chuan was relieved it was only a trivial matter. He shook his head dismissively and said, "It's nothing, just a small thing. Her Highness the Princess was injured and is receiving treatment here." Initially, Xiao Wei showed little reaction to the words "small thing." But upon hearing "the princess injured," her expression instantly shifted to astonishment, and her voice rose an octave. "Brother Fan, is your medical skill truly so exceptional that even Her Highness comes to you for treatment? Even Her Highness the Princess sought you out for healing?" Fan Chuan nodded without offering further explanation, unwilling to reveal too much about his background. He changed the subject and said, "Alright, don't overthink it. It's almost noon, so hurry up and prepare the meal. Make enough for a few extra people." Xiao Wei, upon realizing they weren't here to cause trouble, but to seek medical aid, felt a weight lift from her heart. A smile returned to her face as she nodded repeatedly. "Got it. Brother Fan, rest assured I'll get to it right away." With that, she turned back to the stove and began lighting the fire and cooking with nimble movements. Watching her busy figure from the side, Fan Chuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked to the center of the courtyard, where he pulled up a chair and sat down. The warm afternoon sunlight bathed the courtyard, casting a pleasant warmth over him. He closed his eyes intending to take a short nap. But before he could drift off, a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard gate, forcing him to rise and investigate. It turned out that Daniel and Ernio had returned for lunch, only to be stopped by the female guard stationed at the entrance. An argument had broken out. "Who are you people? Why are you blocking us? This is our home." Daniel's voice rang with indignation. "No one is permitted to enter without orders." The female guard's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Hearing the noise, Fan Chuan quickly stepped forward and explained to the guard, "These two are with me. Let them in." The female guard cast a glance at Fan Chuan and stepped aside. Daniel and Ernio squeezed into the courtyard, looking tense as they huddled close to Fan Chuan and whispered, "Brother Fan, who are those women in armor in the courtyard? They're terrifying." Fan Chuan patted their shoulders and said, "It's fine. They're friends. Don't be nervous. Go about your business." Daniel and Ernio exchanged a glance. Though still slightly puzzled, seeing Fan Chuan's calm demeanor set their minds at ease. First they checked the kitchen and saw that the meal was still a while away. Then they decided to feed the animals in the livestock shed before returning to eat. Fan Chuan settled back into his chair, staring at the tightly shut door of the master bedroom. He thought to himself, Li Xiuning's injury doesn't seem likely to heal quickly. Inside the room, the conversation between Qinglan and Yunshu began. Qinglan first circled around Yunshu, scrutinizing her from head to toe, then pulled the little Yunshu into her embrace with a grin. "Yunshu, I was wondering why you weren't in this battle. Turns out you came here to seduce a man." Yunshu, struggling to breathe under the tight embrace, sighed helplessly. "This was a mission assigned by Her Highness the Princess. Otherwise I would have gone to war with you all." Hearing this, Qinglan nodded. The maids had always been constant companions by Li Xiuning's side, so not seeing the little one for over 10 days had indeed been puzzling. When they asked Li Xiuning, she just smiled without revealing the specific assignment. And now here Yunshu was. With this thought, Qinglan gave a mischievous smile, leaned close to Yunshu's ear, and whispered, "What mission did Her Highness assign you? Why did that Master Fan call you by such an affectionate nickname just now, eh? What mission did Her Highness assign you? And why did that Master Fan call you by such an affectionate nickname just now, eh?" Hearing this, Yunshu's ears instantly turned red. She explained in a low voice, "Her Highness's original intention was for me to act as a spy to prevent her home from being stolen while she was away on campaign. But in the end it was stolen anyway." The last sentence was uttered so softly it was almost inaudible, but since the room held only the two of them, Qinglan caught it clearly. The last sentence was spoken so softly it was almost inaudible, but since the room held only the two of them, Qinglan caught it clearly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yunshu. "What do you mean? Have you two really developed that far?" Seeing Qinglan's shocked expression, Yunshu nodded slightly. Then, after a moment's thought, she retorted indignantly, "Anyway, before we came, Her Highness had already said she wanted Master Fan as her consort. As her personal maids, we naturally follow wherever she goes. So what's the big deal? Who knows, we might even serve together in the future." Hearing this, Qinglan's face flushed crimson, and her mind involuntarily conjured up some indescribable images. She quickly shook her head and reached out to tickle Yunshu. Yunshu dodged while laughing. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. I won't joke anymore." Yunshu dodged while laughing. "Then stop talking nonsense." Qinglan persisted relentlessly. The two women wrestled and played in the room for a good while before finally calming down, each straightening their clothes and hair. Qinglan composed her expression, putting away her playful demeanor, and said seriously, "Yunshu, listen to me. We are both Her Highness's personal maids. Some matters require her approval. You'd better prepare yourself mentally." Yunshu nodded, taking the words to heart. Soon a knock came at the door. Qinglan stepped forward to open it, and found Fan Chuan already standing there. Fan Chuan spoke, "It's already noon. The meal is ready. Would you like to come out and eat together?" Qinglan rolled her eyes and replied with feigned annoyance, "Of course." With that, she turned and walked back into the room. Seeing Yunshu still playing with the two little leopards, she said, "Your man is calling us out to eat." Yunshu nodded lightly, carefully cradled the two little leopards in her arms, and followed Qinglan to the table in the courtyard. As the two approached, Fan Chuan's gaze fell on the little leopards in Yunshu's arms. He said, "You can just put them in the nest prepared for them. No need to keep holding them, right?" Yunshu shook her head and said earnestly, "They're still so young. I'd rather hold them. Oh, by the way, we haven't named the little leopards yet." Qinglan interjected, "How about calling them Big Flower and Second Flower?" Fan Chuan stared at her speechlessly. What kind of ridiculous names were those? "No rush, let's sit down first and have a meal while we talk." Fan Chuan waved his hand, looking at Qinglan, and spoke, "And what about those sisters under your command? I can't afford to feed that many people." Hearing this, Qinglan rolled her eyes. "Please, we know your situation well enough. Their meals are all provided by the Sizhu garden. You don't need to worry about that, just take care of ours." Fan Chuan nodded, and while eating began thinking about what names to give the two little cheetahs. After thinking for a while, he spoke, "Let's call them Da Bao and Air Bao, meaning they protect everyone. Da Bao, Air Bao." Yunshu repeated the names twice, her eyes lighting up as she smiled. They sound wonderful. Let's go with these. Qinglan pursed her lips thinking the names weren't as nice as one she might have chosen herself. Just then Fan Chuan asked again, why haven't I seen Miss Wan He this time? Qinglan, still eating, casually replied, she came back with us, but we ran ahead while she lagged behind handling military affairs. She should arrive within the next day or two. Hearing this reason, Fan Chuan nodded thoughtfully and continued eating. After finishing his meal, Fan Chuan set down his chopsticks and said, I plan to go to Lantian County later to buy fish fry and stock the pond. But his words were immediately shot down by Qinglan once again. Buy fish fry. Qinglan looked at him as though he were a fool and said, you're going to Lantian County to buy fish fry. They don't even sell fish fry there, okay? None. Fan Chuan was taken aback. That's right. Qinglan explained, if you want fish you have to go to the Great River yourself to catch them. But even then the catch is usually quite small. It all depends on skill, and you also need luck. Hearing this, Fan Chuan was utterly speechless. Was his Formu fish pond then going to go completely unused? Still unwilling to accept it, he asked, is there any other way? Qinglan showed a faint smile and said, the simplest way is to go catch them yourself. The nearest river to us, Mongshui Black River, is only about 3 li away. You can easily go catch fish on your own. It's not particularly far. You could ride over on the pony in less than the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick. Qinglan had originally intended to frustrate Fan Chuan, but unexpectedly opened his mind instead. He devoured his rice in 3 or 2 bites, stood up, and said, I'm going to check out that Mongshui River. Just as he was about to head outside, suddenly ding, a crisp, prompt sound resonated in his mind. Then a translucent screen materialized out of thin air before his eyes, displaying lines of text that shimmered with a blue glow. Ding, abnormal system fluctuation detected. Data corruption detected, correction system initiated. Host, I've done my best. Farewell. Correcting system correcting, ding, correction complete. The entire process was so fast that Fan Chuan couldn't even blink. Moreover, the previous prompts clearly came from 2 different voices. That line, host, I've done my best, was delivered with heart-wrenching sorrow, but before it could finish, another voice forcibly interrupted it. This was far too bizarre. Thinking of this, Fan Chuan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly told everyone, you all eat first, I'll go check behind. After saying this, he hurried to the tool shed at the back, confirmed no one was around, and flashed into the spatial dimension. Nothing had changed inside. It was still the same constant temperature, spacious and empty, with the central console hovering in midair. But when he approached the trading system, he was completely stunned. The trading system's interface, formerly blue, had turned gray. A progress bar displayed on the screen had reached 100%. Above the progress bar, a flashing button read, upgrade complete, click to confirm. Fan Chuan reached out and pressed the button to see what was going on. Several lines of simple, clear text popped up on the screen. The trial version exchange system has been taken offline. This is now the pilot version with the following modifications. First, exchanges can be made once every 10 days. Second, jade pendants and jade stones have been forcibly taken offline. You can only trade using animals, plants, gold, and other valuable items. Third, the trading system will automatically correct data based on transaction frequency, providing the host with a better experience. Fan Chuan looked at these 3 messages and felt a small breakdown coming on. Only one exchange every 10 days. And jade pendants, jade stones. All those high-value items were completely unusable now. At that moment, another line of text popped up on the screen. Current status 5 out of 10 days. A next trading window opens in 5 days. In other words, he couldn't exchange anything right now either. He had to wait 5 more days. Fan Chuan hurriedly placed the freshly peeled deer hide on the trading platform to test it, and sure enough, the screen displayed, trading time has not arrived, unable to trade. Seeing this outcome, he found it hard to accept. He had already exchanged countless times this month, and was completely adept at using the system. Who would have expected such a sudden move? But what he didn't know was that at this very moment in the parallel 26-year timeline on Earth, 2 men were already engaged in a fierce argument. Fan Chuan naturally had no idea about any of this. He could only helplessly exit the spatial dimension, pull himself together, and carry on. Fortunately, he had already exchanged for quite a lot of supplies beforehand, which would be enough for him to use for a long time. He took a deep breath and walked back to the courtyard. Yunshu was the first to notice something was off. After all, they had shared a bed for several days now, and she could keenly detect even the slightest change in his gaze or expression. Yunshu hurried forward and asked with concern, "Husband, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well somewhere?" Fan Chuan shook his head without answering, then turned to look at Qinglan beside him, and said, "Miss Qinglan, could you tell me how to get to that river? I'd like to see if I can catch some fish fry." Qinglan nodded, called over a subordinate, gave a few instructions, then turned to Fan Chuan. "Just follow her, she knows the way." Looking at the ordinary-looking woman, Fan Chuan nodded. The 2 of them each led a horse and walked out of the courtyard. Of course, Fan Chuan rode his precious little pony Red Date. Red Date, seeing its master come out, excitedly snorted and rubbed its head against Fan Chuan's hand. "Let's go." Saying this, Fan Chuan mounted the horse and gently nudged its sides. Red Date broke into a trot on its short legs, heading toward Qing Lan's subordinate. 3 li was indeed less than an incense stick's burn for Red Date. Soon Fan Chuan arrived at the riverbank named Mongshui, and the female guard who had brought him there returned immediately. The river water was crystal clear, the current calm, with extensive reed beds and shallows on both banks. Walking along the great river for a stretch, his eyes lit up. He could clearly see some large fish leaping out of the water. It seemed this river had plenty of fish, and they were all quite sizable. The reed beds were not quiet either. Water ducks frequently flew in and out, quacking loudly. It seemed that after the arrival of spring they had all begun their return migration. Fan Chuan first dismounted, tied Red Date to a tree, and let it graze on its own. He quietly took out a tranquilizer rifle from his spatial dimension, lowered his body, and slowly crept toward the reed beds. A water duck had just landed, poking its head in and out among the reeds as it searched for food. Fan Chuan held his breath, raised the tranquilizer rifle, and took aim. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the tranquilizer dart accurately struck the water duck. Its head lolled to one side, it fainted directly and collapsed into the reed bed. Stepping forward a few paces, he parted the reeds and saw the duck lying unconscious in its nest. Picking it up, it weighed about 3 or 4 gene, plump and fat. To his delight, there were also a few eggs in the nest. Pale bluish-white duck eggs lay quietly in a nest lined with dry grass and feathers. Carefully gathering the eggs, he thought this was a good thing, both delicious to eat and perhaps able to hatch into ducklings. Soon he had caught 4 wild ducks, all fat and large, and gathered over a dozen duck eggs. Quite a harvest. In high spirits, he carried the 4 ducks and rode back on Hongzhou, heading home slowly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yunshu noticed the 4 ducks hanging from Fan Chuan's hands and asked curiously, "Husband, didn't you say you went to catch fish? Why are you carrying ducks instead?" Just then Qing Lan, standing beside Yunshu, whispered from the side, "You're saying you want to check the river, but really you went after game. Besides, the fish here taste bad now with a strong earthy odor. They're everywhere in the river. If they were really good, would they even be available to him?" He always felt this girl had something against him. Since yesterday she'd been speaking sarcastically. Irritated, he replied, "That's because they don't know how to prepare them properly, understand? When I cook them myself, I guarantee you'll want to eat your tongue off." Hearing this, Qing Lan grew interested and provoked. What if it doesn't taste good? And if it does taste good? Yunshu, watching the two of them refusing to yield, tapped her forehead and suggested, "Why don't you two make a bet?" Both glanced at Yunshu and nodded simultaneously. After a moment's thought, Qing Lan spoke, "If your cooking isn't good, you'll be His Highness's personal physician from now on call anytime." Fan Chuan nodded, accepting the terms, then asked, "And if it tastes good?" Qing Lan waved her hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. As long as it's delicious, I'll agree to any condition you set." Hearing this, a knowing smile curled the corners of Fan Chuan's mouth. "Very well, you said it yourself. Don't change your mind later." Finishing his words, he turned and called over Xiao Wei to fetch a pair of scissors. Snip, snip. Swiftly he clipped off all the wing feathers from the 4 ducks. Not sure if these can even survive, but cutting the wings first prevents them from flying everywhere. Handing the clipped ducks to Xiao Wei, he instructed Xiao Wei take them to the breeding farm later and set aside a special area to raise them. Xiao Wei nodded, gently took the 4 ducks, and was about to rise when Fan Chuan stopped her again. There were still over a dozen duck eggs in the bundle on Hongzhou's back. Pausing mid-sentence, Fan Chuan added, "Select some fertilized eggs and place them near the ducks. With a bit of luck, they might hatch into ducklings." After hearing this, Xiao Wei nodded and placed the ducks in the greenhouse at the breeding farm first. He made several nests from straw, selected the fertilized eggs, and placed a few in each nest. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan had no time to attend to the women and ran to the tool shed at the back to search for fishing nets or similar equipment. After searching for a long time, he found nothing but a carbon fiber fishing rod. Obviously, it came from some blind box, and someone had carelessly tossed it into the tool shed. He weighed the rod in his hand and found it had a good feel and was quite sturdy. Having a fishing rod will do, but relying solely on one rod won't be enough to catch fry. I'll need to weave some fish baskets. He suddenly remembered that making bamboo fish baskets should be simple, having seen plenty of tutorials on short videos before. He took out his phone, opened Doubao, and searched for instructions on weaving fish baskets. Before long, he had finished the entire tutorial and understood it thoroughly. Putting away his phone, he shouted toward the back mountain, "Dinyo, bring down dozens of bamboo poles." Before long, Dinyo arrived at the courtyard edge, operating a logging machine with a large bundle of bamboo. He looked at Fan Chuan curiously and asked, "Brother Fan, what do you need these bamboo poles for?" "I plan to weave some bamboo baskets to catch fish fry for the fish pond." "Do you know how?" Seeing Dinyo shake his head, Fan Chuan smiled and said, "It's very simple. I have a tutorial. Let's learn together." Finished speaking, he handed the phone to Dinyo for him to watch. Dinyo took the phone and was astonished. After all, usually only Fan Chuan and Yunshu used tablets and phones, and they had never told him what these devices were for. He never expected this small board could teach craftsmanship skills. Holding the phone, he carefully watched the entire fish basket weaving tutorial from start to finish and felt it shouldn't be too difficult. The two worked together, finding a machete and bamboo knife to split the bamboo into thin strips, then followed the tutorial step by step, weaving them together one by one. Within less than an hour, they had made 3 or 4 bamboo baskets. Though not very attractive, they were crooked with uneven gaps. They were barely usable. Fan Chuan looked at his and Daniel's masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. For a first attempt, it was quite good. All right, as long as it's sufficient. Waving to Daniel, he said, "You continue making fences on the back mountain by yourself." Daniel nodded and drove the logging machine back to the mountain. He took the 4 bamboo baskets and the carbon fiber rod, tying them all onto Hong Zhao's back. Mounting Hong Zhao again, he headed slowly toward Mongshui River. They soon arrived at the riverside, choosing a backwater bay where the current was gentle and aquatic plants were abundant. A perfect spot where fish liked to gather. First, he found some river snails by the water, crushed them with stones, and placed them all in the bamboo baskets as bait. Then he lowered the baskets one by one with ropes until they sank to the bottom. After doing all this, Fan Chuan didn't want to just wait idly. He strolled along the riverbank, hoping to find something else worthwhile. After walking a bit, he encountered an old man in cloth clothing. The old man was past 40 with slightly graying temples, wearing a coarse cloth robe, holding a bamboo fishing rod, and quietly sitting by fishing. His posture was upright and his demeanor composed. Though dressed simply, every gesture carried an extraordinary aura. Approaching him, Fan Chuan casually asked, "Old man, how's your catch today?" The old man shook his head slightly and said in a flat tone, "Haven't caught anything today. It's mainly because it's too cold in the second month. The fish aren't biting." Hearing this, Fan Chuan showed a confident smile and said, "Really? I don't believe it." The old man shook his head slightly upon hearing this, said nothing more, and calmly watched his fishing rod. At this point, Fan Chuan didn't want to bother with him. Finding a fishing spot nearby, he took a bundle from the horse's back and slowly opened it. There weren't many items inside, just a few packs of bait, the carbon fiber rod, and some hooks, lead weights, and floats. He quickly assembled the fishing rod. Before crossing over, he had been a seasoned angler, and these movements were already etched into his muscle memory. First, he scooped some river water to activate the bait. Pouring the bait into a basin, he added water and stirred, letting the bait fully absorb the water and become soft and suitable. The old man beside him had been quietly observing Fan Chuan's every move. Watching those strange tools and actions, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. How could this young man's fishing method be so completely different from his own? Fan Chuan made no explanation. He simply baited the hook, cast the line into the water, and after a couple of minutes retrieved it, rebaited it, and cast again. To the ancients, this seemed utterly incomprehensible. Shouldn't one just put a worm on the hook and wait patiently for a fish to bite? Why would anyone keep baiting and casting like this? Fan Chuan repeated the motion over and over: bait, cast, retrieve, bait again, cast again. This was chumming, attracting fish to a fixed spot by repeatedly tossing bait. It was a basic skill of modern fishing, yet utterly unheard of to the ancients. After using up nearly half a bag of bait, Fan Chuan finally baited the hook again, cast to the same spot, and sat down quietly. He held the rod, his gaze calm on the float. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Suddenly the float jerked sharply downward. Fan Chuan's eyes narrowed. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he lifted the rod. The fishing line cut through the air with a sharp whine, and the rod instantly bent into a dramatic arc, taut and strained. The fish beneath the surface was clearly large, struggling desperately to shake the hook. The line traced ripples across the water, splashing droplets everywhere. This startled the old man nearby. He hurriedly set down his bamboo pole, stood up, and walked briskly to Fan Chuan's side. His eyes wide, he stared at the carbon fiber rod bent into a crescent, and the struggling giant fish, his face a mask of disbelief. The old man couldn't help asking, How big is that fish?" Fan Chuan steadily controlled the rod, and replied with a smile, "Not small, probably over 10 G." He skillfully played the fish. When it surged forward, he let out line. When it turned back, he reeled in. After dozens of exchanges, the fish finally exhausted its strength, and Fan Chuan slowly dragged it to the shore. Fan Chuan scooped up a net and hauled the fish out. It was a plump river catfish weighing at least 10 G. The old man looked at the fish, then at the magical rod in Fan Chuan's hand, then at the bundle on the ground containing various baits and tools. He was utterly stunned. "Young man," the old man took a deep breath and asked, "where did you learn this fishing method?" "I've fished for most of my life, but I've never seen such a technique." Hearing the question, Fan Chuan smiled and casually replied, "My master taught me. If you're interested, old sir, I can show you a few tricks." A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He cupped his hands respectfully. "Then I thank you in advance." Fan Chuan thought nothing of it. He handed the rod to the old man and began explaining the basics of modern fishing. How to choose a spot, how to chum, how to adjust the float, how to bait the hook, how to read the float, how to play the fish. The old man listened intently, nodding occasionally, and asking a question or two. Fan Chuan grew enthusiastic and demonstrated several times, each time landing a fish. In less than half an hour he had caught 5 or 6 fish, both large and small, a bountiful haul. The old man watched his skillful technique, admiration shining in his eyes. "Young man, what is your name?" he asked. "Fan Chuan. And you, old sir?" "My surname is Dai, given name Zhou." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "I live in the nearby mountains, a man of leisure." The name was unfamiliar to Fan Chuan, but he didn't dwell on it. He nodded. "Old Dai, it's a pleasure to meet you today. Let me give you a fish. If you have time, come to Wangli village sometime. I'll cook you a fish feast." With that he promptly stuffed a fish into Dai Zhou's bamboo basket. The old man declined several times, but couldn't resist Fan Chuan's insistence. Dai Zhou smiled and nodded slowly. All right. I'll remember that." Just then Fan Chuan remembered the bamboo traps he had set in the backwater cove. Some time had passed, and the fry should have swum into them. He packed up his rod and took his leave. "Old Dai, I have some business to attend to. I'll be off. Let's talk another day." Dai Zhou nodded, watching Fan Chuan ride away on Hong Zhao, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Back at the backwater cove, Fan Chuan hauled up the 4 bamboo traps one by one. Sure enough, each trap was filled with tiny fish, dense wriggling fry. Though small, their numbers were impressive. Counting them, the 4 traps held at least a few hundred fry. "Enough to stock a pond," he said with satisfaction. He carefully poured the fry into the wooden bucket he had brought, added some river water to prevent oxygen deprivation. Then he stowed the traps, mounted Hong Zhao, and headed home slowly, carrying the bucket of fry and the large fish. When he returned to the courtyard, Yunshu and Xiao Wei came to greet him. The 2 women saw the large fish hanging from Hong Zhao's back, especially one nearly 20 jin, and their faces showed disbelief. "Husband, how did you catch these fish?" Yunshu asked in amazement. At this, Fan Chuan's interest piqued. He explained with a smile, "The small ones were caught in bamboo traps, the big ones I caught with a fishing rod. You have no idea how dangerous it was. I fought that big fish for 300 rounds and finally it was exhausted, and I hauled it ashore." Hearing that he could catch such a huge fish with a rod, Yunshu's eyes sparkled with admiration. After speaking, Fan Chuan first took the fry to the fish pond, carefully pouring the tiny fish from the bucket into the water. Hundreds of fry sank to the bottom, then slowly dispersed, swimming around. Watching the little fish, Fan Chuan felt a sense of accomplishment. He said to Yunshu, who stood nearby, "When these fish grow up, we'll have fresh fish to eat." Yunshu looked at the fry swimming in the pond and smiled with anticipation. Having done all this, Fan Chuan turned and headed toward the kitchen, carrying the fresh catfish. He intended to make a dish that would make Qing Lan eat her tongue, to give that sharp-tongued little girl a real eye-opener. Thinking of this, he was in high spirits. Arriving at the kitchen, he asked Xiao Wei to light the firewood. Today he would cook the fish himself, making a firewood-stewed fish. Xiao Wei stoked the fire while stealing glances at the enormous catfish on the cutting board. She couldn't help asking, "Brother Fan, is this catfish really good to eat? I've heard old folks say it's both muddy and unpleasant. And that's for small ones. Yours is so big, it must taste even worse." Hearing this, Fan Chuan smiled wryly. Today he would show them the power of cross-era cooking techniques. He found a wooden basin, placed the catfish in it, burned some plant ash, mixed it with warm water, and poured the mixture over the fish. Then using his hands he scrubbed off all the slime from the catfish's skin. The slime is the main source of the fishy odor. Once cleaned, the meat is actually very tender. Then with a swift motion of the knife, he cut the fish into different shapes for several dishes. The head was split for steamed fish head with chopped chili, the body was cut into sections for braised catfish, the tail and belly were sliced for spicy stir-fried fish pieces. After cutting it, he took out the cooking wine he had bought long ago, but seldom used, adding some ginger, scallions, and garlic to marinate the fish, removing its fishy odor and enhancing the flavor. Next, he heated oil in a wok and added spices, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and cinnamon. After releasing their fragrance in the hot oil, he placed the fish pieces in and fried them until both sides turned golden. He added cooking wine, soy sauce, sugar, and salt, then poured in water until the fish was submerged, covering the wok to braise. The entire process was so fluid and graceful that Yunshu and Qing Lan, who were peeking from outside the kitchen, were utterly astonished. It didn't seem like cooking at all, but rather creating a work of art. Soon rich aromas began to spread from the kitchen, wafting throughout the entire courtyard. The fragrance was bold and intense, a blend of the chili's spiciness, the Sichuan peppercorn's numbing aroma, and the fish's freshness rolling and permeating the air, making anyone who smelled it salivate uncontrollably. Fan Chuan, who was focused on adjusting the heat at the stove, suddenly heard 3 sounds of swallowing. Frowning slightly, he thought wasn't only Xiao Wei helping him in the kitchen. Why 3 swallowing sounds? Looking toward the kitchen door, he saw Yunshu and Qing Lan standing there, staring eagerly at the bubbling fish in the pot, swallowing continuously. Seeing them, Fan Chuan said irritably, "Since you're here, don't just stand at the door. Come in and help." Yunshu and Qing Lan exchanged a glance, and for once didn't bicker, obediently entering the kitchen to set out bowls and chopsticks and carry dishes. Before long, Fan Chuan had prepared several dishes: braised catfish, chopped chili catfish head, and spicy stir-fried fish segments. Each dish was a bright red dotted with chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, their aroma tantalizing enough to whet anyone's appetite just by looking. However, the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns were dried goods, as the plants in the field had only been growing for about 10 days and hadn't sprouted yet, so the stock wouldn't last many meals. Everyone pitched in, setting up a table and chairs in the courtyard and bringing out the large basins of fish. The rich fragrance hung in the air, making countless people swallow involuntarily. Not only Yunshu and Qing Lan, but even the female guard stationed at the gate couldn't help glancing over several times. Just as everyone was about to pick up their chopsticks, one of Qing Lan's subordinates hurried and knelt on one knee and reported, "My lady, the Prince of Qin has arrived and is at the courtyard gate." Fan Chuan and Qing Lan exchanged helpless eye rolls. He couldn't have come at a worse time. Right when the dishes were set on the table, had the Prince of Qin followed the aroma. They put down their utensils and went to the main gate to receive him. There stood Li Xiuning, the Prince of Qin, in a dark silk robe with a jade belt at his waist, directing several guards to unload several large stones from the carriage. Each stone was as big as a table, dusty and seemingly unremarkable. Before Fan Chuan could speak, Li Xiuning asked first, "Master Fan, how is my elder sister?" Interrupted Fan Chuan, who had been examining the stones, had to answer his question first. "It's still hard to say for now. We'll see later. If she doesn't develop a fever tonight and wakes up tomorrow, everything should be fine." Li Xiuning nodded silently, a trace of worry crossing his face, then pointed to the large stones on the ground and said, "Master Fan, these stones are for you. Do with them as you please." Without waiting for Fan Chuan's reply, he headed straight into the courtyard, clearly intending to check on Li Xiuning first. Fan Chuan had to let the guards casually toss the stones in the yard and followed him inside. Soon Li Xiuning came out. After seeing Li Xiuning, his expression somewhat improved. Although she was still unconscious, her breathing was steady and her complexion was much better than yesterday, showing that Fan Chuan's treatment was effective. Understanding this, Li Xiuning walked into the courtyard, smiled at Fan Chuan, and said, "Master Fan, I came so late without having dinner. How about I make do with a meal here?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan had no choice but to nod and asked Yunshu to set another place. Everyone gathered again around the large table, staring at the several basins of red fish dishes, and couldn't help swallowing once more. After sitting down, Li Xiuning looked at the fish and said, "It smells fragrant, but I wonder if it tastes good. You know, river fish are notorious for their strong, muddy taste. Even the imperial chefs can't make them taste good to me." Hearing this, Fan Chuan, who was about to pick up his chopsticks, paused. He didn't retort, but simply picked up a piece of fish, placed it in his bowl, blew on it lightly, put it in his mouth, chewed slowly, and nodded to himself in satisfaction. Seeing Fan Chuan ignore him, Li Xiuning was feeling annoyed when Yunshu mentioned the bet between Fan Chuan and Qing Lan that afternoon. "Oh, is that so?" Li Xiuming's interest piqued, and he said, "Then I'll be the judge. If it's good, I'll know once I taste it." Saying that, he picked up a piece of fish, examined it carefully, and put it cautiously into his mouth. Then his eyes widened suddenly as the spicy and numbing flavor exploded in his mouth. First came the chili spiciness, then the Sichuan peppercorns' numbing fragrance, followed by the fish's tenderness and the richness of the broth. Layers of flavors unfolding on his tongue, irresistible. Li Xiuning gasped and said, "So good. Such a strange taste. Is there water?" Xiao Wei quickly handed him a cup of water. He drank it all in one gulp and continued eating, unable to stop. Qing Lan looked at Li Xiuming's wolfish eating with a strange expression, hesitated for a moment, then, without a word, picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Then she fell silent. The moment the fish entered her mouth, the rich, spicy aroma directly assaulted her taste buds, bringing a flavor she had never experienced before. She had intended to find fault, but her mouth refused to obey, and she took another piece. She knew she had lost completely and thoroughly, but satisfying her cravings came first. During the meal, no one spoke. They all kept shoveling fish into their mouths. Even Dinyo and Ernyo, who were usually the most talkative, were devouring their food without lifting their heads. Clearly this was their first time tasting such delicious fish and authentic Sichuan cuisine at that. Fan Chuan watched their eating frenzy, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was a true gourmand. 30% of his dry land and vegetable plots were planted with various spices: ginger, scallions, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers. The proportion was not low. With these spices, how could the dishes not be delicious? The only downside was that he would have to wait a while for the harvest from the fields. For now, he had to use these spices sparingly, or they would run out. After everyone had eaten their fill, Yunshu led Xiao Wei and others to clear the table. Fan Chuan walked into the courtyard, looked at the several table-sized stones, and asked Li Xiuning curiously, "Your Highness, what are those stones you sent over for?" This remark made Li Xiuning raise an eyebrow, and he said, "Didn't you say you wanted Hetian jade?" "This is Hetian jade." Fan Chuan, who was about to retort, carefully examined the several stones. After scrutinizing for a moment, he said uncertainly, "Don't tell me these are Hetian jade rough stones." To this Li Xiuning rolled his eyes impatiently. What did you think? I'm only the Prince of Qin. Finished jade pieces are too expensive, but rough stones are much simpler. As long as I ask, I can manage to get some. Hearing the boasting tone, Fan Chuan felt helpless. He could only nod and say, alright, I understand they're rough stones. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Li Xiuning also knew the small courtyard was too cramped to accommodate so many people, so he took his leave and went with his guards to stay at the Sizhu garden for the night. But he had no idea that the reason Fan Chuan sighed was because the stones had come too late. After the trading system upgrade, jade and antique categories had all been delisted. He could no longer use jade or rough stones for transactions. To him now, aside from burying them in the ground for future generations, they were nothing but useless waste stones. Thinking this, he let out a silent sigh called over de Nyo and air Nyo, and together they moved the several stones to the tool shed, tossing them into a corner without a second thought. But back in the courtyard, lodging became a problem again. The master bedroom was occupied by Li Xiuning and Qing Lan, and he didn't want to squeeze in with de Nyo and air Nyo. After a moment's thought, he headed towards Su Xiaowei's room. She lived in a side room, small, but with a bed. He figured he and Yunshu could squeeze in for the night. Just as he reached the door, it opened, and Su Xiaowei stepped out, meeting Fan Chuan face to face. She said with a smile, Brother Fan, the mistress said I should stay in the small side room for one night. You and the mistress can use my room. Hearing this, Fan Chuan nodded and said apologetically, Xiaowei, I'm sorry to put you out for the night. Su Xiaowei quickly shook her head. Brother Fan, the kindness you've shown us. We remember it all in our hearts. Please don't mention putting me out. Since I've been with you, I've never suffered any grievance. I even get meat with every meal. Seeing the happiness and contentment that spread across Su Xiaowei's face as she spoke, Fan Chuan was momentarily stunned and didn't react at first. After a long pause, he nodded, turned, and walked into the room. The moment he closed the door, he saw Yunshu. She was wearing a garment that he had always hoped she would wear, but she had been too shy to put on. Standing by the bed, her hands nervously clasped in front of her cheeks flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness and anticipation. Seeing her like this, and recalling that Qing Lan had kept Yunshu for a private talk that morning, he felt something was off. He walked to the bedside and said uncertainly, Yun'er, is there something you're hiding from me? Yunshu trembled slightly, but quickly composed herself. Instead of answering directly, she stepped forward and embraced Fan Chuan, rising on tiptoe to whisper close to his ear, let's talk on the bed. Hearing this, Fan Chuan nodded. No sooner had they gotten onto the bed than Yunshu pounced on him, more assertive than ever before. After a long while, they finally grew quiet. Yunshu lay on Fan Chuan's chest and recounted everything Qing Lan had told her that day, omitting nothing. After listening, Fan Chuan fell silent. So Yunshu was a maid placed by Li Xiuning at his side, and she was also Li Xiuning's trusted female strategist. If not for her memory loss, she would never have let Fan Chuan so easily gain such a treasure. Moreover, in such matters, without the princess's consent, even beating Yunshu to death would be deemed lawful, and no one would dare to challenge it. A personal maid like Yunshu was her master's private property. Fan Chuan's actions, taking possession of another's property without permission, were also a violation of the Tang Code. Upon learning this, Fan Chuan was truly stunned. He had thought Yunshu was just an ordinary amnesiac refugee, never imagining her background was so complicated. Even more unexpected was that his relationship with Yunshu was not legally recognized. But since things had already happened, he would face the wind when it came and the water when it rose. Fan Chuan had never been one to fear trouble. He pulled Yunshu closer and whispered, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Yunshu, anxious and unsettled, buried her face in Fan Chuan's chest and nodded vigorously. The next morning, as soon as Fan Chuan got up, he heard a commotion in the courtyard. Dressing quickly, he pushed open the door and saw Qing Lan standing in the yard, calling to him anxiously, Master Fan. Quick, come see. Her Highness seems to be awake. His heart tightened at the sound. Forgetting even to wash his face, he hurriedly followed Qing Lan into the master bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Xiuning lying on the bed, her eyes indeed open. But her condition was not right. From her neck upward, her entire face was flushed bright red, as if she had a high fever again. His heart skipped a beat. Could the wound be infected again? He strode quickly to the bedside. But what Fan Chuan didn't know was that Li Xiuning's flushed face had nothing to do with a fever. The moment she woke, she noticed that all her wounds had been freshly treated with far more skillful hands than the military doctors. The stitches were neat and even. Combined with the unfamiliar room and the medical instruments and medicines she had seen before, she knew, without a doubt, that Fan Chuan had done it. This embarrassed her to no end. Having grown up in military camps and followed her father to conquer the realm since the age of 15, she had weathered every hardship imaginable. Yet even so, she had never been so intimately touched by a man, including her former husband. Even wound inspection and bandaging had always been done by female military doctors. While she was unconscious, Fan Chuan had not only looked at her wounds, but also personally handled the most awkward part. Though she had been mentally prepared, Li Xiuning's face still burned hot, her heart pounded, and her breathing grew uneven. Just then Fan Chuan reached the bedside, gently placed his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, and said, "A bit warm." Frowning with concern, he moved to undo the bandages on her wound. "Let me see if the wound is infected again." "No." Startled, Li Xiuning instinctively reached out and grabbed his wrist. Her small hand trembled slightly, and her voice quivered. It's fine. The wound isn't infected. There's no need to check. I'm just still a bit uncomfortable from just waking up." Hearing this, Fan Chuan finally understood. Right, yesterday Li Xiuning was unconscious, so any treatment was fine. Now that she was awake, for him, a grown man, to immediately try to undress her to examine the wound was indeed extremely rude. He withdrew his hand, awkwardly smiled apologetically, and said, "I was thoughtless. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Let me get an instrument to measure your temperature and see if you still have a fever." Li Xiuning blushed and gave a soft mm. Seeing her consent, Fan Chuan turned around, took a thermometer from the medical kit, shook it a few times, and handed it to Li Xiuning's lips. "Your Highness, hold it in your mouth. Don't bite it. Just wait a moment." Li Xiuning looked at the strange transparent tube with a silvery liquid inside, hesitated, then obediently opened her mouth and held it. After a few minutes, Fan Chuan took it out and read it. 37. 2C. Normal. This was rather peculiar. Fan Chuan was utterly baffled. Just now when he touched her forehead, it was clearly a bit hot, so why did the thermometer show a normal reading? Could it be that he had misjudged? Or perhaps the woman's flushed face earlier wasn't due to a fever at all. This left Fan Chuan deeply perplexed, muttering to himself, could it be that all women are this mysterious? Li Xiuning, seeing the man before her staring blankly at the thermometer, realized her own reaction had been a bit excessive. Quickly changing the subject, she turned to Qinglan, who stood nearby, and inquired about what had happened over the past 2 days. Qinglan understood. She stepped forward, leaned close to Li Xiuning's ear, and lowered her voice, recounting everything that had happened over the past 2 days in full detail. From when she led troops to escort Li Xiuning to Fan Chuan's home, to Fan Chuan's all-night treatment and stitching of wounds, and then to the matter between Yun Shu and Fan Chuan. Upon hearing the last part, Li Xiuning's face, which had still held some color, turned pale in an instant. After a long silence, she finally looked at Qinglan and said in a somewhat cold voice, "Go summon Yun Shu in." Qinglan acknowledged and turned to leave. Fan Chuan, standing nearby, felt his heart skip a beat. Although he hadn't heard what Qinglan said, judging from the change in Li Xiuning's expression, he knew it couldn't be anything good. Instinctively, he wanted to slip away. "Stop right there." Li Xiuning's voice came from behind him, still weak, yet carrying the full authority of a princess. "You stay right here and don't go anywhere." Seeing this, Fan Chuan could only obediently return to his spot, his heart pounding with anxiety. Before long, Yun Shu was brought in by Qinglan. As soon as she entered and saw Li Xiuning sitting on the bed with a grim expression, she shuddered all over. She knew Li Xiuning too well. That expression meant Her Highness already knew everything. Without a word, Yun Shu fell to her knees with a thud before Li Xiuning, tears streaming down her face. "Your Highness, your servant is guilty." Kneeling on the ground, Yun Shu recounted everything that had happened during this period clearly and without omission. From her amnesia and mistaking Fan Chuan for her husband, to their time together and growing feelings, and then to her regained memory. Yet because she couldn't bear to part with this relationship, she hadn't confessed immediately. She confessed it all. After finishing, she prostrated herself on the ground, not daring to lift her head. Having heard the whole story, Li Xiuning's expression was complex. To be honest, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. If she hadn't sent Yun Shu to Fan Chuan's side as a spy, thinking to use Yun Shu to keep an eye on this man, who made her uneasy, none of this subsequent chain of events would have occurred. Ultimately, she herself bore some responsibility for this. Moreover, last night when Yun Shu confessed her identity to Fan Chuan, she had been secretly observing his reaction. She discovered that after Fan Chuan learned that Yun Shu was Li Xiuning's personal maid, and that their relationship was illegal under Tang law, not only did he not fear or retreat, but he pulled Yun Shu closer and said, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." This reaction pleased Yun Shu greatly, at least proving that Fan Chuan was not the kind of man who feared power and would push a woman away at the first sign of trouble. Yun Shu also faithfully reported this detail to Li Xiuning. After hearing it, Li Xiuning was silent for a long time. She knew Yun Shu well. This girl had been raised by her own hands, and she knew whose heart she leaned towards, and to what extent. Since Yun Shu said so, it meant that Fan Chuan, at least in terms of character, was acceptable. Li Xiuning took a deep breath, lifted her head, and looked directly at Fan Chuan, who had been standing silently nearby. She asked slowly, word by word, "Fan Chuan, tell me honestly, are your feelings for Yun Shu genuine? Or are you just playing around?" This question was extremely weighty. Fan Chuan's heart tightened, knowing this was a critical moment. A wrong answer could cost him his life. His mind raced, and he wanted to say something eloquent, but his mouth blurted out, "Wild dog milk." The moment the words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. Fan Chuan himself was also dumbfounded, realizing that it was now 623 AD, not 2026. His mind had slipped, and he had blurted out the name of a modern beverage, the packaging of which boasted eternal shelf life. He had intended to use this metaphor to express that his feelings for Yunshu were eternal, but the problem was, how could anyone in the Tang Dynasty know what wild dog milk was? Li Xiuning, Qing Lan, and Yunshu all looked at him blankly, their eyes clearly asking, what nonsense are you talking about? Fan Chuan was so embarrassed he wished he could crawl into a hole. Fortunately, his mind worked quickly. Remembering the ancient people's reverence for poetry, he hastily steered the conversation back, putting on a profound air. Ahem. I once received 4 lines of verse from a hermit in the mountains which perfectly express what I feel. Li Xiuning raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Seeing this, Fan Chuan took a deep breath, strode forward, and stood before Yunshu. Gazing at her with affection, he reached out gently, took her small hands, and recited word by word, "Heaven may grow old, but my passion will never cease. My heart is like a double-threaded net with 1,000 knots within." Yunshu, holding his hands and hearing these lines, burst into tears. Still kneeling on the ground, she felt as if she were enveloped by these words, her heart filled with a bittersweet, indescribable emotion. Li Xiuning, on the other hand, pondered deeply, savoring these short phrases. Having read extensively since childhood, she had perused nearly all the UFU poems of various dynasties, yet she had never seen such a portrayal of romantic sentiment. But then she thought, since it was a folk song passed down by a mountain hermit, it was not surprising she hadn't heard it before. Still, it could be considered an immortal verse. With that thought, she dismissed the earlier strange feeling and turned her gaze to examine the pair of lovesick souls before her. As for Yunshu, her heart was a mix of emotions. From yesterday until now, she had felt guilty for betraying the spying mission entrusted to her by Her Highness. At the same time, she was tightly bound by the emotional entanglement evoked by those verses, trapped within it, unable to break free. Li Xiuning watched the two of them, her eyes shifting as a sudden idea struck her. Clearing her throat, she spoke. "Fan Chuan, you have saved my life once again. Logically, I should grant you a request. But," upon hearing "should grant," Fan Chuan's heart leaped with joy. But the moment that "but" came out, his heart instantly jumped to his throat. It's always the "but" that's terrifying. But now was not the time to be cowardly. Gritting his teeth, Fan Chuan braced himself and said, "Your Highness, if you have any orders, I will do my utmost to fulfill them no matter what." Hearing this fine speech, Li Xiuning raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Now that you know Yunshu's identity, you should understand that her destiny is to accompany me when I'm married, to serve my husband's household together." She paused there for a moment, then continued a few seconds later. "Now that this has happened, either I follow the Tang law and have you and Yunshu both beaten to death, or—" She deliberately paused, her gaze burning into Fan Chuan. "Or you simply become my consort. That way my personal maids, including this one, will come along as part of my dowry." At these words, Fan Chuan had not yet figured out how to respond when the door was pushed open with a bang. Li Xiuning strode in, a faint, enigmatic smile on his face. Clearly he had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time. Especially upon hearing Fan Chuan's words, "Heaven may not age, but passion is hard to sever. The heart is like a double-stranded silk net with countless knots within." It was utterly exquisite, so perfectly fitting the occasion. Although it differed slightly from the poetry of this era, it could still be considered a famous line. Then, hearing what his elder sister said, he could no longer contain himself and barged in, directly, speaking with a cheerful, conciliatory tone. "Brother Fan, I think my elder sister has a point. Since you've already done the deed, how can a grown man still refuse to admit it?" As soon as he said this, Yunshu and Li Xiuning's gazes fixated on him in unison. The anger in Fan Chuan's heart surged. This was clearly a provocation. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to rise to the bait. Instead, he slapped his forehead and began to analyze for them. "What are you thinking? I am a commoner. No military merits, no official rank, no special contributions. Do you think His Majesty would agree? Would the civil and military officials not oppose it? Even if I agreed, it would be useless. It must be approved by the current emperor." This reasoning was sound, for the position of prince consort was not one that just anyone could assume. It required the emperor's nod and the court's recognition, a matter of great importance. But unexpectedly, Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning both held different opinions. Li Xiuning, standing nearby, spoke first. "How can you say you have no contributions? The snow salt you contributed has solved the salt problem for countless people across the land. For this alone, you could be granted a noble title." Li Xiuning nodded, beside him adding, "And there are also military merits." Hearing this, Li Xiunings's expression turned somewhat perplexed. Military merits? He's a commoner. Where would he get military merits? At the question, Li Xiuning nodded affirmatively and said, "I have already promoted Fan Chuan's disinfection and suturing technique within the army, and the results have been excellent. Previously, soldiers who were beyond saving have been rescued at least a third of the time using his method." Upon hearing this, Li Xiunings's excitement grew even more. He had been worried that Fan Chuan's contributions might not be sufficient. Now with the snow salt and the military medical technique, these were substantial achievements. Patting Fan Chuan on the shoulder, his tone carried a hint of certainty as he spoke. Brother, you're overthinking things. As long as we make your deeds public, there will be absolutely no problem in making you a prince consort. Upon hearing that he would become a prince consort, Fan Chuan shook his head and said hesitantly, but from what I understand, there are many rules for being a prince consort, aren't there? I have no desire to live in some princess's mansion. To see my own wife, I'd have to obtain the approval of a group of matrons. I just want to settle down here peacefully and be a small landowner. Li Xiuning, somewhat embarrassed, explained, this is the tradition for selecting a prince consort throughout the ages. Fan Chuan shook his head like a rattledrum, resolutely refusing. Then I absolutely disagree. I'd rather have the princess have me and Yuner beaten to death. The atmosphere instantly froze. No one had expected Fan Chuan to be so stubborn, preferring death to the constraints of being a prince consort. Of course, although Fan Chuan said he would rather be beaten to death, he was not unprepared. He had already begun planning in his mind. If Li Xiuning truly dared to do that, he would unhesitatingly pull out a desert eagle from his spatial storage, and with Yunshu, he would break out. These people would not be able to stop him. Just as he was thinking this, Qing Lan, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly spoke up. What about having the princess marry into your household instead? At these words, Fan Chuan's tense nerves relaxed a little, and his eyes lit up. That's right. Having him marry a princess came with too many rules, and he didn't want to go. But if the princess married into his home, then he wouldn't have to be bound by the rules of the princess's mansion. However, this time Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning saw the expression on Fan Chuan's face and knew exactly what he was thinking. They both slapped their foreheads in unison. Looking at Fan Chuan's bewildered expression, Li Xiuning explained helplessly, based on your two contributions, allowing you to marry a princess would barely pass. But if it's a matter of the princess marrying into your family, it's absolutely impossible. There has never been such a precedent throughout history. Upon hearing this, Fan Chuan immediately brightened up, thinking to himself, if the contributions aren't enough, then I'll just add more. Simple enough, right? As a time traveler, even if he had nothing else, he had an endless supply of advanced technologies. As long as he wanted to, he could casually pull out a few more things. How could he still be unqualified? Having figured this out, he didn't waste any time and directly asked Li Xiuning, then what contributions do you think would be sufficient? At this question, Li Xiuning stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, at the very least, you'd have to ensure that no one in the world ever goes hungry again. Or open up vast new territories. Or greatly improve the people's livelihood. After hearing this, Fan Chuan felt more confident. He turned to Li Xiuning and said earnestly, in my hometown, what matters is mutual affection. Between you and me, to be honest, we are still in a doctor-patient relationship. I don't know how you came to like me, but to tell you the truth, I have no emotional foundation with you yet. This blunt statement made Li Xiuning's expression change slightly, but Fan Chuan did not stop. If we can truly be together, I can find a way to resolve these external factors. However, he paused, glancing at Yunshu beside him. I hope you will first betroth Yunshu to me. At these words, Yunshu's face flushed all the way to her ears and tears began to stream down her face. This man was indeed loyal and affectionate. She had not chosen the wrong person. Li Xiuning, standing nearby, caught the implication, and his eyes lit up. Since Fan Chuan dared to make this condition, it meant he still had many cards up his sleeve. This would-be brother-in-law was becoming more and more interesting. As for Li Xiuning, she had not expected Fan Chuan to make such a request. She remained silent for a moment, a strange, indescribable emotion stirring within her. To be honest, she was already weary of the battlefield life. After all these years of fighting and killing, she was truly exhausted. If she could truly lay down her military command and the intrigues of the court and live as an ordinary woman, tending to her husband and weaving, that would not be a bad life. But matters of the court were often beyond one's control. With that thought, she directly declared, fine. I will now bestow Yunshu upon you as a concubine. After all, the position of wife will definitely be mine. These words were domineering, yet they effectively acquiesced to Fan Chuan's conditions. Upon hearing this, Yunshu let out a sigh of relief and quickly knelt to kowtow. Thank you, Your Highness. Fan Chuan also respectfully bowed in gratitude. But Li Xiuning was thinking about something else entirely. He stepped forward, grabbed Fan Chuan by the arm, pulled him aside, leaned in close, and lowered his voice mysteriously. Brother Fan. No, I should call you brother-in-law now. You said you could resolve those external factors. So what other methods do you have? Give me a little hint. Looking at this shameless fellow, Fan Chuan never imagined that this man would one day become the renowned Heavenly Khan. With a helpless eye roll, he said, don't put it that way. I haven't married your sister yet, so this matter isn't necessarily settled. Hearing this, Li Xiuning casually waved his hand and replied, no big deal, no big deal. It can definitely be resolved. But no matter how persistently Li Xiuning pressed the issue, Fan Chuan remained tightly lipped, unwilling to reveal a single word. Having no other choice, Li Xiuning could only let it drop. Just then Xiao Wei had already set the breakfast on the table and came to ask if they were ready to eat. The group made their way together to the center of the courtyard, gathering around the table to begin their morning meal. The breakfast was quite sumptuous. A pot of millet porridge, a dish of wild vegetables, a plate of smoked wild boar meat, and several boiled eggs. Oh, wild goose eggs as well. Li Xiuning looked at the wild eggs with a trace of surprise. Upon hearing the question, Fan Chuan replied with a smile, "We keep a few wild chickens at home. They must have started laying. If your highness likes them, take a few along when you depart." After all, these were the ones he'd had Xiao Wei carefully sort through. Unfertilized eggs, so consuming them was no loss. Li Xiuning nodded enthusiastically, picked up an egg, cracked the shell, and took a bite before closing his eyes in satisfaction. These eggs were fresher than anything in the palace. The wild eggs were simply superior with an especially rich flavor. After breakfast, Fan Chuan directed Dinyo and Ernyo to continue working on the fence, which according to their estimate should be finished that day. He walked leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, heading to the fields to inspect the crop's growth, while Li Xiuning, having nothing better to do, trailed along behind him. The spring sunlight bathed the fields in warm golden light, illuminating the vibrant green rice shoots and corn seedlings, a scene brimming with vitality. Fan Chuan walked through the fields, crouched down, examined the plants closely, pinched a leaf to test it, and nodded in satisfaction, but Li Xiuning, standing beside him, didn't share that enthusiasm at all. Watching Fan Chuan observe the field's weeds, dozens of acres of land ahead, all covered in various kinds of weeds. His brother-in-law was examining them with apparent interest which seemed rather unjustifiable. Frowning, Li Xiuning spoke up. "Lord Fan, His Majesty issued the agricultural advisory decree long ago, and the busy farming season has already begun. Why does your field seem to be overrun with all sorts of weeds? And from the looks of it, you've been tending to these weeds with considerable care." Hearing these words from behind him, first addressed as brother-in-law when things suited him, now reduced to Lord Fan when irritated, Fan Chuan could only respond with exasperation, "What do you know about this? These are all food crops, and the yield is remarkably high. Even if you wanted to trade your position for them, I wouldn't agree." Li Xiuning rolled his eyes at this. Trading his throne for weeds? What kind of fantasy was that? He asked offhandedly, "How high is the yield?" "It's naturally measured by yield per mu." Just as he began to speak, Fan Chuan immediately realized this fellow was fishing for information. He quickly shut his mouth and changed the subject. "The yield per mu isn't particularly high, but the tender stems and leaves are edible and quite delicious." Li Xiuning had been quietly pleased to hear Fan Chuan about to reveal something, but then the sentence took an unexpected turn. This was puzzling. Was the yield exceptionally high or suspiciously low? Was Fan Chuan hesitant to disclose the truth? His eyes shifted to the adjacent field as he continued, "Brother-in-law, I'll accept your claim that these weeds' stems and leaves are edible, but those 2-inch-tall plants over there surely can't be eaten, can they?" Following Li Xiuming's pointing finger, Fan Chuan saw several cornfields nearby and immediately rose to walk over and inspect them. While examining the crops, he explained to Li Xiuning, "This is called corn. It hasn't matured yet. Once it grows taller, it will flower and bear fruit that resembles jade-like grains." Seeing Fan Chuan's meticulous inspection and recognizing it as genuine rather than deception, Li Xiuning finally asked, "Then what is the yield of this crop?" Upon hearing the question, he stroked his chin in thought, recalling having asked about this before, and replied uncertainly, "Approximately. Perhaps 2 dan and 6 do per mu." Not entirely sure, he reached into his sleeve, not to draw attention, but retrieving his phone from his spatial storage. And after a few taps, the screen confirmed exactly what he'd expected. 1 mu of dry corn, calculated according to Tang Dynasty measurements, indeed yielded approximately 2 dan and 6 do. Li Xiuning had previously seen Fan Chuan's glowing device, which appeared to be an artifact passed down from his sect. Seeing him check it and nod, it seemed to confirm the earlier statement. He was truly stunned because the current Tang Dynasty staple crops, wheat and millet, yielded only about 1 mu per unit. Yet this seemingly ordinary weed Fan Chuan mentioned could somehow grow to 2.5 shi per mu, more than doubling the typical harvest. If this crop could be widely promoted, then the Tang Dynasty's population could recover rapidly. Remembering this, Li Xiuning urgently spoke up, "Can this serve as a staple food? What are its growing conditions? How long until it matures?" Fan Chuan wasn't entirely certain about these details, but turning to his phone for answers, he quickly received the relevant information and read it aloud. According to available information, wheat and millet currently have a growth cycle of about 155 days, while corn grows in 80 to 100 days. In the north, if timed properly, corn can be planted after the wheat harvest, allowing for 2 growing cycles within a single year. In some southern regions, 2 corn crops can be grown directly. It can fully serve as a staple food, ground into flour for various uses. And it has exceptional nutritional value. The sole drawback is that long-term consumption may lead to pellagra, what you would call severe malnutrition. Witnessing Fan Chuan reading from that luminous tablet character by character, it was clear this knowledge came not from his own understanding, but through his sect's legendary magical artifact, leaving Li Xiuning utterly astonished. He had never imagined such a small device could access knowledge of the world, yet what truly stunned him now was discovering a crop capable of 2 harvests per year with yields more than double those of local staple grains. Clutching Fan Xuan's arm with excitement, Li Xiuning asked earnestly, "Brother-in-law, is what you're saying truly accurate?" Observing Li Xiuming's expression, Fan Xuan felt helpless and returned his phone to his bag before responding, "What would I gain from deceiving you? This crop is already growing here. You'll see the harvest in 3 months, and then you can verify it for yourself. I'm a grown man. What are you pulling and tugging at me for? Let go of my arm right now." Hearing this, Li Xiuning quickly released his grip and stammered, "Brother-in-law, I'm merely a bit excited. Please don't misunderstand, there's nothing else going on." Fan Xuan shot him an exasperated glance, thinking to himself that it was hard to say for certain. Continuing onward to the next plot of land, they arrived at a tobacco field. Seeds he had specifically requested. Having worked as a security guard for years, smoking had become an essential skill second to none. The half-pack of cigarettes he'd brought through his transmigration was gone in less than half a day. For nearly a month, without smoking, he'd felt off-kilter, lacking motivation for anything. While inspecting the field carefully, he noticed the soil seemed deficient in nutrients. It was time to apply fertilizer. Li Xiuning followed behind and asked again, "What is this?" Checking the field as he walked, Fan Xuan replied casually, "Oh, this isn't a staple crop or food. It's more like a special type of incense." Upon hearing it was incense, Li Xiuning asked no further questions, though he failed to realize this was no ordinary fragrant smoke. Still lost in thought about the corn, he eagerly took his leave of Fan Xuan. To this, Fan Xuan could only wave his hand in resigned dismissal, urging him to be gone before turning his attention back to inspecting the various other crops. Li Xiuning returned to the courtyard and reported the matter to Li Xiuning, who immediately grasped its seriousness. But with a glance shifting in her eyes, she spoke, "You need not concern yourself with this. I know exactly what to do, and I shall send someone to keep watch." Hearing these words, Li Xiuning became instantly anxious. This was plainly an attempt to snatch the credit. Though siblings ought not behave thus, the rift between Li Xiuning and Li Jiansheng had already taken root, and his heart churned with urgency. He hurriedly replied, "Sister, this merit holds little use for you. Might I be so bold as to ask that you yield it to me?" Hearing this, Li Xiuning, born of imperial stock, understood the situation perfectly. She had no desire to meddle in her brother's disputes, yet she found herself unable to escape. She retorted sharply, "I intend to use this matter to have father bestow a marriage alliance, thus silencing the noble families and officials alike. Unless you first have father issue an edict, I shall not surrender this opportunity to you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuming's spirit collapsed. He bowed his head and nodded, then took his leave for Chang'an, for there were still many matters to attend to. Li Xiuning instructed her maid Chang to see him out. Qing Lan escorted Li Xiuning to the courtyard gate, where he mounted his horse. He glanced back at the small courtyard nestled against the mountain beside the water, deep in thought, and murmured softly, "Miss Qing Lan, please convey to my sister that regarding the corn I shall report to father upon my return to Chang'an. As for the marriage alliance, I shall do my utmost to bring it about." Hearing this, Qing Lan inclined her head slightly. "May your highness travel safely." Li Xiuning nodded and urged his horse onward, galloping rapidly toward Chang'an with his attendants. Only after watching him disappear into the distance did Qing Lan turn and return to the courtyard. Leaning against the headboard, Li Xiuning asked upon seeing Qing Lan enter, "He has gone?" "Yes." Qing Lan nodded earnestly and said, "Your highness stated that he would report the corn matter to his majesty and that he would strive to bring about the marriage alliance." Li Xiuning grunted softly without further comment, fully aware that Li Xiuming's eagerness to return to Chang'an stemmed half from the corn and half from his desire to seize this credit. But she had already let it be known, unless their father issued the marriage edict first, this opportunity would not be yielded. Her younger brother, though unwilling, dared not openly contest with his elder sister. After contemplating for a moment, Li Xiuning suddenly spoke, "Go fetch Yunshu." "Yes." Qing Lan, standing nearby, acknowledged and turned to leave the room. In the courtyard, Yunshu was crouching beneath the eaves, carefully feeding the 2 young leopard cubs, Dabao and Airbao. The 2 little ones had grown somewhat larger, their spotted patterns becoming ever more distinct. Their round bodies tumbled about on the ground, emitting baby-soft cries. Yunshu slowly fed the prepared milk formula into their mouths, her face alight with tender smiles. Standing at the doorway, Qing Lan called out, "Yunshu, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence." Hearing the voice, Yunshu looked up and replied, "Oh, I'm coming." She gently placed Dabao and Airbao into their little nest, wiped the milk from her hands, washed them clean at the nearby faucet, and then rose to stride quickly into the bedroom. Upon entering, Yunshu bowed respectfully and asked curiously, "Princess, may I ask what you require?" Li Xiuning gestured for her to sit down before speaking. Just now, Li Zhong accompanied Master Fan on a tour of his fields. "It is said that your husband's land was planted entirely with weeds." Li Xiuning, a eunuch in Li Xiuning's service, had just returned from accompanying him to inspect the fields and reported the situation to Li Xiuning. Upon hearing this, Yunshu paused, then gradually understood that Li Xiuning was referring to those modern crops. Before Yunshu could respond, Li Xiuning continued, "However, according to Master Fan's reply, those are all various agricultural crops, unlike any species common to our great Tang. He also mentioned that one variety yields 2.5 times the output of our Tang grain per mu. Do you understand what this means?" Yunshu, upon hearing this, was somewhat bewildered. Though she had resided in this small courtyard for some time, she ultimately knew little about these grain crops. All farm work was managed by Fan Chuan alone. She merely helped with cooking and feeding the small animals, never having asked about what was planted in the fields or their yields. Honest and straightforward, she replied. "Princess, I am unclear on this matter as well. All the field work is handled by my husband, who I rarely inquire. I only know he said that once this harvest comes in, it will suffice to feed us for several years." Hearing this, Li Xiuning found it even more astonishing. 30 mu of land, even planted with ordinary wheat for a single season, would sustain several people for years. It seemed this young man, she had taken a fancy to, harbored many secrets, concealing even from his own bedfellow. As she pondered, the corners of her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She realized she was growing ever more captivated by Fan Chuan. This man was like a bottomless ancient well, who just when one believed they had fathomed his depths, something new would surface. Setting aside her curiosity, she changed the subject. "By the way, I noticed you were playing with a large magical artifact earlier. What exactly was that?" At this mention, Yunshu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Princess, my husband says that thing is called a tablet. A most wonderful artifact. It can display all sorts of films like those picture storybooks, but with real actors." Real actors? Li Xiuning and Qing Lan exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to imagine what she meant. Exactly. Yunshu grew increasingly animated. "The people inside can speak and walk exactly like real human beings. You can watch all manner of stories, battles, romances, and comedies." Watching her speak with such enthusiasm, Li Xiuning and Qing Lan exchanged another look, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. They simply could not fathom how a palm-sized board could contain living, breathing people. Seeing their expressions, Yunshu finally understood that words alone would not suffice. She rushed outside, retrieved the tablet from the cabinet, and returned. "Princess, sister Qing Lan, look." Saying this, Yunshu opened a comedy film and turned the screen toward them. When figures appeared on the screen and began speaking and moving, both Li Xiuning and Qing Lan jumped in fright, shrinking back together. What? What is this?" Qing Lan's eyes widened, her voice rising. "How can there be people inside?" Li Xiuning could not help but ask. Yunshu hastily explained, "Do not be afraid. These are not real people, but recorded images. It is much like our bronze mirrors, except this is far more remarkable. It can capture people within and make them move." After Yunshu's explanation, the two women gradually came to understand this object, called a tablet, could record a person's appearance and voice, then replay them for others to see. The three of them gathered around the bedside, thoroughly engrossed in watching. The exaggerated expressions and amusing plot of the comedy left the three women doubled over with laughter. After watching for a while, Qing Lan suddenly leaned close to Yunshu's ear and whispered, "Yunshu, does this thing have those picture storybooks?" As lifelong best friends, Yunshu immediately understood what she meant the moment the words left her lips. Yunshu's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck, and she instinctively cast a glance at Li Xiuning. Noticing Li Xiuning looking at her with an inquiring gaze, her eyes clearly asking, "What little book?" Yunshu's face grew even redder, stammering and unable to speak for a long time. Qing Lan, however, refused to let her off. She leaned closer, lowering her voice to press, "You mean that kind of between a man and a woman?" Yunshu's face flushed so deeply it seemed ready to bleed. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a long while before finally nodding gently. Although Li Xiuning hadn't caught what they were saying, seeing Yunshu's shy demeanor, she guessed a bit, and her curiosity was piqued. "What are you two talking about?" "Li Xiuning, what little book?" Qing Lan gave a mysterious smile and winked at Yunshu. "Let the princess have a look." Yunshu, blushing, hesitated repeatedly, but finally nodded. Seeing this, Qing Lan immediately stood up, walked to the door, closed it, and after confirming there were no outsiders, returned to the bedside. Taking a deep breath, Yunshu's fingers trembled slightly as she operated the tablet a few times, opening a folder named Study Materials. Inside there were indeed many video files, their thumbnails resembling ordinary TV dramas. Yunshu randomly opened one. The screen lit up, and the three women huddled together, eyes wide. As they watched, Li Xiuning's face gradually reddened. She had lived so long, and though she had been married, those marital matters had always been conventional. She had never seen such explicit scenes. After watching for a while, Li Xiuning suddenly asked curiously, "Yunshu, how is Fan Chuan in bed?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Yunshu's face flushed crimson in an instant, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Unbidden, those continuous scenes flashed through her mind, and she was utterly embarrassed. She stammered, about an hour on average. It's just that. It's too embarrassing, Your Highness, please don't ask anymore. An hour? Li Xiuning and Qinglan both widened their eyes. Just then a heart-racing scene appeared on the screen. Qinglan pointed at the screen and asked in surprise, is it this kind? Under the gaze of her two close friends, Yunshu blushed and nodded lightly. Now both Li Xiuning and Qinglan were intrigued. They exchanged glances, then turned together to look at Yunshu, and while watching the video, they began discussing various details. An hour, how exhausting must that be? Qinglan marveled. Yunshu, with your petite frame, how can you endure it? Li Xiuning couldn't help asking too. Yunshu, too embarrassed, buried her head in her knees, refusing to speak again. In the room, the three women huddled together watching study materials for the entire afternoon. Meanwhile, Chuan was completely unaware that his backyard had been breached. After inspecting the fields, he realized it was time to fertilize. With 30 acres of land, he couldn't manage alone. Looking up at the sky, he saw it was still early, so he turned and headed toward the back mountain. Before he even reached the spot, he heard a series of bang 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 sounds. It was Daniel and Ernio working on the fence. Following the sound, he found two young men drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Daniel spotted Chuan from a distance and called out in surprise, Brother Fan. Why are you here? Came to lend a hand. Saying this, Chuan rolled up his sleeves, picked up a wooden stake, and said, the fence is almost done, right? Ernio wiped his sweat, grinned, and said, almost. Just this last section, we'll definitely finish it today. With an extra person, work went faster. The three of them worked together and completed the final section of the fence in less than an hour. Looking at the barrier woven from bamboo poles and wood which tightly enclosed the 50 acres of woodland, he nodded in satisfaction. Chuan patted Daniel on the shoulder and said, good job. Come, let's go cut down some trees. Cut trees? What for? Daniel asked curiously. Hearing the question, Chuan replied directly, to make a bed for Xiao Wei. Her Highness the Princess certainly won't leave anytime soon. She'll keep occupying the master bedroom. Xiao Wei can't keep sleeping on the floor of the side room, can she? Daniel and Ernio nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. The three of them cut down several trees as thick as a bull's mouth, dragged them back to the yard, processed them into planks and stakes with a handsaw, and assembled them with a clatter. They worked until evening, and finally a sturdy wooden bed was made. The three carried the bed into the side room, where Xiao Wei stayed, and had her lay out a clean set of bedding. Xiao Wei looked at the new bed and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Fan. Hearing this, Chuan waved his hand and said, all right, don't be polite. Go prepare dinner. Cook all the remaining fish today. Xiao Wei acknowledged and happily ran into the kitchen. Soon an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. However, this time Xiao Wei and Yunshu were doing the cooking while Chuan stood by directing. Don't make the fire too big, the fish will burn. Add less soy sauce, this fish is naturally salty. When flipping it, be gentle, don't break the fish. Xiao Wei's cooking skills were indeed good, though the heat control was still a bit off. It looked quite presentable. Yunshu assisted from the side, and the two cooperated harmoniously. Before long, several fish dishes with excellent color, aroma, and taste were brought to the table: braised fish, chopped pepper fish head, spicy fish chunks, and a pot of milky white fish soup. However, Chuan took a sniff and still shook his head comparing to his own cooking. Xiao Wei's dishes lacked that rich aroma. The heat and seasoning ratios were still a bit off. He commented, not bad, but need to improve next time. Xiao Wei lowered her head a bit, embarrassed. Brother Fan, I already tried my best. Seeing her expression, Chuan smiled and said, it's quite good for a first attempt. When the dishes were served, Chuan noticed that Li Xiuning was already sitting upright at the head of the table. She looked quite well today, though still bandaged. She could already get out of bed and walk. However, she had only had a small bowl of millet porridge at noon and was now famished. Now, smelling the irresistible aroma of fish, how could she hold back? Your Highness, please enjoy. Chuan served her a bowl of rice. Li Xiuning didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in her mouth. Then her eyes suddenly widened. The fish was tender and smooth, melting on the tongue, bursting with a rich, spicy flavor on the tip of her tongue. In all her life, she had never tasted anything so delicious. Forgetting all about princessly decorum, she moved her chopsticks, swiftly taking one bite after another, consuming 2 or 3 bowls of rice, and devouring most of the fish dishes on the table. Chuan, sitting across from her, couldn't help glancing repeatedly at the usually dignified and noble princess as she wolfed down her food. Li Xiuning felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, set down her bowl, her face slightly flushed, and cleared her throat. Ahem, this fish is quite good. It's the princess's honor to enjoy it, Chuan replied with a smile. After the meal, Xiao Wei cleared the dishes while Li Xiuning sat in the courtyard trying to probe Chuan for information. Mainly, she wanted to know what exactly Chuan was growing in his fields and how high the yield was. After all, Li Xiuning had already set his sights on the corn. She had to find out how many cards Chuan still held. Li Xiuning asked casually, Master Fan, what exactly are you planting in your fields? Hearing this, Fan Chuan immediately understood what the princess wanted to know. Without concealment, he simply listed a few names: rice, sweet potatoes, corn potatoes, and such. Can these actually be eaten? Li Xiuning pressed. Fan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Of course they can. Sweet potatoes can be steamed or roasted, sweet and soft. Potatoes can be stir-fried or served as a staple. Of corn can be boiled or ground into flour for pancakes. What about yield? Li Xiuning asked the most crucial question. Hearing the direct question, he thought to himself as expected. Fan Chuan gave a vague answer saying, the yield is decent enough to feed people at least. Not the answer she wanted. Li Xiuning wasn't giving up, her tone full of grievance. Exactly how much? You can't possibly keep that from me, can you? Seeing her play the emotional card, Fan Chuan still refused to give a straight answer. Your Highness can rest assured. You'll certainly not be shortchanged. Just wait until harvest time, and you'll see for yourself. Realizing she couldn't draw any information from him, Li Xiuning grit her teeth in frustration. This man was tighter-lipped than a clam. Her eyes darting with a sudden idea, she quietly pulled Yunshu aside, returned to the room, and whispered something in her ear. Yunshu, upon hearing it, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, and she waved her hands repeatedly. Your Highness, this isn't appropriate, is it? What's inappropriate about it? Li Xiuning spoke with conviction. You already belong to him. What harm is there in asking about the fields? Besides, this is for our benefit. Yunshu, unable to resist her persuasion, blushed as she agreed. That evening, after Fan Chuan finished washing, he lay in bed preparing to sleep. The door creaked open softly, and Yunshu entered. She had changed into an even more alluring outfit, a thin layer that traced her exquisite curves. With her head lowered and a shy expression on her face, she slowly approached the bed and slipped under the covers. Another night of passion followed. But this time Yunshu deliberately and inadvertently kept bringing up questions about the fields. My lord, just how much have you planted in your fields? My lord, can that corn really yield over 2 shur per mu? My lord, do you have any other secrets? At first Fan Chuan was puzzled. Yunshu never asked such questions normally, so why the sudden barrage today? But after a moment's thought he understood. It had to be Li Xiuning's scheme, trying to use the beautiful woman's stratagem to extract information from him. Amused, he didn't expose her, but instead gave vague replies and steered the conversation elsewhere. Yun'er, why are you so concerned about the fields today? Just asking casually. Yunshu lowered her head guiltily. It was the princess who had you ask, wasn't it? Fan Chuan looked at her with a knowing smile. Yunshu stammered in no. Seeing this, Fan Chuan didn't press the issue. Instead, he smiled and pulled her closer. Enough, stop asking. Be good. I'll tell you when the time is right. Right now is not the time to think about such things. Ashamed, Yunshu buried her face in his chest, daring not to ask another word. What Fan Chuan didn't know was that outside the door 2 sneaky figures had been eavesdropping. An hour passed, yet sounds continued from inside the room. Qinglan stood outside, her face crimson, whispering to Li Xiuning beside her. He's truly a beast. How can Yunshu's frail frame endure such endurance? Li Xiuning was equally flustered by the sounds, having never imagined Fan Chuan would be so vigorous. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed Qinglan and turned away. Stop listening, let's go back to sleep. The two, blushing, hurried back to their rooms. Meanwhile, Li Xiuning had already returned to Chang'an. Rushing straight to the palace without resting, he reported everything he'd seen and heard at Fan Chuan's place to Li Yuan. Father Emperor, today in Fan Chuan's fields I saw a crop called corn. At this, Li Xiuning spoke with excitement. According to him, this crop can yield over 2 shurs 6 do per mu, more than double our Tang wheat and millet. Moreover, in some places 2 harvests can be grown in a single year. What a... Li Yuan rose abruptly, his face filled with shock. As an emperor, he understood perfectly well what grain meant. The Tang Dynasty had just been founded, years of war had ravaged the land, the population had plummeted, and food supplies were critically short. If such a high-yield crop truly existed, it wouldn't just feed the people. It would be a pillar of national strength that could dramatically boost the Tang's power. Is what you say true? Li Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Facing his father's skepticism, Li Xiuning placed a hand on his chest and swore. It is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Fan Chuan's fields do grow this crop, and it's thriving. He says it will be ready for harvest in 3 months. We'll see for ourselves then. Li Yuan paced back and forth in his study, overcome with excitement, before finally stopping. Just as he was about to order guards to protect Fan Chuan's fields, Li Xiuning intervened. Father Emperor, there's no need to send additional guards. His sister princess is still there, and she already has protectors around her. Sending more people would only risk alerting them. Li Yuan considered this and found it reasonable. Though Li Xiuning was injured, her guards were formidable. Having her watch over Fan Chuan was far more effective than deploying additional troops. Moreover, Li Yuan began calculating in his mind. If Li Xiuming's report proved accurate and corn could truly achieve such yields, then Fan Chuan himself would become incredibly valuable. By then, marrying off his daughter wouldn't be enough. Even elevating Fan Chuan as a pillar of the state would be justified. He also recalled the various crops he'd witnessed during his previous incognito inspection, all thriving magnificently. At the time, he'd suspected Fan Chuan was no ordinary man. Now it seemed the crops in those fields hid far more secrets than Fan Chuan had revealed. Musing aloud, he said, "Xiuning, keep a closer watch on that Fan Chuan. When the corn is harvested, I will see it with my own eyes." This son obeyed decree. Li Xiuning bowed in acknowledgement. The father and son conversed until late at night before parting. During their discussion, Li Xiuning cautiously brought up the subject. If Fan Chuan were willing to contribute the seeds of these crops, could the princess be married to him? Li Yuan neither confirmed nor denied the proposal, merely stating it was worth discussing before ending the matter. The next day arrived swiftly. Fan Chuan rose at dawn, had a simple breakfast, then went to the tool shed with Daniel and Ernio to retrieve the fertilizer they had purchased earlier. Today's task is fertilizing the fields. He carried the fertilizer to the field and began explaining. This type of fertilizer is called compound fertilizer. It contains multiple nutrients that help crops grow faster and stronger. When applying fertilizer, be careful not to scatter it directly on the crop roots. Keep a slight distance, otherwise you'll burn them. The amount must also be controlled. Too much is wasteful, too little is useless. For this type of corn, each moo requires approximately this much. While speaking, he gestured with his hands, then scooped up a handful of fertilizer and drew a circle on the ground to demonstrate. Understood. The fertilizer must be buried in the soil, not left exposed, or it will evaporate. Daniel and Ernio listened attentively, nodding as they followed his instructions. Fan Chuan demonstrated first, evenly spreading the fertilizer into the furrows between the corn rows, then covering it with soil, using a hoe and tamping it down. Did you both watch carefully? Fan Chuan straightened up and said, "Follow my example just now, let's get to work." Daniel and Ernio responded, each shouldering their hoes, and began fertilizing the other fields, imitating Fan Chuan's movements. Fan Chuan watched closely, observing one and correcting the other. "Daniel, you're putting too much, reduce it a bit." "Ernio, you're burying it too shallow, go deeper." Under the correct guidance, the two gradually got the hang of it, and their movements became more proficient. When the sun reached its zenith, the three had already fertilized several plots of land. Straightening up and wiping the sweat from his brow, Fan Chuan gazed at the vibrant fields before him. He thought with this growth trend and the additional fertilizer this year would surely bring a bountiful harvest. Brushing the dirt off his hands, he said to Daniel and Ernie, "All right, let's stop here for the morning. You two go tidy up the livestock farm and prepare for lunch. I'll go check on the princess's injury." Daniel and Ernie responded, shouldered their hoes, and headed toward the livestock farm. Fan Chuan turned and walked toward the small courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw three women sitting under the eaves, basking in the sunlight. Each had a stool, lounging lazily against the backrest as if they had just witnessed some excitement, with lingering blushes on their faces. The air was filled with the aroma of cooking. Clearly Xiao Wei was busy in the kitchen. Seeing this scene, without overthinking, he first walked to the faucet in the corner of the courtyard, turned it on, and let the water gush over his hands, washing away the soil. After washing, he turned to Li Xiuning and said, "Your Highness, it's time to check the wound and change the dressing." Li Xiuning, who had been lounging in the sun, looked up at his earnest gaze and nodded somewhat awkwardly. She stood up and followed Fan Chuan into the bedroom, closing the door behind her, her heart racing with anxiety. Fan Chuan, unaware of her tension, walked naturally to the cabinet and took out the white medical kit. When he returned to the bedside, he found Li Xiuning already lying down, eyes tightly shut, cheeks, flushed body, rigid and motionless. Looking at this woman of immense power, Fan Chuan understood that for someone from ancient times this was an extremely awkward situation. Having grown up in the military camp, she was bold and courageous, but the concept of gender segregation was deeply ingrained, unlike the more open-minded later generations. Allowing a man to examine and touch her wound so closely was already a significant breakthrough for her. Without a word, he silently opened the medical kit and began to untie the bandages wrapped around her layer by layer. With her eyes closed, Li Xiuning felt the slight tremor of his hands loosening the bandages. Soon the wound came into view again. Fan Chuan examined it carefully. It seemed to be healing well. New granulation tissue had filled the wound's surface. The edges were beginning to contract. The color was healthy, with no pus or odor. He applied iodine to all the wounds again, carefully spread ointment, replaced the gauze with clean ones, and rebandaged them. His movements were swift, taking only a few minutes. After finishing, while packing up the medical kit, Fan Chuan instructed, "All done, the dressing has been changed. Keep the wound from getting wet during this time, and avoid strenuous exercise." Li Xiuning, blushing softly, murmured, "NM," glanced down at the rebandaged wound, then shot a shy look at Fan Chuan before quickly getting up and opening the door to leave. Fan Chuan returned the medical kit to the cabinet, and then went back to the courtyard. By then a large group had gathered around the table, and the dishes were laid out. The lunch was quite good today: a plate of wild boar bacon, a bowl of egg soup, and white rice. Everyone ate happily, especially Li Xiuning, who, though still shy, felt her mood inexplicably lift when she saw the bacon. After the meal, Fan Chuan told Daniu and Erniu to continue fertilizing the fields while he gathered his fishing gear, took the compound slingshot, and led Hong Zhao, intending to head to the Black River again. Seeing his equipment, Yin Shu asked, "Husband, are you going fishing again?" I'll check the Black River and also hunt a few wild ducks. Then come back early." "All right." After replying, Fan Chuan mounted the horse, and Hong Zhao trotted on its short legs, carrying him toward the Black River. The 3-li journey took Hong Zhao less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Soon they arrived at the Black River again. Fan Chuan led Hong Zhao to a spot with lush tinder grass and let it graze. He tied the rope to a nearby tree, then took his slingshot and crept toward the reed beach, where he had caught wild ducks last time. The reed beach was as lively as last time. Wild ducks scurried in and out of the reeds in groups, quacking, while others splashed on the water's surface. Seeing this, Fan Chuan carefully hid in the reeds, held his breath, and waited for the prey to approach. Suddenly, a wild duck flew in from a distance and landed just a few meters away, poking its head around in the reeds looking for food. His eyes lit up. He quickly pulled back the slingshot, aimed, and released in one fluid motion. Swoosh! The steel pellet shot through the air, hitting the wild duck's head with precision. The duck didn't even have time to quack, its head drooped, and it toppled into the reeds. Seeing the direct hit, he stepped forward, parted the reeds, and picked up the duck. It weighed about 3 or 4 gene, plump and fat. He stored the duck in the space and continued crouching in the reeds to wait. Soon another duck landed, and Fan Chuan repeated the same method, hitting it with another shot. Thus, one after another, in less than half an hour, he had harvested over a dozen wild ducks. Gazing at the pile in his space, he couldn't help but marvel. The ecology in ancient times was truly abundant. There were so many wild creatures to hunt. Just as he was about to stop, he spotted a flash of red flying in from a distance. It was a red-crowned crane, pure white all over, with a bright red crown, its wings shimmering silver in the sunlight as it glided gracefully. Fan Chuan's eyes lit up. A red-crowned crane. He wondered if it tasted good. He had never tried it before. He picked up his slingshot and hid nearby, waiting for it to land. But the crane seemed extremely alert. It circled in the air twice and then landed right in the middle of the river. It was too far from the shore. Even if he hit it, he probably wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Looking at the crane standing calmly in the river, he had to give up the idea and thought to himself, "Forget it, I shouldn't be too greedy. I've already caught plenty of ducks, that's enough." He put 2 wild ducks into the bamboo basket, the rest into the space, shouldered the basket, led Hong Zhao, and walked toward the spot where he had fished yesterday. Sure enough, as he approached, he saw the old man from yesterday, sitting in his usual spot fishing. He stepped forward and greeted him. "Old Sir Dai, we meet again." Daizhou was much more enthusiastic today. Upon seeing Fan Chuan, he smiled and replied, "Young Master Fan, you're here. How's the catch today?" Fan Chuan asked. Daizhou stroked his beard, looking somewhat proud, and said, Thanks to you. Using the baiting method you taught me yesterday, I actually caught a few today. But they're all small, just a few liang each." Upon hearing this, Fan Chuan peeked into his wooden basin and saw that there were indeed not many fish. Only a few palm-sized ones swimming about. Not bad. Practice more, get familiar with the technique, and the catch will naturally grow larger. Speaking of which, he led Hong Zhao to a nearby open patch of land to graze freely, then walked to his usual spot from yesterday, took out his fishing gear, and began preparing the bait. The only drawback was the meager supply of bait, now down to the last package. He tore open the packaging, poured the bait into the basin, scooped some river water, and stirred it until the bait absorbed the moisture and swelled. The elderly man beside him noticed the special packaging of Fan Chuan's bait and curiously drew nearer. Watching Fan Chuan add water and stir the mixture, he couldn't help but ask, "Lord Fan, what are you doing?" At the question, Fan Chuan flashed an enigmatic smile and replied, "This is a special bait with an exclusive recipe." Exclusive bait? Daizhou's interest was piqued. "No wonder you caught so many fish in no time yesterday. I fished all morning and barely got a few. The problem must be in the bait." Fan Chuan smiled but did not deny it. Once the bait was properly prepared, Daizhou shamelessly asked, "Lord Fan, could you spare me some of this bait?" For a fellow angler, Fan Chuan was never stingy. He scooped a portion from the basin and handed it to the old man. "Go ahead and use it." Daizhou, overjoyed, quickly accepted it, attached it to his hook, and cast his line back into the water. The two sat side by side by the riverbank, fishing and chatting away. Daizhou brought up the affairs of the realm. "Lord Fan, do you think this land can ever achieve lasting peace?" "Absolutely," Fan Chuan answered firmly. "Once this turmoil ends, a golden age will soon follow, and the nation will only grow stronger." "Oh," Daizhou sounded surprised. "Why are you so certain?" Fan Chuan gave a knowing smile. He simply knew. After the 6th year of Wude, the Tang Dynasty would gradually ascend toward the reign of Jingguan, becoming the prosperous era when all nations sent envoys to pay tribute. Old man died, just wait and see. The Li family now carries immense fortune. As long as nothing grave goes wrong, this golden age will arrive within a few short years. The old man listened thoughtfully, his gaze toward Fan Chuan deepening with newfound respect. Just then Fan Chuan's floating bobber suddenly dove sharply underwater. His eyes tightened, and with a swift flick of his wrist he raised the rod. The fishing line instantly went taut, and the carbon fiber rod bent into a dramatic arc, humming in the air. Feeling the tremendous force on his hands, he thought to himself, "Good lord, a big one." Down below the fish was clearly no small catch. It struggled wildly trying to throw the hook, while the line carved streaks across the water's surface, sending sprays of droplets flying. Fan Chuan remained calm, steadily controlling the rod as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish. When it surged forward, he let out line. When it pulled back, he reeled in. After over a dozen rounds of this back and forth, the fish finally exhausted itself. Slowly it was dragged toward the shore, and with a sweeping motion Fan Chuan netted it. It was a massive silver carp weighing over 10 jin, its scales shimmering like polished silver in the sunlight. Daizhou watched in amazement and couldn't resist exclaiming, "Lord Fan, your luck is remarkable. I've been fishing for years in this black river and have never caught a silver carp over 5 liang." He added curiously, "Shouldn't silver carp live in the Yangtze River basin? This black river doesn't belong to that basin." Hearing the old man's mutterings, Fan Chuan also found it strange, but the river was indeed teeming with fish. Whatever their origin, they were here now. Encouraged by Fan Chuan's catch, the old man eagerly replaced his bait and cast again. The two fished side by side, exchanging catches one after another, their success rate significantly higher than the day before. About an hour later, Fan Chuan's stomach began to rumble. He glanced at the bamboo basket, now holding more than a dozen fish, an excellent haul, and decided it was time to call it a day. He gathered some twigs and piled them together, then produced a lighter from his robes. With a click, he ignited dry grass. The old man watched with evident curiosity. "Lord Fan, what kind of fire tool is that?" Fan Chuan casually replied, "It's called a lighter. Very convenient, no need for a fire starter." Daizhou, though intrigued, did not press further. He simply nodded, well aware that this young man carried countless mysteries about him. Once the fire was well established, Fan Chuan selected a fish from the basket, cleaned and gutted it, removed the scales and gills, and skewered it on a branch to roast over the flames. As he tended to the roasting fish, he kept an eye on the old man fishing. Not bad. At least Daizhou's catch rate had noticeably improved after switching baits, and he had already landed a fish weighing 5 or 6 jin. Feeling the fish was nearly done, Fan Chuan took out some seasonings from his robe and sprinkled them generously over the roasting fillet. Instantly, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, making Daizhou's mouth water as he sniffed greedily. "Lord Fan, this grilled fish smells absolutely divine." Daizhou couldn't help but say. Fan Chuan tore off a piece to taste. The exterior was perfectly charred while the inside remained tender and succulent. Seeing the old man eating with such relish, Daizhou shamelessly joined in, and the two shared the 5 or 6 jin grilled fish with great delight. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious." Daizhou ate with his mouth glistening, praising repeatedly. "In all my years I have never tasted such wonderful grilled fish." The two chatted and laughed, enjoying every moment. But after finishing the fish, they both felt unsatisfied. If only they had some wine to accompany the meal. After finishing the grilled fish, they exchanged a few more pleasantries and began packing up their catch to head home. Fan Chuan loaded all the fish into his bamboo basket, mounted Hong Zhao, and soon arrived back at the courtyard. As soon as he entered the gate, Fan Chuan spotted a familiar figure he had not seen in some time. It was Wan He, the first woman he had encountered after transmigrating, one of Princess Li Xiuning's personal attendants. Wan He wore a lotus root-colored ruchuan and stood in the courtyard conversing with Qing Lan. Upon seeing Fan Chuan enter, she hurried forward and offered a proper bow, then smiled warmly. "Lord Fan, it has been many days. I trust you have been well." Fan Chuan returned her smile. "Miss Wan He, long time no see. You've come as well." Wan He replied politely, "Her Highness the Princess was injured, and I grew deeply worried, so I hurried over. Thanks to Lord Fan's extraordinary skill, she has turned the tide and recovered." "You are too kind," Fan Chuan said with a wave of his hand, continuing inward. Meanwhile, Yun Shu, who had been playing with the 2 little leopard cubs Bao Bao and Bao, heard the commotion. She picked up both cubs and hurried over to Fan Chuan. Her eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the full basket of fish and wild ducks on his back. She exclaimed excitedly, "Husband, you've brought home so much again. You're amazing." Touched by her enthusiastic praise, Fan Chuan smiled and nodded, adding regretfully, "Though there may not be so many catches in the future, my special bait has run out." Yun Shu tilted her head curiously. "Bait? Can't we make our own?" This remark sent a shock through Fan Chuan's heart, as if awakening him from a daze. Indeed, bait formulations came in countless varieties. As a seasoned angler in his past life, he had personally crafted them countless times. Cornmeal, bean flour, musk, honey. The various ratios were etched deep within his memory. Why hadn't he simply mixed his own? The more he pondered, the more excited he grew. Unable to contain himself, he pulled Yun Shu into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Yun'er, you are truly my blessing." Yunshu's face flushed crimson at the sudden affection. She shyly pushed him away and hurried to the side, calling for Xiao Wei to help carry the duck and fish into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Fan Chuan's mouth. Turning his head, he noticed Li Xiuning sitting beneath the eaves engrossed in watching something on that tablet. He was momentarily surprised, but it didn't take long for understanding to dawn on him. Yunshu must have taught her. It was only natural that Li Xiuning, with nothing else to occupy her time, had learned to watch movies on the tablet from Yunshu. Without disturbing her, and with nothing else to occupy his attention, he strolled over to a clay vat in the corner of the courtyard. A few mandrake plants were growing in it, thriving, while their emerald green leaves gleaming in the sunlight. He squatted down to water the plants, his mind already calculating. His supply of anesthetic was running low. He would need to brew a fresh batch using the mandrake. Glancing up at the sky, he realized there was still plenty of time. Without hesitation, he carefully picked some mandrake leaves and placed them into a bamboo basket before heading toward the tool shed. He shut the door, took out his phone, and opened the offline Doubao to search for instructions on making anesthetic from mandrake. Doubao quickly returned a detailed tutorial. All parts of the mandrake are poisonous. The method for preparing anesthetic tincture is as follows. 1. Take fresh mandrake leaves or flowers, wash them clean then. Precautions: mandrake is extremely toxic. An overdose can cause respiratory paralysis and even death. Make sure to wear gloves during preparation and use avoiding direct skin contact. After reading through the tutorial, he felt more confident. Following the steps, he first washed the mandrake leaves, dried them over low heat, and ground them into a fine powder. This step required considerable effort. The dried mandrake leaves were quite brittle, and as he slowly pounded them in a stone mortar, they quickly turned into a green powder. Since he didn't have baijiu on hand, he found some clean water nearby, poured the mandrake powder into it, and sealed it for soaking. As he worked, Fan Chuan muttered to himself, "It needs to soak for a few days before it's ready to use, but I can't wait. Let me try concentrating and purifying it with heat first." With that thought, he poured the liquid into a small pot and slowly heated it over low flame to concentrate it. As the water evaporated, the liquid grew increasingly thick, eventually becoming a dark brown concentrated solution with a pungent odor. After letting the concentrate cool, he filtered it through gauze several times to remove impurities, obtaining a small bottle of relatively pure mandrake anesthetic liquid. He then diluted the concentrate with clean water to the appropriate concentration and carefully filled it into those empty anesthetic syringes. The only drawback was that the dosage was difficult to control. The anesthetic effects of mandrake varied from person to person. Too much could prove fatal, while too little would have no effect. Looking at the filled syringes in his hand, Fan Chuan thought to himself, "I'll have to wait until tomorrow's hunting trip to test the dosage on an animal before I can truly master the proper amount." During the preparation process, Dinyo and Ernyo had already returned from the fields and wanted to come over to help. But Fan Chuan promptly stopped them. This stuff wasn't something to play around with. If it touched your skin or was accidentally ingested, it could be deadly. He earnestly warned them, saying, "This is one of the main ingredients in sleeping medicine. Don't touch it and stay away." Although curious, Dinyo and Ernyo obediently stepped back and dared not approach any closer. After finishing his work, Fan Chuan carefully stored the anesthetic syringes in his bosom. In truth, he had placed them into his spatial storage. By the time everything was cleaned up, night had fallen, and Xiao Wei and Yunshu had finished preparing dinner. Dinner was particularly lavish. A plate of roasted wild duck, a bowl of boiled fish with chili and Sichuan peppercorns, and fragrant steamed rice. The wild duck was roasted to a golden crispness with tender juicy meat, while the boiled fish was spicy and aromatic with smooth tender flesh. The family gathered around the table, savoring every bite with particular relish. Li Xiuning picked up a piece of wild duck meat, put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. "This wild duck is really excellent. If Her Highness enjoys it, she should eat more," Fan Chuan said with a smile, serving her another piece. He sat nearby watching the harmonious scene at the table and quietly felt happy for the princess on her behalf. It was clear that Her Highness the Princess was living more comfortably in this small courtyard than she ever had in the palace. After finishing their meal, everyone dispersed. After washing up, Fan Chuan lay down on the bed and pulled Yunshu into his embrace, his mind already planning for tomorrow's mountain hunt. He was eager to test the newly refined mandrake anesthetic and see if the dosage was appropriate. Before long, the next day arrived. After a simple breakfast and making arrangements for Dinyo and Ernyo's work, Fan Chuan shouldered his bamboo basket, took his hunting tools and weapons, and set off into the mountains. As soon as he entered the forest, he spotted quite a bit of animal droppings, some fresh, others already dry and hard, scattered along the forest paths and among the bushes. He crouched down to examine them closely, identifying droppings from wild rabbits, pheasants, and various other creatures. Indeed, before long, he discovered a burrow of bamboo rats. Several plump bamboo rats were squatting in a bamboo grove, gnawing on bamboo roots. When they heard the noise, they tried to scurry into their burrows. But Fan Chuan was quick on his feet. He drew a compound slingshot from his waist, took aim, and released a shot. The steel ball struck one bamboo rat squarely in the head, and it fell to the ground immediately. The others scattered in fright, diving into their burrows. Fan Chuan picked up the bamboo rat and placed it in his bamboo basket before continuing on his way. Along the route, he repeated the same technique, shooting several more bamboo rats with his slingshot. In less than half an hour, his basket was filled with several fat bamboo rats. As he walked, Fan Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, a muntjac was foraging with its head down among the shrubs. A muntjac. As far as he knew, muntjac carried something called musk, which was an expensive Chinese medicinal ingredient and exceedingly rare. Moreover, if the musk were soaked in baijiu to make bait, its penetrating power would be extraordinary and the fishing results would undoubtedly multiply several times over. In modern times, using musk for fishing bait was illegal, but in ancient times such concerns didn't exist. At this thought, his heartbeat quickened. He quietly crouched down, retrieved the double-barreled hunting rifle from his spatial storage, and carefully raised it, aiming through the sight at the muntjac. However, the muntjac was extremely alert. The moment he raised the rifle, it seemed to sense danger, suddenly lifted its head, and bolted away on all fours. Seeing this, how could he give up? This creature was solitary in nature, and encountering one was already rare. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he'd have to wait for the next? Without hesitation, he gripped the hunting rifle and carefully pursued it. Fortunately, the muntjac wasn't particularly fast, and as he chased it, he gradually found himself deeper in the mountain wilderness. Throughout the pursuit, he raised his gun several times to take aim, but the muntjac kept darting through the trees, and the angles were never right. He couldn't find a suitable opportunity to fire. Finally, he chased it to a relatively open area, where the muntjac paused briefly, apparently wanting to look back and see where its pursuer was. Fan Chuan seized this opportunity to trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the mountain forest as the bullet whistled through the air and struck the muntjac's hind leg. The muntjac let out a mournful cry, stumbled, and limped forward desperately with its injured leg. Seeing the situation clearly, Fan Chuan cursed under his breath, his hands moving swiftly as he loaded bullets, and continued following the roe deer's blood trail. Another half an hour of pursuit left Fan Chuan panting and exhausted. Finally, at the edge of a thicket, they found the roe deer lying motionless, having lost too much blood to run any further. Fan Chuan approached carefully, first drawing his knife to remove the musk gland from the deer, a dark brownish secretion with a rich, pungent aroma. He stored it safely, then put the deer out of its misery with one clean strike, before collecting the entire carcass into his space. Rising to his feet, Fan Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to find his way back. But something felt off. The forest had gone eerily silent. Just moments ago, birds chirped and insects hummed, but now the entire woodland seemed muted, as if a hand had pressed silence upon it. This was extremely abnormal in the forest. His heart tightened, and he quickly crouched low, scanning his surroundings warily. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from behind him. Instinctively, Fan Chuan sidestepped as a yellow blur flashed past, vanished in an instant. Though fleeting, Fan Chuan clearly saw what it was: a tiger, a massive, fully grown adult with formidable agility. His heartbeat surged. Pressing his back against a sturdy tree, he gripped his double-barreled shotgun tightly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He cursed himself inwardly, so careless today, chasing a roe deer so deep into the forest. The deer's blood scent must have drawn this tiger, though it was equally possible this was the tiger's territory all along. Regardless, there was no escaping now. The tiger had spotted him. Checking his shotgun, his blood ran cold. Only one bullet remained in the barrel. He hastily retrieved another round from his space and quickly loaded it into the second barrel. Just then, movement detected to his right. He raised his gun and fired. The gunshot echoed through the mountains, but no scream followed. Obviously, he had missed. His heart pounded harder. The tiger was far too agile, hiding in unseen shadows, ready to pounce at the slightest lapse in concentration. Forcing himself to stay calm, Fan Chuan held his breath and waited. Time crawled by agonizingly slow. The forest was terrifyingly quiet, broken only by the rustling of wind through leaves. Fan Chuan's palms were drenched in sweat as he stared vigilantly at every direction, daring not relax for a moment. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind struck from behind. He rolled instinctively to the side. Where he had just been standing, a massive tiger claw slammed down with a fierce whistle of wind. One beat slower, and he would have been grabbed. Rolling to safety, Fan Chuan didn't hesitate, raising his gun and firing once directly at the tiger. The bullet struck home, embedding itself firmly in the beast's body. The tiger let out a blood-curdling roar, its enormous body thrown several meters away by the bullet's impact before crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Chuan swiftly retrieved 2 specialized buckshot rounds from his space and loaded them into the barrel. The wounded tiger struggled to its feet, a bloody hole gushing blood from its flank, but it tenaciously raised its forelegs, attempting to lunge at Fan Chuan once more. Without hesitation, Fan Chuan raised his gun and fired 2 more shots directly at the tiger's head. This time the bullets pierced through the tiger's skull with devastating precision. The massive beast crumpled to the ground completely motionless. Never letting his guard down, Fan Chuan reloaded both barrels and kept his weapon raised, scanning the area for any remaining threats before cautiously approaching the fallen tiger. Crouching down, he tested the tiger's breath and confirmed it was dead. Only then did he exhale deeply, his body trembling with relief as he slumped against the tree trunk. That had been terrifying, so close to becoming the tiger's meal. After resting for a while, he gathered his strength and stored the massive tiger in his space. Orienting himself, Fan Chuan began his cautious return journey. This deep mountain forest was far too dangerous. He dared not linger another moment. On his way back, in a forest clearing, he spotted a herd of cicad deer grazing peacefully, completely unaware of his presence. Observing from cover, Fan Chuan noted none of the deer had yet grown velvet antlers. The hunting season had not arrived. Meat alone wasn't worth the effort, so he chose not to shoot, simply memorizing the location for when the velvet grew. Continuing onward, Fan Chuan discovered clusters of Ganoderma mushrooms growing on damp, decaying logs in a shaded area. The caps were plump and glossy dark brown, with pale concentric rings around the edges. After careful identification, he confirmed these were red rasher, considered one of the finest varieties of Lingji mushrooms. Red rasher was neutral in nature, sweet in flavor, and entered the heart, lung, liver, and kidney meridians. It promoted qi and blood, calmed the spirit, relieved coughs and asthma, and was prized for its longevity-enhancing properties, a precious Chinese medicinal herb. In modern times, wild red rasher was extremely rare, commanding prices of thousands per gene. Kneeling down, Fan Chuan carefully cut each mushroom at the base of its stem and placed them in his basket. The patch was abundant. His basket, filled to the brim, was an excellent harvest. After gathering the mushrooms, he continued toward the forest edge, where he spotted various small animals and retrieved his air rifle. Loading his custom-mixed tranquilizer dart, he aimed at a pheasant and pulled the trigger. The dart struck true. The bird tumbled to the ground instantly. Approaching quickly, Fan Chuan realized the dosage had been too strong, killing it outright. Such a heavily poisoned animal could never be eaten. The toxicity would endanger anyone who consumed it. Adjusting the formula, he tested the dose on additional game until he found the perfect balance. Deciding to switch to his slingshot, Fan Chuan hunted several wild rabbits and pheasants, planning to add variety to his evening meal. Reaching the forest's edge and confirming the path was safe, he retrieved the massive tiger from his space and hoisted it onto his shoulder, beginning the long walk back to the courtyard. The tiger weighed over 200 gene, making Fan Chuan's shoulders sink under the burden as he carried it home. Near the courtyard, Dinyo and Ernyo, working in the fields, were the first to spot him. "Brother Fan, what is that?" Dinyo's eyes widened in astonishment as he took in the enormous tiger on Fan Chuan's shoulders, his jaw dropping. "Brother Fan, you killed a tiger!" Ernyo exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The two men hurried over, helping Fan Chuan lower the tiger from his shoulders and carrying it toward the courtyard. The commotion drew the women inside, who rushed out to investigate. Upon seeing the massive tiger, they all gasped in shock. "Good heavens, is that a tiger?" Yun Shu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Young Master Fan, you defeated that tiger all by yourself." Directing Dinyo and Ernyo, he placed the tiger in the yard and began processing it. First, he had Dinyo and Ernyo skillfully peel off the tiger's hide. It was a delicate task, and Fan Chuan guided them. Though somewhat inexperienced, they learned quickly. A complete tiger skin was stripped off and laid out on a stone slab to dry. Then he personally removed the male tiger's 3 treasures, and following the method from the Doubao tutorial, carefully rubbed and salted them, intending to dry them for steeping in wine. Of course, during this process, the women cast peculiar glances at Fan Chuan. He paid no heed, knowing that these items were valuable aphrodisiacs in ancient times and simply wanted to store them for future need. In truth, the tradition of steeping things in wine already existed in this era, but the ancient liquor had too low an alcohol content, making the results far from ideal. While working, he had Dinyo extract all the tiger bones and arrange them neatly one by one. Dinyo asked curiously, "Brother Fan, what are these tiger bones for?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan revealed a mysterious smile, without explicitly stating their purpose, merely saying, "You'll find out later." The tiger was quickly processed. He had Xiao Wei take some tiger meat for dinner and salted the rest, instructing Ernyo and the others to smoke and store it. Before long, the fragrant tiger meat was laid on the table, stewed until tender and emitting a rich aroma. Fan Chuan picked up a piece of tiger meat and put it in his mouth, clearly feeling the firm texture with a unique wild savor, far more chewy than ordinary meat. "This tiger meat tastes really good." Li Xiuning beside him also nodded in satisfaction as she ate. At the table, Xiao Wei spoke to Fan Chuan. "Brother Fan, our rice is almost gone." Li Xiuning heard this and waved her hand grandly, saying, "I have plenty of grain at Sizhu garden. If you need it, just go and fetch it." To the generous princess, Fan Chuan shook his head, declining, and said, "I was planning to go to Lantian County to buy some things anyway, and I'll get some rice along the way. Hearing this, Li Xiuning said no more and continued eating the meat earnestly. After the meal, Fan Chuan went to bathe. As he was enjoying a hot shower, Yin Shu quietly slipped in. Another uneventful night passed, and soon it was the next day. Fan Chuan mounted Hongzhou and headed alone toward Lantian County. The scenery along the way was much better than his last trip to the city. The fields were mostly planted with various crops, lush and green, presenting a vibrant scene. It seemed the court's agricultural encouragement policy was taking effect, and the spring plowing was beginning to show results. Riding Hongzhou, he soon entered the city. But unbeknownst to him, just as he entered the city, two furtive individuals glanced at him, and then turned and ran in a certain direction. Fan Chuan, completely unaware, planned to first eat at a restaurant and learn about the current price of wine. Meanwhile, at the pawn shop, the owner heard the news from his men, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. That seller of colored glaze is in town again. He turned his gaze, leaned close to his subordinate's ear, and whispered a few instructions. The subordinate nodded hurriedly and went to make arrangements. Clearly, the pawnshop owner had been brooding over the fact that his two previous subordinates had never returned. He was convinced that Fan Chuan had killed them, but without any evidence or bodies, he had suppressed the matter and refrained from reporting it to the authorities. But this time, since the man had appeared again, he would not let him off easily. Returning to Fan Chuan, he found a decent-looking restaurant and walked in. The waiter, sharp-eyed, hurriedly greeted him with a beaming smile. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Taking a seat by the window, Fan Chuan casually ordered a few standard dishes and said to the waiter, "What wines do you have? Bring me a jug of each to taste." "Right away, sir. Please wait a moment." The waiter responded and went to prepare. Soon several dishes and a few jugs of wine were brought to the table. Looking at the food, Fan Chuan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. His first impression was that it was bland and tasteless, far inferior to the dishes he made at home. He then poured a cup of wine and took a sip. His brow immediately furrowed. It was hard to describe. This low-alcohol fermented wine was indeed unpalatable, sour, astringent, with a stale, over-fermented odor. He sampled each kind of wine one by one. They all tasted similar, and none were good. Only the most expensive one was less sour, but its price was exorbitant. He called the waiter over to ask about the prices. "Sir, our most expensive wine is the Shidonkin, 400 won per do." "The ordinary Luiying cloudy wine is 40 won per do," the waiter replied. 400 versus 40, a full tenfold difference. He calculated silently. 1 do equals 10 jin, so Shidonkin cost 40 won per jin, a sky-high price in the Tang Dynasty. Yet even so, the taste was nothing special, far inferior to modern baijiu. After eating a little, Fan Chuan could hardly stomach the bland dishes. He asked the waiter, "Excuse me, I want to buy a large quantity of wine, the cheapest kind. Do you know where I can get it?" The waiter, being the most well-informed local, spoke with authority. "Sir, if you want to buy cheap wine in bulk, you should go to the Du family winery in the east of the city. That's the largest winery in Lantian County. The owner's surname is Du, and his family has been brewing for 3 generations. Their craftsmanship is among the best in the county. Their wine is plentiful and reasonably priced, much cheaper than what we sell in the restaurant. Go out this street, head east to the end, then turn south. You'll see the sign Du Family Winery hanging at the door." Thanking the waiter, Fan Chuan paid for the food and wine, then went out and led Hongzhou. Following the waiter's directions, he indeed found the winery bearing the sign Du Family Winery in the east of the city. Entering the winery, a strong aroma of wine greeted him. A middle-aged shopkeeper stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Sir, would you like to buy some wine?" Fan Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, I want to buy a large quantity of cheap wine. What's your price?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper gave Fan Chuan a once-over. Though his clothes were simple, his bearing was extraordinary, and he led a fine horse. Knowing this was no ordinary customer, the shopkeeper replied politely, "How much do you need? Quantity discounts apply. I want 2,000 jin. Give me your best price." Hearing 2,000 jin, the shopkeeper was a bit delighted. This was a big deal. After a brief pause, he quoted a price. "Sir, for 2,000 jin, I can give you 30 won per do. That's the lowest I can offer. 30 won per do." Hearing this price, Fan Chuan quickly calculated in his mind. It was equivalent to about 6 taels of silver. This price was indeed much cheaper than the restaurant's 41, so he nodded in agreement and said, "All right, let's settle on that. Arrange for the loading. I'll pay now, and you can have someone deliver it to the specified location later." The shopkeeper was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. "Certainly, sir. Rest assured I'll handle it properly." As he agreed, he called over the workers to move the wine jars. After paying, Fan Chuan turned and headed to the rice shop. The shop assistant saw a customer entering and promptly greeted him. "Sir, you're back again. Buying rice?" "Yes, I want to buy 2,000 jin of rice." "What's the price?" Hearing the quantity, the assistant dared not delay and quickly called the shopkeeper out. The shopkeeper was a plump, middle-aged man, smiling warmly at Fan Chuan, and asked, "Sir, you want 2,000 jin of rice? Our white rice is 90 won per do. For such a large amount, I can give you a discount, 85 won per do. How about that?" Calculating 2,000 jin was 200 do, equivalent to about 17 taels of silver. This price was fair, so he nodded in agreement. All right, at this price, have someone deliver the rice to the designated location. The shopkeeper beamed with joy, repeatedly agreeing, and called the assistants to pack the rice. After paying, Fan Chuan remembered another matter and turned toward the nearby pharmacy. Entering the pharmacy, he saw an old physician sitting behind the counter and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have any ginseng for sale?" The old physician looked up, sizing Fan Chuan up, and replied, "I do have some, but they are only of ordinary years. What kind would you like, sir?" "I want a century-old wild ginseng." The old physician waved his hands upon hearing this. "Sir, you are putting me in a difficult position. A century-old wild ginseng is a rare treasure. A small shop like mine does not carry such items. If you wish to buy such a ginseng, you must go to Chang'an City, where the pharmacies there have such valuable herbs." Hearing this, Fan Chuan felt somewhat helpless. He had wanted to buy an old ginseng, but such a small shop simply did not have one. He thanked the old physician and left the pharmacy. He led Hong Zhao out of the city gate and waited at the agreed spot for the convoy carrying rice and wine. As Fan Chuan exited the city, someone spotted him and hurriedly turned back to report. Before long, a grand convoy arrived before Fan Chuan. Several large carts were loaded with full wine jars and rice sacks, and the cart drivers guided their horses slowly forward. Seeing this, Fan Chuan stepped forward, exchanged a few words with the drivers to confirm the goods were correct, then gave the order and led the convoy toward his courtyard. At first the journey was calm, but after traveling for an hour they reached a mountain hollow. Kill! Suddenly over 100 bandits rushed out from the woods on both sides, brandishing swords and spears, their arrogance overwhelming. They surrounded the convoy, shouting and looking ferocious. The people in the convoy were terrified. Several cart drivers turned pale with fear, their legs trembling. Looking at the bandits, a puzzled Fan Chuan calmly rode forward and stood at the front of the convoy. He reached into his chest, actually using the cover of his clothes to take the desert eagle from his spatial storage, and chambered around. It was perfect, since these rustics had never seen a gun. Soon the bandits closed in. Unfazed, Fan Chuan asked loudly, "Gentlemen, I am merely buying some grain. I have nothing valuable with me. How much toll do you want? Name your price." A scar-faced bandit leader heard Fan Chuan's words and laughed heartily, saying to his subordinates, "Who is this fool? Since we're robbing, we're taking everything." His subordinates quickly echoed, Right. The boss is right. Neither people nor goods will escape." Seeing the bandits charging closer, Fan Chuan, without a word, raised the desert eagle and aimed at the scar-faced man, pulling the trigger. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed in the hollow. A bullet flew from the muzzle, striking the scar-faced man's forehead with precision. The scar-faced man did not even have time to scream. He fell from his horse and lay motionless on the ground. This terrified the bandits. They had never seen such a means of killing out of thin air. Panic-stricken, they screamed, "A demon has appeared! A demon has appeared!" and turned to flee. Seeing the fastest runners, a cold glint flashed in Fan Chuan's eyes. He raised the gun and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. After the shots, the fastest bandits fell to the ground dead on the spot. Nobody moved. Fan Chuan roared. His shout, combined with the deadly gunfire, stunned the remaining bandits. They froze in place, not daring to move. Many dropped to their knees with a thud in front of Fan Chuan, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Spare us, sir. Spare us." Riding forward, Fan Chuan sat on his horse, looking down at the kneeling bandits. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Who sent you? Confess honestly, or I'll send you to meet your boss right now." He added, "You saw that I can kill without a weapon. Don't even think about running. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." The bandits exchanged glances, none willing to speak first, fearing that revealing the instigator would bring them trouble later. Seeing this, Fan Chuan gave a sinister smile and pulled out a double-barreled shotgun from his chest. He chambered a round with a click and aimed at a bandit who was already on the verge of breaking down, asking coldly, "You speak?" The man trembled violently, stammering, but refused to talk. Fan Chuan showed no leniency. He pulled the trigger. With a bang, the man was flung several meters away, lying on the ground, spitting blood, clearly dying. Then he pointed the gun at the next person and gestured, "Your turn." That man, already terrified and weeping, fell to his knees and blurted everything out. "Spare me, sir. It was the pawnshop owner. He was driven by greed and arranged for us to rob you. He also wanted to find out how much colored glaze you still have." Hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Fan Chuan's eyes. It was just as he suspected. He had only flaunted his wealth at the pawnshop, so this had to be the reason. The pawnshop owner must have coveted his colored glaze and silver, and bearing a grudge because his two previous subordinates had never returned, he set this trap. As he pondered, Fan Chuan took out the Desert Eagle's magazine, reloaded it, and looked at the kneeling bandits, calculating how to deal with them. He finally decided that these people could not be spared. With that, he aimed the Desert Eagle at each one and fired. Some tried to resist, but they were shot down and executed. Afterward, he told the cart drivers where to unload the goods and asked them to deliver a message home that he might not return tonight. Then he mounted his horse and rode toward Lantian County. At a village near Lantian County, he first left Hong Zhao at a household since he was going to kill someone and the horse was too conspicuous. He changed his appearance before entering the city. The first thing he did upon entering was to check on the pawnshop. It was still early, but the pawnshop was already closed. Looking at the wall surrounding the pawnshop, he smiled faintly. Could this really stop a former Special Forces soldier? He vaulted over the wall. Meanwhile, inside the study of the pawnshop, the manager paced back and forth, growing anxious. Calculating the time, Scarface should have succeeded and returned by now. Why hadn't his subordinates come to report? Manager Huang, are you waiting for me? Just as he was thinking, a deep voice came from behind him. Manager Huang turned and saw Fan Chuan holding a desert eagle. He didn't recognize it and thought it was just a piece of iron. Seeing this scene, shopkeeper Huang frowned, secretly cursing inwardly, useless. He then flashed a faint smile and spoke. Young sir, why have you trespassed on private property? Is there something you need? Witnessing this clownish display, Fan Chuan was actually impressed by shopkeeper Huang's performance. Shopkeeper Huang, you're a man of importance and prone to forgetfulness, he said. You just sent men to ambush and kill me. Already forgotten. Seeing the other party had dropped all pretense, shopkeeper Huang shrugged indifferently. Since you've put it so plainly, I'll drop the act. It was me. So what? You're on my turf now. What do you think you can do about it? As he finished speaking, he let out a loud shout. The door burst open and over a dozen men surged in, all brandishing blades. This sight actually made Fan Chuan pause. Seeing his expression, shopkeeper Huang assumed he was frozen in fear and grew even more smug. Scarface really is useless, he boasted. So many men couldn't handle a greenhorn like you, and now you've dragged me into this. But it's hardly a problem. I can handle it myself. Attack. The first words were directed at Fan Chuan, while the final two were an order to his men. Upon receiving the command, the group charged forward. Watching all this, Fan Chuan was almost laughing from anger. He raised the desert eagle in his hand and fired directly at shopkeeper Huang, the bullet striking squarely between his eyebrows. Bang! A deafening report echoed through the room. Shopkeeper Huang's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to kill him. His men, clearly frightened by the immense noise, hesitated in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Chuan took aim and fired repeatedly into the group. Body after body fell, but the pistol's magazine held only so many rounds. Once the bullets ran dry, Fan Chuan stowed the weapon in his spatial storage. He then drew a woodcutter's axe from his storage, his usual tool for mountain excursions, and systematically executed the remaining men, slashing down every last one of shopkeeper Huang's subordinates. After searching the study for a while, he found over 1,000 taels of silver and tucked them into his spatial storage. He also discovered a ledger. Glancing through its contents, he saw evidence of various embezzlement and bribery schemes, which he likewise stored away. Finding nothing else worth taking, he set the entire building ablaze. Only then did he exit the pawnshop, observing the crowd around him shouting about the fire. Taking advantage of the chaos, he slipped out of the city and arrived at the farmhouse where Hong Zhao was staying. He handed over 1 tael of silver, mounted his horse, and traveled through the night back to their location. Meanwhile, a large caravan returned in force to the courtyard entrance. It was the cargo convoy Fan Chuan had arranged. Daniel and Ernio stepped forward to negotiate. Upon learning the goods had been purchased by Fan Chuan, they arranged for the drivers to unload all the wine and rice into the courtyard. Once the unloading was complete, and Yunshu paid the remaining balance, the caravan departed. During this time, Yunshu questioned the drivers about why Fan Chuan hadn't returned with them. Learning that Fan Chuan had encountered bandits on the road and killed them all before returning to Lintian County, she knew something was terribly wrong. Li Xiuning, standing nearby, offered Yunshu a few comforting words before dispatching Qing Lan to lead a team to Lintian County. Qing Lan nodded, walked outside the courtyard, and blew a whistle. Dozens of fully armed warriors emerged directly from the forest. Under Qing Lan's command, they mounted their horses and headed toward Lintian County. As for the rice and wine in the courtyard, Fan Chuan had given prior instructions, so Daniel and Ernio began moving the rice to an underground storeroom behind the courtyard. The wine, they decided, could stay in the courtyard for now and be dealt with later. On the way, they encountered Qing Lan and her group, who had come searching for them. Seeing that Fan Chuan was unharmed, Qing Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the group made their way back. They returned to the courtyard not long after, first seeing Hong Zhao settled in the stable before inspecting the wine and liquor stored in the yard. Yunshu, standing beside him, curiously asked, "Husband, why did you buy so much wine? Can we even finish all of it?" Fan Chuan reached out and affectionately patted Yunshu's head, smiling as he said, "This wine, my dear, will serve a great purpose. You'll find out tomorrow." Yunshu nodded with partial understanding, then pressed further, asking why he hadn't returned with the merchant caravan. Hearing this, warmth spread through Fan Chuan's heart. At least someone cared about him. He replied, "It's nothing. I just want to find a few people and have a friendly chat with them." Sensing Fan Chuan's reluctance to elaborate, Yunshu dropped the subject. As darkness fell, the family gathered together for dinner. That night Fan Chuan held Yin Shu, her cheeks still flushed, as they drifted into sleep. Early the next morning after breakfast, Nyo and Nyo were about to head to the fields for fertilizing when Fan Chuan called them back. Hold off on the fertilizing for now. The two of you go cut some timber and bamboo and bring it to the courtyard. Though Nyo and Nyo didn't understand what their master planned to do, they asked no further questions and set off with their tools. Fan Chuan first walked over to the adjacent leopard enclosure and crouched down to observe the two cubs, Dabao and Airbao. They appeared much more vigorous than a few days prior, their frames having grown noticeably larger and the spots on their coats becoming increasingly defined. Their round little bodies tumbled across the ground, and upon seeing Fan Chuan they let out soft infantile calls. Watching these two, he mused that he mustn't let them become spoiled like domestic cats. Leopards were apex predators after all. If raised like house cats from childhood, they'd be useless. He needed to feed them something special to cultivate their courage and wild nature. With that in mind, he rose and walked to the tool shed, sifting through a pile of raw Lantian jade stones in the corner until he found a rather inferior quality one roughly the size of a basketball. He retrieved several chisels and saws from the shed and returned to the courtyard. Pulling out his phone, he used Doubao to look up instructions for making a stone mill. Finding the process seemed manageable. Following the guide, he set to work in the courtyard. Several women aimlessly lingering about watched with curiosity as Fan Chuan hammered away at the stone. Yin Shu, unable to contain her curiosity, approached and asked, "Husband, what are you making?" While continuing to strike the stone, Fan Chuan replied, "I'm crafting a small grinding mill." Yin Shu looked thoroughly puzzled. What use is a small millstone? The larger ones can grind rice and flour. What could this one possibly grind? Hearing her question, Fan Chuan set down his tools and began explaining to Yin Shu, "Wild animals must be trained from a young age. Though Dabao and Airbao are still young, didn't I kill a tiger yesterday? I intend to grind the tiger bones into powder and feed it to them from an early age so they grow accustomed to the scent and taste of tiger, developing a nature that holds no fear of tigers." Yin Shu understood only partially, but nodded nevertheless. "I see." She then turned and returned to explain things to Li Xiuning and the others. Clearly Yin Shu had been sent as their informant. Unfazed by this, Fan Chuan simply returned to his work, focusing on shaping the stone. Before he could finish, Nyo and Nyo returned with timber and bamboo poles. Fan Chuan directed them, saw the wood into planks and construct steamer inserts, and hollow out the bamboo to create water conduits. Though they didn't fully grasp the purpose, Nyo and Nyo obediently followed his instructions. Together they set to work, and before long Fan Chuan completed the small grinding mill first. A palm-sized stone mill with upper and lower stones and a grinding hole in the center. Though rough, it was usable. From the corner of the yard, he found the pile of tiger bones, picked some out, smashed them, and put them into the mill to test. Creak, creak. After a few turns, the tiger bones were ground into fine powder. Looking at the powder, he felt it was about right and called Xiao Wei over. Xiao Wei, continue grinding. At least grind the entire leg bone into powder. In the future, when feeding Dabao and Airbao, add a little bit to their food each time. Hearing that there was a task to do, Xiao Wei happily took over Fan Chuan's work, squatted in front of the mill, and began earnestly grinding tiger bone powder. Meanwhile, the now free Fan Chuan joined in making the distillation equipment. In no time, he crafted a decent-looking steaming tray, which was actually an ancient-style distiller made by Fan Chuan according to the diagram given by Doubao. The top was a sealed lid with a curved pipe standing in the middle connected to a liquor outlet below. He asked Nyo and Nyo to help move the distiller to the kitchen and place it on the large iron pot. Then he had them bring over the wine, pour it all into the pot, and light the fire. A few women in the yard also curiously gathered around to see what Fan Chuan was up to. As the temperature in the pot rose, the wine began to boil, producing a large amount of steam. The steam passed through the distillation device, slowly condensed, and flowed down along the pipe. High-proof liquor began to drip drop by drop from the outlet precisely into the bowl Fan Chuan had placed in advance. An extremely rich aroma of wine began to spread through the kitchen. Wani, watching intently, couldn't help murmuring to herself, "This wine. It smells so good." Even the well-traveled Li Xiuning couldn't help nodding in secret. Fan Chuan looked at the distilled liquor, scooped some into his mouth, tasted it carefully, and shook his head slightly. The alcohol content was still too low, only 20 to 30%. Yin Shu, seeing Fan Chuan shake his head, curiously sidled over and asked, "Husband, what's wrong? Is the wine not right?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan smiled and replied, "Nothing wrong. It's just that the alcohol content is too low. I need to distill it once more to reach the standard I want. Can I have a taste?" Yin Shu's eyes lit up as she asked. Fan Chuan nodded, scooped a little, and handed it to Yin Shu. Yin Shu took a careful sip, and her face instantly flushed red. The little look was adorable. The other women all gathered around, looking at each other, their meaning obvious. They wanted to taste too. Fan Chuan was not stingy. He gave each a small cup. After drinking, every one of them had rosy cheeks. After drinking, Li Xiuning sighed. This is truly fine wine, even better than the vintage my imperial father has treasured. This wine is still not good enough. It needs to be purified once more to meet my requirements." Hearing this, Li Xiuning frowned and asked, "Why do that? I feel the current flavor is already perfect." Fan Chuan had already had an answer for this question. He explained earnestly, "The wine after one more purification can not only be drunk, but also treat various wound infections like knife wounds and sword wounds with miraculous effects." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuning instantly perked up. If this wine could really be used to treat wound infections, it would be an incredible boon for the army. You see, the current medical methods in the army were quite rudimentary, just a simple cleaning of the wound and sprinkling some wound powder. Life or death depended entirely on fate. The rate of wound infection was as high as over 70%, and once a wound became infected, the mortality rate was basically 100%. If Fan Chuan's high-proof wine could indeed treat wound infections combined with the suturing technique mentioned earlier, the two together would definitely increase the army's survival rate by 70%. Having understood this, Li Xiuning said no more, but kept staring at the distillation equipment, lost in thought. Under Fan Chuan's direction, Daniel and Ernio kept moving wine jars and distilling pot after pot. Soon they had purified the 2,000 jin of wine, twice reaching Fan Chuan's requirement, about 60% alcohol. But the purified wine amounted to only a few jars, roughly 400 jin. Among it, 20 jin was the head liquor, undrinkable, only usable as alcohol. Li Xiuning looked at the separately packed small jar and asked curiously, "Why is this jar packed separately?" To this question, Fan Chuan smiled and said, "Because this jar is the head liquor collected separately. Its alcohol content is extremely high. Drinking it would kill a person, but it has miraculous effects on wounds. It's even more effective than this purified wine, the best of the best. But the cost is too high. Think about it. From 2,000 jin of wine, we only got 20 jin of head liquor. It simply cannot be mass-produced. As for the other 400 jin, if used for the army, it's actually very little, basically cannot be mass-produced either." Hearing Fan Chuan's words, Li Xiuning was not disappointed. Instead, she was very happy. Although the yield was low, at least it was a method, wasn't it? With this method, they could always find ways to increase production in the future. Fan Chuan called Daniel and Ernio, and together they moved all these jars of wine to the cellar in the backyard and stored them properly. As for the herbal wine brewing, it wasn't possible, yet due to lack of raw materials. However, Fan Chuan still put half a tiger's bones into one of the wine vats to soak. In fact, Fan Chuan had an ancient recipe for herbal wine passed down from his family, but he had never made it because various ingredients were missing. According to his elders, the effects of this recipe were extremely good. For men drinking it, the effect multiplied several times. For women, it also beautified the skin and nourished the face. But the ingredients were extremely rare. Besides the tiger's 3 essentials, it also required ginseng, over 100 years old, the sinew of a giant python, fresh deer antler, and the heart's blood of a deer, plus some auxiliary ingredients, all prepared in a specific ratio. In modern times, the hardest to obtain was the tiger's 3 essentials. But in this ancient era, the more difficult part was the deer's heart's blood, because it had to be taken from a live deer. As he thought, he set aside that small jar of head liquor, planning to try the family's herbal wine recipe once he gathered all the ingredients in the future. Finally, after finishing everything, Daniel and Ernio were so tired they kept yawning. Fan Chuan told them to rest first, then took a stroll around the cellar himself before returning to his room. Yunshu had already made the bed. Seeing him come in, she didn't ask much, only said softly, "Husband, you've had a long day. Rest quickly." Fan Chuan responded, "Lay down," but his mind was still turning over the family's herbal wine recipe. He had tiger bones, and the tiger's 3 essentials were already pickled, but he still lacked deer's heart's blood, fresh deer antler, and giant python sinew. Especially the deer's heart's blood and antler. These couldn't be rushed. He would have to wait and go into the mountains to try his luck. "What are you thinking about?" Yunshu saw him staring blankly and asked softly. "Thinking about that jar of herbal wine. The ingredients are still far from enough. What's the hurry? Just gather them slowly." Yunshu snuggled into his arms and said, "Husband, with your skills you'll gather them sooner or later." Fan Chuan nodded softly and closed his eyes. Thus the days passed, rising with the sun resting at dusk, and before he knew it, 2 months had slipped away. During this period, the exchange system had also been activated. After making some inquiries, Fan Chuan learned that bonuses could be accumulated, which delighted him greatly, so he held off on using the opportunity prematurely. That morning barely past dawn, Fan Chuan was already up. After a light breakfast, he slung the hoe over his shoulder and made his way along the field path to the edge of the cornfield. The 6th year of Wude brought abundant rainfall, and combined with the compound fertilizer he had applied earlier, the corn grew especially sturdy. The stalks stood taller than a man, straight and proud, their broad leaves dark and glossy. Bulging ears of corn swelled along the stems, bearing every sign of approaching maturity. He plucked an ear from the stalk, feeling its weight, then peeled back the husk. The kernels were arranged in perfect rows, plump and full, and when he pressed one, juice threatened to spill out. A few more days, and we'll be ready to harvest, he murmured to himself. Just then footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he saw Daniel and Ernio. Brother Fan, what work do we have today? Daniel asked, his hoe resting on his shoulder. Pointing to the cornfield, Fan Chuan replied, no tilling today. This crop is nearly ripe. I just need to apply one final round of fertilizer, clear away the weeds, and let it fill out. Fill out? Ernio scratched his head, puzzled. What does that mean? It's the final stretch when the kernels plump up before harvest. As he spoke, Fan Chuan bent to pull a weed. Water and fertilizer must be kept steady now, and the field tended carefully. Otherwise the ears won't fill properly, and the yield will suffer. Though Daniel and Ernio grasped only half of what he said, they followed his directions without question. Each man claimed a row, and together they moved through the cornfield, pulling weeds, loosening soil, and applying fertilizer. Between tasks, he shared his knowledge with the two young men. Farming may look like simple toil in the dirt, but there is a great deal of skill involved. Every step, when to sow, when to fertilize, when to harvest, has its right moment. Do it too early or too late, and the harvest will differ. You know so much, Brother Fan. Daniel spoke with admiration. Nothing but necessity drives it. If I didn't figure things out, we'd starve. As they talked, the sound of hooves drifted toward them from the courtyard. Fan Chuan rose and saw Li Xiuning riding Zhao Hong toward them. She wore a practical fitted riding outfit with narrow sleeves, her hair secured with a wooden pin, looking far more vibrant than she had in recent days. Though her mounting remained somewhat awkward, she sat the horse with confidence, now a far cry from the bedridden patient who could barely turn over. Your injuries haven't fully healed. How can you ride? I've been lying flat every day. My bones feel like they're rusting. Li Xiuning dismounted with steadiness despite her still awkward movements. I've been told this kind of injury allows for movement by now. If I don't start moving properly, I'll waste away. Observing her rosy complexion and genuine improvement, Fan Chuan finally relaxed. All right then, just stay nearby and don't overexert yourself. Let me help you. Li Xiuning rolled up her sleeves, ready to pull weeds. Seeing this, Fan Chuan quickly stopped her. You're far too delicate for that sort of work. Besides, your injury is in your waist and abdomen. Bending over and straining could reopen the wound. She glanced at him, but didn't press the matter, instead strolling along the ridge with her hands behind her back, watching the lush cornfields spread out before her. So this is the corn you mentioned? Yes, we'll be harvesting in a few more days. What kind of yield are we looking at? Fan Chuan quickly calculated in his head. Of the 30 mu total, roughly 10 were planted to corn. With modern yields and ample fertilizer, each mu should produce well over 1,000 jin. 10 mu would yield more than 10,000 jin of grain. But he kept the full figure to himself, offering only a vague response. Should be plenty enough for our family for a while. Li Xiuning, sharp as she was, caught the hesitation in his words, but let it pass, studying him with knowing eyes. Fan Chuan, these crops of yours are nothing ordinary. I heard you told Shimin the corn yield reaches 2 stones and 6 dough per mu. At those words, his heart skipped a beat. That claim had been a convenient exaggeration meant to brush off Li Xiuning, but if he were honest about the actual yield, it would far exceed that figure. His expression remained steady as he replied, I downplayed it, afraid the real numbers would shock people. Li Xiuning shook her head, though privately she understood the truth. This man concealed far too many secrets. There were the strange seeds, the unfamiliar farming tools, the medicines capable of saving lives, and the peculiar distillation method that produced such potent liquor. Where he obtained all of it remained a mystery, yet one thing was clear. He was man. Some truths would reveal themselves in time. The hours slipped away swiftly. By noon, Fan Chuan returned to the courtyard with Daniel and Ernio for their meal. Yun Shu and Xiao Wei had already prepared a spread of dishes, and since Fan Chuan had taken her under his guidance, her cooking improved. Today's feast included a pot of wild chicken soup, stir-fried wild boar, fresh pancakes, and a cold salad. Though simple fare, the aroma alone was enough to awaken the appetite. Li Xiuning took her place at the head of the table, picked up a piece of wild pork with her chopsticks, and as she chewed, she spoke suddenly. Fan Chuan, when I went into the mountains today, I spotted a herd of deer near the edge of the forest behind our home. Deer? Fan Chuan, who had been eating, perked up at the mention of deer. Bucks or does? Both males and females. The lead buck has massive, thick antlers, clearly in his prime. At the news of male deer, his mind immediately began working. He had been wondering where to find deer heart, blood, and velvet antler. The timing was perfect. It was exactly the season for harvesting antlers, and now they had come to him. But deer were clever and fast, making them difficult to hunt. I'll go take a look later. Would you like me to have Qing Lan bring some men to help, eh? No need. Fan Chuan waved his hand, dismissively, confidence evident in his tone. When hunting, too many people only scare off the game. I'll handle it myself. Understanding his capability, Li Xiuning dropped the matter. After lunch, Fan Chuan didn't rush out to hunt. Instead, he returned to his room first to retrieve the anesthetic he had previously prepared from datura leaves. With word of the deer herd, this would be the perfect opportunity to capture one alive. Far simpler than slaughtering it for the heart blood. As he considered this, Yunshu entered carrying a bowl of tea. Husband, are you going into the mountains again? Yes, I'm going to check on that herd and test my anesthetic to see if I can capture them alive. Then be careful. Yunshu cautioned, the mountains are full of wild beasts. Fan Chuan patted the hunting rifle beside him and replied confidently, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Soon Fan Chuan departed the courtyard with his supplies and weapons heading toward the back mountain. He had visited those woods several times over the past 2 months and knew the terrain well. Following a trail worn by ewes, he moved low and careful, avoiding the wind direction as he crept toward the forest Li Xiuning had described. After roughly half an hour's walk, he stopped on a hillside, pressing himself behind a large boulder. Drawing out the air rifle's scope, he peered into the woods. Sure enough, on a patch of grass at the edge of the forest, a herd of Sika deer was grazing. The leader was a large stag, robust and sturdy, with antlers that had grown thick and long, shimmering with a dark red luster, a clear sign of prime age. Counting, there were about 7 or 8, some male, some female, and 2 fawns following close to the does. After observing the herd's activity patterns for a while, he devised a plan in his mind. This herd was extremely vigilant. The stag would raise its head every now and then to scan the surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. It was impossible to catch them by chasing directly. He had to set a trap. Thinking this, he decided not to act rashly. He noted the herd's location and quietly withdrew. Back at the courtyard, dusk had fallen. Yunshu greeted him. Husband, did you find the deer? Found them, a herd of 7 or 8. But now is not the time to act. Deer are cunning creatures. I need a foolproof plan. Then what does my husband intend to do? First, no rush. I'll prepare the bait first, then figure out the deer matter. Yunshu blinked. Bait. The last batch of special bait is used up. I plan to mix some more. I've more or less figured out the recipe, so I'll give it a try. Hearing that he was going to prepare bait, Yunshu's eyes lit up. I want to watch. Seeing her adorable expression, Fan Chuan smiled and said, all right, you can help me out. After dinner, he moved a table into the courtyard and laid out an array of bottles and jars. Back when he was an avid angler, he had spent a lot of time studying homemade bait. Ingredients like cornmeal and rice wine. Different ratios worked for different fish with varying effects. Although the Tang Dynasty lacked the abundance of modern times, it still had the essentials. He had Yunshu fetch some rice flour and wheat bran from the kitchen and sent Xiaowei to the cellar for a bit of heady liquor. As he mixed, he explained to Yunshu, when fishing, bait is the key. You have to cater to what the fish love. Rice flour is fragrant, favored by carp and grass carp. Wheat bran has a mild flavor, but can attract fish. Add a few drops of liquor, and the pungent scent will lure them in. Yunshu listened intently, watching Fan Chuan's slender hands skillfully knead and stir the mixture in the basin. Soon he had formed a lump of golden bait. Is it done? Yunshu asked curiously. Not quite yet. He dabbed a bit of the mixture on his nose to smell it, then said, it needs to rest overnight for the flavors to develop. It'll be ready tomorrow. As he was speaking, Li Xiuning emerged from the house holding a cup of tea and stood under the eaves watching them. Suddenly she spoke. Could you prepare a batch of that bait for me tomorrow too? You want to fish? Hearing his question, Li Xiuning said, I've been confined to bed for so long, it's time I got some fresh air. Tomorrow, whether you're heading into the mountains or to the river, take me along. I know my own body. Besides, aren't you going deer hunting? If I go with you, an extra pair of eyes won't hurt. Looking at her earnest expression, not at all petulant, Fan Chuan nodded. All right, we'll go together tomorrow. But in the mountains, you must listen to me and not wander off. Li Xiuning smiled faintly. Of course. I'm not some reckless young lady from a boudoir. The next morning, Fan Chuan packed up his gear and prepared to set out. Li Xiuning was already waiting in the courtyard, dressed in a sharp set of clothing, a short knife tucked at her waist, radiating a spirited air. Yunshu had wanted to come along, but Fan Chuan said someone needed to watch the house, so she stayed behind. Take care, husband, Yunshu urged. Don't worry, he replied. With that, they set off. The two spoke little along the way, but the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. The morning breeze brushed their faces, the fields lush and green with rolling mountains in the distance. A serene pastoral scene. Li Xiuning suddenly spoke. Fan Chuan. Moi, how did you end up here? I heard about how you fell from the sky. He had always expected someone would ask this question eventually, but he hadn't anticipated that the first to seriously inquire would be Li Xiuning. Choosing his words carefully, Fan Chuan replied, I was a night watchman. That night, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the Sizhu garden. Night watchman. Li Xiuning looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the term. A kind of guard or caretaker. Anyway, I don't know how I ended up here. Li Xiuning was silent for a moment, then said softly, no matter where you came from, since you're here, live well. Fan Chuan nodded solemnly. As they spoke, they reached the back hill and followed a forest path deeper in. Before they had gone far, Fan Chuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Li Xiuning understood and softened her footsteps. He pulled out the air gun, looked through the 4x scope, and scanned the patch of grass from the day before. The herd was still there. The lead stag was grazing with its head down, occasionally lifting it to glance around warily. Fan Chuan lowered his voice. Right there on that meadow. Li Xiuning followed his gaze and saw the deer. She murmured, "What a fine herd." Chuan took out a vial of anesthetic from his pocket and said, "I have a drug here. If it hits the deer, it will knock it unconscious." She nodded. The two found a spot of underbrush at the edge of the forest, crouched down, and quietly observed the herd. They waited for over half an hour. The sun climbed higher. After grazing for a while, the deer gradually moved deeper into the forest. The lead stag lingered at the back occasionally, turning its head to look back. Chuan seized an opportunity. When the stag lowered its head to nibble on a patch of tender grass, he stealthily leaned half his body out from the bushes and pulled the trigger of the air gun. A soft whoosh. The tranquilizer dart arced through the air and struck the stag's hind leg with precision. Startled, the stag kicked violently, letting out a cry. The herd burst into panic, scattering in all directions, vanishing into the depths of the forest in an instant. His heart tightened. Just as he was about to give chase, he saw the stag stagger after barely 20 steps, its body lurching, and then it collapsed with a thud. It worked. Overjoyed, Chuan dashed forward. Li Xiuning followed. They reached the stag, which lay on the grass, its limbs twitching, eyes half closed, already unconscious. Kneeling down, Chuan checked the deer's condition, confirming the anesthetic dose was just right. He breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Li Xiuning praised, "Excellent drug. If this could be used on the battlefield." Catching her implication, Chuan said with a smile, "Let's not think that far ahead for now. We need to take it back first. We must extract while it's still alive for it to be effective." With that, he hoisted the stag onto his back and headed back. When they returned to the courtyard, Yunshu let out a gasp and hurriedly asked, "Husband, did you catch a deer?" "Still alive." Chuan nodded, leading the deer into the courtyard. He drew a short knife from his waist and found the right spot. Near the heart of the male deer, he made a small incision, using a small earthenware pot he had prepared to catch the gushing blood. After collecting a full pot of the deer's heart blood, he carefully removed the antlers, applied some hemostatic medicine to the wound, and spared the deer's life. "Can this deer still live?" Li Xiuning asked, watching from the side. "Yes, I only took the heart blood, not its life. Once it wakes, it can still run." Hearing this, Li Xiuning nodded, watching Chuan carefully store the pot of crimson heart blood. In her heart, she felt an ineffable admiration for this man, which grew deeper. First, he drove the male deer into the rear breeding ground. Then he fetched a jar of strong liquor from the cellar and mixed the heart blood and antlers into the wine according to a certain proportion. Although it was a semi-finished product, its effect was already good. It only needed to be stored for a few days before drinking. After putting things away, he looked up at the sky and said to Li Xiuning and Yunshu beside him, "It's still early. How about going to the river to try my new fishing bait?" Li Xiuning nodded in agreement, but Yunshu didn't want to wander around. She shook her head and said, "You two go ahead. I'll stay home and watch over Debao and Erbao." Chuan didn't press further. He led the horse with Li Xiuning, and the two of them arrived at the bank of the Hay River. They found a riverside bend with gentle currents. Old Man Dai was not there. They chose a fishing spot, baited the hooks with the new bait, and cast the lines into the water. While waiting for a bite, they chatted idly. Sunlight sprinkled on the river, shimmering with ripples, a picture of serene times. Suddenly, Li Xiuning asked, "After the harvest, what do you plan to do?" Hearing the unexpected question, Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "First stock up the grain. Then I'll figure out how to reclaim more land and plant more crops. The family's enterprises also need to be gradually expanded." Li Xiuning pressed further, "Have you ever thought about entering the court?" Hearing this, Chuan was startled, then realized that Li Xiuning was a princess. Her words were actually probing whether he wanted to use her connections to seek a position in the imperial court. Enter the court. Not even a dog would do that. Up earlier than the roosters, sleep later than the dogs. Saying this, he laughed himself and continued, "I'm not good at dealing with officials. I'll stick to tending my own fields for now." Li Xiuning glanced at him, about to say something more, but just then the water surface suddenly pulled hard. A bite! With a surge of excitement, Chuan jerked the rod. A large fish was flung out of the water, drawing a silvery arc in the air, and landed with a splash on the grassy bank, its tail slapping wildly. Watching the lively big fish, Li Xiuning couldn't help but smile and praised, "What a big one. The Hay River has good water, and the fish are plump." As he spoke, Chuan unhooked the fish, estimating it weighed 3 or 4 catties. He said happily, "Back in my hometown, they'd call this a Hay River big carp." While talking, he rebaited the hook and cast it back into the water. Li Xiuning followed his example, set up her rod, and waited quietly. The two of them sat by the river bend, neither speaking, yet feeling no awkwardness. After an afternoon, they had caught quite a few fish, big and small, filling a bamboo basket to the brim. Seeing the sun slanting westward, Chuan began to pack up his rod, smiling. "That's enough. Let's go back. I'll show you my skills tonight." Li Xiuning nodded with a smile, quite satisfied with the man's cooking. Her stomach was thoroughly conquered. They walked back together, and when they passed by the cornfield, Chuan stopped. He dismounted, strode into the field, broke off a dozen plump corn cobs, and tossed them into the basket. Watching this, Li Xiuning asked curiously, "Isn't this corn still unripe?" "Ripe or not, you'll know when you cook it. This is a good thing." By the time they returned to the courtyard, dusk had fallen. Xiao Wei greeted them, naturally taking the fish from Fan Chuan's hands. She looked at the pile of golden corn cobs in the basket with a puzzled expression. "Brother Fan, what are these?" Xiao Wei picked up a corn cob, turning it over in her hands, and asked, "I've seen them growing in the field, but I never knew whether they were a staple or a vegetable." Hearing the question, Fan Chuan smiled and said, "This is called corn. It's delicious and can be used as grain. Today I'll show you what I can do." With that, he carried the basket into the kitchen, peeled a few cobs, put them in a pot with water, and started boiling. He threw the remaining cobs, still in their husks, directly into the charcoal fire beside the stove. Soon a sweet and smoky corn aroma began to spread through the kitchen. The fragrance was both sweet and savory, whetting the appetite. Estimating that the corn was done, Fan Chuan used a slotted spoon to scoop out all the boiled cobs along with the roasted ones and brought them to the table in the courtyard. A crowd gathered around immediately. Yun Shu, Xiao Wei, Wanhe along with Li Xiuning and Xinglan all crowded around the table, curiously examining the golden, strange things. "The kernels look like jade," Yun Shu said, reaching out a small hand to poke one. "No wonder they call it corn." Li Xiuning also picked up a cob, studying the neat rows of kernels, and mused, "The name suits it well." But looking was one thing. They all exchanged glances, none daring to take the first bite. After all, the thing looked novel, and no one knew if it was edible or tasty. Fan Chuan couldn't help but laugh at their hesitation. He picked up a boiled cob and handed it to Yun Shu, saying gently, "Yun, this is delicious. Try it." Yun Shu looked at his earnest eyes, nodded, took the corn, carefully brought it to her lips, and took a small bite. The soft, sweet taste instantly melted in her mouth. Yun Shu's eyes lit up, and she nodded, repeatedly chewing and mumbling to Li Xiuning, "Your Highness, you must try it too. It's really good." Seeing her reaction, Li Xiuning became curious. She picked up a roasted cob that was browned and followed Yun Shu's example, peeling off the charred husk. A rich, smoky aroma hit her nose. Carefully, she picked off a few kernels and put them into her mouth, chewing slowly. A unique flavor, both smoky and sweet, spread across her palate, and she couldn't help nodding. "Truly a good thing," Li Xiuning remarked, a rare compliment. Seeing the princess eating, the others no longer hesitated. Danyo, Ernyo, and Xiao Wei all reached out, grabbed corn cobs, and started gnawing. Their mouths were soon covered in bits, but they were full of praise. Fan Chuan also picked up a roasted cob, took a bite, chewed the familiar smoky flavor, and nodded to himself. This was the glutinous corn he had specially reserved. In fact, 2 varieties were planted in the field. One was regular grain corn with high yield used for stockpiling. The other was this glutinous corn planted on just a small plot exclusively for the family to enjoy. While they were eating, Xiao Wei suddenly sidled up to Fan Chuan and asked quietly, "Brother Fan, what about the weeds in the vegetable plot next to yours? Should I hoe them or something?" Fan Chuan mid-bite froze. "Which patch?" Xiao Wei gestured. "Right where you grow vegetables. It's overgrown, all lush and green. I never dared touch it. Was worried you'd planted it on purpose. Come show me." Grabbing an ear of corn, Fan Chuan followed Xiao Wei toward the vegetable garden. At the edge of the field, he looked down, and his eyes lit up. There, thriving in the soil, was a dense patch of fish mint, its leaves thick and succulent, its roots white and tender, perfectly ripe. "This is a treasure." Fan Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Yun Shu drifted over, curiously peeking. "Isn't that just weeds? How is that anything special?" Hearing this, Fan Chuan wore a mysterious smile. In 3 quick bites, he finished the remaining corn, sprinted to the tool shed, and emerged with a hoe, squatting down to dig. He didn't dig much, maybe 2 or 3 jean, then moved to the neighboring plot to pick some celery and cilantro. He carried them to the courtyard, washed them clean, and moved into the kitchen. There he snapped the fish mint into bite-sized pieces, chopped the celery and cilantro, mixed everything together with salt, monosodium glutamate, and various seasonings, tossing it all thoroughly. "This needs to marinate a bit to absorb the flavors. Just wait." With that, he turned back to the fish. Tonight's main course was Sichuan-style braised fish. He cleaned the fish thoroughly, scaled it, removed the gills and entrails, scored both sides, and rubbed it with salt and cooking wine to marinate. While the fish marinated, he heated oil in a wok. Once hot, he lowered the fish in. A sharp sizzle echoed as the skin quickly set, turning a beautiful golden hue. He flipped it to cook the other side until both sides were golden and crisp, then pushed the fish aside and threw in ginger and garlic, frying until fragrant. Next came Banjiang, stir-fried until the oil turned red, then water was poured in, followed by soy sauce, sugar, and vinegar. The heat was turned up to boil, then reduced to a gentle simmer. The aroma grew richer and richer, drifting out through the kitchen window and drawing everyone in the courtyard over. Yun Shu leaned against the doorframe, watching the braised fish bubble and gurgle in the pot, unable to stop herself from swallowing. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan, while tending the fish, added a few stalks of scallion whites and cilantro to the wok. When the sauce had reduced to a thick, glossy red glaze, he clapped his hands. "Done." The women all pitched in, carrying every dish to the table. The table groaned under the weight: braised fish, dressed fish, mint, boiled corn, grilled corn, plus the wild chicken soup stewed earlier, and several stir-fried dishes. A feast fit for royalty. Yun Shu and the others stared at the glistening, fragrant platter of braised fish, secretly drooling. Fan Chuan's authentic Sichuan flavor was always different from what they made at home. Far more appetizing and delicious. Watching everyone, Fan Chuan first picked up a chopstickful of the dressed fish mint and shoved it into his mouth, chewing slowly. A peculiar taste, earthy and fresh, spread across his tongue, and his nose suddenly tingled. This was the taste of home. The truest taste of home. Yun Shu was reaching for the braised fish when her peripheral vision caught Fan Chuan's reddening eyes. She paused, stunned. Curious, she reached out with her own chopsticks, grabbed a bite of fish mint, and chewed thoughtfully. Her expression turned strange. It was her first time trying it, but it wasn't terrible. She could swallow it. Husband, what's wrong? Yun Shu asked, concerned. Chuan sniffled, smiling. Nothing. It's just this taste. It reminds me of home. So this is called fish mint. It's not bad. Seeing Yun Shu could handle it, everyone else dug in. But Li Xiuning and Qing Lan had barely chewed twice when their faces contorted. A pungent fishy odor shot straight to their brains. Both women gasped in unison, turned, and doubled over, retching. Seeing this, Fan Chuan hurried over, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed them over with a smile. This is a specialty from my hometown. It's called How to Inya. Everyone's constitution is different. Some find it fragrant, others find it fishy. Clearly the two of you aren't suited to it. Better skip it. Taking the water, Li Xiuning rinsed her mouth and slowly recovered, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Everyone else can eat it, but I can't. How can such a bizarre food exist in this world? Fan Chuan couldn't properly explain it either, so he simply picked up another chopstickful of fish mint and ate it. Against Li Xiuning's horrified gaze, he chewed with visible enjoyment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Watching the prince's expression, Qing Lan couldn't resist picking up a bite herself. She chewed, nodded, and said, "It's not that bad, Your Highness." Li Xiuning had to admit it truly was subjective. Still skeptical, she carefully pinched a small piece and placed it on her tongue. The moment she chewed once, that fishy stench surged back. She spat it out immediately, staring at the dish of fish mint in terror, shaking her head wildly, unwilling to touch it again. "I'll stick to this," she said, picking up a large chunk of braised fish and eating it heartily with rice. After finishing their meal, everyone sat in the courtyard chatting and digesting when suddenly a commotion echoed from the direction of the village. Fan Chuan's expression darkened. He hadn't forgotten the last wolf pack incursion. Those wolves hadn't all been wiped out. Some had escaped. Could they have returned after these past few months? Everyone go inside and lock the doors. While telling Yun Shu and the others to stay safe, he quickly walked into the house and grabbed the double-barreled shotgun leaning against the corner. "Denyo air nyo, guard the house," he called out. After over 2 months of growth, the Bao and Air Bao, the 2 cheetahs, had reached about 10 gene, roughly the size of a local dog. Since they were 1 month old, Fan Chuan had been feeding them raw meat to cultivate their ferocity. Today was the perfect test. With the 2 cheetahs at his side, he strode quickly toward the village. Before even entering, the 2 leopards caught the scent of blood and instantly grew excited, bolting forward. Fan Chuan's heart tightened. Hurrying after them, he confirmed it. Indeed, at the village entrance, a clearing was surrounded by a pack of wolves, gray and fierce, numbering over a dozen. The wolves spotted Fan Chuan too. Dozens of glowing green eyes locked onto him, bearing cruel fangs. Without hesitation, he raised his double-barreled shotgun and fired at the nearest wolf. Bang! The wolf dropped instantly, its head smashed to pulp. The gunshot sent the pack into a panic, but then a mournful howl pierced the air from deep within the group. Rather than retreating, the wolves bared their teeth and advanced steadily toward Fan Chuan. There's a pack leader directing them. At the sound of the howl, Fan Chuan frowned and fired at another wolf charging to the front. Bang! Another wolf fell. The Bao and Air Bao showed no less courage. The 2 cheetahs moved in perfect coordination. The Bao clamped his jaws around a wolf's head, holding on relentlessly. Air Bao circled behind and delivered a vicious swipe at the wolf's hind legs. The wolf let out a piercing scream, thrashing wildly, buying the pack a momentary halt. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Chuan didn't waste a second. He reached into his coat, loaded 2 buckshot rounds into his shotgun, and fired twice more into the pack. This time it was a scattering shot, iron pellets flooding out like a storm. Nearly all the wolves were wounded, and the severely hit ones collapsed to the ground, twitching. With the shotgun's ammo spent and reloading too cumbersome, Fan Chuan simply reached into his chest, drew out a Desert Eagle, and systematically put a bullet into each wolf that still drew breath. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed back and forth, and soon the entire pack of wolves lay motionless. After reloading both the double-barreled shotgun and the Desert Eagle, just as he was catching his breath, he suddenly heard movement nearby. He called Dabeo and Erbao and followed the sound. As expected, on the edge of an open clearing, over a dozen more wolves had gathered around a group of villagers with some 10 people sprawled across the ground in mangled, unrecognizable heaps. A gruesome sight. Fan Chuan's eyes reddened instantly. He raised his shotgun and fired 2 shots straight at the pack. Iron pellets swept through the air as several wolves shrieked and fell. Just then Fan Chuan's gaze sharpened. Behind the pack he spotted a massive wolf, twice the size of an ordinary one, crouching there with a lame little wolf at its side. His heart sank. That lame little wolf was unmistakably a bay, the creature from the idiom wolf and bay conspiring together. From old hunters' tales he'd heard that the bay had short front legs and long hind legs, slow on its feet, but sharp-witted, serving as the wolf pack's strategist, well-versed in tactics and capable of laying ambushes in advance. No wonder it could slaughter so many people, Fan Chuan gritted out. The dozen wolves ahead were swiftly wiped out by gunfire, while the bay and the alpha wolf, sensing danger, huddled together and emitted low, urgent whines, as if communicating. Fan Chuan could plainly see they were about to flee. He raised his shotgun and aimed squarely at the bay. This creature had to be killed, or else by its nature the entire village would suffer devastation. The alpha wolf, clearly aware of the danger, threw itself sideways the instant Fan Chuan pulled the trigger, shielding the bay behind it, and taking the full blast of iron pellets directly. Bang! The alpha wolf was launched skyward by the tremendous impact, rolling twice in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing, clearly beyond saving. But the bay seized the moment, crouching low and darting into the nearby underbrush, vanishing in an instant. Watching this, Fan Chuan merely smiled coldly. That creature wouldn't escape. He'd already had the 2 cheetahs tracking it. Sure enough, not long after, Debao and Erbao emerged from the grass, carrying the now dead bay in their mouths, strutting triumphantly back to Fan Chuan. Fan Chuan crouched and patted both cheetahs on the head. Well done. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the devastation. Over a dozen villagers' bodies lay scattered on the ground, while many more wounded clung to their dying kin, wailing. A wave of grief hung heavy over the entire village. Seeing this, Fan Chuan's heart grew heavy. As he stood in silence, Wang Shou, the village head, had quietly appeared beside him, his expression grim. Mr. Fan, thank you once again for your help this time. Wang Shou cupped his hands in gratitude, his voice rough with emotion. You don't know how many died this time. Many were the primary breadwinners of the village. Now their families will face dire hardship. Sighing, he continued, it's still 2 months until the wheat harvest. Many of them only recently relocated here. Normally the men do odd jobs while the women forage for wild vegetables. With things in this state now, alas, it's going to be difficult. Looking at the grieving villagers, Fan Chuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Lowering his voice, he said to Wang Shou, go tally up who died and who was injured in each household, make a record, and come see me tomorrow. Though unclear on Fan Chuan's intentions, Wang Shou nodded solemnly. Very well, I'll make a note of it. Just then Daniu and Erniu came running up, panting, each carrying a cleaver. Fan Chuan looked at them exasperatedly. What are you 2 doing here? It's too dangerous. What if you get hurt? But Daniu and Erniu puffed out their chests. Brother Fan, you've been supporting us. How could we possibly hide when danger strikes? We definitely have to help out. Hearing this, Fan Chuan felt both exasperated and touched, and said no more, instead assigning them to help skin the wolves. As for the wolf meat, he had Wang Shou collect it for distribution among the other villagers. Though Fan Chuan found wolf meat unpalatable for these impoverished villagers, it was a rare treat. The 3 of them crouched on the ground, working for hours until all the wolf pelts were skinned. Fan Chuan carefully counted them, 25 in total. Aside from the bay's pelt, which was of poor quality, the rest were quite good. He instructed Wang Shou to distribute all the wolf meat to the villagers, then took Daniu, Erniu, and the 2 cheetahs, shouldering the 20-plus pelts, as he made his way back toward the courtyard. Behind him, the villagers' cries of grief and thanks wove together into one mournful chorus. Listening to the sounds without turning back, his heart grew heavy. Over 20 lives lost in a single night. Though accustomed to death and parting in his modern life, seeing those children clutching their parents' corpses and wailing still choked him with sorrow. Back at the courtyard, night had fully fallen. From a distance, Fan Chuan could already see Yun Shu and the others waiting at the gate. Yun Shu nervously clutched a pistol in her hand. She'd concealed it well with her sleeve, but Fan Chuan noticed immediately. Only when she saw Fan Chuan and Daniu return unharmed, carrying the wolf pelts, did Yun Shu finally exhale in relief and hurriedly ask what had happened. Fan Chuan briefly explained the events. A pack of wolves organized by their alpha had invaded the village, and they had now been completely eliminated. After hearing the explanation, Yun Shu finally relaxed completely and quickly ushered everyone inside, closing the door behind them. Husband, you scared me to death. Yun Shu pressed a hand to her chest, her eyes still slightly red as she spoke through tears. When I heard the gunshots, I thought something terrible had happened. Fan Chuan reached out and ruffled her hair in reassurance. Just a few wolves, they couldn't hurt me. Yun Shu shot him an exasperated look and went to fetch water for him to wash. Fan Chuan took a bath in the bathroom, washing away the wolf blood and dust until he felt clean and refreshed. After a day of hard work, he was truly exhausted. Back in the room, he held the soft Yun Shu in his arms and soon drifted into dreamland. The next morning, as soon as Fan Chuan finished breakfast, he heard knocking at the door. Opening it, he found village head Wang Shou standing there. Mr. Fan. Wang Shou cupped his hands in greeting. Fan Chuan quickly ushered him into the courtyard. Uncle Wang, have you had breakfast, eh? Yes, I have. Fan Chuan poured him a cup of tea, and the two sat down by the stone table in the courtyard. Wang Shou held his teacup, his expression grave, and after a moment of silence he spoke. Mr. Fan, last night, I managed to compile the statistics. Yesterday, 8 households were attacked by the wolf pack. 13 able-bodied workers died, and several others were critically injured. Pausing there, his voice growing rough, he added, those 8 households account for nearly 30 people. Without help, they likely won't survive until autumn harvest. Wang Shou was in terrible spirits. These people were his villagers, his community, and seeing them suffer weighed heavily on him. Fan Chuan hadn't expected it to be this severe. Holding his teacup, his thumb absently tracing the rim, his mind raced. Nearly 30 people without their main providers, let alone the autumn harvest. They'd struggle to survive the summer. He did have some grain on hand, but consuming it without replenishment would only lead to ruin. Fan Chuan suddenly set down his teacup and rose to his feet. Come, let us go to the fields. The village head paused. To the fields, eh? He nodded and called for Dinyo and Ernyo. Bring your hoes and follow me to the potato field. Dinyo and Ernyo answered and hoisted their hoes, falling in step behind him. Yun Shu, Li Xiuning, and the others, sensing something was amiss, all followed in a crowded throng to the fields. It was the village head's first time wandering through Fan Chuan's fields. Gazing at the vast stretch of what appeared to be an overgrown wasteland, he spoke with a peculiar expression. Young Master Fan, why have you let this land lie fallow? It is such a pity. You should be planting grain here. Hearing this, Fan Chuan revealed a mysterious smile. Without explanation, he walked directly to the center of the field. He signaled for Dinyo to take the hoe, then crouched down, parting the tangled vines to find the roots of the potato plants. Watch carefully. Fan Chuan began digging slowly downward along the roots. The hoe struck the earth again and again. Soon a fist-sized potato was unearthed, followed by a second, a third. As the soil was continuously turned over, round potatoes kept rolling out from beneath the ground. The village head's eyes grew wider and wider. From a single potato plant, 25 large potatoes were dug out. The largest one Fan Chuan held in his palm weighed approximately 5 jin. Just from this one hill there are tens of jin. The village head gasped sharply. But these potato plants look rather thin. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Li Xiuning, standing nearby with astonishment on her face, could not resist stepping forward to ask. Young Fan, this thing of yours, its yield is this high, eh? Can this serve as a staple food? Hearing the question, Fan Chuan smiled and nodded. Of course it can. This is precisely a staple food. And it is very simple to prepare. It can be roasted directly in the fire, boiled into soup, or processed into starch. Eat it however you wish. It is extremely filling. Finishing his words, he raised the 5 jin potato in his hand and said, the one I hold now can feed 2 or 3 people in a single meal. It was not only Li Xiuning, even Yun Shu, Dinyo, and the others found it all utterly unbelievable. Then why are we still standing here idle? He tossed the potatoes aside and commanded, everyone grab your hoes and dig up this entire moo of potatoes. At his command, everyone picked up their hoes and began digging. In no time, hoes flew through the soil, earth splattered in all directions, and potato after potato was unearthed, piled along the field's edge, growing ever higher. Li Xiuning watched the continuously accumulating mound of potatoes, her shock deepening until she became numb. Once the entire moo was fully excavated, they arranged for the harvest to be weighed. A full 8,000 jin. When Dinyo, who was responsible for weighing, reported this number, his voice trembled. This is merely the yield from one moo. 8,000 jin. Li Xiuning murmured, repeating the number, her pupils constricting sharply. Although she was a princess, she understood agricultural matters well. Under normal circumstances, a moo of wheat field in the Great Tang yielded only 1 or 2 sure, roughly 2 to 300 jin. Yet this potato field produced 8,000 jin per moo. This was dozens of times the yield of ordinary grain. What she did not know was that Fan Chuan had used modern compound fertilizer. This was the first time the land had been planted with potatoes, and combined with scientific cultivation methods, this extraordinary yield was achieved. Li Xiuning immediately called over her maid Qinglan. Return to Chang'an at once and convey this news to the emperor. Ask him to come here in person. She then added, if I had not seen this with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a yield was possible. Qinglan received the order and hurriedly turned to leave. Even the village head Wang Shou was so stunned that his jaw nearly dropped. His legs buckled and he dropped to his knees beside the field, bowing repeatedly to the sky while muttering incoherently. Heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven has opened its eyes. Watching his state, Fan Chuan felt both exasperated and amused. He quickly stepped forward to help him up. Uncle Wang, rise quickly. This is no heavenly miracle. It is simply a matter of superior cultivation methods. Young Master Fan, you possess the abilities of a divine being. Wang Shou exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in his excitement. Fan Chuan shook his head and did not elaborate further. Instead, he said directly, Uncle Wang, hurry and summon others to help move these potatoes. Wang Shou paused. Move them? Move them where? Distribute them to the families in the village who have suffered hardship. Consider it a loan to help them weather this difficult period. After the autumn harvest, they can repay with an equivalent amount of grain. Upon hearing this, the village head was overcome with gratitude and nearly knelt once more. Young Master Fan, you are saving their lives. No need for such formalities. Go quickly. The village head departed with repeated thanks to summon help. With nothing else to do, Fan Chuan gathered dry firewood by the field, built a fire, and tossed several potatoes into the flames to roast. Before long, a rich, smoky aroma mingled with the distinctive sweetness of potatoes spread through the air. Using a branch, he retrieved a golden-brown roasted potato from the fire. Unbothered by the heat, he held it in his palm and gently broke it open. An even more intense fragrance rushed forth, revealing the golden tender flesh within with steam rising continuously. He offered half to Yunshu and half to Li Xiuning. Yunshu took hers, bit into it gently, and her eyes instantly lit up. She nodded repeatedly. Husband, this is delicious. The flavor is quite unique, sweet and soft with a wonderfully tender texture. Li Xiuning, standing beside her, also took a bite and nodded uncontrollably, finding the taste quite excellent. At that moment, the village head arrived at the field's edge with a group of strong men. Seeing the roasted potatoes, Fan Chuan casually handed one to him as well. Wang Shou tasted it and also found it extraordinarily delicious. The group worked together to carry all the potatoes and headed toward the village. Fan Chuan also stepped forward to help. Together, they transported the potatoes to the village head's residence for distribution, since a written receipt would need to be prepared afterward. They busied themselves the entire morning before all matters were finally settled. Returning to the courtyard and finishing lunch, Fan Chuan, having nothing else to occupy him, accompanied the village head to inspect the condition of the village's farmland. Gazing at the patches of wheat drooping listlessly with yellowing leaves, Fan Chuan's brows furrowed involuntarily, and he asked in confusion, the wheat in these fields is clearly short of water. Why are the irrigation channels not opened? Hearing Fan Chuan's words, the village head sighed heavily with melancholy. This is already the result of opening the channels and diverting water. However, some fields are simply too far from the irrigation ditches. Relying on manual water carrying is useless. Water applied in the morning is dry by afternoon. As he spoke, he extended his hand, pointing toward the river in the distance. Moreover, drawing water up from the river is extremely laborious. Many people cannot work for even an hour before becoming utterly exhausted. There are plenty of fields, but few laborers. Adding to that, everyone is already undernourished with limited strength. This is simply an unavoidable situation. Fan Chuan gazed at the surging river in the distance, then turned his eyes to the neighboring fields, lost in quiet contemplation. He recalled a certain device, a water wheel. He took out his phone, opened the offline application, and searched for information on the structure and principles of water wheels. The diagrams provided were remarkably detailed. A wooden water wheel powered by flowing water could lift water from lower elevations to higher ground, then channel it through irrigation ditches into the fields. If such a device could be constructed, it would greatly solve the problem of farmland irrigation. Putting his phone away, he asked the village head, Uncle Wang, does your village have any carpenters? The village head thought carefully, then shook his head slightly. This village is far too poor. There are no carpenters at all. Who would want to remain in such a disadvantaged place? Hearing this, Fan Chuan immediately grew concerned. A water wheel might look simple at first glance, but crafting one required a skilled carpenter. Otherwise, it would prove useless and all effort would be wasted. The more they inspected the fields, the more alarmed they became. Over 60% of the land suffered from water shortage. If this was not resolved soon, the wheat harvest this season would surely suffer a significant decline. After finishing the inspection, Fan Chuan parted ways with the village head. Pondering without finding any solution, he picked up his fishing rod and headed toward the river, intending to cast a line and ease the heaviness in his heart. Arriving at their usual fishing spot shortly thereafter, Fan Chuan discovered Dai Zhou was already seated by the riverbank, rod in hand. They exchanged a brief greeting. Over the past 2 months, they had fished together frequently enough to consider themselves familiar. Dai Zhou, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed something troubling from Fan Chuan's distracted demeanor. After a while, when he noticed Fan Chuan failing to react even when fish were biting, he set down his rod and asked, Young Fan, what troubles you? You seem completely preoccupied. Stirred from his reverie by the question, Fan Chuan managed a wry smile and confessed his frustration. I'm planning to build something that can lift water from the river uphill so I can irrigate those fields far from the water channels. But such a device requires a craftsman of considerable skill, and our village doesn't even have a single carpenter. Upon hearing this, Dai Zhou's interest was immediately piqued. Oh, what sort of contraption is this? Fan Chuan, showing no reserve, explained the basic principles and structure of the water wheel. How the flowing water would turn the wheel, how water would be scooped up bucket by bucket, and how it would be channeled upward through wooden troughs. Dai Zhou's eyes brightened with each detail. By the time Fan Chuan finished, he couldn't help but clap his chest and declare, "Leave this to me. I'll summon craftsmen for you tomorrow." Observing the old man's confident expression, Fan Chuan regarded him with no little skepticism. A commoner like him, could he really call forth skilled artisans? In this era, craftsmen were essentially private assets of noble families. Superior techniques were monopolized by powerful clans. Self-employed artisans were practically non-existent. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, somewhat reassuring himself. If Dai Zhou was willing to guarantee it, there must be some connection or channel. With a lightened spirit, they fished together throughout the afternoon, each catching a respectable haul. As the sun began to set, Fan Chuan packed up his rod and returned to his courtyard. The following day arrived all too quickly. No sooner had Fan Chuan finished breakfast than Dai Zhou appeared at his courtyard with over a dozen men. Come, please come in." Fan Chuan warmly invited them inside to rest. This marked Dai Zhou's first visit to Fan Chuan's home. He first poured a cup of tea for Dai Zhou, urging him to rest while he turned to the craftsman and began explaining one by one the water wheel design he had drawn. "Look here, this is the frame of the water wheel. It must be perfectly round or it won't rotate smoothly. These are the water buckets fixed along the wheel's rim. They scoop water at the bottom and dump it into the trough at the top." The craftsman huddled around the blueprint, exchanging glances and discussion, occasionally consulting with Fan Chuan before finally nodding in agreement. Fan Chuan nodded and called out to Daniel and Ernyo, "Take a few men up the mountain to cut timber. I need hard, durable wood." Daniel and Ernyo acknowledged and led several craftsmen up the mountain, while the rest began working on the water wheel in the small courtyard. Nearby, Dai Zhou caught sight of the pristine white paper Fan Chuan was using as a blueprint and was visibly stunned. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "Young Fan, where did you source this paper? Why is it so remarkably white?" Upon hearing the question, Fan Chuan chuckled to himself. This was standard A4 paper. He had purchased several reams back then and still had plenty left. "This is a specialty from my homeland," he remarked casually. "You won't find it anywhere in the Great Tang. If you'd like some, I can spare you a few sheets." "That would be wonderful." Dai Zhou nodded with satisfaction, happily storing the sheets of paper away. Next, Fan Chuan invited him to stay for an unusual lunch. Boiled corn on the cob, potatoes stewed with wild boar, and a dish of braised fish. Fan Chuan himself took charge of the potato and wild boar stew. He cubed the meat, rendered the fat in the wok, then sautéed ginger and garlic until fragrant before adding water, bringing it to a boil over high heat and reducing to a gentle simmer. Once the meat grew tender and succulent, he added chopped potatoes along with scallion whites and a handful of dried mushrooms, then covered the pot to continue simmering. When the lid was finally lifted, a rich aroma of meat mingled with the earthy sweetness of potatoes wafted up. The broth had turned a golden hue, the meat fell apart, melt in your mouth tender, and the potatoes had absorbed the flavors completely. Dai Zhou picked up a piece of potato, popped it into his mouth where it dissolved instantly, and kept praising, "Delicious. Simply delicious." Biting into a kernel of corn, he added, "This boiled corn is excellent too. Sweet as honey." The meal brought joy to both host and guest alike. Afterward, Dai Zhou left the craftsman behind, exchanged a few words with Fan Chuan, and departed in high spirits. Several days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Fan Chuan and the craftsman worked tirelessly on construction and design, though challenges emerged along the way. The most troublesome problem proved to be the bearings. For the water wheel to rotate smoothly, proper bearings were essential. Yet the craftsmen of this era could not achieve the precision Fan Chuan demanded. Each bearing was either bumpy in one spot or dented in another, producing loud clattering noises and wearing out quickly. Fan Chuan watched the flawed bearings with a furrowed brow. An elderly craftsman wrung his hands and said apologetically, "Young Master Fan, this is the best we can manage with our current skills. We simply cannot craft something so perfectly round." Fan Chuan remained silent at first, then pulled out his phone and searched for bearing-making techniques using offline Doubao. Within moments, he had an answer and instructed the craftsman, "Go forge a crucible of molten iron. Make it as hot as possible." Molten iron. The craftsman exchanged bewildered glances. "What do we need molten iron for?" "For the bearings," Fan Chuan explained. "Pour the scorching iron into cold water, and it will rapidly contract into small spherical pellets. Those will serve as semi-finished bearings. Simply grind them smooth by hand with sandstone." Though half doubting, the craftsman followed his instructions since he was the one giving orders. Thus, for the following days, Fan Chuan and the craftsman devoted most of their time to grinding and polishing the bearings. They ladled the glowing red iron drop by drop into barrels of cold water. With a sharp hiss, white steam billowed and perfectly round iron pellets sank to the bottom. Once retrieved and cooled, each pellet was individually polished by hand with fine sand. The work was slow and grueling, but Fan Chuan squatted on the ground alongside the craftsman, helping with the grinding. After considerable effort, they finally managed to produce a few bearings that were merely serviceable. Yet when Fan Chuan held them, weighed them in his palm, and examined them closely, he still shook his head. Still unsatisfactory, he murmured. This iron contains too many impurities and is pig iron, insufficient hardness. I estimate these bearings would last at most 1 year. Next year, they'd need complete replacement. The elder craftsman stared in surprise. Then what should we do? This is already the finest we can achieve. After a moment of silence, Fan Chuan replied, let's proceed with this for now. Every year we can use them counts as a victory. Once we locate better iron, we'll forge a new batch. Speaking of this, Fan Chuan paused, then added, but you must keep this bearing technique firmly in mind. This method may prove extremely useful in the future. Faced with the inquiry, Qing Lan's heart tightened, yet he did not flinch. Quickly cupping his fists, he replied earnestly, I would never dare deceive your majesty. When the potatoes were being excavated, both I and the eldest princess were present. We witnessed with our own eyes the harvested potatoes piled to the height of a small hill. Although the craftsmen did not understand the deeper meaning behind his words, they nodded solemnly. Under Fan Chuan's guidance, the water wheel, which had absorbed countless efforts and devotion, finally began to take shape. On the other side, in the city of Chang'an, within the imperial study of Taiji Palace, Li Yuan was bent over his desk, poring over a mountainous pile of memorials. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows upon his slightly weary visage. With the realm newly pacified and myriad endeavors awaiting completion, memorials from various provinces and counties streamed in like snowflakes, each one centering on the twin concerns of revenue and grain. As he reviewed a memorial concerning the drought in Guangzhou, Li Yuan's brows grew ever more furrowed. Just then a eunuch's shrill voice came from beyond the door. Your Majesty, the eldest princess has urgent matters to report. Li Yuan's brush hesitated slightly. He set the memorial gently upon his desk, reached up to massage his temples, and said in a deep tone, let her in. Yes. The eunuch responded and bowed as he retreated from the chamber. Soon the sound of footsteps approached. Looking up, Li Yuan saw that it was not his eldest daughter Li Xiuning who entered, but rather her attendant guard Qing Lan. Curiosity evident, he inquired, is something the matter with Xiuning? Qing Lan knelt on one knee, cupping his fists as he reported, Your Majesty, Her Highness the Princess sent me to inform you that in Fan Chuan's courtyard there grows a novel crop, known as potato. It was unearthed yesterday, and a single moo yielded no less than 8,000 jin. 8,000 jin. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he blurted out, converted, that amounts to over 100 sure. And that was merely 1 moo. He found it difficult to believe his own ears. After all, in the Great Tang, a typical wheat field of 1 moo might produce only 1 or 2 sure in a bountiful year. Over 100 sure per moo, it was nothing short of fantastical. He rose abruptly and strode forward to stand before Qing Lan, his expression grave as he demanded, do you understand the crime of deceiving the sovereign? And we watched the weighing ourselves. It truly reached 8,000 jin. Upon receiving this confirmation, Li Yuan stepped back 2 paces in astonishment, utterly unable to believe what he had just heard. After composing himself for quite some time, he finally spoke again, asking, have all the potatoes been dug up? Or did you come merely to deliver this report? Hearing the emperor's inquiry, Qing Lan replied once more, no, we have only excavated 1 moo so far, with several more remaining. Moreover, it is said that the corn, which yields 2 6/10 sure per moo, is also nearing harvest. Upon hearing that several more moo remained unexcavated, Li Yuan's eyes lit up at once. After all, he would need to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Resolving to pay a personal visit, he set his mind upon the matter. As for the corn mentioned thereafter, it no longer held his attention. The chasm between a yield of over 100 sure per moo and the mere 2 6/10 sure of corn was simply too vast. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Qing Lan, very well. Return and tell the eldest princess that I shall find time within these coming days to go and see for myself. At these instructions, Qing Lan nodded and withdrew. Watching her retreating figure, he was about to lose himself in private thought, when suddenly a eunuch's voice rang out from beyond the door once more, Your Majesty, court alchemist Tai requests an audience. At the mere mention of this name, Li Yuan's brows immediately knitted together. Irritated, he declared, let him enter. I hope this is of urgent importance, or else. Humph. The eunuch hurriedly retreated. Outside the hall, the waiting alchemist Tai observed the eunuch emerging and cautiously pressed a few taels of silver into his hand, whispering, Honored eunuch, how is His Majesty's disposition at present? The eunuch felt the silver, glanced left and right, and upon confirming no one was nearby, lowered his voice further. His Majesty is in a very ill temper. You had best watch yourself. Tai nodded, drew a deep breath, and finally stepped inside. Within the study, Li Yuan regarded the approaching figure with an impassive expression, and said, If you have come, I trust you bring favorable tidings. I tasked you with producing cement, and yet over 2 months have passed without result. Do you have nothing to report? Tai bowed deeply and hastily offered a sycophantic smile. Your Majesty, I have already manufactured the cement, and it differs very little from what you described. Hearing this, Li Yuan, who had been in low spirits, instantly became interested. Then take me to see it. Tai nodded and led the emperor to the craftsman's workshop, where in the courtyard stood a stone steel. Pointing to the steel, Tai addressed Li Yuan. Your Majesty, this steel was crafted from the cement I developed. It was completed 3 days ago and has now fully hardened. Hearing this, Li Yuan stepped forward and carefully examined the steel before ordering the attendant guard nearby, bring me an iron hammer. The guard responded and produced an iron hammer from somewhere unseen. Li Yuan took it and struck the steel fiercely several times, the reverberations numbing his arm before setting the hammer down. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he discovered that the steel had suffered only minor chipping, with the rest entirely unscathed. It was indistinguishable from the cement floor he had observed in Fan Chuan's courtyard. Seeing Li Yuan nod, Tai hurriedly led him to the adjacent area for semi-finished products, pointing to a pile of gray powder and saying, Your Majesty, that is the cement you spoke of. Merely add water, mix it well, and after 2 or 3 days it will fully harden, taking on the same form as the steel you just struck. Li Yuan stepped forward, scooped up a handful, and rolled the fine powder through his fingers. His mood considerably improved. Turning to the alchemist, he said, Court alchemist Tai, you have performed exceedingly well. Although the process was delayed, your accomplishment brings me great satisfaction. Here is my decision. I shall reward you with 10 taels of gold and promote you to Deputy Director of the Directorate of Palace Buildings, 5th rank. Now produce this material on a large scale for me. Upon hearing the imperial rewards, Tai's face immediately broke into a smile, and he hurriedly knelt to express his gratitude. I humbly accept your Majesty's grace. I shall spare no effort in manufacturing more cement. Witnessing this, Li Yuan wore a satisfied smile, and subsequently made his way back to the palace. The following morning, during the early court session, Li Yuan remained persistently distracted, offering perfunctory responses to various matters of state. The assembled ministers likewise perceived the emperor's preoccupation and confined their remarks to essential affairs before falling silent. After a short, while seeing no one wished to speak further, Li Yuan dismissed the morning session. He then summoned several trusted officials, and together they retired to the side hall. Only after taking his seat in the side hall did Li Yuan slowly recount the matter he had learned, that grain yielding over 100 shur per mu existed. All present wore expressions of profound disbelief. Among them, Pei Ji, who held the position of left vice premier of the secretariat, spoke with utmost gravity. Your Majesty, this is undoubtedly someone spreading false doctrines to mislead the masses. Such a person should be apprehended immediately and executed publicly as a warning. Chen Shuda, seated nearby, quickly echoed, Indeed, Your Majesty. It is well known that wheat yields barely 1 shur per mu. What manner of crop could possibly reach 100 shur? This is clearly an affront to the throne. Xiao Yu, who held the offices of head of the Masters of Writing and director of the Secretariat, however, observed the expressions of those present, and particularly the emperor's, with an oddly complex countenance. Memories surfaced of that extraordinary individual Fan Chuan whom he had encountered months earlier. The crops he had witnessed in Fan Chuan's courtyard and fields had proven anything but ordinary. Those verdant plants with unfamiliar names, along with the medicinal herbs capable of saving lives. Each and every one bore an unmistakable quality of strangeness. Every detail, from the unusual produce to the miraculous medicine, radiated an aura of mystery that defied conventional understanding. Perhaps it is true that the immortal's crops have ripened. Xiao Yu thought, a smile curling on his lips. He congratulated Li Yuan, saying, Your Majesty, could it be that the immortal's crops have indeed matured? At these words, Pei Ji's expression turned slightly unnatural. For Li Yuan constantly flaunted the electric rod in his hand before him, claiming it was a gift from the immortal. Moreover, he had privately inquired and learned that His Majesty had indeed gone to meet that immortal together with Xiao Yu and had received benefits. However, Pei Ji remained skeptical about the so-called immortal they spoke of. An immortal? Most likely a charlatan. Not only Pei Ji, but even Chen Shuda refused to believe it. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Li Yuan smiled and said, In truth, I don't fully believe it either. But the Princess Chang reported this to me. Otherwise, shall we go and see? Naturally, the other 3 had no objection, and so the 4 of them set off together toward Lantian County. Fan Chuan, who was busy assembling the great water wheel, was naturally unaware of this. At this moment, the water wheel had been completely finished, leaving only assembly and placement. Fan Chuan instructed the craftsman to move all the materials to the riverside at the chosen site. He then ran to the tool shed, started up the pashanu, fitted with a digging bucket, and drove it straight to the riverbank. By then, a large crowd of villagers had gathered around, pointing and whispering among themselves. What is that immortal Fan about to do? I heard he's going to build an immortal artifact that can lift water from the river. Really? Can water climb up to the fields by itself? Heedless of this, Fan Xuan followed his plan, driving the Pashanhu to begin excavating the foundation for the water wheel. Meanwhile, the group of craftsmen were assembling the great water wheel on the side. They worked tirelessly until nearly noon, finally completing the foundation and the assembly of the great water wheel. At that moment, Li Yuan was leading his 3 important ministers to the riverside. From a distance, Pei Ji pointed at the crowd and said, "Your Majesty, look over there." A group of people gathered and some strange objects. Li Yuan looked in the direction he pointed and saw it as well. He also noticed Fan Xuan driving the Pashanhu to dig earth, which piqued his interest. "Since we have nothing else to do, shall we go take a look?" he said. They nodded, dismounted, handed their horses to the guards, and mingled with the villagers to inquire. A pockmarked villager, craning his neck to watch the excitement, suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw an elderly man of extraordinary bearing dressed in splendid attire and couldn't help but pause. That elderly man was Li Yuan, who smiled and asked, "Good fellow, what's all the commotion about?" The pockmarked villager, noting Li Yuan's fine clothes, responded respectfully with a smile, "Your Excellency, we are watching a mortal fan perform his divine arts." "Divine arts?" Li Yuan asked quizzically. "What divine arts?" "Rainmaking." The villager nodded, then shook his head and replied, "Well, how should I explain it? It's like this. A mortal fan said that round immortal artifact can automatically lift water from the river to the fields without manual labor." As he spoke, he pointed to the group of craftsmen assembling the water wheel nearby. Li Yuan and the others followed the villager's finger and indeed saw a group of craftsmen bustling around a very peculiar contraption, working with great fervor. The thing was large and round, unrecognizable to all. Li Yuan nodded, did not converse further with the villager, and stood quietly watching with great attention. By now, Fan Xuan had finished excavating the foundation and directed the craftsmen to move the water wheel inch by inch onto the base. After continuous adjustments, Fan Xuan finally nodded and said, "No problem." He gave the order. Denyo released the latch. "Coming right up, Brother Fan." Denyo responded, stepped forward, and with a forceful pull released a latch. Everyone heard a series of creaking sounds, and then they saw the water wheels will slowly begin to turn under the torrent of the rushing river. The water wheel's buckets continuously lifted water from the river, raising it to a certain height in the air, then releasing it. The released water exactly poured onto the half-bamboo pipes that Fan Xuan had installed in advance. To the astonishment of the crowd, river water was endlessly lifted into the air, then poured into the bamboo pipes, slowly flowing along them toward the distant fields. The water actually climbed up to the high ground by itself, then followed the bamboo troughs all the way to the parched wheat fields. Beside them, Li Yuan and his companions stared with eyes full of disbelief. Even with their own eyes, they could not accept such a feat beyond human capability. Li Yuan stood there gazing at the slowly turning water wheel that tirelessly lifted river water to the heights long lost for words. The water wheel rotated circle after circle under the river's flow. The buckets scooped up clear river water, raised it into the air, and steadily tipped it into the half-bamboo pipes. The water stream wound along the bamboo pipes, crossed the ridges, and flowed toward the distant cracked fields. Finally, snapping out of their shock, the villagers continuously cowed out toward the great water wheel, shouting, "A miracle! Immortal Fan is mighty! A miracle! A miracle! Immortal Fan, this is truly divine skill. With this water wheel, our fields will never be a worry again." In a rustling wave, the villagers all knelt down in unison, facing the turning water wheel, and the man standing beside it bowing their heads like pounding garlic. Several elderly men, overcome with emotion, wept tears of joy and kept murmuring, "Heaven has opened its eyes. Immortal Fan has manifested his power." Seeing this spectacle, Fan Xuan felt both amused and exasperated. He hurried forward, flustered, to help them up. Hey, please get up, get up. This is no divine art. It's just a water wheel made of wood, no different from a plow or a harrow. All farming tools." As he spoke, he helped the nearest old man to his feet and said earnestly, "Elder, please don't kneel, you're overwhelming me." But no matter how he explained, the villagers refused to rise, gazing at him as if he were a deity. Standing behind the crowd, Li Yuan watched this scene, shock almost overflowing from his eyes. In his long life, he had seen armies of thousands, witnessed battlefields of iron and blood, and met countless skilled artisans, but he had never seen water flow from low to high by itself. This was clearly a violation of natural law. Beside him, Pei Ji, Shuda, and Xiao Yu all stood with mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. "Your Majesty, is this truly something that human hands can create?" Pei Ji spoke in a low voice, his tone trembling with undisguised awe. Li Yuan did not answer. He simply stared fixedly at the water wheel. He recalled everything he had seen a few months ago when he had visited Fan Xuan's small courtyard in disguise. The cement floor as hard as iron and smooth as a mirror, the iron rod that could emit electric sparks, the strange thing in the yard that could produce hot water out of thin air. He had known then that this Fan Xuan was no ordinary man. But now he realized it was far more than that. The secrets hidden in this young man were bottomless. Xiao Yu quietly sidled up to Li Yuan and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, it seems the Princess Chang's words were not false. This Fan Chuan is truly a person who has received the true teachings of the immortals." Li Yuan nodded slightly, but his gaze never left the water wheel. Just then Fan Chuan finally helped all the kneeling villagers to their feet. He looked up and met Li Yuan's probing gaze. Their eyes locked. Fan Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then recognized the old man who called himself Old Li. Several months prior, this elderly fellow claiming to be Old Li had been prowling around his courtyard for quite some time and had even pilfered an electric baton. Old Li, he blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized it was improper and hastily corrected himself. "Elderly, what brings you here?" Seeing he had been recognized, Li Yuan no longer bothered to conceal himself. He approached with a genial smile and patted Fan Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Young Fan, I have heard that you have produced yet another remarkable creation. I came specially to take a look. This water wheel of yours is quite splendid." Upon hearing these words, Fan Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This Old Li did not appear to be an ordinary person. He said he was merely looking, but who knew what else he might be plotting in his mind. However, maintaining a composed expression, Fan Chuan replied with a smile, "You flatter me, elderly. It is but a small contrivance intended only for irrigating our fields." A small contrivance. Pointing at the water wheel, Li Yuan spoke with profound meaning. "In all my years of living, this is the first time I have witnessed water flowing upward on its own accord. If news of this reached the imperial court, it would surely leave everyone jaw-dropping." Hearing this, Fan Chuan's heart gave a sudden leap, but on the surface he maintained an honest, unassuming demeanor, replying, "You jest, elderly. It is merely some rudimentary carpentry work, hardly worth mentioning." As he spoke, he secretly observed the three middle-aged men standing behind Li Yuan, dressed in luxurious garments and bearing an extraordinary bearing. This visit, he suspected, was hardly solely about the water wheel. Sensing Fan Chuan's wariness, Li Yuan did not press further about the water wheel and instead shifted the topic, saying, "Young Fan, I have heard rumors that you cultivate something called potatoes in your fields, yielding 8,000 caddies per acre." These words made Fan Chuan's suspicions even clearer. A high-ranking official already knew of his harvest yield. After a moment of contemplation, he did not rush to deny it, but instead nodded and said, "Yes, that is true. However, the potatoes have not all been dug up yet. Only 1 acre has been harvested, while the remaining few acres are still growing in the field." "Indeed." Li Yuan's eyes lit up with curiosity as he asked, 8,000 caddies. That amounts to over 100 shur per mu. Young Fan, you cannot be deceiving this old man, can you? If you do not believe me, feel free to come to my fields and see for yourself." With a smile, Fan Chuan gestured for them to follow, saying, "Seeing is believing." Besides, the potatoes on the other few acres are also ready to be harvested. Li Yuan had been waiting for exactly these words. He immediately nodded, bringing his 3 distinguished companions along as they headed toward the potato fields. Fan Chuan led the way ahead, with Li Yuan and the others following behind. Pei Ji and Chen Shuda walked at the rear. Exchanging a glance, both harbored their doubts. Pei Ji lowered his voice and asked Chen Shuda, "Brother Chen, do you truly believe there exists a grain capable of yielding over 100 shur per mu?" Chen Shuda shook his head and replied in an equally hushed tone, "In all my long years, this is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing. However, judging by your Majesty's demeanor, it seems he has already grown considerably persuaded." Pei Ji snorted, but said nothing, though inwardly he resolved firmly. If the potatoes turned out to be nothing but Fan Chuan's clever deception, he would expose it outright on the spot. Before long, the group arrived at the edge of the potato fields. Just then Li Xiuning appeared, riding a horse, coming directly to Li Yuan's side and gracefully dismounting. She said respectfully, "Father Emperor, you have finally come. I have been waiting for you for several days." Seeing his eldest daughter fully recovered, Li Yuan revealed a long-forgotten tenderness and replied with a smile, "Court affairs kept me occupied, but I am here now." Having overheard everything clearly, Fan Chuan finally understood the old man before him was in fact Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the great Tang Dynasty. Hurrying forward, he bowed deeply and said, "So you are the reigning sovereign. I apologize for any disrespect on my part, but please forgive me." Upon hearing Fan Chuan's words, Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "One who is unaware commits no offense. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Let us go inspect the potatoes." Hearing this, Fan Chuan felt a wave of relief and led the group through the fields. Gazing at the rows of thriving potato seedlings and the nearby expanse of lush, nearly ripe cornfields, Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Returning to the potato patch, Li Yuan earnestly pointed at the young plants and asked Fan Chuan, "Are you certain these small seedlings can yield 8,000 caddies per mu?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Shall we begin digging immediately? The potatoes are already mature." Hearing this, Li Yuan nodded. At Fan Chuan's signal, he bent down and began excavating around a potato plant. In no time, more than a dozen fist-sized potatoes were unearthed. Li Yuan and the others gazed at the pile beside Fan Chuan, their eyes widening in utter astonishment. This was truly hard to believe. The potato plant above ground was so small, yet how could such an enormous mass lie beneath it? And each tuber weighed approximately 3 or 4 caddies. Could a single cluster yield dozens of caddies? Just as Fan Chuan was about to speak, Li Yuan waved his hand to stop him. Then without regard for ceremony, the emperor himself stepped forward to another potato plant and began digging into the soil. Soon another dozen potatoes were unearthed. Witnessing this scene, Pei Ji and the others did not hesitate. Each rushed toward the nearest potato plant and, disregarding the dirt, began digging frantically. As one potato after another emerged from the earth, everyone wore expressions of rapturous amazement. After a long while, the breathless Li Yuan finally regained his composure. He immediately ordered all his guards to assist, and dozens of escorts flocked into the fields to help with the digging. Within less than an hour, the potatoes from several acres of land were fully harvested and piled up like a small mountain. After the guards weighed all the potatoes, the commander ran to Li Yuan, knelt, and reported, "Your Majesty, all the potatoes have been dug and weighed." Li Yuan nodded, his eyes blazing with intense excitement, and asked, "What is the yield? Speak truthfully." The guard nodded and reported, "The total area covers 5 mu. Each mu yielded 8261 caddies." Upon hearing the exact figure, Li Yuan staggered backwards several steps. Fortunately, Li Xiuning was quick on her feet. She rushed forward to support him, preventing him from falling. Completely unconcerned with whether he might have fallen, Li Yuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly the heavens bless the great Tang. Such immortal grain has descended upon us. This is a sign of favor upon our Li family." Nearby, Pei Ji hastily offered his congratulations. "Great Tang rejoices, your Majesty rejoices. Auspicious omens have graced this world, further consolidating your Majesty's reign." The other two officials exchanged a glance, surprised that this old man could also be so skillful at flattery. They quickly stepped forward and added their own flattering remarks. Hearing his friend's words, Li Yuan was in high spirits. After a while, he turned to Fan Chuan with a grave tone, saying, "These crops of yours are no ordinary produce. Potatoes yielding 8,000 caddies per mu, and I have heard that corn also produces over 2 dan and 6 do per mu. These are precisely the gifts that can feed the people of the great Tang." Fan Chuan's heart grew solemn upon hearing this, knowing Li Yuan was steering the conversation toward the main matter. He carefully chose his words and replied, "You speak truly elderly. These crops are indeed extraordinary. If they could be spread throughout the great Tang, the people's lives would greatly improve." "Excellent, excellent," Li Yuan exclaimed approvingly, patting Fan Chuan on the shoulder with eyes full of praise. "Young Fan, you are truly a remarkable person." At this point, he said with a meaningful tone, "However, the seeds of potatoes and corn are now in your hands. What do you plan to do with them?" Fan Chuan understood the implication. He was asking for the seeds. He had long anticipated this day. Once these high-yield crops caught the court's attention, the seeds were bound to be taken sooner or later. Rather than hiding them, it was better to be generous. After thinking it through, he said seriously, "Old man, to be honest, I have already set aside the seeds of these crops. After this harvest, I am willing to offer a portion of the seeds to the court so the officials can promote their cultivation. As long as the people can have enough to eat, my little contribution is nothing." Li Yuan hadn't expected Fan Chuan to be so forthright, and was overjoyed. Good, good. Xiao Fan, I will remember your kindness. I will not disappoint you." These words came from the heart. The Tang Dynasty had just been established with years of war, a sharp decline in population, and severe food shortages. If these high-yield crops like potatoes and corn could truly be promoted, the national strength of the Tang would more than double. Pei Ji and Chen Shuda, standing by, watched the scene with complex expressions. They had expected to see Fan Chuan make a fool of himself, but unexpectedly the young man had so readily offered the seeds. Pei Ji couldn't help stepping forward, picking up a potato, and turning it over and over, squeezing it, but unable to discern anything special, he awkwardly put it down. Xiao Yu, however, was more open-minded, smiling as he said to Li Yuan, "Your Majesty, it seems Fan Chuan is truly a blessing star for our Tang Dynasty. First the cement, then these high-yield crops, and also the water wheel that can lift water. Each one is a great asset benefiting the nation and the people." Li Yuan nodded in deep agreement, then suddenly remembered something, turning to Fan Chuan. "Xiao Fan, I recall you had previously made cement. That stuff, I had people learn to make it, and they have produced it exactly like the ground in your courtyard." Hearing this, Fan Chuan was surprised that they had actually developed it, and replied with a smile, "Cement has a wide range of uses. Paving roads, building houses, constructing walls, it can do everything. Old man, now that you've made it, future large-scale construction will be much more convenient." The others nodded repeatedly. Li Yuan's esteem for Fan Chuan increased even more. Just as he was about to say something, they suddenly heard a commotion not far away. Everyone turned to look, seeing several villagers rushing over, shouting as they ran, "Immortal Fan! Immortal Fan! Something bad! Something has happened!" Hearing this, Fan Chuan's heart tightened, and he stepped forward. What happened?" The villager, panting breathlessly, pointed toward the village and said that, "The village is full of soldiers, they say. They say they are requisitioning grain. And they also say they are conscripting our able-bodied men to repair the river dike. They are arguing with the village head right now. After hearing clearly, Fan Chuan frowned. Requisitioning grain. Conscription. This was nothing new. The Tang Dynasty had just been established with heavy corvée labor and taxes. Moreover, in this remote area officials were extorting harshly, and the people's lives were already difficult. Yet it happened at this very moment right under Li Yuan's nose. Subconsciously, he glanced back at Li Yuan and saw that his expression had indeed darkened. Requisitioning grain. Li Yuan asked in a deep voice, which soldiers are these? Who ordered them here? Only then did the villager notice the men behind Li Yuan, all of distinguished bearing and richly dressed. He immediately became timid and stammered, I don't know them. I heard they are from the county, leading a dozen men, fierce and menacing. Li Yuan snorted coldly, turned to Pei Ji, and said, Pei Qing, let's go take a look. Pei Ji acknowledged, and was about to follow, but Fan Chuan stepped forward to stop him. Old man, you are of high status, it's better not to show yourself. I'll go check on this grain requisition matter. Li Yuan thought it over, and found it reasonable, so he nodded. Very well. Go and see. If there are any difficulties, report to me. With a reply, Fan Chuan quickly walked toward the village. He wanted to see which soldiers dared to come to the village so blatantly to requisition grain and conscript laborers before the appointed time. Arriving at the village entrance, he saw a crowd gathered at the doorstep of the village head Wang Shou, clamoring noisily. At the lead was a middle-aged man in official attire with a protruding belly, followed by a dozen soldiers holding weapons, looking arrogant. Wang Shou stood at the door, his face livid, arguing with the official. Your Excellency, our village has just suffered a wolf disaster with over a dozen able-bodied men dead. Our families barely have enough to eat. How can we have surplus grain to hand over? Wang Shou said bitterly. As for conscripting laborers to repair the river dike, autumn harvest is just around the corner. This is the time when we need all hands. If you take people now who will harvest the crops in the fields. Besides, the timing doesn't match. Isn't it still a few months away? The official waved his hand impatiently. Enough nonsense. The court's decree is not open to negotiation. I give you 3 days to gather the required grain and laborers. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. Your Excellency, please have mercy. Mercy. The official sneered. I think you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Come search the house. See how much grain he has hidden. At the command, the soldiers were about to barge into Wang Shou's house. Seeing this, Fan Chuan frowned, strode forward, and stood in front of Wang Shou. Stop. Breaking into a home in broad daylight. Where is the law? The official gave Fan Chuan a once-over, seeing his plain clothes and thinking he was nobody, snorted. And who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in my affairs? Hearing the man's tone, Fan Chuan said calmly, I am a hunter in this village. If you want to requisition grain, there should be a proper procedure. But this village just suffered a wolf disaster with over a dozen deaths. We are at the most difficult time. Besides, the designated time for grain requisition has not arrived. Forcing this now is driving people to despair. A hunter? The official scoffed. A stinking hunter dares to challenge me. I am the law. Men, seize this insolent wretch. 2 soldiers stepped forward to grab Fan Chuan. Just then a commanding voice came from behind the crowd. Stop. Everyone turned to look, seeing Li Yuan accompanied by Pei Ji and Shuda and Xiao Yu slowly emerge from behind the crowd. The official was startled at first, then took in the attire and bearing of the men behind Li Yuan. His expression immediately changed. Though he was just a county official, he had seen a bit of the world, and the men before him were clearly no ordinary people. You? Who are you? The official asked with a bluster. Dare to interfere with official business? Li Yuan did not answer. He merely glanced at the official, then at Fan Chuan, and asked, Xiao Fan, what is going on here? Fan Chuan succinctly explained the situation. This official wants to requisition grain from our village and also conscript laborers to repair the river dike. But our village has just suffered a wolf disaster. We are at our most difficult time. After hearing this, Li Yuan's face darkened completely. He turned to look at the official. His voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Who is your county magistrate? The officer was seized by Li Yuan's piercing gaze, and upon seeing the dragon-shaped jade pendant at the man's waist, immediately guessed his identity. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Trembling, he stammered, Reporting to your Excellency, this humble servant is from the Lantian County Yamen. Lantian County Yamen. Li Yuan snorted coldly. What a fine Lantian County Yamen. The imperial court authorized you to collect taxes so that you might show compassion for the people's hardships and act within reason, not so that you might exploit their misfortunes and drive them to despair. The officer collapsed to his knees with a thud, continuously kowtowing. Spare my life, Your Excellency. Spare my life. This humble servant was merely following orders. Following orders? Whose orders? If you do not provide a clear explanation today, this old man will make you suffer the consequences. Terrified out of his wits, the officer dared not conceal anything and blurted out everything. It was the county deputy master Wei Xiyuan who sent me. He said this village was remote and easily bullied, that I should extort more grain so that I might offer it as tribute to my superiors. Hearing this, Li Yuan's face darkened like storm clouds ready to burst. He had not expected the Jingzhaowei clan to be so audacious, daring their clansmen to act in such a manner. Turning to glance at Pei Ji, who understood at once, he spoke in a grave tone. Your Majesty, this Lantian County deputy is guilty of corruption and oppression of the common people. By law he should be dismissed and investigated. Li Yuan nodded and said coldly, Issue my decree. Lantian County Deputy Wei Xiuning, guilty of corruption and lawlessness, is hereby dismissed and to be escorted to Chang'an for trial. Upon hearing this, the officer's body went limp as he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Glancing at the prostrate man, Li Yuan spoke coldly. As for you aiding tyranny and serving as a wolf's lapdog, you too shall be taken into custody and handed over to the authorities for questioning. Several guards stepped forward at once and apprehended the officer and those soldiers together. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this scene, erupted into cheers. Excellent. Such a corrupt official deserved to be arrested long ago. Heavenly upright Lord. Hearing the villagers' cheers, Li Yuan's face showed no sign of pleasure. He merely waved his hand and signaled the guards to take the prisoners away. Standing to one side, Fan Chuan watched this scene and murmured to himself. This was imperial power. A single word could strip a county deputy of his office and subject him to investigation, or spare an entire village from oppressive taxation. He suddenly understood why Li Xiuning had asked whether he had any intention of entering the imperial court. In this era, without strength or powerful backing, the life of ordinary people was truly unbearable. After dealing with this matter, Li Yuan pulled Fan Chuan aside and spoke in a lowered voice. Young Fan, you have witnessed today's events. Across this empire, there are still many places and many common people living in such circumstances. Your potatoes, corn, and this water mill are all excellent tools that can rescue the people from their dire suffering. As he spoke, Li Yuan patted Fan Chuan's shoulder, his words heavy with sincerity. This old man hopes that you will think more deeply for the benefit of all the people beneath the heavens. After a moment of silence, Fan Chuan nodded solemnly. Rest assured, sir. I shall remember this. Satisfied, Li Yuan gave a few more instructions before departing on horseback with Pei Ji, Chen and Xiao Yu in attendance. Before leaving, Xiao Yu deliberately lagged behind one step, cupped his hands toward Fan Chuan, and smiled. Lord Fan, we shall meet again. Fan Chuan returned the gesture. Safe travels, Lord Xiao. Watching the mounted figures gradually disappear into the distance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The information gathered from this trip was overwhelming. Li Yuan had personally witnessed the potatoes, the water mill, and the corruption of local officials. Upon returning, it was inevitable that the officialdom of Lantian County would undergo significant changes. For him, this was both an opportunity and a risk. The opportunity lay in the fact that once these high-yield crops caught Li Yuan's attention, they would find a foothold in the Great Tang. The risk, however, was that a tall tree catches the wind. If a mere hunter wielded so many seemingly miraculous techniques, it was inevitable that others would grow envious and entertain sinister designs. At this thought, his expression grew slightly grave. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace and amass sufficient resources as soon as possible. Just as he pondered this, a voice came from behind. Yun Shu asking, Husband, have those people departed? Hearing the voice, he turned around to see Yun Shu standing nearby, holding Debao in her arms with a worried expression. Smiling, he walked over and gently ruffled her hair. Yes, rest assured, everything is fine. Only then did Yun Shu feel relieved, and she asked curiously, Husband, can that water mill really irrigate the fields? I saw it spinning quite vigorously. Indeed. Wait a few more days, and you will see those cracked fields transformed into lush, verdant farmland. Yun Shu's eyes lit up, filled with admiration as she looked at him. You are so remarkable, husband. Fan Chuan did not respond, merely gazing at the water mill still turning in the distance. His gaze then fell upon the village head, who stood nearby and waved excitedly toward him. Upon seeing Fan Chuan's gesture, the village head hurried over, an unmistakable smile playing across his face. Lord Fan, this contraption is incredibly practical. It should be mass-produced. What did you wish to speak with me about? After a moment's thought, Fan Chuan asked, Does your village have iron or deposits? Or perhaps a blacksmith? The village head was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question. After a brief pause, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lord Fan, I must be honest with you. Our village is so impoverished that we can hardly make ends meet. Not to mention iron or deposits, we don't even have a decent blacksmith. The hoes and sickles used by the villagers are purchased with saved funds from Lantian County town. Blacksmithing is a trade that only the great clans and wealthy families can afford to maintain. Our small village simply cannot bear such expenses. Hearing this, Fan Chuan felt somewhat helpless, understanding that the village head spoke the truth. In this era, iron was a scarce resource. Most iron mines were controlled by the government and powerful aristocratic families, leaving ordinary commoners completely unable to access them. Blacksmiths were particularly prized craftsmen. If a village could boast even one, it was considered remarkable. Fan Chuan had originally hoped that if the village had iron or deposit steel, production would be far more manageable. But now it seemed this path was unworkable. Gazing at the celebrating crowd before him, Fan Chuan instructed the craftsman to take a day's rest, then quietly returned to the courtyard with several women. Back inside, Yun Shu poured him a cup of tea. Noticing his furrowed brow, she gently asked, "Husband, are you troubled by the blacksmith matter?" Taking the teacup, he sipped and began to speak. "The water mill is indeed an excellent invention, but possessing one alone is insufficient. Those bearings require several days of manual labor to craft one, and even then the quality is subpar. If steel could be used for the bearings, the water mill would last far longer and operate much more smoothly." Seeing Fan Chuan's concern, Yun Shu did not press further, but instead gently nestled beside him. That night, Fan Chuan lay in bed tossing and turning restlessly, his thoughts consumed with the problem of steelmaking. Though the water mill appeared simple, its widespread adoption among the common people depended entirely on the bearings. Iron crafted by contemporary techniques wore out within months, producing loud clanking sounds as it rotated. If steel could be utilized for the bearings, the water mill would endure for several years or even decades. Yet the question remained, where could steel be obtained? Turning over, he retrieved his mobile phone, opened the offline Doubao application, and began searching. He recalled that in the Tang Dynasty of this era, private iron smelting did not appear to be entirely prohibited. The results provided by the Doubao app lit up his eyes. In the early Tang Dynasty, commoners were permitted to smelt iron privately. Without explicit prohibition, they only needed to pay taxes. Moreover, if there were no iron or deposits, it was unnecessary to mine personally. One could directly purchase pig iron and reprocess it into steel. Upon seeing this information, he abruptly sat up. Buying pig iron and reprocessing it. This method was practical. Though pig iron was not as cheap as raw, or it saved considerable trouble. Though the cost was higher for someone like him urgently in need of steel, this was the fastest route. "What's wrong, my lord?" Yun Shu was awakened by his commotion and blinked open her sleepy eyes, her voice carrying a languid huskiness. Fan Chuan, still flushed with excitement, had no mind to answer. He simply tossed his phone aside and pulled Yun Shu into his arms. Yun Shu gasped before she could react, and Fan Chuan kissed her. My lord." Her voice was muffled against his lips, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. The night passed uneventfully. Before long, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, after finishing his breakfast, Fan Chuan set off toward the village entrance. Along the way, many villagers warmly greeted him. "Good morning, immortal Fan. Young Master Fan, have you eaten? Elder Fan, your water wheel is truly miraculous. I've already irrigated my few mu of land." Fan Chuan responded to each one with a gentle smile. "Good morning. It's wonderful that your fields are watered. Brother Fan, when can you build more of those water wheels for our village?" After exchanging pleasantries along the way, he arrived at the door of Wang Shou, the village head. He knocked, and shortly after, the village head emerged. Seeing Fan Chuan, he hurriedly asked, "Young Master Fan, what brings you here?" "Uncle Wang, I plan to refine hundredfold forged steel." "Hundredfold forged steel?" The village head paused, confusion crossing his face. "Young Master Fan, aren't there no iron mines nearby? How shall I smelt steel then?" Already expecting this question, Fan Chuan explained, "My method involves purchasing pig iron directly and forging it. No re-refining is required." Hearing this, the village head's face was filled with astonishment. In this era, anyone capable of smelting steel was 1 in 10,000. An ordinary blacksmith doing well could forge hoes and sickles, but truly producing steel was the domain of the imperial court's finest artisans or the elder masters nurtured by prominent families. Yet this young man before him could also refine steel. But then again, the village head felt relieved. This immortal Fan could draw water from the river. What was strange about him knowing how to smelt steel? Considering that immortals would find such things trivial, the village head suddenly grew excited and said repeatedly, "Young Master Fan, our village may lack many things, but we have abundant land. Not far from your courtyard there is an empty plot. The previous owner built it for grain storage. It would be perfect for a workshop." "Oh, how is that courtyard?" "The grounds are spacious and the structures are sound, though it has stood vacant for years and grown somewhat dilapidated." Rubbing his hands together, the village head added, "If you're interested, young Master Fan, shall I show it to you?" "Very well, I shall trouble you, Uncle Wang." The two walked together and soon arrived at the courtyard. Fan Chuan surveyed it and found it truly considerable, nearly 10 mu in area. The walls were rammed earth. Though aged, they remained sturdy. Several clay-tiled houses stood within the compound. Some were in disrepair, but their frameworks were intact and would serve well after renovation. Guided by the village head, they toured the entire property. The layout was reasonable, a spacious front yard suitable for workshops and several rooms in the rear courtyard for living quarters. There was also a large granary once used for grain storage, now perfectly suited for stockpiling pig iron and steel. After inspecting both the front and back, Fan Chuan was thoroughly pleased and immediately decided, "This courtyard it is." "Uncle Wang, would you sell this courtyard?" Upon hearing this, the village head broke into a broad smile. The courtyard had lain idle for years, the deed held but unsold and untended. Now that someone wanted to buy it, he could hardly refuse. Young Master Fan, you've done me so many favors. If you want this courtyard, a few taels of silver will suffice. The village head waved his hand magnanimously. A few taels? Fan Chuan was somewhat surprised. He had expected such a large property to cost dozens of taels, not selling so cheaply. Though the courtyard is large, it has been abandoned for years and generates no income. It would be remarkable to sell it at all. If young Master Fan finds the price acceptable, then that shall be it. Hearing this, Fan Chuan did a quick calculation in his mind. Nearly 10 mu of land with sturdy structures that merely needed repair. It was an absolute bargain. He immediately drew 10 taels of silver from his sleeve and handed them to the village head. Uncle Wong, take these 10 taels. Keep them safe. The village head froze and hurriedly waved his hands. Young Master Fan, we agreed on a few taels. This is far too much. Uncle Wong, this courtyard is worth this price. You've helped me arrange so much, these silver coins mean nothing. Unable to decline further, the village head accepted the money gratefully. Young Master Fan, you are truly a generous and principled man. Uncle Wong, don't rush the paperwork just yet. First, gather 20 people from the village to help clear the weeds and repair the buildings. I will pay fair wages. No problem. Rest assured, young Master Fan. I'll go fetch them at once. Said this, the village head eagerly rushed off. Soon he returned with 20 villagers. Most of these villagers were able-bodied laborers. Though they had recently suffered through a wolf disaster, the prospect of work and wages put energy back into their steps. Young Master Fan, all your men are here, the village head said with a grin. Gazing at the assembled crowd, Fan Chuan nodded and spoke. Folks, I've called you here today to help restore this courtyard. Divide into 2 groups, one to clear the weeds, the other to repair the buildings. Wages are 10 cash per day with bonuses for exceptional work. Understood, Immortal Fan. Work and wages. Count us in. We'll give it our all. Full of vigor, the villagers each picked up tools and set to work with fervor. Fan Chuan also rolled up his sleeves and joined them. As he worked, he observed the courtyard and mentally planned how to arrange the workshop. Just then the village head approached again and said, Young Master Fan, I'm thinking of making a trip to the city to see if I can purchase some iron. You're heading to the city. Eyes lighting up, Fan Chuan immediately withdrew a pouch of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the village head. Perfect timing, Uncle Wong. Please buy some pig iron for me. Here are 50 taels of silver. Spend as needed. 50 taels. The village head was startled and hurriedly waved his hands. Young Master Fan, that's far too much. Not at all. Smelting steel requires substantial pig iron. Buy as much as you can. I have use for it. Seeing Fan Chuan's resolve, the village head reluctantly accepted the silver and said solemnly, Rest assured, young Master Fan. I shall bring back the finest pig iron available. With that, the village head mounted his mule and hurried toward the city. Fan Chuan remained in the courtyard, leading 20 villagers in repairing the houses and clearing the weeds. They worked until noon. Glancing up at the sun, Fan Chuan straightened his back, wiped his sweat, and said to the crowd, Fellow villagers, take a break and go home for lunch. We'll continue this afternoon. We're not hungry yet, Immortal Fan. You go ahead and eat, the villagers replied. Only then did Fan Chuan remember that they only ate twice a day. He had no choice but to nod and return to his own yard for a simple meal. That afternoon, he went back to the workshop. Instead of rushing to repair the houses, he first had the villagers fetch mud to begin building a charcoal kiln. A charcoal kiln, a villager asked in confusion. Immortal Fan, what's that for? Steelmaking requires fire, and fire needs charcoal to burn. Since we don't have coal here, we'll use charcoal for now. First build the kiln and burn charcoal, then we can smelt steel. The villagers only half understood, but whatever Fan Chuan said they did. So the group busied themselves with mixing mud and stacking bricks to construct the charcoal kiln. While they were working, the craftsmen came looking for them. The old master craftsman rubbed his hands together and asked hesitantly, Master Fan, I heard you're making something new again. The rest of us can't stand idle. Do you have any work you can assign us? Fan Chuan saw that it was the same group of craftsmen who had built the water wheel before, and he laughed. Perfect timing. I was just worried about not having enough hands. After thinking for a moment, he said, Steelmaking needs a bellows to blow air into the furnace so the fire burns hot. But the current bellows don't have enough power and aren't efficient. I have a better design. Let's see if you can make it. With that, he took out his phone, opened the offline Doubao app, and asked it to design an advanced lever-operated wooden air box. Soon detailed construction drawings and principal explanations were provided. This lever-operated wooden air box used a lever to drive the bellows piston, producing a steady and powerful airflow, far more efficient than traditional leather bellows. He showed the drawings to the craftsman. Look, this is the frame of the bellows. It needs to be made into a square wooden box with a piston inside. When you pull the lever, it forces air into the furnace. The old master craftsman leaned and scrutinized the drawings, exchanged a few whispered words with the other craftsman, and finally nodded. Master Fan, these drawings are clear. We can understand them. It's just the sealing of the piston. Use cowhide for the seal. Get some good cowhide and stitch it around the piston edge, and it will keep the air from leaking. All right. The old master slapped his thigh in excitement. Master Fan, rest assured, will take this job. Good, then I'll leave it to you masters. The pay will be as usual, and if you do well there will be a bonus. With the confirmation, the craftsmen were all brimming with enthusiasm. They gathered around the drawings to study them, and soon threw themselves into the work. The entire workshop became a hive of activity. Meanwhile, in Chang'an City, the morning court session was underway in the Taiji Hall. Civil and military officials stood on both sides, hands clasped in respect. Li Yuan sat on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the ministers before settling on Xiao Yu, to whom he gave a subtle glance. Xiao Yu understood. They had discussed it the day before. He stepped forward from the ranks, cupped his hands, and reported, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present before the court." "Oh." Li Yuan feigned ignorance. "What is it, Minister Xiao?" Clearing his throat, Xiao Yu declared loudly, "Your Majesty, a heavenly auspicious sign has appeared. In Lantian County, I discovered a miraculous crop planted by Fan Chuan called potato. It yields over 100 shur of grain per mu." The moment these words were spoken, the hall erupted. Over 100 shur. What a great omen. Potato. What is that? The officials all buzzed with whispers. Even Li Xiuning, standing off to the side, wore an expression of utter disbelief. At that moment, the censor-in-chief stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Your Majesty, I believe this is utterly unbelievable. 100 shur of grain per mu. That's a fantasy. Someone must be spreading fallacies to deceive the throne." He turned to Xiao Yu and demanded sternly, "Minister Xiao, who exactly has deceived you?" Xiao Yu, however, remained unruffled and burst into hearty laughter. "Minister, you are mistaken. I saw it with my own eyes. There is absolutely no mistake." Moreover, His Majesty was also present at the time. He personally watched the potatoes being dug from the ground, weighed one by one. A full 8,000 jin. His Majesty was there. The censor-in-chief was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at Li Yuan on the dragon throne. Li Yuan said nothing, only nodded slightly. Seeing the emperor nod, the censor-in-chief stepped back. After all, the crime of deceiving the sovereign was no laughing matter. Since His Majesty had witnessed it himself, the matter was most likely true. At this point, Li Yuan's core ministers stepped forward one after another. "Your Majesty, this is truly a heavenly blessing. Fan Chuan has presented such a miraculous grain of merit to the state. He deserves a generous reward." "Indeed, Your Majesty. In my opinion, Fan Chuan should be in theft as a district count." "Exactly. For such a great achievement, even a district count is too low." Just then an official nearby asked in confusion, "May I ask, gentlemen, who is this Fan Chuan?" Pei Ji promptly explained, "Fan Chuan is a hunter from Lantian County. He has contributed 2 or 3 types of food, all with huge per mu yields. The potato yields 8,000 jin per mu, and he is very young, only in his 20s. A hunter in his 20s. The official frowned. A hunter can present such a divine grain. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Even if it's true, isn't making him a district count too much? In my view, a district baron would be fine. A district baron. That's too low. A district count is reasonable. I think a district baron is enough. District count. For a time, the hall fell into heated debate. The officials who supported making him a district count and those who supported a district baron each held their ground, arguing until their faces were red. Li Yuan, seated on the dragon throne, watched the quarreling ministers without the slightest trace of anger. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. After a long while, he raised his hand and pressed it downward to signal for silence. "All right, I have made my decision. Fan Chuan, for his merit in presenting the grain, shall be in theft as an imperial district baron, and he shall be married to the princess as her consort." "What? The consort?" At these words, the hall stirred again. Officials from the 5 great clans and 7 noble houses stepped forward to oppose. "Your Majesty, we find this inappropriate. This Fan Chuan is but a common hunter of no rank. What merits does he have to marry the princess? Moreover, the title of district baron is far beneath the status of a consort." "Indeed, Your Majesty. The title is too low and would damage the royal dignity. In my opinion, he should at least be made a district count, or even a district duke." The officials of the 5 clans and 7 houses spoke one after another, all voicing opposition. Hearing these words, Li Yuan's face immediately darkened. He had meant well, granting a reward while fulfilling his daughter's wish, only to have his authority publicly challenged by these aristocratic families. Enough. He slammed his hand on the dragon throne, rose to his feet, flicked his sleeve, and strode out of the hall without looking back. The court officials exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. Nevertheless, the title of founding county earl was ultimately bestowed. Fan Chuan naturally knew nothing of the commotion in Chang'an. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fan Chuan had been entirely preoccupied with charcoal production. The charcoal kiln was finally complete, and today they would attempt to fire it. "Young Master Fan, will this kiln work?" The old craftsman stood beside the charcoal kiln and asked anxiously, "Let us try and find out." Saying this, Fan Chuan directed several villagers to stuff the chopped hard timber into the kiln and set it ablaze. Flames licked the wood, thick smoke billowed upward. They sealed the kiln opening, allowing the timber to slowly carbonize in an oxygen-deprived environment. This charcoal kiln demands precision in controlling the fire. While observing the flames, Fan Chuan explained to the craftsman beside him, "If the fire is too fierce, the wood will burn to ash. If it is too weak, it will not carbonize thoroughly. The fire must remain moderate, so the wood can slowly transform into charcoal." The old craftsman exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Young Master Fan knows truly remarkable things." All out of necessity. Without careful study, nothing can be accomplished. Roughly a day and a night later, when the timing seemed right, they opened the kiln. A wave of heat rushed toward them. Inside the kiln were rods of pitch-black, gleaming charcoal. A tap produced a crisp sound. It succeeded. It succeeded. We have truly produced charcoal. Long live Immortal Fan. Villagers and craftsmen erupted in cheers and celebration. With charcoal in hand, the next critical step was steelmaking. Fan Chuan first instructed the craftsmen to fire refractory bricks using the charcoal kiln. Refractory bricks were essential for constructing the blast furnace and forge. Ordinary bricks would crack under extreme heat. Only refractory bricks could withstand the temperatures required for steelmaking. These refractory bricks must be fired from heat-resistant clay. While directing operations, he explained, "Ordinary brick earth cannot endure high temperatures, it will melt upon firing. One must select clay with high iron content that can withstand extreme heat. Only then will the bricks be strong and durable." The craftsman followed his instructions, shaping the selected clay, drying it, and firing it in the kiln. Once fired, the refractory bricks proved extraordinarily hard, emitting a metallic ring when struck. "Excellent bricks." The old craftsman weighed a refractory brick in his hand, marveling, "Young Master Fan, these bricks are far sturdier than ordinary bluish-gray ones." Naturally, the steelmaking blast furnace must be constructed with such bricks, or the furnace would collapse under the heat. After the refractory bricks were ready, Fan Chuan began directing the craftsmen to build the forge and blast furnace. The forge is used for steelmaking. Pointing to the blueprint, Fan Chuan explained to the craftsman, "Place pig iron into the furnace and heat it with charcoal fire. When the iron melts into molten iron, stir it continuously with an iron rod. This burns off a portion of the carbon-yielding steel." The craftsmen were electrified as if witnessing something extraordinary. Under Fan Chuan's command, they began constructing the blast furnace. The blast furnace was built with refractory bricks, wider at the base and narrower at the top, with a furnace chamber in the middle and a tap hole at the bottom. After the furnace was built, Fan Chuan had the newly crafted lever-operated wooden bellows installed for air supply. Patting the wooden bellows, Fan Chuan addressed the assembled workers. "This blower is the key to steelmaking. Without it, the furnace fire cannot burn intensely enough, the temperature cannot reach the required level, and the iron cannot be transformed into steel." The workers gathered around the brand-new lever bellows, marveling at it. "Young Master Fan, can this blower truly work?" One craftsman asked with some skepticism. "Try it, and you will know." He had someone pull the lever. Whoosh whoosh. A powerful stream of air surged from the bellows, making the furnace flames roar upward. What a mighty wind. The craftsman stared with wide eyes. "This far surpasses the leather bellows we used before." The entire workshop instantly erupted into bustling activity. Some craftsmen built furnaces, others polished bearings, and still others prepared materials for steelmaking. A scene of feverish industry. Standing in the center of the workshop, Fan Chuan looked upon the bustling crowd and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The blast furnace had taken shape, its refractory bricks laid in neat rows. The lever-operated wooden bellows were installed, awaiting only the arrival of pig iron to ignite the first steelmaking fire. As he pondered, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. Fan Chuan turned and saw Daniel sprinting toward him, gasping for breath, his face flushed red, barely able to form words. "Daniel, what is the rush?" Looking at him, Fan Chuan asked in puzzlement, patting his shoulder, "What has happened?" After several labored breaths, Daniel managed to gasp out, "Brother Fan, imperial envoys have arrived. The bestowal is nearly at your doorstep. Her Highness the Crown Princess asks you to return immediately." Imperial envoys. Bestowal. Indeed. Daniel stamped his feet anxiously and said, "Many armored soldiers came along with banners and carriages. The sight was truly magnificent. Her Highness sent me to fetch you at once." Hearing this, Fan Chuan did not dare delay. He quickly informed the craftsman to oversee the workshop in his absence and followed Daniel back toward the courtyard. Fortunately, the workshop was not far from the courtyard, and they arrived within minutes. Upon entering the courtyard, Yanshu was the first to meet him. Seeing Fan Chuan, she hurried forward and carefully adjusted his collar and hem. She examined him from head to toe, and noticing the grime, though there was no time to change, wrinkled her nose and whispered, "Husband, you are somewhat dirty. There is no time, so this will have to suffice." "No matter. The bestowal judges ability, not attire. Fan Chuan smiled reassuringly. At that moment, Li Xiuning emerged from the house. Seeing Fan Chuan, she gave a slight nod and said, "You have come. Follow me to receive the imperial decree." Under Li Xiuning's guidance, the group proceeded outside the courtyard. By then, Wang Shou, the village headman, had already gathered the villagers and waited nearby. The villagers stood solemn and silent, none daring to speak loudly. "Young Master Fan, this is indeed a momentous occasion." Village headman Wang Shou leaned in and whispered, "The imperial court has sent envoys to confer honors upon our village." Fan Chuan nodded without speaking further and lifted his gaze toward the distance. Soon the steady cadence of marching boots echoed from afar. A squadron of armored soldiers approached in neat formation, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. At the forefront, 2 cavalrymen bore banners, green silk pennants with tassels fluttering gently in the breeze. The banners bore golden dragon motifs embroidered in solemn splendor. At the center rolled a vermilion lacquered carriage drawn by 4 horses, its carved beams and painted rafters exuding imperial magnificence. Attending the carriage were several attendants from the secretariat and palace eunuchs, all impeccably dressed and deferential in manner. Farmer villagers working in the fields spotted the imperial banners and froze on the spot, none daring to whisper or laugh. All prostrated themselves, holding their breath. Even the oxen in the field seemed to sense the oppressive aura and remained silent. Fan Chuan stood at the center in simple cloth robes. Behind him, Yun Shu and the attendants of the princess stood with bated breath, reverence for the imperial house evident in their expressions. Outside the courtyard, everyone formed neat ranks, standing at attention, not a single person daring to move. The carriage came to a gentle halt, the curtain lifted, and Li Xiuning, clad in purple brocade royal robes, stepped down.